الزين. عشان لك الفقص اللي غورتك.
والله يا أخي والله لو تعطيني 1000 قدامي كيف كاك.
شو اللي تغير؟
شو
اللي تغير في حياتك بين تحت وهون؟
في الشخوف. هون في شخوف تحت في خوف. عارف شنو يمون تحت هون بعرف اني تحت بنام جنب امي هون بنام لحي العتاخ عشان الجيش بضل يطخوا علي الحجور.
انت بتطخش على المهجور؟
انا مقدم.
عامر شو بتحب يكون قصتك انت برا كده؟
يكون عندي بوس ونجاوب ونجيب
وهذا الحمام ولدي بديش يقول مستقبلي يبقى
مظبوط.
مظبوط. انا لنا 5 سنين بنصورك. كيف بتحب قصتك انت؟
نفس في حمام يكون عندي واكيد شو
وبعدين
خلاص
بس هذا من حياتك.
خلاص اطلع يوم نطلع. يلا غرفة الحمام القديمة.
وين راح الحمام؟
بعناه روح حطانا نربي.
انت تركت هون عشان انحبست يعني؟
لا مش عشان حبس، عشان طلعنا برا هي عشان ببطل في لي شغلات وبشتغل وفيش فضاوي النهار. تكون مدربة فرخ هيك الأحسن يكون فرخ إيدك، يعني أنت جربتي فرخ سطوح هيك عشان كيف بدي أقول لك ما يحطش عند حدا، ما ينزلش عند حدا.
بالنسبة لك شو بيعني؟
ايه اذا احنا بنفلته يعني حرية مسوي له شو وين بده يروح يروح، بضل عنا يعني بضل حابب بيته، مش حابب بيته بروح. عيوني كنت مسوي بيت كنت مغطي له، هذا التمك تبع الزغاليل.
يعني ان شاء الله بيكون فيش احتلال ونبقى هون يعني.
اذا كانوا لسه موجودين
اكيد يعني اصلا هون منطقه بتعلم الاطفال يسووا رجال يعني. انا بحب يعني تكون العائله كلها تربى هون.
After a lifetime in Finland, an emigrant returns to Somaliland upon discovering his ancestral home could be a gold mine. But to benefit his community from the minerals beneath the land, he must navigate the age-old tribal disputes above it. Witness Golden Land on Al Jazeera.
Well, I thought good spring weather had arrived in Turkey, but clearly it was just a brief visitor. Look at it now. That swirling cloud means Istanbul's at 18 degrees if you're lucky, and it won't feel like that, with a northerly breeze once more. It's a reversion to the last 3, 4, 5 weeks, and the whole of Turkey could be wet as a result. A few showers reaching Turkey and coming across onto the coastal Levant as well. That onshore breeze keeping it coolish, Gaza at about 23 degrees. And that wet weather will bring a few showers through Iraq as well, thunderstorms quite possibly. Not much in Iran, and the result of dryish weather but fairly strong winds further south would suggest dust at least in the atmosphere, if not sandstorms, quite possibly up through Kuwait and eastern Saudi. We've seen showers down in the south, in the mountains, in Sana'a. That was the view last night, I think it was, and you could see that again as a result just of the mountains. Otherwise, this is the wet zone, does spread across to Iran, leaves Baghdad to get warmer up to about 41 degrees. It's not very wet in tropical Africa at the moment. Maybe back near Libreville you see the biggest showers. Nor is it very wet further south. The rain's now going offshore from the Eastern Cape. But it is very cold by night and not that much better by day, at least in Lesotho.
Thousands of ancient artefacts have been looted from Asian countries, ending up in Western museums and private collections. In a two-part special report, 101 East follows the quest to return Asia's stolen artefacts.
Ukrainians saying that they're pushing Russian forces back from positions close to
It's a new era. This is the first time
One network, global perspectives.
Ukraine's president arrives in Japan as he works to shore up support at the G7 summit. Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, divisions in the Arab League as Syria's president returns after more than a decade of diplomatic isolation. As Greeks prepare to go to the polls, we meet the young seasonal workers unable to cast their ballots. And mosquito magnets. Researchers try to understand why the insects are attracted to some people more than others. Thank you very much for joining us. We start in Japan, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has just landed in Hiroshima. Later, he is expected to address leaders of the G7 who are meeting in the city. It's the latest stop for Zelensky on a global diplomatic tour. The war in Ukraine continues to dominate discussions at the G7 summit. On Friday, the U.S. agreed to support Kyiv's access to advanced fighter jets and training for its pilots. Let's go live to our diplomatic editor, James Bays, who's covering the G7 summit for us in Hiroshima. So, James, the Ukrainian president has arrived in Japan. There was some doubts yesterday as to whether he'd be there in person, but he's there in person, a highly symbolic visit which caps a busy diplomatic week for him.
Yeah, very, very important, I think, and symbolic, seeing the pictures, rather distant pictures at this stage, but of President Zelensky getting off the plane now in a motorcade heading into the centre of Hiroshima to join the other leaders at the Leaders Hotel. Now, there are leaders from lots of different countries here in addition to the G7, but we are going to see President Zelensky, I think, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 7 countries of the G7. That's symbolic in itself because, remember, this used to be, until 2014, until President Putin took over control of Crimea and annexed that from Ukraine, this used to be the G8. So you can see this potentially, and we'll have to see exactly what pictures we see in the coming days, as President Zelensky standing in the place that used to be President Putin's. President Zelensky has already, as he's landed, moments after he landed, put out a tweet. He said, Japan G7, important meeting with partners and friends of Ukraine, security and enhanced cooperation for our victory. Peace will become closer today. And of course, this follows his visit, as you said, Folly, to the Arab League summit, reaching out there to some nations that are still somewhat favourable to Moscow. They haven't taken sides. They've remained neutral. And you can speak to diplomats. There are certain places, for example, in the Middle East. One I was remarked on recently by diplomats, Dubai, a place where many rich Russians still go. So that's why I think the focus on the Arab League and, of course, the financial might of the Arab League. Ukraine doesn't just need weapons, doesn't just need political support. It needs money too.
Yeah, and he has the support already from the G7 leaders. I mean, they fully support him. But he's going to be looking at convincing those countries that are sitting on the fence, Brazil, India, who are also at the summit in Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. From the G7 leaders, you're right, he has the political support, he has all the right noises, and he's getting more and more in terms of weapons and finance. But things like the F-16s, which now the US has decided that Ukraine can have, not from the US itself, but from other partners. He's got to get the details of that and find which NATO countries will give him the F-16s. That's, I think, one of the efforts to try and actually make that actually happen, and happen very soon, that he'll be doing with G7 partners, because many of those are NATO nations, with the exception of Japan. But as you say, yes, important outreach as well to other very big countries, countries like Indonesia, like India, like Brazil, which are major powers in the world, and right now are not, like the G7, giving any weapons. They have all taken a position of condemning the invasion, but they're not giving as much in support as Zelensky would like.
Yeah. James, let's talk about some of the other things on the agenda of the summit, and China's growing nuclear arsenal has been discussed there. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and China will remain the other big focus of this G7. This is a G7 meeting, only happens every few years, but it's happening in the Asian partner of the G7, happening in Asia. China always would be a big issue. Yes, you're right, there's a nuclear declaration, the first thing that they put out as a statement, because the nuclear theme is a very important one for Japan, given where this summit is taking place in the site of the first nuclear bombing back in 1945. But on other issues too, China is in the spotlight. We've seen the draft version of the communique. And again, as we've seen in recent years, the G7 is trying to be pretty careful here. It's trying to send clear warning red lines to China on certain issues like nuclear. At the same time, it knows that each of these 7 major economic powers trades with China, the second biggest economic power in the world. So they want to keep that trade open. They say they're not trying to thwart the economic progress of China, but on certain issues they say that they need to send a message. for example, excessive dependence of certain G7 countries on China in critical areas of the supply chain. It's also worth telling you that in the draft communique, you'd expect some sort of mention of Taiwan. At the moment, the wording we've seen pretty bland, just talking about the need for continued peace in the Taiwan Straits.
James, thank you very much. James Bass is our diplomatic editor live there in Hiroshima, Japan. While the growing tension between China and Taiwan is also on the G7 agenda, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen addressed the subject on the anniversary of her 7th year in office.
The global consensus is very clear that the Taiwan Strait issue needs to be resolved peacefully. War is not an option. Neither party can unilaterally change the status quo in a non-peaceful manner.
While the G7 has repeatedly accused Beijing of threats and intimidation against Taiwan, China says the group is prejudiced. Jessica Washington has been speaking to people living in the coastal Chinese city of Xiamen, which is close to Taiwan.
In this factory in the city of Xiamen, there are more than 1,000 workers, and most of them are from mainland China. All except their boss, Han Yinghuan, who is from Taiwan. He was one of the first Taiwanese investors to come to Xiamen more than 30 years ago.
We are all Chinese. The two sides of the strait are also a family, and we have 100% support from our compatriots here.
And he says recent tensions in the region haven't dampened his confidence in opportunities for collaboration.
We always hope the two sides can integrate and develop, and not argue over trivial matters.
Han is the type of success story Beijing wants to highlight, an example of cross-strait success. But his views don't represent the majority in Taiwan. Opinion polls have repeatedly showed only a small minority support unification in the long or short term. These tour groups waited eagerly for their first glimpse of Taiwan.
It's a short journey of just 3 kilometers from China's Xiamen to Taiwan's Kinmen Islands, and you can see them just behind me there. This is about as close as we can get traveling by boat from the mainland.
Last month, China carried out air and sea drills, its People's Liberation Army, or PLA, simulating an encirclement of Taiwan.
What I expect moving forward is not necessarily risk of conflict, but certainly the potential for miscalculation, for accidents, and for misunderstanding. The current situation is quite risky in terms of that lack of crisis communication mechanisms between the two countries and the heightened activity around Taiwan by the PLA.
For these travellers, the coast of Xiamen is more a holiday hotspot than a geopolitical flashpoint. But many people come here just to see Taiwan from a distance.
I hope our motherland will be reunified soon. All Chinese people dream about this.
China is developing very well and Taiwan is not. The Communist Party is doing a very good job.
Even the children aren't just here for fun on the beach. This group is known as the Young Pioneers of the Communist Party, led by Chinese soldiers who are teaching them about patriotism and reinforcing the message of one China. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, Xiamen, China.
Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has attended the Arab League summit after more than a decade of isolation. Syria was suspended from the regional bloc in 2011 after Assad's widespread crackdown on opposition protesters. Hashem Ahelbara reports.
A triumphant moment for Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. He ended 12 years of diplomatic isolation and delivered a speech calling for Arab unity and an end to what he called foreign interference.
Above all, we must leave domestic affairs to our respective people. All we need to do is prevent foreign forces from intervening. We hold this summit in an unstable global landscape, but Syria remains in the heart of the Arab region, which is crowned by this summit, which I hope will pave the way for a new journey of joint Arab action, harmony, peace, and prosperity, rather than destruction and war.
In 2011, thousands of civilians took to the streets of Syria, calling for reforms. Assad's ties deteriorated with Gulf leaders when his troops opened fire on civilians, destroyed entire villages, and used chemical weapons. The Arab League suspended Syria's membership in response. The UN believes nearly 400,000 people were killed in Syria. Saudi Arabia led a growing number of Arab nations seeking to reconcile with Assad. The Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates have pushed for the reconciliation, arguing it's the only way to end the violence and allow millions of people to return to their homes.
We can't allow our lands to be a platform for conflicts. Enough with the conflicts that have crippled development in our region. It's with pleasure today that Dr. Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria, is present here as the League of Arab States has handed down a resolution allowing Syria to resume involvement in our meetings. And we hope that this will contribute to the restoration of peace and security in Syria in order to lift up and resume its role in the Arab region for a better future for the entire region.
Widely seen as inefficient, the Arab League has grappled for decades with divisions and competing agendas among its 22 member states, a divide that deepened after the 2011 Arab Spring. The organization, established in 1945 to increase regional cooperation, is now widely accused of failing to deliver on its promises. It's done little to end the violence in Syria, Yemen, Libya or Sudan. Saudi Arabia is trying to broker a peace deal between Sudan's warring factions.
Talks are underway in Jeddah. There is a rapprochement between the two sides, but it's premature at this stage to talk about a breakthrough.
But despite the Saudi push for a united front to tackle security and economic challenges, the Arab League appears more divided than ever. Hashim Al-Bara, Al Jazeera.
In other world news, polls are opening for Greeks living abroad ahead of Sunday's parliamentary election. Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has held his final rally. His new Democracy Party is promising growth and tax cuts. Let's go live to Stephanie Decker, who's covering the elections for us. She's joining us from the Greek island of Rhodes. Stephanie, you're on an island, but a lot of the seasonal tourism workers there will not be voting, it seems. Tell us why.
Yes, of course, this is one of Greece's main industries, the tourism industry. It is well underway across the Greek islands, and that means that you have tens of thousands, numbers estimating almost 250,000 workers, Greek workers who've left their place of residence, which is essentially where they are supposed to vote, to come to these islands to work and sustain and keep this tourism industry going. Now, it's not clear because there is a way to be able to vote in your non-place of residence, but it's very complicated. We've been talking to some of the workers here on Rhodes. Some of them didn't know, others did know, but it still didn't work for them. And there's a lot of frustration about the fact that they cannot vote. This is our report.
It's not peak season yet, but the islands are already filling with tourists, and that means the seasonal workers are here too. It's intense work, but it's better money than what's available on the mainland, we're told. And with an election imminent, the majority of this mostly young workforce will not be voting.
But I would really prefer to be in Athens, to go down, you know, to the square and to say things. I'm from Athens, and people that they are here, but they are not residents of Rhodes. They are from some other places. They cannot vote from here. They need to go to their place to vote.
Many don't know that there is actually a way to register to vote in a place of non-residence, but it's not clear. We put it to Sophia.
I didn't know about that either, if I need to be honest about it. And I believe most of people really have no idea about that. They keep us in the dark all the time.
It's an issue that's been raised in these elections, with many of the opposition parties accusing this government of excluding around 250,000 young people who are employed in the seasonal tourism industry across the Greek islands.
It's not a new issue. Maria is a musician and here for the season. She missed voting in the last election because she was here on the island, and so made an effort to look into how she could vote this time. She says it was complicated to find out, and it still hasn't worked for her. Sunday's election date was actually announced after the official deadline for non-residents to register in this particular election.
It is as if they are playing with us. They say, you can register. Yes, but I did register. Then they say, but you were not on time. Okay, so why didn't you announce the deadline in advance so we could be on time? Right now, I feel that I cannot have the least impact on my own right to vote.
For many in this generation, the main issue is that life has become unbearably expensive.
When the rent is 800 euros per month and your salary, your monthly salary are 600 euros per month, and you are 30 or 30 plus years old and you still need to live with your parents because you cannot rent your own house, you cannot have kids if you want to, you cannot travel, you're a slave. You're a slave, you cannot work, you can't live.
Frustration and the desire to change things. But for now, the need to make money to be able to build a future means that a lot of those that keep the tourism industry rolling over, which is one of the most important sectors of the Greek economy, will not be having their say. Stephanie Decker, Al Jazeera, on the Greek island of Rhodes.
But Stephanie, could these seasonal workers just go back home for the vote and then return?
Well, essentially they could, but that takes time and it takes money. And if you talk to the workers here, even though under law they are supposed to have days off, it's pretty much a 24/7 job in the sense of 7 days a week. Even if you did have the time off, you need the money to be able to get off the island, to be able to go to your place of residence, to carry out your vote, and to return. There's one teacher here that we spoke to who said that he was going to call in sick and travel to the mainland and cast his vote and come back, because a lot of the people that we spoke to, as you heard there, want to cast their vote. They are politicized, they are politically aware, they want to change things, particularly when it comes, as you heard there from Sophia, to the cost of living. But they are frustrated that they think even if they were able to cast their vote as well, they said probably nothing would change.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that. Stephanie Decker, live for us in Rhodes in Greece. Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
And I'm Huda Abdelhamid in northeast Italy, and I'll bring you the latest on the floods that have devastated the Emilia-Romagna region.
On Counting the Cost, a presidential runoff in Turkey, we explore how the outcome could shape the country's economy. The labour market is facing a churn. Is it time to upskill workers? Plus, consumers are struggling with sky-high inflation, but the luxury sector is still shining. Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
As the conflict in Sudan continues, our correspondents are on the ground to report every angle of the story.
Various battles have been ongoing between the RSF and the Sudanese army.
Priority is given to women, children, the sick and the elderly, but there aren't enough flights available.
Aid agencies say there are hundreds of Sudanese refugees who are yet to be registered and therefore cannot access aid.
If this food does not get to where it is needed soon, it may not get there at all.
The challenge ahead is enormous.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A unique form of protest by a Palestinian artist using a symbol of national identity to create postage and passport stamps.
The sunbird represents freedom and life. It can't fly anywhere.
Sending a message of resistance about the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Welcome to Palestine.
Palestine Sunbird, a stamp of defiance on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a recap of our top stories this hour. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has arrived in Japan. He's expected to address leaders at the G7 summit in Hiroshima on Sunday. On Friday, leaders of the G7 announced new sanctions on Russia, and the US has backed the training of Ukrainian pilots on American F-16 fighter jets. Syrian.
Well, thank you very much for staying here with us on the channel. And as the situation is, Isaac the Royal Storm Dugbe breezed into town under very short notice and put together a news conference here at the African Regent Hotel. Isaac Dugbe, after his April 1 fight in Oklahoma in the USA, is looking forward to picking up the pieces and quickly reorganizing. But there are major areas of his campaign that he would want to focus on, and that has been the focus of this news conference here today. Isaac, good to have you here again.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Normally we all know about your arrival home. You come and take some time off and all of that, but this was just a very quick one. What's happening?
Yeah, there's been so much to do in so little time, and having to place everything together, sometimes these sort of things are needed. I was supposed to come earlier, but then due to other factors, other things I needed to be sorting out back in the States, so I had to wait a little longer. And if we had held on to this meeting, it would have been after June 18th or after June, and that would have been quite a bit. So we decided to, I spoke with my PR Nana, and asked her, look, the only time I have is a very short time, because I have to travel again on Saturday. So with that being said, we have to make it quickly. I can come in quickly, get it done, and then back out again. So that Friday, Saturday, I'm out again. I'll be out for like a good couple of weeks. So these are all the parts of the beginning of the next steps.
There's been a lot of talk about moving on from the fight, but obviously one of the stories we told post-fight was the swift return to the gym. Right after the fight. The expectation from your team and your technical team was that you were going to take some time off. You returned to the gym immediately. Now, you've been training for some time now. How has that been? How does your body feel at this time?
I feel great. Look, after the fight, there weren't any injuries. My face looks fine. It didn't even look like I've been in a fight, which was a good thing. I thank God for it. Sometimes you get, you will get body aches here and there, but everything was fine. So it made sense that, if you are not hurt, you can get back in the ring and you get back in the gym and start training. It's the competitive nature of me, and I thank God for that, because look, when you set a goal, you plan towards it, you want to achieve that goal. If you don't get it, you need to keep on working towards it again, and that's where we are. There's no time to relax. The only time we have is to rest and then get back in. And I believe that, I'll go back in training, not to, train intensively right now, because we don't have any fights announced yet, but which will be very, very soon. We are given, when God permits, before the end of the year. So it's good to keep the engine running, but not at a high intensity pace.
Well, if you just joined us, we're having a conversation with former world champion Isaac the Royal Storm Dogbe, who addressed the news conference earlier. What we're going to be doing as well is to bring you some of the questions and some of the thoughts that were expressed here by some of our colleagues in the media as well. But of course, he's been addressing issues of his schedules post-fight, his schedules in the U.S., and wanting to quickly reorganize and get himself back on track. One of the things that have come up, Isaac, obviously are issues of your weight division and all of that. Now, you are working, as a free agent now, as you said earlier. Now, tell me how simple or how complex that can be compared to a time when you have a managerial team in place, you have a promotional team in place.
I still do. It's just that now I'm taking the front foot, calling the shots, which is also equally important, because I do believe that over the years I've learned tremendously, and it makes sense to be able to, put your feet on the ground, to also look at other aspects of the boxing career in terms of the business side as well. You can be a fighter, you can't fight the road, your whole life. At some point, you're gonna have to also, branch into a different avenue. And then, so what more and what best, the best thing I can do right now is use myself as an example to also look at, you know, that aspect of the boxing, which is the business aspect of it. And obviously I have a team around me as well. So people, and it's all part of the announcements that will be coming through, you know. So it's just like we're going to have a last hoorah, you know. So I'm very excited about it. And I think when the people of Ghana hear about our next steps, they're also going to be excited about it too. So it's something we're looking forward to it. But one thing I'd like to say, I am not moving up weight, so please take that out of your minds. And I'm not changing my coaches either, so please take that out of your mind. I say if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. So I'm still going to remain at the 126 division and possibly 122 because I can, you know, move in between, so back and forth. Because in my last, I believe in my last 3 fights, I've weighed like relatively low. I believe one time I weighed like 123 point something, and then 124, and then 125, and then 126. So I can still make 122, you know, but now we have the right things in place, the right people in place, and everything else. So it's just about, you know, going forward and doing what is expected.
You know, there's a bigger difficulty in trying to, you know, get back to your previous weight, especially when you're advancing in age and the body is also expanding. So, and you talk about it very confidently, meaning it's going to be something that's going to be very smooth for you if you decide to go to 122?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I mean, these people I'm working with, man, listen, I know sometimes I can be a little bit of a pain in the ass, excuse my language, excuse my French, but they work with me diligently, and it works, you know. I don't have to struggle so much, and they're like, Isaac, you need to eat, rather than me, I'm trying to stay away from the food. I'm like, no, you need to eat. If you have to lose a weight, you need to eat. So you're eating more, and you're losing the weight, and I'm like, damn, okay, that's beautiful. So, I mean, it's just one of those things that it makes the work a bit easy. You know, it takes that tension and pressure away of you, knowing that you have to lose weight, and then you have to think about losing weight. You have to think about the fight. You have to think about this and that. So when one person takes that off you, now the only thing you can do is think about the fight, and that's what it's been for the past 5 years.
Tell me about stimulus and how it affects, you know, your preparation for fights, and, you know, your psyche ahead of these big days and all of that. Stimulus in the sense of pronouncements that are made by people who are close to you, and all of that. In recent, you know, weeks, we've heard some of them not going too positively and all of that. How have you psychologically dealt with all of these, and what's the effect on the fight? Because, I mean, we're all human beings, and sometimes what is said or what is done has a certain effect, especially when you're in your quiet time and you're trying to focus on what is ahead of you in the ring.
Yeah, it's just crazy because, like, it feels like, you know, when something great is about to happen, some negative things do also fall in place, but it's all parts of the maturity, all part of the growth. And that's something that I have had to, like, really, like, sink my feet to the ground to control that aspect of my life and everything else. Because, look, you can get consumed just by the actions of other people, you know. And I've had to, like, really, like, wrestle with that. And I think I'm doing exceptionally well, and I thank God for that. You can't really do much about other people's opinion. All you can do is accept whatever it is that people are going to say, but you keep the focus. For me, I have to keep focused. I have to think about the next steps of my career, of my life, of my boxing career, and everything that's coming with it. I have to think about the positive side of things. And you can't always get it right. Sometimes you feel you have some mixed feelings about what the hell is going on now. Like at this, like you just want to scream at that point. Just be like, at this juncture, like right now, are you like really serious about everything? Like now, at this time, that's where this issue is coming on. But it's part of the things that makes life worth living. Knowing that. It also makes you assertive that you're a special person, because if you're not able to deal with all these little things right now, it's not a given that you'll be able to deal with it when you are much older. When the bigger things come. So it's something that is a challenge for me myself. That I need to be able to deal with these issues right now, at this age, at this time, just so that it doesn't affect the future.
How big is the temptation to set up camp or to set up base in other boxing jurisdictions? You have had the privilege of growing up here in Ghana and in the UK. You have fought in the UK, you have fought in the US, you fought here in Ghana. There are other jurisdictions and other boxing markets that are beckoning you, and we all do know that definitely in other places in Europe, they want to grow their boxing franchises and make it big in other parts of the world as well. How big is the temptation, based on the conversations that you are having now, in terms of what the next phase of your promotional life is going to look like?
Yeah. I mean, it's like a person working a conventional white-collar job, right? If you have to be moved from one place to the other, it means you have to move your whole family there with you. However, boxing, you are given the opportunity to either be where you are and then go and fight and then come back. Is it tempting? I wouldn't say it's tempting, but I would rather say it's an opportunity. It gives one, it broadens one's knowledge of other places as well, and that's one of the exciting things about boxing. Boxing takes us around the world, and that's exciting. Meeting people, knowing other people, their cultures, and everything else. And for me, it's like, okay, it doesn't come as a shock anymore, but rather a privilege to know that, okay, I know these people are really into boxing, and they would appreciate my boxing skills. They will appreciate me when I'm fighting. So it's something I want to be part of. It's like you want to be part of something great, So when they talk about that people, when they talk about their history, you too are going to be part of that history. So for me, I believe it's a privilege rather than a temptation as to whether to pack my bag and go or whether to. And it comes, if God hasn't made you special, I don't think you'd be able to experience that. And I'm very, very privileged, and I thank God each and every day for all the opportunities coming my way.
Well, a bit of a review on Robisi Ramirez as we wrap this up. You expressed the desire to want to face him again, and his camp immediately moved away from or disabused our minds of any such possibility. Is there any disappointment on your part, especially considering that if you get the chance and it goes well, you can tell a different story?
Look, of course, I could have done better. There's no two ways about it. We always strive to be better than we were yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get a decision, but it doesn't stop us from, the journey that we are on. Sometimes you take a dip, you just have to be able to dust yourself off and then keep on going. And that's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what we did 5 years ago, and we came to where we are today. So it never stops. We have to keep progressing. If we don't keep progressing, then we're gonna stay at one place, and we don't want to stay at one place. We have to keep on moving. Nevertheless, they can decline fight and having a rematch, but once we're in a position, we will not be denied. You know, that's why it is very important, or it is imperative that we get back in the ring as soon as possible, get into the right fights, you know, and get back to that level.
You've always spoken about the desire to face Boxer X or Boxer Y, especially when they are ahead of you in the rankings, or they are the subject of attention, which is they have the title. Let's switch it over a bit. Do you have opponents pushing to want to fight you at this stage? Let's look at the last 1 year. Have you had opponents within the division wants to fight you?
I haven't, not personally, but those things, since I was with Top Rank, they would have directly gone to Top Rank. I expressed my willingness to fight the people who were there, especially the current WBC champion, because I was number 1, he was number 2 in the WBO. I was number 2 and he was number 1 in the WBC. You know, if that fight had been made, we could have been fighting for 2 titles on one night. However, another fighter decided that he wanted to fight him, and he had the first pick. You know, so for me, it's about now it's really about just carefully planning and, you know, getting into that level once again, so that there wouldn't be any, oh, maybe this or maybe that, or let's see or let's try. Because once you're in a position, there's no way they can bypass you.
Isaac, we're grateful for your time, and all the best with it. We're looking forward to the big announcement as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
JoyNews and Uncle Nat. It was a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Great. So Isaac Dogbe there, and of course what we're going to be doing now is to bring you some of the concerns, some of the questions that were asked by journalists here at the news conference earlier, which also focused on different aspects of his career, you know, going forward, what we should be expecting in the coming year, and issues of you know, his weight division and how comfortable he is right there. So the questions put up by our journalists and the kinds of answers that were given by Isaac Dogbe.
You know, I know that, you know, reviewing a fight, there were times where, you know, watching it, I'm like, oh shoot, I could have thrown that punch, you know, I could have thrown that punch. But then whilst you're in the ring, you know, you don't see those things. You know, I mean, the coaches will tell you what to do, but then at the end of the day, it just didn't work out that night. And I can't listen. I take all the blame. I don't blame my coaches. I don't blame anybody else but myself, because I'm the one that has to throw the punches, and no one is gonna be there to throw the punches for me. So it's just one of those things that happened. It just wasn't my night. Not really. I mean, like, styles make fight. You know, if you look at my last 3 fights, you think that, okay, they were different to this one. This one was more relaxed rather than, you know, because thinking is like 2 people thinking in the ring rather than one person who wants to fight and then the other person, well, one person being the bull and then the other person being the matador, you know, and then having to engage whenever they want to, because both the Lopez fight and the Joet fight, they were more or less like attackers. The other guy, Christopher, he was more or less like a bit of both, you know. So the styles gelled just beautifully, knowing that these guys were just gonna come forward and throw, and I just have to take my time, fight them when I need to fight them, box them when I need to box them. But here in the last one, you know, we're more or less like, okay, 2 masters playing chess. You're trying to outwit each other. And every now and then, you know, one person gets the other one, and then now you have to think to go in again, rather, so that you don't get any points, because the energy of the crowd also plays an important role and also has an influence on the judges too. So when you get touched, now you hear the crowd go, hoo-ha, you get me? And then the next minute, so everything is like a calculated fact. And, but like I said, hey, listen, congratulations to him. He, he won that fight. He won the night, and we'll be back. If you say probably my losses to Navarrete. That was a tough fight. I think that was one of the toughest fights in my whole career. Thus far. I wouldn't say difficult because it's challenging. And nothing difficult in this world, but it was challenging. And yeah, that's the only fight I can say has been challenging. But aside that, and also the Magdalena fight too. It was another challenging fight, but we rose above the challenge, and we won the night. Question, for me, we called for it, and they declined, sadly. So our next next plan of action is to just be patient, fight our way back to the top. We've done it before, and the loss cannot and will not stop our progress. No, you can never be disappointed, because once you know the sports that you are in, you can't be disappointed, because everyone that steps into the ring to fight deserves respect. Just the other day, another young prospect lost his life. So this sport is as dangerous as it is. It's also fun. We enjoy doing it. People love watching it. We love doing it too. But it comes with its own challenges. It's just a matter of now the trial times. You know who is really with you, rather than when the going is easy. When you're winning, the people who praise you, sometimes it's more than the people, who will step away from you when you are, going through the trial times. And I don't feel disappointed in any way. One thing is that I feel that I can do better. I'm always evolving. I'm still growing. I'm still maturing. I can always do better, and I believe that the best is yet to come still. If size mattered, then I don't think I'd be in a sports. I don't think I would have become a champion. If size mattered, I don't think Tyson would be a champion either. But hey, whatever you are given, you have to be able to work with it. There's an old saying that say when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade out of it. Me too. That's how God made me. He made me 5'4", tall guy. Very tall. So I use that to my own advantage, and it's been successful. God has been great, and I'm grateful for how I am. I know some people want to see me at 6'4", 6 foot something, but unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. I mean, like I said earlier on, at this point, you don't really expect anything less, because everyone is good at this level, So southpaws are challenging to fight. Everyone will say it, but there's also a way to fight them. It's not anything tedious to work around it, especially when you have this much experience as I have. I wouldn't say it played anything of significance in the fight, because I was catching him, as the fight was going on too. So it's not really much of any difference. If it's a series of defeats, I wouldn't say series of defeats because they haven't been consecutive. However, it happened in 5 years intervals. I had a defeat, yes, and I came back. I had, 4 fights, I believe. 4 fights out of 4 fights out of 4 fight victories, and I lost the last one. So I wouldn't say it's time for me to hang up the gloves. I'm still young. I still got energy. The boxing.
Is it putting some kind of pressure on you to reclaim the glory that you've?
I wouldn't say pressure. When you put pressure on yourself, it doesn't do you any good. Rather, you just take your time, take a deep breath, and then reorganize yourself, restructure, and you come back. And that's what we did 5 years ago. And God being so great, we were able to have a number of wins before the world title fight. The boxing experts will tell you that after those 2 defeats from Navarrete, people are not the same. So it took a miracle for me to get back to where I was again. And I do believe that by God's grace, God, as God is still up there in heaven, He's still God. I'm gonna come back, and then this time will be even more magnificent than the last time. Like I was saying earlier on, it's a fight. It's a strategic fight. You want to use your opponent's strengths against him and weaknesses against him. It's a tag and pull situation. So if you think that your opponent's left hand is much stronger, you stay away from the left hand. If you think the right hand is much more stronger and more powerful, you stay away from the right hand. And that's just how it is. And this is the same way that, it's vice versa. The coaches are seeing the things that he's doing right and the things that he's not doing so good. Same thing in his corner, And like I said, look, there's been times where I look at the fight, I've watched the fight, and I'm like, oh man, I could have thrown this punch, I could have thrown that punch, But then it all goes back to the learning process, and the judges are there to do their work. You can't say much about anything. At the end of the day, it's happened already. We can't change it. Nothing can be done. All we can do is do our best to get back onto the world rankings again. At the moment, I'm number 5 rated in WBO. I believe number 5 also in the BBC. I'm still highly ranked fighter. So there is still hope. There is still, time to make a change. And I know that, hey, it's very possible that we'll meet probably in the next 2 years, hopefully. It could be sooner, who knows? But I think that time is very near.
All right, so this is how it all went, and this is how we wrap it up here. Of course, there are major conversations to have regarding Isaac Dogbe and the next line of action as he moves forward to his next fight. The indications, as we've heard from the confirmations he gave the media here today at the African Regent Hotel, indicate that he will be fighting at the end of the year. Of course, he revealed this to Joy Sports and Joy News earlier, and Joy Prime earlier, after his fight there in Oklahoma in USA. So there's still a lot more to do regarding following Isaac Dogbe and his exploits going towards the end of the year. Thank you so much for watching on this channel, and we'll be back with some more. My name is Nathaniel Atto, and I have love for sport.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Fili on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede HD Plus, the Fili experience.
Supernatural Empowerment Summits 2023. Meet the revivalists, the heads of global denominations, and the kingmakers. This year, in Archbishop Charles Ojenosari's 40th year in a miracle ministry and the 10th Supernatural Empowerment Summit, expect life-changing insights for ministry and impartation for the next level. Host and speaker, Archbishop Charles Ojenosari. Other speakers from Ghana, Dr. Robert Ampia Kofi, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, Reverend Dr. Stephen Wengam, and also Bishop Joseph Imakando, Zambia, Bishop Joseph Matera, USA, Apostle Yves Castanu, Congo, Apostle Abraham Gaji, Côte d'Ivoire. Date, Monday 22nd to Friday 26th May 2023. Time, evening session, 5:30 p.m. daily. Morning session, 8:30 a.m. daily start on Tuesday. Venue, Perez Dome, Jolu Junction, Accra, Ghana. Contact, +233-548-633-650 or www.scsummits.org. Supernatural Empowerment Summits 2023.
In the history of Ghana's domestic football, two names always appear to dominate. I mean, in recent times, that's the last 2 decades of that competition. Two names always dominate the conversation of being prolific when it comes to being in front of the goal. Ishmael Ado and Eric Bequin. Bequin's story, especially at Kumasi Asante Kotoko, was such that he scored so many goals to the extent that people were now wondering what kind of a striker was he. As you recall, the 2008-2009 President Cup contest between Kumasi Asante Kotoko and House of Lions. I always call it the Bequin and Dominic Adia show. What a contest that was. But how come this gentleman scored over 40 goals playing for Kumasi Asante Kotoko within a brief spell? He also played for the national team. He went to Egypt, Petrojet, where he had an incredible career. Now, he's back, trying to impart what he learned on the pitch on the next generation of players he thinks can feel into his shoes or even be better than him. Today on Prime Take with me, Muftau Nabila Abla, I'm speaking to former Kumasi Asante Kotoko forward, Eric Bequin. Eric, thanks for your time.
It's always been a pleasure.
How you doing?
I'm good.
I saw you moving players into spaces earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, that's your new hobby now?
Yeah, because we're once on the field and we know all the ins and outs of the game and we are still learning.
Yeah.
And so we are trying to give them the right foundation so that the future can be very easy for them to enjoy the game football.
How did you start your footballing career?
I started from Kotobarbi, Swag Park, where we used to play small pools, and I was scoring like hell. And so they do encourage me. The senior ones among us, they do tell me, Eric, you become a good striker in the future. So they keep on telling, but the unfortunate thing is I didn't play for the school team, nothing, because my parents were like, it has to be education first. So I was more concentrating on education to have at least a set that in case, because our football life is not promising.
Yeah.
It's, anything can happen on the way. So I had a diploma in graphics. Yeah, I had a diploma in graphics. I also had my chance at the same Kotobabi Swag Park when the professionals were playing Monday Special. And I had the chance to play with almighty John Joponwia during that days. He has won the world best.
Yeah, 1995. Euro best, African best, and world best the same year.
Yeah, and then I had a chance to play along the likes of Osei Kufo and Co. I mean, all the top players that Ghana can boast of. And then I scored a magical goal, and that is where I had my chance into the under-17 team. Yeah.
Oh wow! So your football there just started from play street football and straight to under-17.
From small pool, then we got there.
To under-17.
And it's all about hard work, dedication, perseverance, and sacrifice.
You mentioned that your parents never wanted you to focus on football. They wanted the education first.
Yeah.
What kind of a family did you have?
I'm from a footballing family. My uncles are former House of Oak footballers, and then one also played for Kumasi Asante Kotoko. So we had it in the blood. But they wanted me to have, a good educational background, whereby when I'm no more playing, you can see some of our senior men going to Super Sports and then BBC and all that. You need to express yourself when the chance comes. And also, even when you go outside the management or the technical don't have time to be giving it's basically more on paper.
Yeah.
It's more theoretical. So when I had the chance to go to school, many couldn't have the chance to go. So if you have the chance, you need to go in more. But any leisure time that I get, I make sure I train and then get myself ready, because when you have good preparation and favor sets in, I mean, it becomes so beautiful and a blessing.
So how many siblings do you have?
We are 4. That's my mother's side.
Oh,
we
okay.
are 4. And I'm the last among the boys.
Oh, okay.
And then I have a sister who follows me.
Oh, really? You're speaking to another last boy. 2 last babies having conversation. No wonder your head is sitting like that.
Swollen headed.
We are always accused of being swollen headed and all that. So tell me, you grew up from a very good home or from a humbling beginning?
Yeah, I grew up from a very charismatic family, from a Presbyterian home. And the surprising thing, all the junior schools that I went to were Presby.
Oh, okay.
Until I went to college to do my graphics and then painting. I'm a good painter and I can sketch a lot, apart from food. So during my leisure times, that's what I do.
Okay.
And those times, you have to sleep early, and early at 6. I need to be in the room, learning, and through learning, then maybe I'll sleep. So I've been cautious through my childhood till this age that I am. Even till now, I don't spend much time outside. I always want to be in the room, because there's a proverb that they said, the fowl that sleeps early doesn't get problem.
So you get problem?
Yes, I'm scared of problem, because normally when problems are coming, it doesn't come from you, the innocent one.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be doing it, and then. So even when I go out and I'm coming in, immediately I park my car inside my house. I don't move the car again, because the Almighty Allah that brought me from outside, He is the one who took care of me. I need to be grateful and then rest well. Also, I grew up from, a Muslim fraternity.
Oh, okay.
That's Mamobi. I grew up in Mamobi.
Oh.
I schooled in Mamobi, everything in Mamobi. So
you're a product of Mamobi?
I'm a product, and then a star from the pride from the Zongo community, and I'm proud to be part.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Was there man at home growing up?
Oh, yeah. There was a lot. And my firstborn's mother is a Muslim.
Okay.
She's called Barkisu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I didn't just stay in Mamobi. I also left something in Mamobi.
And you took something away from Mamobi. You see your life. You see your life.
I took the Zongo character, which I think is very, very positive. I mean, the positive one, not the other.
No, there are even some wrong perceptions about what the Zongo community stands for. So.
Yeah, so we wanted to prove that perception wrong. I mean, it's not all of us that are coming from the Zongo have a bad attitude or something. We have good guys over there who are Muslims, who even call us and teach us a whole lot of things about life and all that. So I think Zongo is a university on its own. It depends on the subject that you choose.
That's a good one there. You need to choose the course and then to dictate your life path. So was there money at home growing up?
We weren't rich, we weren't poor. At least the little that we had is manageable, whereby I don't cry for food. I quite remember last time over there, when you eat at night, you are done.
Yeah.
But I left my food, some leftover for the morning, and then the next morning when I ate it, when they're sharing the breakfast money, they didn't give me some on Sunday. And we're going to church. I refused to go to the church because I left my leftover to eat. So why you don't give me the money some? So it's all on the lighter note.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but we had a family where there was love, there was unity, and then the society was also containing us so well. So I think I'm blessed to be in that particular family where we had top people among us. So I'm blessed to be.
Talk to me from street football, let me just describe it that way, all the way to the under 17.
Yeah.
Who gave you that call up, and was it surprising to receive a call up like that?
Per what I was playing way back, I think I deserved it. It was being on merit, not that it was on favor, but I was acting it before I got the chance to go to the national team. And as I went and then showcased why I was being called into the national team. So I think that's the most important aspect of the call up. And then from there, I came back to Tudu Mighty Jets. That's my mother club that I came from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from Abu Sundoko.
Allergy Abu Sundogo?
Yeah. I mean,
so that was your coach club?
I played for Kindogo. That's the coast club of Mighty Jet.
Oh, okay.
So from the coast to Mighty Jet.
Oh, okay.
So from Mighty Jet, and then Jones Atukwefio spotted me at Tema Park.
Oh, okay.
When Mighty Jet were playing against Power FC. That is where the now Coleman now Queen saga started. And Coleman is also a product of Mighty Jet.
Oh, okay.
So when we met, I really tortured him. So when we met at House of Folk, he was like, this is a payback time. So that's where the David and Goliath all started.
I remember, we'll get to that point, but I remember some game where he was putting his hands all over you.
Yeah. And then when the coach called me, he said, Coach, you're in terminal, support us in the training. It was good. I mean, a very, very good thing to happen, because as a footballer, you need to take challenge to make you the better one that you want to be. Yeah.
So how would you describe your career at Mighty Jets?
I was good because I scored almost about 20 goals in the season. Yeah, after playing 30 games. Because of the national duty, I couldn't get enough time to play. And it has continued, because even in Kotoko, I couldn't get enough time to play because of the national assignment. Sometimes when the team travels, I'll be going with the national team. When I'm coming back, I'm traveling again. So I only played 23 matches, and then I scored 17 goals. But for the Africa, I played 10 matches, 10 goals, and I was the top scorer of the confederation.
I remember that season very well. We'll get to that point, because you had a career that many a Kumasi Asante Kotoko supporter would always watch and wonder what kind of a player you were. If you just joined us, we are speaking to Eric Kwabena here on Prime Take, and he's been taking us through his life journey so far. Now we're going to talk about your footballing career itself, Eric. The under-17 national team, how would you describe those days?
I think that's the basics. That's where, I mean, every player who used to go. And I think it wasn't bad, but just that we're unfortunate that we were using the real age. And then when we went to Kenya, they went and brought our fathers to come and play us. And that's where we couldn't qualify. And then we came back, and then I was called into the 23, and then the senior national team. So that's how the process was.
How did you get to Kotoko?
Yeah, Kotoko, I was in Liberty, but I wasn't having playing time. So I had Coach Sapon went to Kwandu Hearts of Lions, and he was in need of a striker. So he came for myself and then Kwame Obindako. So the two of us went, and he selected me to be in the team. So Kwame came back, and Lord and behold, when Kwame came, his first game was to play against Kumasi Asante Kotoko at Kumasi Sports Stadium. And then he scored a hat-trick, and he took the lead to Kotoko. And I stayed in Kwandu, and later on, I joined Kotoko from Kwandu Hearts of Lions.
So how were you signed from Lions to Kotoko?
I went to Israel. To this guy's team. He was formerly from King Faisal. Yeah, Allergy Awareness player. He was there. Their team that I went to, but things couldn't materialize. So as I was coming, I met the late Jerry Asari.
Oh, okay.
And then the transit launch, he asked me if I get Kotoko, will I play? I said, yeah, it's a dream come true, because I've been paying my dues as a fan. So if this chance should come, I'm going to grab it and grab it well. And then that is where it all started. The Elwak Sports Stadium, where I started doing the magic, and then it started from there.
So it was Jerry Asari
who prompted me that he wants me to join Kotoko. And then
was he the man in charge of Kotoko then?
Yeah, he was the operational
operations manager of the club then. Yeah. And then you went to Kotoko.
Yeah.
The story they say
is there to be written.
He is there to be written.
Yeah,
so tell us what was life in Kumasi and Kotoko like?
I took my Accra life there, where I'm not the outing type. I always want to be indoors after training. The last person to be at home and then concentrate and then think of what I couldn't do best. Then I can work on it for the next day. So I started scoring during the preseason, and then the media were like, oh, there's a fluke. We have seen many players who couldn't make it after the preseason. And I told them I'm just doing a warm-up. The game proper, the league proper, that's why I'm going to showcase who I am. So when the league started, my first league match was against Accra Great Olympics under the floodlights. The first match that I played in Kumasi, where I netted a hat-trick.
Yeah.
By then I've scored Liberty, I've scored All Blacks, I've scored BA in Sunyani by then, before coming to Kumasi, to show the Kumasi family that
yeah.
this is the new gem who is on board.
The new gem on board. How many goals did you score again?
I played 23 matches. That's the league.
Yeah.
I scored 17 goals. Yeah. And then I played the Africa, 10 matches, 10 goals. And
so
then
how many seasons did you spend at Kotoko?
Just a season. Just a season. And then within a season, I played 48 games in all competition. And then I scored 42 goals with 42 jerseys.
I remember that. I remember that JC.
Sure.
And do you recall when we were doing one of our shows on
your file?
Yeah. So you were there, and then in fact you wore that jersey. Yeah, I recall that so well. Just a season at Kotoko, but you wrote your name in the history books of Kumasi.
Boldly in capital letters. Yeah.
What would you say made it possible for you to be able to have that successful season at Kumasi?
It's all about sacrifice, as I keep on saying, dedication. I told myself, I want to give myself the first round of the season, do whatever magic that I can do. Anything that will contradict with my work or my performance, I just put those things aside. I concentrated, and then the first half of the season, it was magical. So I realized, no, if I should increase the way I keep pushing, I think it's going to help for the future. So when I kept on pushing, I think it brought a fruitful something for the future.
If you just joined us, we are speaking to Eric Bekwin, a former striker of Kumasi Asante Kotoko, a former striker of Petrojet. He's also a former striker of the Black Stars, where at Kotoko he scored incredible number of goals, 42 goals in just a single season. That's massive. I remember you were working with Bashir Hayford, right?
Yeah.
What kind of a coach is he?
I started with him during the National Under-17 team with Salastete.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he has been a father, a friend. Bashir Hayford is almost like my own dad. He took me as the son and kept on encouraging me during my playing times. When we got to Kotoko, the same thing, role he was playing for me. And during my time in Kotoko with him, he was like a father, a teacher, a psychologist, and a friend whom you can always walk to and then explain whatever worries that you have to. And I wish anybody would have a coach like him and then enjoy him. Though I've worked with so many coaches, all of them have their own style of, attending to issues.
Yeah, management and all that.
But Bashir Hayford was super, where, he's very jovial. I would say he's a great comedian, which when things are tough, he can create something out of nothing for you to forget about your worries. I quite remember when Opele said he's going to score us, and then he came to me and said, Eric, so are you sure Opele can stop you from scoring? I said, no, coach. He said, that's my boy. I believe you. I know what you can do. And during that time too, I was on fire. I was unstoppable. I was the predator.
Was it Opele's days at Tema Youth, right?
Yeah, he was with Tema Youth. The keeper was Soa.
Yeah,
and then
Soa.
Yeah, he had a very good crop of players during that time. But we were on fire. The likes of General Sekufo, Harrison Afo, Samuel Inkum, Jordan Opoku, Nana Hindua, Stevie Udro, the late TV3. Even our bench
Michael
is somebody's
Asante,
first 11. Yeah. Our bench was somebody's first 11. So in Bashir Hayford's team as well, you need to fight for the first 11.
Nia Jetu was there, right?
Nia Jetu was there. We had the whole house. And to play Bashir Hayford's 11, you need to be consistent. That's what I've been complaining about the players playing Kotoko now. He will be today good and tomorrow as if he wasn't the one that played last week. So I think it's something that is affecting the league as well. So it's all about the competition, the dedication, and then perseverance that you put into action. And Bashir Hayford doesn't care who you are. During our time, we had problems, a whole lot of problems within the camp. But he was able to manage it well so that it doesn't get to the media domain. So I think that's why I said he's a father, he's a teacher, and a psychologist at the same time.
So would you describe him as one of the best coaches you work with?
Yeah, one of the best grooming coaches we can have in Ghana when it comes to nurturing talent into the top level. I remember when I was coming into coaching, he said, hey, my son, you are coming here. You know that playing and then standing at the touchline, you world apart. So you need to be ready. They will insult your mother, they will insult your father, but all you have to do is just stick to the plan while you came onto the pitch. Whatever you did with the players at the training grounds, just come and implement it. And we have something in coaching we call Global Analytic Global. The global is whereby you bring the boys onto the field to play. The mistakes and things that will happen, you go and then analyze it, you bring them to global, and then you see that if they are okay, then you keep them by the global, then it's happening. But if not, you need to repeat, because learning doesn't stop. You always need to learn, read wide and all that. Now the boys, most of them doesn't even do research on, players that are playing the same positions that they are playing. It's really affecting them. During that time, we couldn't have chance to be on the internet and all that, but we go to stadiums, go and watch the likes of Ismail Ado and all those people. He's one of my idols, though. And though he's a harsh player,
but no matter where you play, if you idolize the person, you idolize the person.
He was an idol to me, whom I was calling every time, asking him questions, how he was making it. And then he gave me all his training regimes, how he does, his training programs and all that. And it has made me who I am today.
Was he that open? Was Ismail Ado that open person?
Ismail is a shy type, but when you get very close to him, he's a very friendly, he's an open-up person, and then he's a very outgoing person. Yeah.
What challenges did you encounter at Kotoko?
I was so focused, so I didn't want anything to interrupt with my mission. And when you know where you are going, you don't ask too much questions. You always have to stay focused. We're having problems with one or two financial things, but I was always depending on my bonuses, not my salary. Yeah. Because bonuses are coming week in, week out. So why do I focus on salary? And even when I went to Egypt, it was all about playing percentage before you get the balance of your signing-on fee. Yeah. So you see, in these cases, when you are playing, you make sure you'll be able to play the 70%
of the
games. Then you are assured of the balance that you go and take. But for now, he signs, he takes his money. If he wants, you play. If he doesn't want to play, it's good to go. Yeah.
So you say you want to say you never had challenges at Kotoko?
Oh, I don't.
Be it on the pitch or off the pitch?
Oh, it's only one. I think when we were playing Sudan, when the goal was not coming around 80th minute, that I scored the goal. But after scoring, not knowing, the fans thought we cannot equalize the goal, so they went and loosed all my 4 ties at the VIP parking lot.
They deflated your ties?
They deflated all. So, but the good thing is, that same place, there was a Kotoko fan who ordered for 4 brand new ties with a spare tie, and then meanwhile my tie wasn't even good. So, it was a blessing.
There was a replacement for you.
Yeah, it was a blessing in disguise.
I often hear Kotoko supporters, they are very generous. They give.
That is why they are very demanding. A Kotoko fan doesn't need a penny from you. Trust me. They always give out. So they always want results. So when I came to Kotoko, I first of all approached Opokwefrie and I asked him, how do we play Kotoko? He said, hey, point of correction. We don't play Kotoko, we worship it. We write our name boldly in capital letters in Krobia, then you leave it. You don't enjoy Kotoko financially until you are done playing Kotoko, where you have left a mark. That is where you are going to enjoy. And as we speak, I'm enjoying Kotoko more than when I was actively playing.
How?
Yeah, because the fans do remember, things that I've done, they remember all those things. And even when I'm going somewhere and then they need to, Eric, come, then they will give you an A-class,
treatment.
Support,
yeah.
Treatment,
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But so, were they also generous? Did they give you stuff?
The bets that people are playing now, I go bet with our big men that this game I'm going to score. So I don't even watch the bonuses, but the bet that I've gone, I need to go and score and then take my money.
so you go into an agreement and tell them what about I will score.
Yeah, the likes of Banu and Co, you will tell me, Eric, Oshami will hotel Brabeji Sika. And then when I score, Maza, job done. And a gambler never counts his money until the deal is done. So I make sure I finish my work, then I go for my money. Yeah. So as you can see, the training that we're doing, that's what I'm impacting in them. You need to have that fighting spirit. Always have the winning mentality, and then you are good to go.
Always have the winning mentality, and then you are good to go. But I also recall that during your season at Kumasi Asante Kotoko, there were many assignments that took you off the league games and even other competitions for Kumasi Asante Kotoko. How did that affect your career with the Porcupine Warriors?
No, I think it did not affect me. Rather, it gave me a very bigger platform for me to excel. Just that Ismaelado's record was my target, where I wanted to break it. That 23 goals.
Yeah.
But due to absenteeism, these were not in class, but on the field, due to national.
Every absenteeism, the absenteeism.
So due to that, I couldn't have the chance to do what I wanted to do. But I was happy. I left a legacy where about 6 trophies I won it alone. I mean, the Goal King title, the best player. You people, your award, the Swag Player of the
Swag
Year.
Award, yeah.
Yeah, the BK Duse Memorial Award of the season. And then 1 award from the United States supporters of Kumasi Asante Kotoko. And then also the Confederations Cup. And the best player was given a car, VW Suran, which I dedicated to my mom. I gave it to my mom for the 9 months of labor. So that at least this is just a point of knowing what I'll do for her in future. After I bought him so many cars and then...
So you made money in football, right?
Oh yes, I would say I made money because in football it's all about after playing, where do you put your head? Yeah, but when it comes to assets, I'm okay. But maybe let's say physical, I might not get enough for you, but for assets, I thank God for how many. Because always I do advise my players, as you are playing, any chance that will come, remember the blocks. Remember the cement, remember the sand. And after football, nobody will sit somewhere and tell you that you wasted your time for playing.
You don't
football.
have a place to sleep.
That's the issue.
Oh, you've done well for yourself. That's quite impressive because there are many people of your playing mates, your colleagues. Some of them are even struggling to make ends meet in life.
Yeah, it's due to the way the ends were coming. You might think that tomorrow it will come. We have a bed, a proverb that we say, whenever it's raining, he said after the rain I'll build. But when the rain finishes, he's good to fly. He will fly everywhere until it rains again. So I didn't want to be like that bed. I wanted to do something down because I foresaw that football is a very short span business. So you quickly do it and then you remove your hand from it.
That's a good one. Then let's talk national team. The national team, despite your... No, I'll come to the national team. Let me stay with the club football. Yeah, because I wanted to go to the national team because despite your how prolific you were in front of goal, I recall that many people actually thought, no, this Black Star striking line is Bequeen's own. But that story will come to it pretty soon. But you left Kumasi Asante Kotoko for Egypt. You went to Procedural. I remember when the stories came up, how disappointing it was that you were leaving.
Zamalek fans too were waiting for me. When I got there, they were like, it's too small for Zamalek. I mean, we have giants like Ahmed Zaki and who is this boy? He's too small. Meanwhile, I was the top scorer in the Ghana Premier League and even in the Confederation Cup as well. They want giants to play with. So I was about to come to Ghana when the agent said, there's a team that wants to have my signature as a which team because I had Russia by then, which was valued for $1 million. So I said, let me come and then just travel to Russia. So the team came in, they said they want to sign me on. So when they signed me, and then I told them, I'm going to prove a point by scoring all those big clubs in Egypt. And I scored Ali, I scored Zamalek, and then I took Petrojet to Africa, 4 matches, 4 goals until I got injured, and then we were moved out of the Confederations Cup. But I was top scorer, I joined top scorer over there too as well, that same season.
How many goals did you score?
I scored 14.
14 goals.
Yeah. And we joined one guy from Senegal. Buba, he was called Buba by then. And I think I was one of the best foreign players to grace the Egyptian league, if not to blow my own horn.
Egypt too didn't help you that much.
Sure.
Because if you look at how your career, if you look at the trajectory of your career, it was like that. Come on, Eric, always scoring goals, scoring goals. But injuries too never helped you.
I think without every car that overspeeds gets accident.
so you had accident.
I had accident on the road. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the legacy that I left was what is more important. And then during my time in Black Star as well, the likes of Asamoah were there. Junior Agogo has finished with 2008.
Matthew Amwa
and co. So I would say it's not only to play for the Black Stars, that's the main mission, but how you position yourself, how you leave a legacy for people to remember you. I'm not sure it would have even chased me here at this sunny moment that we are in now. But because of a certain mark, a certain legacy that I've left, that's why, I mean, great people like you and a great station like Joy are here to, I mean,
no patronize that. It's okay. No patronize that. It's okay. That's a good one. That's a good one there. But any disappointments of not playing for the national team?
Never, because in my life, I don't know what is called disappointment. I have something called a game changer. When in life you don't have a plan B, that's where you have problem. So for me, as I was playing, or as I told you, I have my diploma. I was doing some part-time artworks during my leisure times, and it shouldn't base only on football. Though football doesn't have half time, football is a full-time job. But at least you need to have something that will be moving you. And I can't open all my sack clothes outside for people to know what I'm doing behind the scene. But for now, you only know I'm into coaching now, trying to build the foundation of Ghana football as well.
I'll come to the coaching aspect, but let's stay on the national team. You look at the caliber of players who were there, and you came in. Do you think that you went into the national team at the right time, or if you had gone there at a time, the likes of Samuel Jan, Matthew Samuels and Co were not there, you could have had your way?
Yeah, I think if it was to be today, you know, with the prowess that I was showing by then, I would have had it comfortably over there. But I mean, you can't say anything about.
You can't tell the time that God wants you to be there.
Yeah, because every day is a working day.
Yeah.
So you always have to be ready. Whenever you get a chance, you just produce what you have to do and then leave the rest to God.
I also remember when you came back from Egypt, you played for other local clubs. Hazakes, I remember.
Yeah, Hazakes, I came to Chelsea.
Yes, you played.
When I was being disappointed by the Kotoko management by then, so I decided to go to Chelsea.
Were you hurt?
I was very hurt because I think most of the discussion was for my coming back to Kumasi. That's why I even cancelled my contract in Egypt to come. And then when I got here, he started bringing some hula balloon. He's injured, he's this, he's that. So I was even lucky to play that season. It was because Chelsea was playing in Africa.
Yeah.
So they have, a chance to register more players. That gave me the opportunity to even be in the league that season. So I've been registered on the last closing day, the closing day of the registration.
Of the window.
Yeah, and then I had a chance to register for Chelsea. And I caught House of Folk there, I gave it to them. And some of the fans of Kumasi Asante Kotoko shouted, "Oh, this cripple have scored you. For us, he can't score us." Meanwhile, I was their legend. I was part of the people that gave them that happiness during that time. But I'm not saying all the Kotoko family, but some were, because I foresee that they were hurt. Some were hurt without knowing the inside of the issue itself. So when Kotoko was coming to Brekum, I was sick throughout the week. And everybody was like, "Oh, because he's coming to play against Kotoko, he wants to fake," and all that. They didn't know. When I mean a game too much, that is what happened. It's either I fall sick or I'll miss out of the game or something like that. So I only trained on Saturday and I went to camp on Sunday. And Lord and behold, the two rejected stones, that was Jordan Epoku and myself, we scored the 2 goals in Brekum. And then the same fans were screaming that I was jubilating as I scored my mother I claim my love so much. But you know, in life, you can't be working at ECG and then be taking salary from Waterworks.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. This is where I'm working and I have to give my all to the club Chelsea. And then after I left for Finland, so from Finland and then Coach Basigi came for me. And then I said, I'm tired of Ghana football. I just want to be off of Ghana football. He said he would love my experience and then he wants me to be the second coach on the field.
Oh, okay.
So I was playing and at the same time reading games for him behind. So when I started scoring, they were like, "Hey, the person we thought is Oluma now, look at what he's doing."
Yeah, I remember your game against Techiman City. That was 2016. You scored some wonder free kick.
And we were rehearsing our training, and Basigi was telling us what Eric is doing, it can happen in a game. And then as it came, you can see that it was well orchestrated. It was well planned from the training session before we brought it onto the pitch.
Tell me, why did you cancel your contract with Petrojet?
Yeah, because one, there was the revolution, during the revolution period, like as is happening in Sudan now with Fatah and co. So we had to break for us to come home. But still, because we are under contract, your money should be paid. But I was like, for me to sit, why don't I join another club maybe? Because teams were looking for me, but Petrojet refused it. So when Kotoko came in, I said, it would be a good place to come back again. Then come and help, because Kotoko was also in crisis by then, during the time of KK support. So I wanted to come, and then all those things did happen. So, I mean, I was so hurt. I was so hurt. To God be the truth, I was so hurt. But I thank God, after I couldn't sign to Kotoko, I had a place to relaunch and showcase my qualities.
What did the management do? What did the manager of Kumasi Asante Kotoko do?
Yeah, you know, they told me to come, and then they gave so many promises of when you score a goal, they will give you this. When you assist, when you help the team to go to Africa, they will give you this and that. But it ended up not knowing they were also talking to one player who was playing for Kumasi Asante Kotoko. They were also bargaining for him. He wasn't even an Impong. Impong wasn't around, but they were rather talking
Richard
to
Impong.
Yeah. And I think they were also scared of my velocity, the way the fans love me and all that. Maybe I might bring pressure into the team and all that. Who knows? So when the disappointment came, I said, let me take it in good faith and work on it. And to God be so good. The Go King chapter was part of those out there during that season. Yeah.
You've done well for yourself. Then
Thank you very much.
there was the trip to Finland. How would you describe your days in Finland?
Oh, it was great. I went for 6 months with Francis Akwafo.
Yeah,
and then from then, because it wasn't a bigger team, paying of salaries and wages were, I mean, somewhere problem. Vasa, the club was called Vasa. So we need to come back and then come and relaunch again. You know, the football job is like you being a trotro driver. When your car spoils, you get somebody's own to ride the big before you get your own car. So until we wanted to call it a quit.
Good one. So at what point did you retire?
I was approached by Tofik, your own colleague.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tofik Sianu. He even took me to Basigi.
Oh, you see Basigi?
Eric is available.
Oh, okay.
So he told me after that season, why wouldn't I jump into coaching? Because it seems my knowledge about the game is very high. So it would be better I come into the coaching and then just leave the football. And I wasn't ready though. So Basigi came in, and then the likes of Mesitego, he also came in to advise me, Eric, we are here for you. Whatever advice you need, we are here to be there for you. So you just come into the game. We are here to help you. And then I started with Sokoman at Nsoko. Yeah, that's my first team I ever coached. And God being so good, and through the hard work and then researches and all that, I was able to take them to the middle league.
Oh, okay.
And it was my first time of coaching. So before I came in to do my batch, that's the license D.
Yeah.
And then the likes of Professor Minta and then Mr. Wilson and all those guys, the teachers that were there, they really accepted me, received me so well, and then made things possible, I mean, for me to learn, made everything conducive for me to be able to achieve my goal. Until now, as we speak now, I'm part of the national scouting team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we are still going on, as I'm now with my lovely team that I've just joined.
Is it Union Sportive Avranches?
Avranches, yeah, which is being owned by my former mate, Bene Champon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, who formerly played for Kumasi.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. When he went to, Egypt. Was it to Egypt?
This is E-Vibes, the home away from home edition. We're currently in New Jersey. The weather is beautiful. It's 42 degrees and I am feeling myself. Today I have a special guest that I'll be talking to. She is a gospel minister. She's called Sarah Sings. You must have seen her somewhere on your television or heard her songs on your radio. But today you get to know her the way that you haven't, you know.
heard before or known her before. So I will be taking you through the life of Sarah Sings here at New Jersey. It's Hoboken. It's a beautiful environment. It's a cute place to be. I know I said cute because I'm feeling cute today. Yeah, it's cold. So, I mean, expect more greatness, expect more inspiration, expect more love from us here, all the way from New Jersey. This is Hoboken. It's a beautiful place. You can, you know, whenever you have time and you get to travel to the US, it's a beautiful place, beautiful park, beautiful environment. The water actually is pretty. So, yeah, I gave you an accent there. So stick and stay with me. I will be back with Sarah Sings. I don't know whether we have like anything called a bad weather, but I think we chose a very bad weather to have this conversation. But look at that, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous Sarah Sings. I told you, where we have like a very beautiful, I know it's freezing.
It's freezing. What's
Please.
your jacket?
Well,
I think I need to put mine on.
You know what I wanted to do? I really want to slay.
Oh, and I love it.
I love what you're wearing as well. How long have you been living here? You should put on the...
Yes. I came prepared.
Can you imagine 42 degrees and I think we've dropped a bit.
And you've got your gloves on. That's good.
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Let me hold that for you.
Thank you so much.
It's a beautiful place, Hoboken, and I chose this location for a reason because, you know, you told me at a point that you used to bring your
family
here, and so I said this should be a very nice spot for us to, you know, have this conversation. By the way, good to see you again. The last time I saw you, it was on television. I think you were on Adom TV. You were actually also on Joy Prime.
On Joy Prime.
You've been on all the channels.
Yes.
You were on a media spree.
I was on a media tour.
Yeah. Tell me about what was the reason? You know.
No, I mean, it was intentional. I had to say, my team and I decided that, you know, we had to put my face out there, get in front of people, interact with the people. I know my music is blessing lives, but it's also an opportunity for people to connect to me, to know who I am, and not just about my music, but also to be relatable to the people. So it was very intentional.
So you're a Ghanaian living here in America, so American-based Ghanaian gospel musician.
That's correct.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
And you see, so this is what we're doing here on eVibes. I chose you for a reason. You've been in this music business for a very long time. A lot of people don't know because obviously you're not out there for everybody to see. I know that you have a story, a beautiful story. So we're about to listen to you tell us that story right here on eVibes, how the music business began for you. I know that you're doing something else. You have your own work that you're doing here in America. First of all, let's talk about your work. What do you do here in America? I know that you live here with your family.
Yes, I do. So education-wise, I do have master's in health administration. However, currently I'm working as an IT professional, and I also have a financial services business as well. So, and I'm a mom.
How many kids?
3 boys.
Three boys.
3 boys.
How do you juggle that with your work and now music?
Begs.
You don't want to talk about it. I know.
Listen,
you don't want to know.
No, it would take the whole entire, time. But it's by the grace of God. And honestly, help. Help. You have to have help.
With your background in IT and all the finance and all the things that you're doing, I mean, why music? How did it even start for you?
For me, it's, I like to tell people that I didn't really have a choice.
To sing?
I didn't have much of a choice but to sing.
Okay.
I come from a family of musicians to start.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, my mom was actually a recording gospel artist. She has 8 albums to her name. 8.
Okay.
Yes.
And we know your mom?
Not quite.
Okay.
Not as, famous as others, but she served alongside the Mary Ganses and the Amy Newmans and daughters and all of that. From
Please mention her name. Let's appreciate her.
Diana Asante, Reverend Mrs. Diana Asante. Mom, love you.
I know we're sorry we haven't really paid attention to your craft, but here's your chance to put some more light on your mom. 8 albums.
8 albums. 8
released.
Yes,
wow,
to her name.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, and one of the famous producers in Ghana, Shah. She worked with Shah, yeah.
Oh,
Shah
wow.
is literally like my uncle.
Oh, okay. So,
so
because mommy has the background, you decided that, okay, let me just start that lane. At what point?
No, actually, I have a twist to that story.
Okay.
I did not want to do this.
Okay.
Because of what I saw mom go through. The challenges, the frustration, and all of those things. I saw it firsthand growing up. I saw everything my mom went through, and I actually told myself at a young age that I don't think this is something I want to do. Go into mainstream gospel.
Right.
I didn't want to do it.
Okay.
So that's not what motivated me to start now doing music. But I've always sung in the church, from Sunday school to the youth choir to KNUST, as the lead singer.
Okay.
Our groups back on campus, and a worship leader just across board, 7 in the church.
You know what's going through my mind? I'm like, your accent is different. It's like a United States of America accent. So I didn't even think that she schooled back home in Ghana until you mentioned KNUST. So KNUST, you started singing from there. At what point did you transition to like a recording artist?
Okay, so that was after I came to the U.S. So I had an opportunity to further my education. So I came, still serving in the church, and all along from my childhood, I'm receiving prophecies about, what God wants to use me to do. And like I said, I was shying away from it.
Okay.
And one day I had a dream, and that just changed everything.
Okay.
What God told me in that dream is what started my music ministry.
Wow.
So I had no other choice than to obey the voice of God. And heed to the call.
And here we are.
Here we are.
So apart from Good God that I'm currently enjoying, forgive me, it's my favorite.
Oh, that's good.
Apart from that, since you began ministry, how many songs do you have to your credit? Do we have any albums?
So we're currently working on my maiden album.
Okay.
But we have 4 singles now. Never Failing.
Never Failing.
Let Him In.
Let Him In.
At Your Feet.
Let Him In actually is one powerful song. I listened to it, I know, I don't sing, so sometimes it's difficult for me.
No, don't worry.
So we have Never Failing, we have Let Him In, we have
At Your Feet.
At Your Feet.
We have Toda.
We have Toda.
And now Good God. Making it 5.
So 5.
Yes.
You can have an album.
Yes.
Or an EP or something. What are you waiting
for?
No,
we're doing the album. It's coming out very soon. So
okay.
Definitely watch out for it. It's going to be my maiden album. I can't wait.
What goes into, creating music? Now that, we all know that it's a calling, you had a dream, and here we are. You're trying to work and juggle it with family and everything, the whole process. Tell me about how it works for you. Do you write your own music?
We should sit down for this.
Okay.
Because it's going to be a long conversation.
Please have a seat.
All right.
Have it prepared for us.
Thank you.
We're in New Jersey.
Yes.
When you look across the lake, that is New York.
New York. Bags. You've been looking around.
Oh, please.
You've been looking around.
I think you should put on the glasses.
Yes.
Just so you don't have, the sun all over your face.
Yes.
Oh, this is nice.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. You're very fashionable.
Well, it's a little talent of mine.
That's why I decided to look extremely good.
I love your glasses.
Oh, you too. Oh, I think we're almost matching.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
the
nice.
frames are similar.
Before you continue your story, let's talk about, your fashion sense.
Yes.
Well, because today, for a gospel musician,
well, a girl's a girl.
Okay.
And I'm an artist, by the way.
Okay.
I went to school for arts. I did painting, I did textile work, I did jewelry, like integrated arts.
You see, if I hadn't asked, we wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
And so when you're stepping out, what, goes into, what you wear.
I always have a vision of what I want to look like for every occasion.
Okay.
Whether it's to church or administration or, just a day out or coming to meet you. Right?
Superstar.
It's a little cold. I wanted to, dress warm, but still fashionable. So, yeah.
And now we're struggling.
A little bit.
I know,
hey,
but we'll be fine.
Beauty is pain, but a girl's got to look good.
Yeah, and this great-looking lady sitting in front of me, telling her story of where she's coming from and where she's gotten to and where she will be going to. You were talking to me about how you began the whole music thing. We spoke about your song. I was, talking about whether you write your own songs and how do you do that since you started this music business.
Yes, so every musician has their own writing process. I do write my own songs.
Okay.
And for me, I like to say that I receive my calls because I don't really have the gift of sitting to write music.
Okay.
I can, but the music just flows to me. I could be doing anything in the kitchen, cooking, having a little prayer time and worship. Yeah. Sometimes even driving or walking around, doing whatever. God speaks to us in different ways and at different times. Sometimes even in the shower.
Okay.
I receive my song. So my phone is always with me because this is my saving grace. As soon as the Lord drops a song in my spirit, I pick up my phone, I record it. I could get one part of a song today and get the other part like a month later. And then I work with my team, we put it all together.
Then, so, for instance, Lift Me song.
Let Him In?
Let Him In song. What inspired that song?
Yes, I was sitting behind my desk. I will never forget. I was sitting behind my desk working.
Okay.
And as I'm working, I'm listening to music, I'm worshiping, and then just a message dropped in my spirit that, as people, we seek after so many things, seeking after God, and we're praying to God for this one thing or the other. And sometimes God is speaking to us, but we're hesitant. We're not open to receive what He's saying or to let Him in, right? And there are people also who need salvation. When God is calling out to you, He's knocking at the door of your heart. He says, open up and let me in. So it applies to all types of people, all walks of life. God is ready to touch you, to heal you. All He's asking you to do is to open up and let Him in.
Oh, wow.
So that's how the song was birthed out. So I picked up my phone, started recording, got with my keyboardist, putting a few melodies together, and then went to my producer, and a beautiful, powerful song was birthed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because I've always been wondering how the process, how musicians like yourself get your music.
Yes.
The new one with MOG, which is making waves. Good God.
Yes.
Obviously, God is good.
Yeah. Ain't nobody do me like
I love the dashiki whole
Hoodie.
representation that we have in that video, which is, by the way, on your screens right now.
Right now, everywhere, all over the place.
Wow. Tell me about it. Was Emoji your first the person you collaborated with?
No, no. So on my song before Good God, which is At Your Feet, I featured Pastor Isaiah Fusukwachi Jr.
Okay.
He was my first feature. So Emoji is my second feature.
Second feature.
Yes, on Good God.
And looking at the industry, how is it treating you? Well, officially, because you've been in the industry not too long. You've been behind the scenes
very for a long time.
But now that we're seeing you in the media, how is it treating you? How is the whole gospel music industry back home in Ghana treating you? How do you find it?
It's been good. I mean, I would say that the reception is good, but it's not without its fair challenges.
So we're still here inside New Jersey. I'm here with Sarah Sings. She is a gospel musician. Well, I don't know why they like to call themselves gospel ministers, but whatever it is, she's still the beautiful Sarah Sings, and she is on the Home Away from Home edition of E-Vibes, and it's very cold. Let me just put that on the record. It's cold in America.
Freezing.
It's cold in America. But Sarah, I know that people, or everywhere you go, they will be asking. It's a cliche now. What are your long-term plans for the music industry? What are you, or where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? I need to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans? What
Definitely.
are the plans for you?
I have a lot of plans. My plans is to, venture out more.
Okay.
Get more into people's homes, people's cars, people's hearts with the gospel. Through my music and other avenues that God gives me. I do have other things that I do.
Okay.
Aside the music.
I know that you have a show.
Yes.
Okay. So you will be you actually be signing out E-Vibes for us because you're your own presenter.
Nice.
Sizzles is the show. Currently it's on which channels?
Footprint TV.
Footprint TV.
And also airs on my YouTube
channel. Can we have the names first before I...
Sarah Sings.
Okay.
On YouTube. Sizzles is on every Sunday. And also on Footprint at 3 p.m. GMT.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
And with repeats on Tuesdays as well.
Okay. Okay. So you can check Sizzles out. And what exactly do you do on the show? Is it like my show?
Well,
this is presenter to presenter talk.
We do look fabulous every time, right? But we don't sit out in the cold.
Okay. Well,
unfortunately, no. But it's a great show.
Okay.
It's a Christian-based programming, of course. My objective for doing the show was to help someone. With what I had hoped that someone would have helped me with.
Okay.
In coming to mainstream gospel, I did not have the guidance in the very beginning. I have that now.
Right.
But I had, of course, spiritual guidance, my spiritual father, my parents. Yes, that was there. But someone to really guide me when it comes to the gospel music industry, I did not have that. So I'm hoping that my show would be that opportunity for someone else to encourage you, because let's be honest, people see the glitz and glamour. You're on stage looking fabulous and ministering, and lots of people been blessed, but they don't get to see the behind the scenes. They don't get to see your story. How did you get here? And so the younger generation is being fed with all of the flashy things and the likes and all of the views and all these things, but they don't get to understand the process that gets you to that point. So everyone I have on my show, I've had Celestine Donko, Efe Grace, all of these people, to give the opportunity for them to share their journey, their process, in hopes that will help encourage somebody else and let them know that when they're facing the hard times and the challenging moments, it's part of the process to build you to where God needs you to be, and not for you to give up. and stick to it. And of course, we have fun on the show.
You cook.
We
as
cook.
Well. Oh, you get to eat on the show.
Yes.
You don't get to eat here. Could have gotten some coffee, but
some coffee, some croissant.
Yeah.
You know, that would have been great.
Yeah.
But we do cook in the kitchen.
Yeah.
My guests prepare their favorite meals.
And then they sing.
And then they minister, they sing.
I've been paying attention to the show.
Nice.
And so you should pay attention as well. I was talking about Good God, the song earlier. How did you get emoji on the song though? Was it stressful? You know, he was actually on the show.
Yes.
Yeah, not too long ago.
I saw that episode.
He had a really interesting story, you know, of growing up and all of that.
Yeah.
Now he's, you know, a superstar. And did he stress you?
No, he did not.
Okay.
He did not. He's a wonderful person.
Okay.
So we reached out to him. It was that easy. My team, my manager reached out to Emoji's team, and we were able to make things work. I was going to be in Ghana, so it was a great opportunity to work on the song and shoot the video as well, which is amazing.
Yeah, I've seen the video. You should check the video out. Sarah saying on YouTube, you should check it out. It's actually here as well. We'll give you the opportunity, but we won't play a lot, so you have to go there and check it out.
Check it out.
So, because you mentioned that, you know, you go to Ghana and all of, how challenging is that, juggling with work here and then trying to touch base with people back home, your people back home, the people that you're trying to, you know, send these messages to? How difficult is it? How do you juggle? Do you like take leave days off?
Yeah.
And then do it in like...
yeah, you have to take time off from work. Sometimes it's without pay. I mean, it's without pay. It's vacation. You're not working, so you're not getting paid. And you're spending money to travel to Ghana. You have your ticket. You have, you know, projects you're going to be working on that you have to, you know, fund.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it's a necessary thing to do to get your message and your music out there. Because the goal is to reach the world, not just where you are. So we're working hard here, but we also have to work hard back home in Ghana and in other parts as well. So we're going to be venturing out into other countries. Yes.
That would be amazing. That should be the events that you might be coming up with.
Yes.
Or the events that you might be billed onto. I know that you've been billed for, you know, a couple of events that you played on a couple of shows and all of that. Are you looking forward to, you know, creating your own so that we might show up?
We're working on it, and I will need you there. I will need everyone there.
I'm everywhere.
No, we're working on that. We're going into the next year, and that's definitely something that we're going to be doing.
Okay.
You know, I do minister at a lot of churches, and you know, Celestine Donko was in New York, right in our backyard.
I know. Right there.
Not too long ago, and I had the opportunity to minister along with her and some other amazing ministers as well. So it's been great, and I look forward to it. My maiden concert is coming up next year. It's going to be amazing. We're going to be having auditions here in the U.S., in Ghana, and other places as well. So.
Great. Coming down here to the U.S., I realize how people are loving their. They just help you. They're very open. They're grateful. They're always quick to say thank you. They're always quick to lend you a helping hand.
Yes.
They're welcoming.
Very welcoming.
And what other things do you think that we're missing out? You know, some of the culture shocks that you might, you know, want us to know about here in America.
It's home away from home. So everything in Ghana you can find here in the U.S. as well. I mean, when it comes to food, it's definitely not the same. Have you had? No. You don't have to eat junk food. Every once in a while, yeah.
Yeah, there's Ghana. There's the Ghana section of things in the shop. Yeah, I've seen that.
We have the African markets. You know, you make your own fufu, not like pounded back home.
Yeah.
it's good. I mean, it's home away from home, and Ghanaians have built a huge community. And we support each other, you know, when it comes to not just music and the gospel, but just family. We're family.
Speaking of family, I know that they've been very supportive because, I mean, they must be supportive for you to be doing what you're doing right now.
Absolutely.
So tell me about your family, your husband. Maybe say shout out to your husband and your
shout out to the hubby. Yes. Shout out to the hubby. My amazing husband has been very, very supportive. You know, I'm here with you today, you know, because he's back home with the children. You know, dropping them off at school, picking them up. You cannot do this on your own. You need a village. You need a community to rally around you. So I shared with you earlier, I have 3 boys. And they were actually in my music video.
Oh, I didn't
God.
see that. Oh,
did you see the kids?
Shout outs, everybody.
Yes. I'm shaking.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break. We need coffee. So we'll be back.
He's reaching out right now, ready.
So whilst we get our coffee, I hope we get it soon. What would be your advice to your 20-year-old self? I know that you're not 20 now. Your advice, life generally. I mean, there's a lot going on in this 21st century. We need the advices from, you know, public figures like yourself, and also people who are looking forward to come into the industry. I mean, the music industry. I think this is,
my 20-year-old self. Figure out who you are. Who God called you to be. And stick to it.
Figure out who you are, God called you to be, and stick to it. How do I even know that this is what God has called me to do? Because, you know, it's sometimes confusing. You know, you have to figure it out at what age?
For me?
Yeah.
I think for me it was around age 20.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
How do you figure it out? I say have a relationship with God.
Yeah.
You know, if you have your own personal walk with God, God talks to us. You would agree, right? Sometimes we say something told me, something told me. It's not something, it's God. It's the Holy Spirit, it's someone. Right? And what God wants you to be, He speaks to you about it, He ordains it. Orders your step in that direction. Stop getting distracted by friends and what everybody else is doing. What do you think your life should look like? You know? We get so distracted. Wait, this person is getting married. This person is doing this. Let me go do some. What has God told you to do? Figure that out. And stick to it.
Wow. That's nice. You know, we're walking down to get coffee and I'm thinking, look at us, we're shaking.
It's freezing.
It's freezing cold. Personally, I'm trying to stay focused and not feel like or act like I'm not feeling I am freezing. I have to say that out. A lot of people, we're not, you know, honest in our dealings. It's one of the things that when I got here, got to America, I noticed that a lot of people are not honest in what they do. They make living here look so flashy. You know, we think back home that it's rosy out here. Yes, the system works, which I agree, but people have to work hard, very hard. You know, to get whatever it is that they have to get the $1. You see somebody, so I'm rushing out, and
Newsfile is brought to you in association with MTN.
Everywhere you go.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
Star Assurance, your solid partner.
Ghana's most useful app. Hubtel is everything you.
Visit the St. Thomas Eye Hospital and get advice on which treatment works best for you.
Fernart Ghana. Think wood. Think Fernart.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Newsfile. So last night, the Finance Ministry confirmed that $600 million from the International Monetary Fund hit the Bank of Ghana account. Now, that is the first tranche of a $3 billion package approved by the fund's executive board this week. It has been 10 months making. Already, the cedi is strengthening against the dollar, and the credibility and confidence the economy lost over the last year may be easing. Those are the positives, but this deal also comes with a huge cost. In the last 48 hours, we have removing exemptions, increasing progressivity in personal income taxes, automatically adjusting fuel levies by exchange rate movement or inflation, and containing the wage bill by limiting wage increases and hiring are but a few of the challenges and burden we all must bear on this long road ahead. So this morning, we will fully explore the benefits, but also the cost, the conditions, and the impact. Now, a week ago today, the main opposition, National Democratic Congress, was already 2 hours into its presidential and parliamentary primaries. In the end, former President John Mahama won an emphatic victory. The story was, however, different for more than 15 incumbent NDC MPs who lost their primaries and will not have another opportunity to contest in the 2024 general elections. Then came the torrent of complaints from many of the winning candidates that party executives had interfered in the process in a bid to have their favorites elected. Some, like former Minority Chief Whip Muntaka Mubarak, said it will be difficult to forgive. Sam George and Felix Kwachifosu charged the Asiru Nketia-led National Executive Team to enforce discipline. And then there is the Dr. Kwabena Dufo element. So on the back of these primaries, is the NDC really ready for 2024? And how will the outcome of these primaries affect its fortunes next year? My name is Evans Mensah, and my guest and I will dissect the issues after this. Samson is away today, and she'll be back next week. Stay with us.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Pascal's showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that the wells can store many, many messages. the boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded your contact center yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Introduce DBS Light Steel Gauge Trusses. Emma, they say if you baby, I say, Yama minimum the day. And you know you dance. And no crow, no sending near Benina and your papa. Sa DBS Light Steel Gauge Trusses. Yet the computer na generate. Inti and Nadine goes for a straight. And if it's a Nadinti, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer, a fable. Finito. More musicians saw that. More music factories, and as a dark is Biano, may recommend DBS Trust. DBS Trust. Finito.
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything. Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Hi, good day. Your friend is Dr. Victor Nana Dankwa because every Big Dank Healthcare. And probably then call for hospital like catch up some liver and kidney related conditions. Obi on my so fatty liver. Obi on my catching so when you hydronephrosis. Obi on my catching so when you pyelonephritis, which is inflammation of the kidneys. Obi on my catching say the kidney so be a major now. Obi on my send the creatinine and I send the GFR. And until we so how now sit me tatai. I feel don't send me an atom. Johnson now be Johnson, we say phone be about training. Kawakuma to him. And until now, Vigdan Healthcare, Yabase, yet an alternative way so ever so yare.
So over Vigdanka, it was serene environment with ultra modern facilities. And so share there was Painters, Coca-Cola Roundabout, close to Fidelity Bank, Stanchart Ichironoma.
And thank you for staying with us on JoyNews, Joy 99.7 FM, myjoyonline.com, and across our social media platforms. Now, before we get down to business, I have a brief note to Samson's Take. Now, last Saturday, a picture of someone else was mistakenly displayed during Samson's Take for Kafui Semevo of the DVLA, who was commended as a consummate communications professional for clarifying that one has to be given 24 hours to produce their driver's license instead of impounding their vehicle unlawfully. The error is regretted. This picture is Kafui Semebo. That's a picture on your screens there. That's Kafui Semebo and the one meant to be displayed. Now, let's get down now to business. Joining me for our IMF conversation here on Newsfile today is somebody I've always looked forward to hosting myself in person, by the way, because of the way she makes economics very accessible. I was telling her just before we came on there that if she was my economist teacher, I would have become an economist instead of a journalist. Dr. Priscilla Chumisi-Bafo is an economist and senior lecturer, Department of Economics, University of Ghana, Lagos. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, I missed the opportunity to be your teacher. I was several years too early, so I'm grateful that you could join me. Also joining us pretty shortly is Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam. He's a Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, and he will join us pretty soon. We'll be joined in the studio later by John Abdullahi Jinapor. He is the Member of Parliament for Yape Kusogu constituency and member of the Finance, Mines and Energy Committees of Parliament. We're grateful that you could join us. Dr. Tue Champon is an economist and political risk analyst, and he joins us via Zoom. You can see him in shot right now. I'm grateful, Doc, for joining us here on Newsfile. As I said at the beginning, later, we would also get into the NDC conversation right after the primaries. We'll be joined in that particular conversation by John Jinapor, who obviously will stay with us and do a crossover, and then Richard Ahiagba, who is a Director of Communications of the New Patriotic Party. You don't want to miss that second part. Dr. Tue Champon, as you know, is a political risk analyst. I'm sure he's been analyzing the outcome and the implications for next year. I remember in 2020, we partnered his firm to do a fantastic analysis in speaking to people and analyzing outcomes. So I'm looking forward to his thoughts on this also. So stay with us for that conversation. Let's start with the IMF program. And for those of you who may have missed the real conversations during the week, this is just to refresh your memory.
We are running a budget deficit. We are also agreeing for zero financing for that. So to continue to support the programs that we have is where the $600 million will be deployed. I think going forward, the issue of efficiency of government and efficiency of services to the people are going to be key, and therefore finding ways of ensuring that we're efficient in our deployment that we have. So that's going to be key. I think for all of us in Ghana to really internalize that there's a new era with regards to our own behavior, re-engineering, and the type of inputs that we have, moving towards food security, so the importation of rice and poultry and tomatoes, etc., are brought down, and we produce those ourselves. That really will signal a new way forward that will increase the resilience and sustainability of the program.
I'll focus my brief remarks on three issues this afternoon. First, from the perspective of the central bank, and for that matter, the government of Ghana. The approved IMF support program should not be seen as about the money alone, that is the budget support that comes with the approval. While that helps with the current reserves profile for the central bank, what matters most is the fact that the program sets out a set of policy and structural reforms that should help Ghana to reset our economic policy fundamentals, which was dislodged by the crisis over the last year or so. These deep-seated reforms should re-anchor policy and embed irreversibility in our policy outcomes and ensure that buffers are rebuilt to make our economy more resilient. The second point follows from the first, that this is now the time to begin the work. The program approval is just the beginning of the real work of building Ghana better. And thirdly, the Executive Board's approval of the support program yesterday, especially if you look at the time frame within which Ghana secured this approval. It's an indication of the strong government's political will and commitment to the reform agenda. The painful sacrifice of Ghanaians, especially through some of the measures such as the domestic debt exchange, which has also helped us reach these conclusions very quickly. So we have reached a point where our key stakeholders should come through very quickly with their support to give meaning to the catalytic role of the fund and help build Ghana better. We see here a clear demonstration of burden sharing, including macro and structural reforms and the domestic debt restructuring. We're looking forward to and continuing to count on an expedited process to conclude the remaining negotiations on external debt restructuring to ensure that Ghana quickly gets the full benefits and complements of these reforms to underpin the policy resetting agenda. We have reached a point where our key stakeholders should come through very quickly with their support to give meaning to the catalytic role of the fund and help build Ghana better. We see here a clear demonstration of burden sharing, including macro and structural reforms and the domestic debt restructuring. We're looking forward to and continuing to count on an expedited process to conclude the remaining negotiations on external debt restructuring to ensure that Ghana quickly gets the full benefits and complements of these reforms to underpin the policy resetting agenda.
And that there is the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Adesing. And there's something he said that struck me in all that what you just heard there, that it's not really about the money. Don't focus about the $600 million. It's about taking an opportunity of this latest IMF program to reset the economy. We'll talk about that. What should that look like? But I'm sure you know the news file is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, MTN everywhere you go, Ashasi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa, Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 31 years, My Way Insurance, dial *165# on the MTN to join, Duraplast, how you get your water matters. Remember, where Duraplast goes, water flows. And DBS Industries Roofing, fear. I will start with you, Dr. Chimesi Bafo, on what happened last night, where the money, the finance ministry confirmed that the $600 million hit our accounts. I mean, how important is that? Before we even open up, that is the first manifestation of this deal that the board approved. How important is that money, considering where we are now in the economy?
Thank you once again, Evans, and good morning to your viewers and listeners again. I believe that it is important and that the money has come at the right time. Why is that? Because as at last week thereabout, we were aware that the reserves of the central bank was about 3 weeks of import cover. And that meant that if nothing came in immediately, possibly it could have come in with a lot of speculation and people rushing in, and the whole uncertainty around that environment is something that is not needed in economic management. So indeed, this comes in at the right time. I believe that Ghana, as the governor indicated, has a lot of goodwill globally. Everybody wants to see the shining star of Africa do well. So in terms of that, and the evidence also points that whenever we have embarked on any fund-assisted program, we excel. The challenge has always been when we exit, then what happens? The indiscipline tends to creep in, and then we do not build resilience, and then with the slightest shock, we find ourselves wanting and we go back. So I think that it came in at the right time. I mean, when you compare other countries such as Zambia and Sri Lanka and others, Ghana's deal has come in at a record time. And I think that whether we should, it's not a time to celebrate. It is a call for us to take advantage of the goodwill we have to do the right things going forward.
Yeah, and that last bit is interesting because Dr. Joy Champo, I want to bring you in. You were with me on PM Express this week when Dr. Chumesi Bafo's other colleague, Professor Godfrey Bokwing, used the expression, well, it's not time to pop the champagne just yet. But the reality is, if you consider what Zambia went through, 2 years, and they're currently still struggling, to do this in 10 months, it's significant, is it not?
No, so there are two quick things to that, right? So Zambia first applied to the G20 framework in February of 2021. And then in August of 2020, they got that 38-month ECF program. So they also have an IMF program just like us, right? But what they've got to do beyond that is getting those creditor agreements, the external creditors to agree on the various reprofiling or the relief that would be granted them. And this is where they are stuck at the moment. So Ghana, likewise, we've gotten a program, we've gotten some release of funding, but all the subsequent releases of funding, they're all contingent on meeting certain program benchmarks. And one of the key things is actually getting the external creditors, both the bilateral ones, so the Paris Club in China, as well as the private creditors, the Eurobond guys, to agree to some form of, restructuring of the terms. So that's the distinction there, that both of them have a fund program. Both Ghana and Zambia have got to do a debt restructuring exercise. And if probably there's any lesson from Zambia, is the fact that the external debt restructuring exercise often can be complicated. And when you look at Ghana's one, with what we have committed ourselves to under this IMF program, the very first table under the summary document, that 126-page document that they produced, right? There is a table there that shows you the proposed program financing commitments. And between 2023 and 2026, we have a financing gap of $15 billion. In 2023 alone, it's $4.2 billion. Out of that $4.2 billion, $1.7 billion is going to be coming from the IMF, the World Bank, and other sort of financing partners. But $2.5 billion, so that's 60% of that $4.2 billion, is financing that we haven't gotten yet. It's all contingent on the conclusion of the external debt restructuring. So those deferred interest payments and principal, or you name it. And if we're not able to get those monies coming in, $2.5 billion in 2023, another $2.2 billion in 2024, and so forth and so on, then we might then become stuck in the same process as Zambia and others, are struggling with. So that's just a bit of clarification there.
Dr. Chumesi Bafo, he's right. I mean, because you look at the point 3 under the release that came in, it says securing timely debt restructuring agreements with external creditors will be essential for the successful implementation of the new ECF arrangement. And in other words, yes, we have the deal, 600 million had come in, but to get anything more, it would be critical now to get external creditors to agree. But many will say, well, if you look at the commitment from China and the Paris Club, of course, then you have to go to the Eurobond, investors also to try and restructure. Should this be of concern, considering Joy Champon's point about the Zambia example? They're still stuck now because, yes, they got the deal like us, but they haven't received the funding yet because they haven't managed to restructure fully.
Essentially, I acknowledge Theo's concern, and I believe that in terms of restructuring of the external debt, it is not as easy or simple as compared to the domestic debt restructuring, where essentially it got to the point of whether it's a take it or leave it situation. The external debt restructuring, it's a difficult one. You are dealing with different parties. With the bilateral creditors, I believe that there is still, at the moment, Ghana has put a moratorium on servicing office debt and all that, declared bankruptcy in that regard. When it comes to commercial creditors, I know that the government would have to deal with, for example, the London Club, where you are looking at individual commercial creditors. It's a bit tricky, but there are different approaches. I would tread on a more optimistic perspective that indeed it will be difficult, but I think that when we get our act together and get to organize things, it shouldn't be an impossibility. The fact that Zambia is struggling to deal with it should serve as a lesson to us for us going forward. I think there are a number of issues that are there. Are we going for debt conversion, for example? What are the implications? Essentially, I mean, we are doing this for the first time as a country, so it's uncharted waters. Yeah. But I think that whatever it is, we have a deal, at least on the reserve side now. There is no pressure on our balance of payment position. We can organize a few things domestically whilst we proceed on the foreign aspect. But in all this, I think that as a country, what lessons are we learning? I think it is critical. We should not get to this point again.
Yeah, and I'm going to come to that. I'll start with the Bank of Ghana's caution that don't just, celebrate that the money had arrived, but take the opportunity this time to reset the economy. And he laid out what that would look like. Guess who has joined me in the studio? Hello, John Jinapo. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You good?
Well, it's not easy. It's tough, but we're managing.
Well, I mean, when we say, well, the toughness is about to ease a bit, right? I mean, the deal is here. 600 million hit the Bank of Ghana account last night. The path to recovery is now clear. Come on.
Which burden is going to reduce? I want to know. Is it the cost of living? Is it prices, wages, taxes? We're talking of the ordinary Ghanaian. What is going to lessen in terms of burden on the ordinary Ghanaian? It's not about how fast a deal has been reached or how slow it has been reached. It's about the impact of this document on the ordinary Ghanaian. If you spend 3 months buying a rickety car, and I spent 6 months buying a robust, strong car, you dare not tell me that because you spent 6 months buying a rickety car, you are better off. Don't forget, if you look at page 5, our import cover had reduced to 0.5 months of imports. That is how bad the situation was. Look, this country was on the verge of collapse. It simply meant that our balance of payment position has been so decimated, so precarious that if the IMF had not come in immediately, this country would have just, and it has rippling effect. Normally, we're supposed to restructure our debt before the IMF program. That was the situation. But now they've decided that, look, throw some 600 at them and let's see how they can restructure the debt. Even the domestic component that Doc says might not be so difficult. We haven't been able to achieve that. That's a fact.
But they finished it.
The minister has just written. He's written that there will be another round to pensioners. He wrote. Even after the so-called 85%.
They made a proposal to the pension fund.
Why is he making that proposal? He signed off and said, as for pensions, won't touch them. Reduce the threshold, achieve 85% of the reduced threshold, not the original target. Don't forget there was an original target. Realizing that there was upheaval, he exempted pensioners and then exempted some bondholders. And then out of that amount that was left, he achieved 85 and started jubilating. Went to the IMF, came back and wrote a letter that no, we have to sit down again. So even and it's in the document. If you read the document properly, it tells you that the domestic component is not over yet. So even the domestic component that you have a foothold of, government has not been able to deal with that. The external portion.
I guess you can divide into two. The first part is complete and sealed. In their conversation with the pension funds, when the exemption, they had a clause in there that says they will re-engage in accordance with the fiscal measures going forward, etc. That is what they've triggered in these conversations with them to bring them back. And I know that it's been considered. There are various views on it.
The domestic bonds themselves are not even being serviced.
They've paid quite a bit of that. The coupons.
I'm saying that the coupons have not been paid.
Not all, of course.
Yes, so there's a problem there. Yeah. Government is defaulted even with domestic coupon payments. Yeah. And in finance, normally, government will not default on domestic coupons. Worst case scenario, they'll print more money. For the first time in my life, I'm hearing government default in this manner with domestic bonds. This is the first time. I've never seen that. It is the first time I'm seeing government default when it comes to domestic coupons under the Fourth Republican dispensation. Put that aside. The foreign component, government on the 19th of December 2022 unilaterally decided it won't pay again. It's not been paying. Government has not been servicing its external component of both commercial and bilateral. And in this document, and strangely, I don't know why they choose to do so, they would exempt the multilateral component from the debt restructuring. And the multilateral component has to do with the IMF, the World Banks, and those. But as for the bilateral and the commercial, i.e. the Eurobonds, they've stopped servicing the debt and they want to go for a renegotiation. So first of all, you are going to the table with very bad faith. The minister went to China and came back empty-handed. He went to China. So look.
But now China has agreed, and together with the Paris Club,
we don't know
where we're going to get to.
We don't know where we're going to get to. And like Dr. Teo rightly pointed out, he referred to, I think his table, I will extract the table even as I talk. There's a table that tells you of the funding gap. 2023 is 4.2 billion, 2024 3.3 billion, 2025 4.2 billion, 2026 3.2 billion. And the financing from external debt restructuring moves from 2.4 billion, 2.1 billion, 3.1 billion, close to 10 billion. You must achieve that debt restructuring. That is not a small task. And I don't know why they agreed to it. It's not a small task. But when you even come to Ghana here, utility tariffs must be increased or adjusted quarterly. Taxes, individual taxes must be adjusted upward. The Bank of Ghana has committed that to keep increasing the prime rate to fight inflation. It is here. So you are going to have monetary tightening, and you are going to have fiscal tightening as well. And if you read the Bank of Ghana's Monetary Policy Committee report, investments has reduced from 80 billion to 64 billion. So you are beginning to see the pass-through effect of these tight fiscal consolidation measures. Even wages, they've committed that they will not be increasing wages in a commensurate manner. So you're going to see your taxes go up. You're going to see your wages not being increased in a commensurate manner. You're going to see petrol at the pumps, diesel going up. You're going to see electricity tariffs going up. So we're going to push more people into the poverty bracket. So when you read this document carefully, it tells you that government must prepare for social unrest and social upheaval.
And we'll come to drilling down the specifics as to how it relates to you. But we'll also look at their positives. I mean, one of which we'll discuss, the cedi is beginning to stabilize. So they are looked at the graph.
But don't forget about the cedi stability.
Yeah, I'll come to that substantively.
Laterally,
I'll come to that substantively.
Decide that you won't service your debt.
Yeah, I'll come to that substantively.
Your currency will stabilize.
I'll come to that substantively as we begin to dissect it a bit more. But Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, Minister of State Finance Ministry, joins us on phone. Thanks, Dr. Amin Adam, for your time on Newsfile.
Well, thank you, Ivan.
I mean, let's start with what happened last night. I mean, you can confirm, can you not, that the 600 million hit the accounts, all right?
Yes, 600 million hit the accounts of the Bank of Ghana yesterday.
Okay, good. And how is government taking this in terms of the use to which you want to put that immediately?
Well, I think that we've explained that the program has two multifaceted outcomes that we expect to achieve. Number one, we want to be able to promote growth, and therefore the money will be used for budget support. But at the same time, we want to also strengthen our balance of payment position. And to that extent, the money is coming through the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana will supply the equivalent to the government use in the budget. And so you are going to start seeing some relief in terms of financing in the budget. So we are able to meet the financing gap of the budget. And then also we should expect the cedi to get stronger and stronger. Already over the last 6 months, Bloomberg has reported that the cedi is the best performing currency out of 150 currencies across the world. And so with the flow of the IMF money and other resources that will flow into the country, we expect the currency to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, and yesterday, the finance minister at the press briefing, this must have been on Thursday, made the point that the 600 million, once it hits, will be used for financing programs. Can you clarify that? When you say financing programs, what did he mean?
Well, the budget has programs and projects which already have been approved by Parliament. And when we talk of budget support, we have a financing component. Of course, there's a deficit that we have to finance. We would have gone to borrow to finance that deficit. And so with the IMF money coming in, it will go to support same projects, road projects, railway projects, medical facilities, telecommunication, etc., etc. So these are the projects that have been approved already in the budget.
Okay, clarify again for me. I asked that because the primary reason we were told for going to the IMF was to get balance of payment support, and where, if you look at the IMF document, it specifies how precarious our reserves are currently, and import cover, etc. If you're going to use the 600 million for roads and projects, etc., that possibly doesn't address the primary challenge, the existential threat of the import cover and the reserves question. Can you reconcile that?
No, I think in the past, the IMF support has gone to provide balance of payment and support. The Bank of Ghana will just receive the money and then use that to build their reserves. Now you're having two full benefits. The money comes to the Bank of Ghana account, and the Bank of Ghana will also give cedis. And it is not just on the spot. The cedi, the release of cedis by the Bank of Ghana is going to be over time. And so you certainly will have the reserve position being strengthened, while you also receive the cedi equivalent of the dollars to be received by the Bank of Ghana to finance programs and projects approved in the budget.
That's a very important clarity, and I'll get Doc's reaction to that. But first to you, now he's giving clarity what the money will be used for, roads, etc., and projects.
I've just opened to the budget appendix 3A, summary of central government operations 2023, page 189. Are you confirming on this program today that this 600 million would be used for road construction payments, like you are saying? Can you confirm that on authority on this program so that we have that on record?
I think he said that.
No, I just want him to clarify that.
Well, I need to hear what I said.
But he said that.
Please, can you I just want that, because it's not here.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't see that here. I've checked.
No,
Look.
if you didn't hear what I said, that is fine. But
Okay, I didn't hear. Can you re-echo that for us?
The public heard what I said.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm a panelist. I didn't hear. I'm a panelist.
No, I mean, I did because I'm the moderator. Let me do that. He said that he mentioned a host of things, including roads.
So it's confirmed that the minister says this 600 part of it will be used to pay for road construction.
Yeah, it includes roads. He mentioned that.
So we'll get that in the budget outtakes. I know that will not happen, but let's keep that.
Okay, let me quickly get clarity on that. Dr. Chumesi Bafo, so now we have clarity on what the 600 million will be used for, and that's an important point. Now the minister has said a host of things, including government infrastructure and programs, including roads, etc.
Essentially, my understanding of the IMF program is that it's a balance of payment support that the funding comes in for. So the BOG will receive it, and then in that regard, it will support our foreign reserves position, and then we will use that in the management of the foreign exchange market and interventions here and there. But indeed, it is funding that is coming in, and it is not just going to sit in the vault of the Bank of Ghana, but I know that it also comes in a form of, it can also come in a form of budgetary support. But from what the minister is saying, I'm not too clear, because there is also the World Bank support in this deal, where I have read that the World Bank is targeting a $900 million support to the budget, because essentially there is a financing gap in the budget based on the fact that Ghana does not have market access. So it needs to be filled. And in that regard, that is what needs to be done. But I am a bit not too clear with regards to this funding going into road construction and infrastructure.
Thankfully, the minister is on, so let's get that clarity for you. Dr. Meda, do you want to try and give Dr. Chumesi Bafo some clarity on it?
Yes, of course. So the money is coming through the Bank of Ghana, and as I speak, we all know that the money landed in the account of the Bank of Ghana. But the Bank of Ghana will give to the equivalent when we call on it, because you call on it to also support your budget. And if you read the IMF program document very well, there is budget support component of it. And so it is a fact that even though it's coming through the Bank of Ghana, and the Bank of Ghana will also release it to the government, the purpose of the government taking this money is to be able to use it for budget support. We have the financing component of our budget, 2023 budget. And this is why we continue to say that the IMF program has catalytic effect. Because of our application for the IMF-supported program, the World Bank also, started negotiating with us for additional budget support, $900 million to be disbursed in equal tranches of $300 million every year, which is also coming to support the financing gap in the budget. There are so many other sources that we are looking at. We are engaging other multilaterals, we are engaging bilaterals, and also we want to be able to increase our own domestic effort in order to finance the gap in the budget.
Okay. Dr. Chui Champon, your take on this?
So I think Honorable is very right. The money comes to the central bank first. It's received in dollars. Central bank would keep some portion for bolstering the reserves and help stabilize the city, and then subsequently some other portions of the money would be released to the Ministry of Finance or the Treasury for different items in the budget. As to the specifics of that, I don't know. But what is really important, I think, is that this initial funding that we've gotten is just a temporary fix, in the sense that it's like being sick. You've gone to the hospital, you've been given morphine to help ease the pain. But beyond that, you've got to take some dose of heavy antibiotics to cure the ailment. And any other funding that we're going to be getting, whether from the IMF, whether from the World Bank or other development partners, is all contingent on us meeting the program targets. That's very, very important. So when the next review is done in a couple of months, if you look at the document and the targets in there towards the end of the year, if we have not met most of those core quantitative and also benchmark reform targets, then it becomes difficult to get those additional tranche of money, coming in that regard.
Okay. I want to now drill down to some of the specifics, and because the minister is with us, he can break it down, because many people are reading and some are either alarmed and they are feeling there'll be pain down the line, or you're looking at the benefits as we've seen the city beginning to stabilize a bit more. And as Guta and co have said, confidence will come back. But let's start with some of the issues that most Ghanaians will identify with and need explanation. The first one is on page 10 of the program document that talks about containing the wage bill by limiting wage increases and hiring. I bring that up first because obviously, I mean, that Labour and TUC, has always warned that if the IMF program document comes and they see this one in it, Dr. Amina, that you are in trouble. So please take time to explain what this is in reality. What would this manifest in reality? How will this manifest in reality? Containing the wage bill by limiting wage increases and hiring. And the IMF says this will save you some 0.5% of GDP.
Look at the document and all the negotiations we have done. There is nowhere there is a statement that there is a freeze in employment. We are not going to do that. But this is not also different from what we have been doing. For the past 2 years, recruitment in the government side have focused on the security agencies and the teachers and then also nurses, etc., etc. And these are critical institutions, and the job they do also very critical to our development efforts. And you know that the recruitments are backed by financial clearance. That is when government is able to finance their wages, then the clearance is given. And so that will continue as and when we are able to do that. But there's no explicit decision that there will be a freeze in employment. And so to the extent that we are able to manage this recruitment and also the clearance, we should be able to contain the wage bill. Also, if you monitor over the last 2 years, recruitments into these sectors that I mentioned have been massive, have been unprecedented. Whether you are talking about the security agencies or you are talking about the health professionals and nurses and teachers, more than 2 million people have been recruited into these areas. And therefore, even if you are not able to recruit sooner, you should have the numbers that will be able to support these institutions and the development efforts of our country.
Okay, and those recruitments, I guess it's important to note, happened before the approval. Now going into post yesterday when you got the money, this is what you have to I guess stick by. So when it says continue by limiting wage increases, I mean you're limiting it. It doesn't say don't increase, but it says limit. How is government going to interpret that? If next year and definitely TUC will come and say we want to want more wages, and then it also says limit hiring. And I want an important clarity. The last time I went to the IMF, there was an exception created for essential services like the health sector and education in the limiting of the hiring. I wonder whether there's an agreement with the IMF going forward that whilst we are limiting hiring in the health and education sector, for example, there will be an exception such as we had in 2015.
You know that the wage negotiations are always done, by the social partners. And for this year's budget, the negotiations were done before even the budget was approved. And so when you budget, what we are going to prevent is to do extra budgetary spending. And so to the effect that there is need for more hiring for wage increases that are not budgeted, the social partners, I believe, will continue to cooperate with government so that we don't go off the budgetary target.
Okay. Dr. Chumesi, that's an important point for all workers, including yourself. So when you read that, you've heard the explanation. How do you assess this particular, I guess, program requirement that we'll have to meet to save us 0.5% of GDP?
Right. I think that this conditionality is not new. It's always been under almost all our IMF programs. The reason being that the wage bill takes a significant chunk of government resources. And so for that matter, whenever we are able to control the rate of growth in the wage bill, then possibly some resources can be saved. But for me, like you rightly said, most of the times exceptions need to be made, particularly in critical areas such as health and education. You would want to make exception to replace, for example, retiring labor, to make sure that there are no deficits created in critical sectors. And I think that that is something that is done under usually most IMF programs, but you would not find a wholesale employment into the security services and others when we are under a program, because you need to contain the wage bill. And you do that by either containing salaries that people are taking or by reducing the number that is being
I know you're smiling, so I was wondering, I mean,
yes,
it will affect you, you know.
I know, essentially, I am, because we are also dealing with the situation of high inflation. So you see, in essence,
how do you balance that?
Exactly. Labor, it's really in a precarious position, in a sense that as prices are increasing, your real wage, at the end of the day, how much your salary affords you now is just about a half of what it used to do. And I understand why labor union would be up in arms in trying to find out the clear position of government. But the reality is that, yes, I mean, IMF programs have always come with a lot of negative impact on the ordinary Ghanaian, the ordinary worker and all that. And for me, my position is that that is what we need to learn, important lessons, so that periodically we do not find ourselves back here, because we find that the cycle is always about 4 years maximum. We are back looking for a deal. We need to find sustainable solutions to this so that we do not over time keep inflicting such difficult economic circumstances on the citizens.
I mean, John, this is standard IMF conditionality, right? I mean, you had a version of it in 2015, so I'm not sure you have a problem with this. Everybody expected this will be in it.
You see, the reality is that workers are going to struggle. Living conditions are going to be tough. And so let's not play around it and say it's the usual thing. It's not the usual thing. If you read the document very well, it's quantitative. It says 0.5% of GDP. So it's a target that you ought to meet. Capital expenditure, 0.9%. It's providing around 0.9% of GDP of savings. Rationalization, goods and services spending, 0.3% of GDP. So these are quantitative targets that the IMF will be measuring. And the statement goes further to say that when you do not meet it, in the media review, you must take steps to reflect those variances in order to come back. So let nobody present it to us as if it's the normal way of doing things. And I've been hearing these 2 million jobs, 2 million jobs. I don't know what that means. I have the budget here. And the budget for me is the most authentic document for me. If you go to page 230, Appendix 7, 2023, total government budget ceiling, staff strength, 804,000. It is there. It is in the budget. It's not a political statement. And the budget is debated and adopted. This is what both sides of the House, the entire House, adopted. 804,000 total staff strength. I don't know where this 2 million is coming from. 2 million of what? Is it gross figures? Is it current employment? Is it what? the current total staff strength, the ceiling, that's the 2023 ceiling. Government says that even if it employs so much, it has to end at 804,000. So look, let's not create this impression as if this IMF program is going to lessen so much of a burden. Rather, we have to take some tough, difficult decisions for the next 3 years. The question is, how do we navigate this very difficult path? I think that should be the narrative, that should be the discussion. And Dr. Tio Champon is enumerated some of the difficult things that the IMF expects us to undertake before the next tranche is released. So it's like they've given you some palliative care, whatever you choose to call it, to tame your temperature, but you must take those very difficult and tough decisions.
One of them, and I want to get Dr. Amin Adam's take on this so that we can all, as we go, I wanted to just break it down so you all appreciate and go for it. Yeah, 2 days ago, the Finance Minister was actually appealing to all Ghanaians to support the program. But to do that, you need to understand what it means. And so let's go to the other one that affects every single soul in this land called Ghana. And it's in the document. It says, automatically adjust fuel levies by exchange rate movement or inflation. Immediately you hear fuel, you know that you are in dangerous territory. So, Dr. Amin Adam, this particular clause, when it comes to the what they call the medium-term revenue strategy, which they expect that Cabinet should approve very soon. The requirement for government now to implement this automatic adjustment in fuel levies by exchange rate movement or inflation. How is this different from the current deregulator regime that we have? Is it the same or this is different?
Well, first of all, the 2 million employment John Jinapor talked about, he is referring to government staff levels. As if all the recruitment as a result of government programs are all coming into the formal government sector. 2 million employment. Government is doing too many projects around the country. So apart from the people who are recruited into the formal government sector, there are people who are also recruited to undertake projects funded by government. And so you should understand the context of the 2 million people who have been employed over the last few years that we've been talking about. But secondly, I do appreciate that we will have to do things different from the way we did things. It's not going to be business as usual. And so, yes, workers and Ghanaians all over will have to bear with us. But in doing this, we are also very sensitive to the plight of the people, especially the poor and the vulnerable. And so in this particular program, there's a heavy component on social intervention that we negotiated into the program. LEAP, for example, has been doubled, and we are going to increase spending on LEAP. We also are going to also spend more on school feeding program. It's also doubled. NHIS, Senior High School program is going to continue. And so, even though we will have some difficulties, we have been very careful in negotiating this program to ensure that the very vulnerable segments of our society, not the likes of Jinapor, but those who are affected directly by government policies, they are also given safety net so that we can uplift them. As far as the wages are concerned, Dr. Tumasi mentioned that they may have to call for some consideration because inflation is high, prices are going to increase, and when that happens, there is need for adjustment in the salary. I appreciate that, but we all know that this program is also intended to achieve macro stability, and so we are working to reduce inflation. We are working to ensure that inflation goes further down to single digits. We've recorded single digits before. Before COVID started, we had single digit growth was at 7%. The exchange rate was very stable, and so we want to go back to the period before COVID. And so there may not be that case for prices to increase. That may warrant consideration for adjustment in salaries from 54% by end of last year It's currently 41%, and it's going to further go down. Let me also add that the difficulties we're talking about, even if we didn't go to the IMF, we would have been asked by the policies we've taken through the budget to adjust ourselves, because some of the measures have already been front-loaded into this budget. And so when people say there will be increases in taxes here and there, we already have front-loaded them in the 2023 budget, and we're going to continue to, improve on the efficiency of the collection. We're going to continue to expand the tax net. The property rate that we are trying to do to bring in some money. If that is being pursued seriously, we are also reforming the e-levy in order to improve collection. And so they have been front-loaded already, and to the extent that we can work so hard with the support of Ghanaians to be able to realize our revenue objectives will help in bringing
down. On the revenue bit, my substantive question, I'll return to that shortly. But on the revenue bit, because you brought it up, you're saying that...
Before you come, let me just answer directly your question on...
No, I'll come to that. I'll come to that because you just said revenue. So let me just ask one further clarity on revenue. Categorically, you're saying there'll be no new taxes.
I didn't say that. I said that people are saying that there will be tax increases here and there.
Okay.
And I'm saying that we have already front-loaded some of this in the 2023 budget.
Okay.
And so what we have to do is to make sure that we collect. And we are going to improve on our efficiency in the collection. We're going to also expand the tax net further so that those who are not paying, we want to go after them so that we can be able to improve.
So that is improving efficiency. But I guess any clarity to the question, let me just rephrase it. Are we going to have fresh taxes?
Well, we are now developing what we call the medium-term revenue strategy.
Yes.
And the medium-term revenue strategy, depending on the conditions as we go forward, will define what the government tax strategy will be going forward.
Okay, good. Now let's address the substantive, and I'll come to that. Please make notes on the revenue.
Okay, so you were talking about automatically adjusting...
It says, I just want to quote it. It says, automatically adjusting fuel levies by exchange rate movement and inflation. What does that mean exactly in the context of the deregulated regime?
Yeah, it is the same as we have also in the electricity sector. And we are trying to, move away from the regime where these prices were done arbitrarily, to a more, macroeconomic induced adjustment. And so, as I indicated, whilst inflation continues to go down and the exchange rate stabilizes and the cedi becomes stronger, you should expect a downward review. For the first time in the history of our country, transport fares have been reduced by transport operators. This is because fuel prices are reflecting inflation, are reflecting the exchange rate, they are reflecting what the deregulated regime has defined for us to follow in terms of not just fuel pricing but also electricity pricing. PURC announced an increase in tariff adjustment, but we are also aware that, as they have announced in their statement, they are trying to recover forex under recoveries from previous adjustments. But with inflation coming down and the exchange rate stabilizing, we should expect future adjustments to be lower and lower than they have been in the past.
Okay, and on the transport matter this morning, the GPRT, they've withdrawn the 10% increase decrease, the reduction because of controversy over, whether you should implement it. And I think the analysis they gave for withdrawal is because they didn't factor in the spare parts component, which is still an issue. So it's this morning.
Well, I think that may be pressure coming from their members, but the reality is that they announced a 10% decrease in fares. We may have to engage them to find out the reason for, and they gave reasons for that, why they announced a 10% reduction in fares. We may have to engage them to find out what new developments have occasioned the withdrawal of that announcement. I
want to bring in Dr. Tue Champon. Doc, so first, and there's a revenue one that the minister had clarified, but quickly take for me the automatic adjusting fuel levies by exchange rate movement and inflation, which is as explained there. If you're going to do that, and the anticipation is that the cedi is going to stabilize significantly going forward, which is a huge factor in the price volatility when it comes to fuel on the market, that is good in the long term, is it not? If the cedi stabilizes and continues to strengthen, because then you're going to see automatic adjustments that will mean reductions. Is that how you're reading this?
And implementing this automatic regime for a very long time now, so it's nothing new, like Honorable was saying. What we didn't do, if you recall, during the pandemic, fuel taxes and these levies and electricity prices should have gone up, right? But we did not make those increases or adjustments for well about 1.5 going into 2 years. So by the time we made the first adjustment, we're already catching up with 2 years worth of reduction in value as a result of the inflation going up. And then there's been some subsequent adjustments as well. But going forward, it's all really predicated on the fact that if you get inflation under control, and even the prices of the product also comes down, then the pass-through of that into electricity tariffs or even for fuel prices at the pumps begins to come down. But I struggle a little bit to see how that will come down, at least in the short term. So inflation now is about 40% or so. And under the IMF program conditions that we've signed with the fund, Table 2, which is titled Performance Criteria and Indicative Targets. By December of this year, inflation should be within a central band of about 29%, and then March, it comes down to about 26.9%. So basically, we need some big incremental reduction, or actually big reduction in inflation levels for us to meet those program targets, and for that subsequently to feed through into a reduction of prices at the pumps or when it comes to buying utilities. But the structure or the pricing setup has always been there anyway under the automatic formula, just that we were not implementing it in a consistent manner. On the revenue question that you asked, paragraph 24, I think page 13 of the document, when I listed them, I could count 7 different tax reforms, or let's call it more broadly, domestic revenue mobilization initiatives. So the first one is removing some of the exemptions that we give on VAT, and that's meant to give us or save us 2% of GDP. The second thing is reforming of the corporate income tax regime. And there the issue is that the way we give the tax holidays, the way we give, again, exemptions, and even some of the companies tend to engage in some aggressive profit shifting. So if you do some reforms there, again, you can make some savings. Then there is something around customs exemptions. So what happens at the ports? There is stuff to do with personal income taxes that needs to be more progressive. We've discussed the fuel levy. The 2 other probably new ones that I think is featuring in this conversation, but subject to more stakeholder consultations, is the introduction or the adoption of a new tax fiscal regime for the extractive industry. And I'm sure Honorable would know a lot about this.
Yeah.
We've been working within that space, and I support that call. But of course, we need to see the details. The take home for all of these conversations is that at the end of the day, if you look at the macro numbers that we need to attain by the end of this program in 2026, for our revenue and grants, we need to move it from 15.7% as of 2022 to 18.7% by 2026. So that's basically an upward adjustment of 3 percentage points of GDP, right? So that has to go up. And then on the expenditure side, we need to cut expenditure, the primary expenditure, which does not include your interest payments. So that needs to be moving down from 19.3% to 17.2% by 2026, or negative 2.1% percentage point reduction. This is where I think it gets interesting, because again, if you look at the size of the adjustments that are required, one, if you look at our own behavior as a people and as government in the past, where we commit to these targets, but we're unable to really meet all of them. And number three, given the prospect that there's an election next year on the horizon, you begin to wonder if these, really aggressive targets that the government has committed itself to would be met, because you need to make some really sizable adjustments. If you look at the document, they've got to make an adjustment of about 5% of GDP over 3 years, and about 2/3 of that, right, 66%, have to be done in this year going into next year. And with an election around the corner, I begin to wonder if that could really be fully attained in that regard.
And I'll get the minister's take on that, the commitment there, but Mr. Junapo.
Comments with you. Yeah, okay. You see, it's important that we put things within perspective. For instance, if you take employment issues in Ghana, the latest World Bank report, which is the latest on Ghana, Ghana is faced with 12% youth unemployment and more than 50% underemployment, both higher than overall employment rates in sub-Saharan Africa. So if you take the sub-Saharan African average.
Which date?
This is 2020. I've sent it to you.
2020.
A new World Bank report titled Youth Unemployment Programs in Ghana. Okay. Options for Effective Policy Making and Implementation. I've sent it to you. So clearly, when it comes to unemployment, it's on the ascendancy. So already, we are grappling with a very, very difficult situation when it comes to unemployment. So these figures I keep hearing, they should show some impact. When government implements policy, the policy is aimed at achieving a certain objective. So if you say you've done so much, it should show in the end result. And we should see some tangible evidence that we can relate to when it comes to that policy. On the contrary, we are seeing unemployment rising, underemployment rising. And now we are moving into a program which further tightens the economy. Now, Dr. Tio Echampong was talking about some of the targets. If you read the Bank of Ghana's latest Monetary Policy Committee report, provisional data on budget execution indicates a higher overall broad fiscal deficit on cash basis. 8.1% is against a target of 6.3%. We missed it. Revenue target, we missed it. Expenditure target, we missed it, which brought an overall deficit of 49 billion, which was financed by the Bank of Ghana. Fortunately, now there's Kumo sitting at the Bank of Ghana. So based on those reforms, they now have to come to Parliament for us to enact legislation that will ensure that there's zero financing. So when we say, oh, nothing has changed, the IMF program is just coming to consolidate what we're doing, it is not coming to consolidate what we're doing. It is coming to correct the wrong things that we were doing as a country. You can't take a Bank of Ghana financing of over 70 billion and throw it into an economy the size of Ghana. It will heat up the economy. And that's why you are seeing food inflation today at about 60%. When you hear the average inflation, it's all the goods brought together. But when you begin to disaggregate them, then you begin to see the real impact on the ordinary Ghanaian. So when food inflation is at about 60%, it gives great cause for worry. Now you're going to be increasing fuel prices. You're going to be increasing electricity prices. It means that your headline inflation is going to shoot up. It will have a pass-through effect, which will then affect the ordinary Ghanaian. So we are in very, very difficult moments. Look, not quite long ago, and I always come to the issue of credibility. The issue of credibility for me is very, very important. We were told that we had so much excess capacity. that we didn't need that amount of power. June 2022, the AXA deal expires, 370 megawatts. This government has extended that contract by 15 years. I've sent the contract to you. Just check, I've sent it to you. That's it. I scan every document that I get. It's an 86-page document with take or pay clauses. As if that is not enough, they've signed a new deal of 207 megawatts. Fresh one with take or pay clauses. And if you read the World Bank report, it says that, look, there are 3 issues. 1, capacity. 2, exchange rate losses. And 3, cost-reflective tariffs. When the government and the PLC appeared before Parliament, I asked them, are our tariffs cost-reflective? They insisted that the tariffs were cost-reflective. The IMF says the tariffs are not cost-reflective. So adjust them progressively. The IMF is cautious of the fact that you can't just do a wholesale adjustment. So these adjustments we are seeing is to even bring us back to parity first. That's what these adjustments are about. That look, there's a huge deficit in respect of the cost of production, your collection, and the tariff itself. So do it in a graduated manner on a quarterly basis so that by the end of 2023, you would have caught up and then keep at bay with inflation. So look, we are in for real trouble as we go forward. And the IMF is looking at 2 main things, the current account balance and then the primary balance. Because government likes reporting trade balance. But if you have a positive trade balance, it doesn't mean the money is coming to Ghana. You rather ought to go and look at the current account. That is where you see what Ghana is really getting in terms of real money payments and receivables. And that keeps widening from negative 5.1 to about 7% thereabout. I'll just check. So they insist that over that period, you must bring that current account deficit to an appreciable level that can anchor whatever we are doing. So look, every Ghanaian who is watching this program, I have only one advice for you. Tighten your belt.
A fair conclusion, Doc? Is that a fair conclusion that people should tighten?
Essentially, I think that the fact that we are making an attempt to restructure and get the economy back on track, these are not great times. So there are tough times ahead. And for me, particularly with the automatic adjustments and all that Theo indicated, these are policies that exist, but there have been interruptions here and there. I think that that is also, in one way or the other, these are some of the negative adverse impacts of IMF programs that over the years have made them a bit unpopular because it tends to push a lot of people in poverty. And so when you look under this program, they are a bit sensitive on the social impact, trying to look on the leap side and all that. But really, the challenge is that these are not great times. And for me, given that inflation rate is that high, the automatic adjustments, it goes both ways. So for instance, the central bank is committed to reducing the rate of inflation through using tight monetary policies, increasing the rate. Increasing the rate means persistently increasing the cost of credit. And that also feeds into cost of production. So you see, in trying to reduce the inflation rates, and now there would be this strict automatic adjustments with inflation. So it means that the prospects for reducing inflation in the shortest possible time is not something that is likely to be achieved. And when you look at it, the bottom line is that what is the impact on the ordinary Ghanaian, like Honorable is saying. But I think our experience tells us, and that also explains the apprehension that a lot of people have whenever the country is subjecting itself to an IMF program, because we know the implications. But with this time round, they're a bit sensitive because the fund has been unpopular over the years. If you cast your mind back to the 80s, I mean, at some point they had to introduce policies to mitigate the negative impact of the adjustments and all that. And so that is it. One thing that stands out for me for this program is also the mandate for the central bank to be independent. I know that, I mean, before moving into our inflation targeting regime, central bank independence is critical for inflation targeting. But it so happens that over the period, we tend to find government interfering in the activities of the central bank. Under the COVID, we know that those were extenuating circumstances, so the bank had to come in to finance some of the bonds and maturing debts because there were no access to funds. But I think that for me, lessons need to be learned so that as a country, we make institutions work, we do the right things, and persistently try to remove the political interference and the indiscipline that creeps in over the period. And also, I mean, learn lessons to cut our coats within our cloth so that we do not persistently rely on borrowing to finance our way through development, particularly through recurrent expenditure, because essentially when you look at it, a lot of the debt has not gone into capital expenditure.
I'm going to take a quick break. When I return, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, please stay with me. Dr. Choi Champon also. I'll get your quick reaction to the energy conversation as Mr. Jinapo began, because I see in the document that you've agreed to embark on an ambitious reform agenda in the energy sector, which is expected to limit the growing fiscal costs. And what does that look like? Also, the expenditure savings, you're also committing to create the needed fiscal space, and that will stem from efficiency gains and the reduction of large subsidy bill in the energy sector. I was under the impression that the subsidy conversation was long dead, but apparently isn't. So we'll try and get that clarity. And then briefly, the document talks about, and Tio Champon touched on it, if Dr. Minadam can explain that when we return, that government has committed to adopt the new fiscal regime for the extractive sector. It presupposes that fiscal regime possibly has been drafted already and needs adopting. What does that look like? And then finally, so really, what's the cushion in the program? What are the safety nets that have been put in there? Because we've talked extensively about the challenges and the cost to everybody, but what are the safety nets? What's the cushion in the program to help all of us make it slightly easier to carry the burden? Please stay with us after this.
JoyNews, your most credible news source, is available on digital TV, Multi TV, DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 144, and also streaming on myjoyonline.com.
Hello and welcome to season 2 of the Real Estate Show. This is the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Edition, proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes. Your idea of a perfect home just got settled. You can have this, that, or even that. But that's not all. An environment that is dotted with the most carefully crafted homes, well-demarcated spaces, and everything that makes you feel comfortable. In this season of the Real Estate Show, the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show, everything you need in a home will be discussed. Peace, comfort, security, and every other thing real estate related. Don't miss this edition of the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Efia Putua.
never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for Home and Business today.
Hello CEOs, are you ready? The 7th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo is here. The foremost business conference for over 500 topmost CEOs, heads of state, business leaders and ambassadors to be held on the 22nd of May 2023 at the Kempinski Hotel on the theme Economic Sovereignty, Sustainability and Digital Industrial Transformation, New Path for Growth and Prosperity. This impactful summit has attracted over 2,000 high-level dignitaries, including His Excellencies President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and ex-president John Mahama. Be enlightened with actionable perspectives, CEO performance strategies, strategic insights on the latest business trends through CEO masterclasses, plenaries, keynote, expert insights, and CEO peer networking sessions. Register to participate at GhanaCEOSummit.com. For inquiries, call 0546-391970 or 0244-687222. The Ghana CEO Summit and Expo is powered by Ghana CEO Network in partnership with Deloitte, Ministry of Public Enterprises, GIPC, SIGA, and the Multimedia Group. T's and C's apply.
And thank you for staying with us here on Newsfile. And Newsfile is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashasi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Roberts & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 31 years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on the MTN to join. Duraplast, how you get your water matters. Remember, where Duraplast goes, water flows. And then DBS Industries, roofing, few. And some of you, many of you have joined us with your comments. Jack Reacher and says, one of my favorite movie characters, says, are we going to get new taxes? A simple yes or no question has turned into a rant. Leaders says it needs to be more clear. Don Rich says, yeah, a bailout is definitely going to cause us some fiscal and monetary headache for years to come. MK Mate, why can't we be comparing ourselves to the African nations that are doing far better than Ghana without IMF bailout, but we rather sit to compare ourselves to the ones that we are ahead of. With this, how can we say we are thinking of development as a country? Sap Kobe says, unless our leaders stop accumulating wealth for themselves, we will never stop running to the IMF. Kwabena says, please ask the minister when the finance minister is honoring the matured principles due since February 2023 for pensioner and individual bond holders. A few of your messages there, and you are so live here on Newsnight. My guest with me in the last 1 hour, 30 minutes have been, as you may have been hearing, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, Dr. Priscilla Chumisi Bafo, economist and senior lecturer at the Department of Economics and at the University of Ghana, Legon, Dr. Tui Champon, who is an economist and political risk analyst, and John Abdullahi Jinapo, who is a member of the Parliament for Yape Kusugu constituency, and member of the Finance, Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament. And to that, I want to turn next, because one of the biggest challenges we face, the reason why our deficit is so huge and we keep borrowing in debt, is the energy sector. The energy sector is a significant player in our crisis, and this document addresses a bit of that. And the document actually says that the government had committed itself to embark on, quote, an ambitious reform agenda in the energy sector, which is expected to limit its growing fiscal costs. Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, what does this look like, this ambitious reform in the energy sector? What would it look like?
Well, Ivan, there are structural reforms that we have to implement under the program. And some of these reforms, we started doing them, but not as ambitious as we are going to look at. But let me just add to a very important point that was made earlier about the unemployment by the World Bank report. I haven't seen that report. I would like to see to understand the contours of the analysis in that report. Then also, my brother Singapore is talking about bad conditions that the fund program is going to bring to the economy, talking about food prices are going to go up, and they reference to food inflation in the past. The reality is that we all know why food prices went up. We know why petroleum prices went up. You know, so sometimes when our friends on the other side talk, it's as if they are in the same. But we all know the circumstances, the external factors that affected all of us, not just in Ghana, across the world. He kept saying that petroleum prices will increase. In the contrary, petroleum prices are decreasing, you know, and that is a statement of fact. I can understand when people talk about credibility, that election is coming next year, and therefore what is the commitment of the government to achieve the targets that we set for ourselves. I can understand that because in the last election, under the last IMF program, we suffered credibility deficit, you know, and that was the program from 2015. By 2016, they had not met any of the targets. Not a single target was met by the then government. And so I am even surprised, Singapore is talking about credibility when we all know that they are the grandfathers of credibility deficit. We had to come in and then work with the IMF to achieve the target, the intended targets under the last program. But I can assure you that we are committed at the highest level. His Excellency the President is committed. Those of us at the Ministry of Finance under our leader, the Honorable Ken Oporata, we are committed to following through. Dr. Teo also talked about the fiscal consolidation, which I think is a very important component of this program. Increasing revenue, tax revenue, as a percentage of GDP from 15% by end 2022 to 18% will require huge effort. Fortunately for us, the 5.1 percentage adjustment, fiscal adjustment, which in total we are supposed to do under the program, about 3.1 percentage points of that have already been passed in the 2023 budget. We factored that into the 2023 budget, and all the revenue and expenditure measures to deliver the 3.1% have already been passed by Parliament. And so we are committed to this, and we will do this together with the people of Ghana cooperating and supporting us. Now, to the energy sector question. As I said, there are a number of structural reforms that we have to implement. The energy sector is key. Pricing is an issue. We already have discussed automatic tariff adjustment and also fuel pricing index to macro indicators like inflation and exchange rate, so that we do not accumulate arrears. Under the program, we are not required to accumulate new arrears. And so we will have to make sure that we are able to restructure the debt so that we can be able to pay, clear the arrears, because the fund program also requires us to develop an arrears clearance plan. So we need to be able to come out with this plan to enable us to clear the arrears that are accumulated, the legacy debts that have been accumulated in the energy sector, but also to keep current on future invoices that are coming. And this we are able to do when we have a cost recovery pricing. In the energy sector also, we want to improve on the efficiency of the agencies, particularly ECD, in the collection of their bills. We know that they have embarked on an ambitious operation. They are collecting their debts. They've collected 3.1 billion cedis. We think that this should be sustained. It should not just be a 9-day wonder. It should be sustained, and we are determined to support ECD in particular to reform their collection system, to digitalize their collection system, and to be able to reach out everywhere to improve on their collection. It's not just about ECD, but also other agencies within the energy sector need to be made more efficient so that they do not accumulate debt and they also can operate to reduce the losses, technical losses and commercial losses, so we do not accumulate new areas. It is also important to state that we have to restructure some of the power purchase agreements that we signed with our partners, the IPPs. The reality is that in the past, particularly under the NDC government, they signed contracts that committed us to take or pay a provision, which meant that we'll have to pay for energy use or not use once they declare availability. And this has also been one of the reasons we've accumulated arrears. And so we are reforming the sector to ensure that we pay for only energy. We don't want to pay for capacity, not to even talk about excess capacity. We want to pay for energy. We want to be able to pay them in local currency. So we want to embark on this reform that will ensure that the energy sector is robust, that will ensure also that reliability of supply of power is assured, and then that will ensure that the sector generates its own revenue. Energy is a commercial commodity, and this is why there's no reason that the government should use the budget money, which is meant for health infrastructure, educational infrastructure, to pay IPPs. It is a commercial commodity. We should be able to generate the revenue that can pay its cost. But whilst doing this, we are also sensitive to the plight of the poor. And so we will continue to support the lifeline tariff mechanism that we have in the tariff. We even want to redefine the lifeline tariff in order to ensure that it serves its purpose. That's one of the reforms that we want to pursue in the energy sector.
Okay, thank you very much. And so that's a bit of the cushion also. Dr. Tui Champon, how deep should the energy sector reforms be?
It has to be very deep. Luckily, in the document, the IMF has actually tasked the government to submit an updated energy sector recovery plan by the end of next month. So that's June. And within that document, Honorable has talked about some of them, but they're like 5 key things. We've talked about the first one, which is the tariff adjustments. Again, we've talked about the renegotiation of the power purchase agreements. But then the key thing is to reduce the take-or-pay liability. So I was a little bit surprised when the new contracts that we signed and extended, they still had some of those clauses and obligations within that. That sort of flies in the face of what this commitment under the IMF program seeks to do. The third thing is really to improve the operational performance of the SOEs in the energy sector. So Honorable talks about ECG particularly. But I think if you extend that conversation to all of our state-owned enterprises, many of them are leaking money and hemorrhaging, substantive amounts of money. In the document, the IMF report, there's a table in there that they show the example of cocoa board with its profit and loss. And you will be shocked, if you go back since 2015, thereabouts, there's not been a single year that it's actually had a net, profit. It's significantly, consistently, since 2016, been operating with a net loss. That is not, sustainable for cocoa board or indeed for many of our state-owned enterprises that have serious issues with, financial viability. The third and fourth on the energy sector is really about subsidies that need to be reformed, and then things to do with distribution losses as well. But there's one fundamental thing that we probably haven't discussed, or maybe we'll come to, which is that in this document, and probably the first time that I have seen in any IMF document, they're talking about serious governance reforms. In paragraph 43, page 22 of the document, it says that, and I quote here, the performance in government effectiveness, regulatory quality, and control of corruption have deteriorated over the last 10 years in Ghana. This is in the document. And a lot of the issues that we're discussing here, part of it is, the root cause has to do with really how government runs the state machinery, and to an extent how it manifests in terms of checking corruption. And within that, there are a number of some proposed solutions, but I think a few ones are really interesting, and we can come to that to discuss. But two quick ones that I will kind of highlight there is a new act or law that is meant to be passed called the Conduct of Public Officers Act. And this is meant to address some weaknesses in the existing asset declaration regime. And then at the GRA itself, they're supposed to have a reinforcement of the internal governance framework. So this will include things like internal audit, risk management, and internal affairs. And then our infamous or famous Auditor General's report and its recommendations. Here there are some proposals there on even passing some guidelines for emergency expenditure, management. What was missing on the governance side is really what we do with campaign financing, which is one of the elephants in the room. But you could argue that that is really outside of the remit of the IMF. But it's really fundamental. But I was glad to see some, attempts on the governance side to introduce reforms that would, in a way, limit the behavior of some of our, political appointees.
I mean, Dr. Chumesi, that is an interesting addition this time. They are not only checking your finances and making sure your economy, but now they are actually going to the root cause, I guess, is the behavior of government officials and government agencies now wielding a cane to say you have to improve internal governance and the way you do your things, including asset declaration. I don't know what you make of that.
I think it's a call in the right direction, but I'm a bit skeptical about the progress that can be made within 3 years that the country would be under the program. But essentially, when you look at over the period, all our IMF programs, we tend to focus so much on the funds that we get.
Exactly.
And then when you look at policy prescriptions that enable us to transform our economy, build on systems and structures so that we can address the inherent vulnerabilities in the economy, you tend not to see a lot of these. So I'll give you a typical example. Under the 2015 ECF program, I think that is when we instituted the Fiscal Responsibility Act and all that. And then COVID came, and under force majeure, we had to put that aside and get back on. I think the document is also getting us get back to the fiscal responsibility at levels of any government not running a deficit over 5% of GDP. I think these are systems that we need to ensure. And for me, my passion is basically on the economic side, because issues like governance and things, sometimes the outcomes are difficult to measure. And so, in essence, we should be more committed to addressing the inherent issues. Like Theo said, if you've been given paracetamol or whatever to control the temperature, we need to get to the root cause of what is causing the rise in temperature. And those are the structural issues. Addressing the medium-term fundamental problems of exchange rate issues, inflation, and all that.
And the Bank of Ghana governor said something at a press conference, and I guess because you brought it, I need to put it to you. He says that don't focus on the money. Use this as an opportunity to reset the economy. And he started talking about the key things.
Exactly. Use this opportunity to reset the economy.
What does it look like? Exactly. Then you mentioned, the structural fundamentals, so export-led instead of importing. But we've been talking about that for decades now.
So the issue is that it's not like we don't know what to do in this country. We know what to do. But basically, it boils down mostly to the lack of political will most of the times. And the fact that essentially these structural reforms require a lot more time than a political cycle. So you see, the challenge we face is that we tend to try to want quick fixes, short-term results to show that the government has done something. I can understand the position politicians are in because they are looking at the next election. But I think that we should get beyond that and look at the bigger picture with structural changes, investing in the right areas in the economy. So, for example, I was asking John, what is it with the energy sector that all politicians speak so passionately about for us to change? But it appears the problems still persist. There is nothing that appears to be done about it. If we are able to solve these issues of energy, issues of access to credit, issues of skilled labor, then we will be equipping firms to be productive and produce domestically, reduce our import dependence, export. It is not rocket science, but it takes a lot more commitment and effort on the part of government to deliver on these. And most of the times, it appears they tend to be dealing with short-term, 4-year political cycle, maximum 8 years, and so it becomes a bit murky.
John, as we wrap up, I need to ask you, government cannot implement this program without the support of the minority. I bet some of it will have to come to Parliament for consideration. Do they have your support?
As far as practicable, we are all Ghanaians. We want the betterment of the economy. But we must do so with some candor. We must do so with some level of transparency, honesty, and forthright. The minister just told you, and Tio confirmed it. Though the NDC signed excess take or pay clauses, and as for them, they do not. This is the contract here, and I refer to page 5. Capital recovery shall mean the amount calculated in accordance with clause 5.1 of this PPA. And if you go to clause 5.1, it tells you the capital recovery. The capital recovery is simply that I declare availability, you are not ready to take it. I've taken a loan from the banks to bring the plant here. So you must give me something to go and pay the banks, because you got me to bring the plant here. In the energy sector, it's capital intensive, there's a long duration, and you cannot sell it like ordinary goods. So if you get me to bring my plant here, and you do not off-take it, and you say, look, I'm not ready to take it, I must go and service that debt. And so this idea that as for the NPP government, they are signing take and pay clauses is not true. This is the document signed under the NPP administration. The Tama LNG project signed under the NPP administration is a take or pay agreement. So first, when you do this, then you break the trust amongst ourselves. Let's agree that maybe there's some element of capital recovery. What level can we go? How can we deal with it? Maybe during the NDC time, there were some challenges. How can we address it? Today, there are challenges. How can we address it? For instance, losses have moved up from 20% when I was leaving to 31%. What accounts for that? What it means is that of every 100 CD power that you sell, ECG is able to collect only 70. So even if there were no exchange rate losses, ab initio, you have a bigger problem. Then the depreciation of the CD is exacerbated the situation. Based on my calculation and what ECG provides, it's about $300 million per annum. How do you deal with that? And then the inefficiencies that we are all talking about, the fuel issues. How do we deal with those issues? But when you create this impression as if somebody was worse and that you've come and yours is so good, everything is so, and the document here, signed by under your administration, confirms that that is not the case, then wouldn't make a headway. Then we begin to blame ourselves and deal with. And then the policy issues. So something like 1D, 1F. It is targeted at something. Import substitution. So 6 years after that implementation, you must then turn back and ask yourself, do a critical evaluation and say, what are the results? Are we really reducing imports? When I was listening to the Minister of Finance, was it yesterday or the day before? He said, oh, this IMF program will help us to ensure that we reduce imports like tomatoes. And I'm saying, wow, 6 years after planting for food and jobs, we are now talking of an IMF program that is really restricting investment, that is really coming up with very tight fiscal measures to do some of the things that we said we were doing 6 years ago. Look, I went to my village one village, one dam. It was supposed to ensure that there is all year round farming. How was this structured? What can we learn from the failures of some of these things so that we don't throw money at some of these programs only to achieve virtually nothing? So that if we say that, look, we can just build 4 dams, proper dams, located at some centers, and also put some 4 or 5 factories around that area, so that there's ready market for tomato farmers to take their tomatoes there, process or semi-process. Then we can make some impact analysis. But like Madam said, it's like all of us, we want the MPP to go out, so we want power. We criticize them. They also have only 4 years. So they throw all kinds of policies. NAPCO was supposed to solve youth unemployment problems. After 4 or 5 years, it's collapsed. So I think that beyond this IMF program, we should also do an introspection and look at some of the policies we implement. If you go to borrow money from somebody in London, do you come to invest it in recurrent expenditure? Or you come to use it for something that will generate income? These are the areas
But fundamentally, they have your support in Parliament.
As far as practicable, we'll support them.
Okay.
And so the last one, it has to do even with the extractive industry.
Yes.
I know Dr. Tio is very passionate about it. You see, when they were bringing those deals to Parliament, like the Aker deal, the ExxonMobil, we told them, be careful with these stability agreements. Now you've gotten Parliament to approve those stability agreements. That says that irrespective of your macroeconomic condition, you cannot vary those agreements. And you are still telling the IMF that you go and vary the agreements. Can you, just by policy, vary these agreements when you've brought those agreements to Parliament and Parliament has approved them? If you vary them and they go to court of arbitration, what will happen? These are issues that I think we should be looking at going forward. But I agree largely to some of the things Dr. Tio talked about. Governance, ensuring accountability, ensuring transparency. They all help.
I mean, Dr. Amin Adam, let me give you the final word. And whilst you take that, give us an update on where you are with that, condition of restructuring your external debt. I mean, this deal you've received is predicated on you closing that particular gap, as Zambia had, struggled with his, even after the executive board approval. What is Ghana's strategy to avoid the Zambia fate, where they got a deal, but they've been stuck for a while now because it's been difficult to restructure the external debt? Where are we with getting that closed?
Honorable Juniper talked about losses in the sector being 20% when they left government. That is not true. Losses have never been less than 30%. That is not a fact. So you may have to check your data. We have renegotiated some of your take or pay contracts into take and pay contracts. We have renegotiated AXA contracts. We've agreed for us to pay only for energy. And we've renegotiated the Senate contract. We've agreed for us to pay for only energy. So they are now take and pay contracts that are visible examples of how we have renegotiated contracts that you sign from take or pay to take and pay. In terms of the stability agreement, you signed 13 petroleum agreements, and each of these agreements has stability clauses in those agreements. So you cannot turn around and say that we signed the ExxonMobil and the Academy stability agreement. You signed 13 petroleum agreements, each of them. There's no single petroleum agreement we did not negotiate stability agreements in them. Now coming to the question of the restructuring of the debt.
Yeah, external debt.
We got the financial assurances from the official bilateral creditors on the 12th of May. And that is strong indication that we will move also faster in the negotiation relative to Zambia. It took us 5 months to get the financing assurance from the time we applied for it in December. And so that is not the same as Zambia. Zambia took 17 months to get the financing assurance. Sri Lanka took 7 months to get the financing assurance. So it will not be the same as the case of Zambia. We are very confident that when the negotiations start, it will start in earnest, and the level of cooperation and understanding we already have received from the bilateral creditors shows that we will move faster. As far as the commercial creditors are concerned, the confidence in Ghana's economy has been boosted already just by the announcement of the IMF. Ghana's international bond yields are going in the right direction. Our international bond, 8 of our international bonds are among the top 10 best performing bonds in emerging markets. And we have seen our yield increasing by about 12% compared with 3.6% among emerging markets. So the confidence level is already being boosted. That should provide a favorable condition for the negotiation with our commercial creditors. And then I am very confident that they will support us, they will cooperate with us, and together we can put our debt to sustainable levels as the basis for accelerated economic takeoff.
And I need to ask this finally. I mean, there's going to be definitely pain ahead. But where is the cushion? I mean, in this document and agreement with the IMF, if you can bullet for me, how is government cushioning the ordinary Ghanaian with what we now expect to be some tough times still ahead?
Well, Ivan, I said earlier that we have negotiated a very strong, social intervention investment in the project, in the program, and some of the socially sensitive programs we have been implementing are going to be supported. LEAP, for example, is going to be doubled and has been doubled in the 2023 budget already. The capitation grant is going to double. School feeding program is going to double as well. In fact, pre-senior high school program has not been interrupted. We're going to make it more efficient. The National Health Insurance Scheme. To the extent that in this program, we've negotiated spending floors. And when I talk about spending floor, the minimum that we can spend on social intervention. By June, we should be spending 2 billion cedis, on social intervention. And by September this year, we should be spending 3 billion cedis. By December, we should be spending a cumulative 4 billion cedis. This is different from our normal spending in the sense that sometimes you budget and the releases are not corresponding well with the budget. But now we have negotiated some minimum ceiling, which means we can even go beyond that. But these are guaranteed spending that we have to do to ensure that the poor in our society are not affected. And these are the very programs that directly affect the poor. And so you see this program to be different from previous IMF programs because this government is sensitive to the plight of the poor people. And we will make sure that we continue to cushion them and carry them along so that we all can own the solution that will take us to the level of economic recovery we desire for our country.
Dr. Mohammed Amin, thank you very much for joining us. And that's it for this part of the conversation. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to be doing a switch to the National Democratic Congress. You remember last week by this time, they had started their parliamentary and presidential primaries. It produced an outcome. John Dramani Mahama is the party's flag bearer. But, well, more than 15 incumbent MPs also lost their primaries, which means they cannot stand again in next year's elections. There being some controversy about executive interference in some of the constituencies. The party now needs to begin the process of closing ranks, trying to mend the cracks, and then focus on the 2024 election. So you need to ask the question, this outcome, does it put the NDC in a position where they can say that they are really ready for next year? And what has been the implication of the outcome to their chances and fortunes next year? Stay with us for that. And remember, the news file is always brought to you by Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner, MTN, everywhere you go, Ashasa University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Service, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 31 years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on the MTN to join. Duraplus, how you get your water matters. Remember, where Duraplus goes, water flows. DBS Industries Roofing, Papa Paefie. Stay with us.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN Just For You. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh? Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu. You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment. Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything. Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Hi, good day. Your friend Dr. Victorina Dankwa, because every Big Dank Healthcare. And probably then call for hospital like catch up someone your liver and kidney related conditions. Obi on my or fatty liver. Obi on your catching so when your hydronephrosis. Obi on my catching so when your pyelonephritis, which is inflammation of the kidneys. Obi on my catching say the kidney so be a big now. Obi on my send the creatinine and I send the JFR. And until we so how now sit me tatai. I feel don't send me an atom. Johnson now be Johnson, we say phone be about training. Kawakuma to him. And until now, Vigdan Healthcare, Yabase, yet an alternative way so ever so yare.
So over Vigdanka, it was serene environment with ultra modern facilities. And so you share your trakwanya. There was painters, Coca-Cola Roundabout, close to Fidelity Bank, Stanchart Ichironuma.
Leadership that we have is bold and positioned enough to confront indiscipline. I mean, going to report internal grievances in the media is just as good as taking the party to court, or is just as good as betraying the party. And so members who are aggrieved by a decision and the spirit of discipline understand that those grievances ought to be channeled through internal processes. I've heard them call for leadership must hear everyone up. Leadership must discipline. If I'm supposed to be disciplining anybody, I'll first of all discipline an elected member who will run to the media to run to further degenerate or deepen cracks.
You see, there are a lot of people that have
dip their fingers and nose into constituencies. His Excellency must hear people's verdict. About politics, and I'm with all humility and with a lot of respect to my colleagues, that unless I have contested several elections, this will be my fate. People don't forgive. Because when you do that, people don't easily forgive. They may keep quiet, but they are looking for an opportunity to strike. Because they believe that, look, even in this times of difficulty, this is what some people have done. What if we get power? They may be doing worse, because that time they may even be supported with political authority. So to tell those members that this your fear is genuine and I'm going to allay it, these persons will take a back seat and not be allowed to take a front seat.
You have this man sitting in the in the Council of State, serving under the MPP, and sitting in your Council of Elders meeting. Then you turn around and tell people that people are leaking information. Why can't we call a spade and say, this person is no longer with our party, we are distancing ourselves from you? Until we call a spade in our party and say, look, yes, you are a senior, we thank you for your service, but if you can no longer toe the line of the party, no individual is bigger than the party. But a party that lacks the balls and the guts to discipline errant elders cannot rein in exuberant young people. And so you will begin to have pockets of people beginning to take the law into their own hands. You want to fix this party? Instill discipline.
Anybody who loses an election and feels that the process was not fair, it was not balanced, and that things were done in a manner to undermine his or her chances, has a difficulty lending themselves to any reconciliatory process. When you are put in there as a national officer, you must act in ways that advance the interests of the party. It is not unusual in politics to have a situation where, based on one or two considerations, the party believes that this candidate is preferable to that candidate. In instances like that, what you use is dialogue and a consultative process to impress upon a person who will be adversely affected as to why it is necessary to make that sacrifice. But if you do not do that, and you attempt to sidestep the process or skew the process in a manner that makes it unfair, then you are going to have some of these difficulties. I had a challenge with a national organizer, and it resulted in some controversy. I'm sure you read it. I do not want to go into that. Yeah. But what business did a national organizer have interfering in a constituency election like that?
That's true. The key point in this determination is that the serial numbers on the ballots in question are from the booklet used in the constituency election. And since there is no overvoting, these ballots cannot be said to be foreign materials. This means, as far as our internal elections are concerned, stamping of ballot papers are irrelevant, given no overvoting and the correspondence of serial numbers to the booklet. If these ballots were removed during sorting, will we be here? Or the fact that they were taken out after recounts and not even after EC declaration make them valid? Can our members accept this if it occurs to us in the national elections? This really worries me. This concern notwithstanding, I remain positive about the course of the party for victory 2024.
And that's Edem Agbana's constituency, where there was some controversy there, but there was a few bit of controversy as well. As you heard in that clip, there are many of the winning candidates themselves were not happy. So you can begin to imagine what will be going through the minds and hearts of those who lost. More than 15 of them who fell in this primary. And in the studio with me is a man who many will say was very lucky because he was unopposed in the Yape Kosogo constituency. True that, you count yourself extremely lucky that you had nobody contesting you.
Yes, thank you. This is my second time running without having a contest. The first one I had a contest, two very strong people. I think the margin showed that maybe they ought to give me that breather. Also, it's about your relationship with your constituents, and more importantly, the kingmakers who are the delegates. I'm sure that people would have gauged the constituency.
You don't want to go and waste your time.
If I go to pick the form, would I really make any inroads? And so let me thank my polling station executives, a constituency chairman. In some constituencies, normally the MP has a problem with either the chairman, the secretary, or 2 or 3 other people. Fortunately for me, we appear to be working in tandem. We have a very cordial working relationship. It's usually an NDC stronghold, even though at a particular year we won with only 104 or so votes. We've been able to move it to about 9,000 thereabout and held it around. In 2016, it was about 9,000. In 2020, it was about 8,900. So we've really done quite well. It is our hope that as we prepare for the party to assume power in 2025, the margin would even increase more. It's not going to be that easy, given that normally when you stay for 1 or 2 terms, expectations, and in a typical rural setting, everybody sees the MP as their source of whatever they need. And even when you try to explain that, look, sometimes you really need to stretch, some people would not understand. And so it's normal. When you are in power, it's a bit more easier. You may be lucky to have an appointment, and so your level of influence is much, much bigger. But let's see how it goes. And I was expecting that the 2 candidates who were contesting against His Excellency John Mahama would have done some self-introspection. I mean, any objective person, I mean, beyond the politics, would tell that, look, it was going to be very difficult to beat President Mahama in the primaries. He towers above them. Except that the results tells me that the party is really focused. They know what they want. It's clear if you look at the presidential results, almost 99%. I was part of the team. So the previous one, I was part of the team. We had about 95%. And so Professor Joshua Labi's target was that we should not go below the 95% target. And so we set ourselves to ensure that we achieve a minimum of 95. Later did we know that we could do up to close to about 99%. And so this is the time to close the ranks. President Mahama has indicated that Kojo Bonsu has called him. I think it's also indicated that Dr. Dufo has placed a call to him. So there's real unity. And for such a big party, one shouldn't be surprised that there are 1 or 2 complaints. I mean, for 275 constituencies with the level of competition, you would surely expect that 1 or 2 people will not be happy. I've heard Sam George, I've heard Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, I've heard, I think...
Muntaka Mubarak, you know.
Yeah, these are concerns that I think the party should take on board. Because whether you like it or not, they are your candidates. Whether you like it or not, some of them are your MPs. We must necessarily work together and ensure that we bring the party.
Let me ask you your take on the more than 15 of your colleagues who lost the primaries, including your good friend Bawa, who sits on the Committee of Mines and Energy with you. He's lost his bongo. I mean, have you called them to commiserate, and how is that going to affect the work going forward? I mean, you have still a lot to still do in Parliament. Would they still have the energy?
Absolutely. I've lost about 4 members on my committee as ranking member.
In this last primary?
Yeah, I've lost Dr. Donko, I've lost Bawa, I've lost De La Soa, I've lost Jogi Disu. That's quite a huge hemorrhage. 4 people, and my committee is one of the strongest committees when it comes to the NDC side. You have Dr. Donko there, you have myself, you have Bawa, you have Kofi Amabua, you have Naza Toure. You have some very, very tough, intelligent guys within the energy sector. And so it's a big blow. But sometimes it even pushes them to work harder. I recall when Ras Mubarak lost, people thought that he was going to relax, but he gave of his best. And so it's not always the case. It's about how we handle it. I'm sure that the flag bearer would meet, first of all, the losing candidates. Eventually, I'm sure he'll meet all of us as MPs, and I'm sure he will also meet all the NDC candidates. And so I don't think that we've lost so much. It's unfortunate. I really thought that those members on my committee were doing a very, very good job. Very sharp, intelligent, articulate guys. It's unfortunate. Sometimes I've said that you are better off losing the primaries than losing the general election. Or it comes, at least once you lose the primaries, you can prepare and know that, look, you are living, so you prepare. But I hope that our numbers increase in Parliament, and
that's in the main elections.
Yeah,
stay with me, John. Let me bring in Richard Ahiagba. He's a director of communications for the New Patriotic Party, and he joins us right now via Zoom. We still have Dr. Tui Champon, who is an economist, but also relevant for this conversation. He's a political risk analyst. I want to tap into his expertise a bit, into what the outcome what the outcome means for the NDC going into next year's election. But Richard, let me come to you. Now, your main opposition, your main contender in the elections next year, the NDC, they've completed their reorganization now. They have a new flag bearer. They know who their candidates are, but, barring a few constituencies still yet to be done. I mean, they are ready, I guess, for you next year. You, however, have a long road with, several primaries down the line. That leaves you at least a year behind the NDC if you do the calculations. Is that some cause for concern for the MPP? Sorry, Richard, if you may unmute for me. Can you hear you?
Yes, sorry.
Great. I can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you, Evans. Greetings to my brother JJ and Dr. Theo Champo, and to your listeners and viewers across the country. So it is not a concern for us necessarily because we are starting our own processes. I think the 26th of this month, the presidential primaries will commence. And hopefully, if there are no more than 5 candidates picking the forms, then we'll transition through to the elections and without the special delegate conference. So our processes will unfold as we have designed them, and it's just a matter of time. And so really, there isn't any pressure from the NDC, but to say that they have terminated their processes, and so now they move to the next stage of prepping and organizing for the election next year. So I think it's just a process they have finished, and we're starting ours. It doesn't really present any pressure. But if anything at all, it gives us some markings on the road to observe and see the things that we can avoid. Some of the concerns that were raised in the videos that you played earlier, we can watch and try to educate ourselves to avoid those flashpoints and make sure that our election, as always expected of the MPP, is as peaceful, as transparent as should be, and that we can carry through with it without any major internal effects in terms of people feeling slighted by any part of the electoral process. So there isn't any real pressure in terms of us feeling like, well, they have elected their officers or completed the process, as it were. But for us to be able to model ours to be an exemplary process that can help enrich our democracy. So we're quite happy for them. And the challenges that they're talking about, I think that for the NDC standards, they've done very well. And in fact, one thing that we need to commend them for is the fact that they were able to organize both the parliamentary and presidential elections all on one day, given their particular situation. Not that we couldn't do it, but given the specific circumstances we have, we are not doing it that way. But I think it's something of an organizational fit that we can commend them for. And then just hope that they are able to deal with the internal spillovers, which are some of them very serious. If you look at the situation with the Dr. Dufour, that's a major happening, right? For the first time, an internal election taken to court in a manner at the presidential level has been taken to court. But for Dr. Dufour's own grace to withdraw from the race, and if he had persisted with a case in court, nobody knows how it would have ended. Would it be that the NDC wouldn't have had the primaries last Saturday? And that would have set them back and probably put a monkey wrench in their planning for 2024. So I think that they've been saved and the outcome largely, now we can talk about it because there's no major rift in there. The situation you referred to in Ketu North, for example, is also something that when you think about it, it may just be some pressure point that was pressed for some individuals to align, and therefore people fell in line. I've had reports from the ground that suggest that the consensus reached is not exactly how we should have gone, to say that Adam won. People are still contending it and suggesting that perhaps the guy ceded his position for the good of the party. And so they have some real problems to resolve in-house, but we wish them well. What happens now, Evans, before you ask the question?
Sure.
The Ghana awaits the new patriotic party to select the next president of this republic, and that will be done in November this year.
Okay, you go straight to electing not a candidate, but the next president.
No, we will select the next president.
Okay, you select the next president. Okay, I'll come back to you, John. But let me get to Champons quick. Right, to how are you reading the outcome?
No, I was just laughing at Richard's last comment.
Exactly.
Quite interesting to hear that. But I think, on the NDC side, it was quite obvious who would win the presidential, primaries. And then also the different parliamentary candidates, for the party. There was an expectation that some of them would lose their seats, and these things are normally driven by internal grassroots dynamics, than what's happening at an external level. But I think that is behind them now, and from some of the statements that I'm seeing, it looks as though there's a clarion call for party unity in that regard to execute their campaign agenda going forward, because we've got a very interesting year ahead of us with all of the stuff that is happening with the economy, the IMF, and those discussions that we're having. I mean, basically, on the side of the incumbent government of the MPP, they've gone to probably the first quarter of next year to turn this economy around. And going into next year, the competition would be really about what I call them the two Ps, right? It's going to be on policy and it's going to be on personality. And in that regard, John Mahama and whoever is elected on the NPP side, and the other people around him, all of the conversation would really be driven around these two policy, personality type, debate. So one key thing or indicator personally I'm actually looking out for in terms of how this possibly would pan out is the by-election that we're going to have this Tuesday in Kumewu. Yes, very, very interesting by-election. If you look at the margins from 2016 and 2020, 2016, the late MP had a substantive margin. In 2020, that had dwindled a little bit, I think, to about just under 15,000. And there was an independent candidate that got about 12 or so thousand. I don't have the specific numbers, but it's largely within that ballpark. And off the back of all of that, which is happening with inflation and economy and all those challenges, it remains to be seen the extent of the margin, if any, that the MPP, because they retain that seat, right, if any, may get, or there might even be a flip over if that were to happen. But that would be very telling of what the feelings of Ghanaians are at the grassroots with all of the stuff that is going on. And then when you superimpose on top this debate about, who is best positioned to fix the economic crisis or the mess that we find ourselves in, I think we're really in for a very, very interesting campaign going into 2024. The MPP did campaign in 2016 on the track record that they are quote-unquote competent economic managers, right? Things happened, a lot has changed, but even in the IMF document we were just discussing, the IMF said that there were pre-existing, fiscal and debt vulnerabilities, which were compounded by the pandemic. So you've got a lot happening on both parties and who they choose. But on the NDC side, they know who they've gotten, and it's then a question of to what extent, if any, do Ghanaians perceive John Mahama as a credible candidate to give them their the vote.
Yeah, I mean, and Theo, if you may, because that last point you made there, I want to put it to John, because it's a fundamental point. I mean, John Mahama, Junapo, gets 98% plus, almost 99% in the delegates' elections. But as Theo says, that victory will mean absolutely nothing if the general public in the next year's elections reject him, right? So the question that he asked, I want to put to you: to what extent can he position himself as the most credible person next year to win the elections? Because for the very first time in our political history, you're having a candidate, not two candidates, I think John Mahama included, who have all been, we have a former president who is now standing for re-election after the expiration of another term. It's never happened before. So that unknown, nobody really knows how it's going to play out, right? So that question needs to be answered. I wonder if the NDC have done that analysis of, is John Mahama, yes, delegates give him, but considering that 1 year he did before, and this is the first time we are seeing another, this sort of dynamic, how credible is he?
Very, very credible. There's no doubt about that. The truth is that in 2016, it was a very tough year. Don't forget, the NPP had been in opposition for 8 years. President Mahama took over with a very difficult situation. Commodity prices had tumbled. The situation was tough. We had even gone for an IMF program, and the NPP used the IMF program big time against President Mahama. In fact, going to an IMF program was synonymous to incompetence. To cut a long story short, he lost by about 1 million. 2020, he stood against President Akufo-Addo. President Akufo-Addo used this same IMF program against President Mahama. Anytime you criticize the MPP, the response was that, but you took us to IMF. But you took us to IMF. It was very, very normal for them to say that. Irrespective of that, he clawed back about 600,000 votes. And so he really pushed, and then our parliamentary minority, which was very, very slim, I think about 90 something, we brought it to about 137. But for the problem we are having with the
leadership quitting?
Yes, because he won. I mean, as for the votes, he won. It's just legal issues with respect to his nationality that is denying him. Other than that, we put up a very good show for the 2020 elections. We even went to court and insisted that some of the issues were not properly dealt with, but the court is ruled. So now, fast forward, we're going to 2024.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamics are changing.
How?
People are now beginning to see the true MPP in terms of their economic record. Dr. Baumia, for instance, was presented as an economic wizard, and that irrespective of the challenge, he had a magic wand to deal with the situation. Now we are realizing that that is not the situation after all. For the first time in the history of this country, as I said, under the fourth Republican dispensation, we are defaulting on all these payments. Even under President Mahama's IMF, we never defaulted, and we never had this kind of challenges we are seeing. This level of inflation, we never had it. So it's a situation that we are all assessing. I'm sure the MPP is also assessing it. We are also assessing it. We have to find a way of presenting our candidate, like you said, as a credible candidate, telling Ghanaians the challenges, telling Ghanaians what he did in terms of infrastructure, in terms of health sector, the energy sector, and all that. And some of us have to lead that charge. Some of us have to lead that debate and tell the people of Ghana why they need one, President Mahama, and why they need the NDC. And I think that it wouldn't be as difficult as one would have had the situation.
Because the MPP has helped your case.
In 2020. Not just that, No, naturally, when you stay in power for a while, even as an MP, there's some level of attrition, naturally. And also, the NPP came up with very, very promising slogans. I mean, employment, NAPCO was a key issue. Even in 2020, the campaign was that if you vote for President Mahama, he will cancel NAPCO. Now we've seen that NAPCO is not sustainable. So the dynamics are changing. And so I do not always want to rush to draw conclusions. But I'm convinced that President Mahama has a very, very, very good chance of winning and becoming president.
I mean,
the ground is very fertile for him. And more importantly, you also need the party's unity.
Yeah, I'll come to that. Stay with me, because that is a substantive point we need to look at the back of the primary. But Richard, the dynamics are changing, he says. That the last 8 years, he says, you've shown your true nature and you've helped their cause because of where the economy is. And that makes John Mahama, who was significantly damaged after 2016, significantly reformed and able now to put up a challenge. On the face of the pink sheet, as we've been saying now, that's true, is it not? That where the economy is today and the pain that we're anticipating with this IMF program going down the line, this is going to be challenging to ensure that John Mahama doesn't, become the option for voters because of the credibility that he's gained over the last 8 years.
Well, thank you very much, Evans. I think John tries to explain the issue, but it's just a difficult one. It's a question where I think the NDC will struggle with greatly to establish the credibility of the former president. Not that his personal, in terms of his personal life, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about his political credibility in terms of being a leader and making promises and living up to it. If you take the NDC's proposition to Ghanaians from 2008, all the things they said they were going to do, part of which former President Mahama will be held accountable, I think, because he was the vice president and then eventually became the president. And then throughout that period, the first term, they couldn't achieve key components of that, key planks of their proposition, particularly with respect to employment. They didn't achieve anything. In fact, in the second term, the former president was frustrated when people were asking.
Richard? Yes, okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, so did you just lose me?
Yeah, I just lost you for a second.
Okay. So I was saying is that the NDC, led by the former president, has a real task of trying to establish credibility, and we're going to try and engage in that conversation to get them to prove that credibility, because we think that he doesn't. And I'll show you some evidence to that. And I was just talking about employment, which is a cardinal issue in this election, where a vast majority of our young people need employment, and the issue of a party putting forward a proposition that can address that concern. The NDC have made that promise several times in the past, but haven't been able to live up to the expectation, and not only failed to live up to the expectation, but became agitated when people were asking the legitimate question of what he promised, and they haven't seen the delivery of it. You recall the former president describing himself as not being a magician, to put money in people's pockets, and that if people wanted money, or if they want to make a good living for themselves, they have to go out there and get a job. But if you look at the 2008 manifesto that the NDC put forward, they talked about creating jobs. And in fact, there's a particular proposition, if I can find it, I think on page 56 of that manifesto, one thing that the former president said in saying that he's not a magician, he said that people should get out there and find jobs. But in that statement, he said that the jobs that he have created, people don't have the skills to take them. right? But in that manifesto, the page 56 that I referred you to, the end.
I mean, Richard. I mean, are you recollecting this? Are you recollecting this correctly?
Sorry.
John, allow him to. This recollection of John Mahama making comments about the employment. You recollecting this correctly? Because I don't recall.
You don't recall what?
That John Mahama making the point about
he's created jobs, but people don't have the skills
expertise for it. I mean, John Jinapa, please allow the man to clarify. I mean, I'm asking if you're recollecting that correctly.
Yes, I can just read a story to you if you want.
Please do.
And that story is on Ghana Web. I'm not sure what John is laughing at, but if you go to Ghana Web, the story is on is a story published, I think, November 2016. It said, "I am not a magician," Mahama tells unemployed graduate. Evans, you can read the story if you want, but I can find a specific place. But if you see the headline, the specific place that is, can find that. So he added, well, anyway, John can read that, but I'm not sure why he was laughing.
But your substantive, let's go to your substantive point. Your substantive point about employment?
The point I am making, I'm trying to link it to a promise they made in the 2008 manifesto, where they proposed that they were going to expand skills training facilities for urban youth. This is page 74 of their 2008 manifesto. Now, having made that promise and had a first term not fulfilled that, and then in 2016, when young people asking for employment and criticizing his government, he says that he's not a magician to put money in their pocket. And in that story, if John then goes ahead to read it, you see where I was referring to, where he was saying that much of the jobs in the labor market, employees or young people lack the skills to be able to take advantage of those jobs. Now, if what John is laughing at is to say that I say he's created jobs and people don't have skills for, it's implied. If you say that there are jobs and people lack the skills for that job, it means that you have created jobs and people don't have the skills to take the job. So that's the connection he needs to make. So the point I am making is that there is no credibility when it comes to solving the key problem. And this employment issue is critical because in the former president's acceptance speech, he talked about creating jobs. And we're saying that there's a record of making those promises of jobs and haven't been able to fulfill those promises. And so therefore, it's going to be difficult for him to establish credibility on that subject to the youth of this country, saying that I would come and create employment for you, when we know, based on his own commentary, about his ability to create jobs, and therefore people should be able to go find jobs for themselves. If they want to make an income, they must go out there, and that he has no magic to put money in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, and stay with me. And I will have to take a quick break. I'll come back, John.
I want to deal with this employment.
I know you want to, but stay with me. I want to come back to that. And then Dr. Choi Champon, when I return from the break, that last point there about track record, it's going to possibly be more important in this election next year than any other time in our Fourth Republic, because for the first time you will have two candidates on the ballot, regardless of who the MPP elect. If it's Alan or if it's Bawumia, both of them have been in government, they've been in cabinet, so they are going to come into the equation on their own record, right? And then you have a former president for the first time in our history also seeking re-election and competing with them. How important will that be? Because that dynamic we haven't seen before. We haven't seen. So how will this dynamic impact on the outcome? And then you raise the issue about John Mahama trying to deal with that credibility subject, also because of his 4-year record. How does he do that? When I come there, I'll take your views, and then I'll get John's reaction to the employment question. Stay with us.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Pascal's showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that the wells can store many, many messages. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded your contact center yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Ekaprenu eya enunti na metufu se abribiara o twadea onsa nkoto no emprelu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi ede na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se opese usiu dan na apɛ ogu concrete enya fina akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete ya messing the that with quality cement wom on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem wo nyinara your office I was Printers Road ya ni papaya restaurant in the dinhwedimu
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll free number 0800 626 26.
And thank you very much for still staying with us as we wrap up with the politics. And just before we went for the break, a very interesting proposition that was put forward about the records of both parties, which will be even more relevant this year than any other time in our history, really, because of the nature of the contest you're going to have. And one of the things that Richard Ihagba had brought up is the records on job creation, etc. And John, you wanted to respond to that?
No, but he hasn't given us any figure, except to say that there's a headline by Ghana Web that he heavily relies on a headline and say that John Mama said A or B. I think what you would normally do, Richard, is to say that the unemployment rate, maybe in 2016, was X. Following our interventions, the unemployment rate in, say, 2022 is dropped by X amount. And I give you this document from World Bank that shows that unemployment is rather on the ascendancy. So, Richard, if you want us to go with this kind of debate, I'm sure that the people listening and watching would not enjoy it, because what this person said, what this person did not say, the media reported this. Let's deal with the concrete, cogent figures, statistical figures, the data, so that we can interrogate them and see whether we are making progress or not. As we speak, we don't even know your candidate. We don't know whether it will be Dr. Baumia, Kennedy Japan, Covenant Japan, Alan, etc. So it will be very difficult to even begin to pitch Mahama against a plethora, a lot of people who are still in the field. At least we know the track record of Dr. Baumia. We can tell. Being the head of the economic management team, we can tell his track record today. At least we can assess him. Alan has been a minister, we can assess him. So let's see how it goes. Other than that, I think that President Mahama has done a lot of things that you can pinpoint. Maybe you didn't do slogan of 1D1F, but Atuabo gas processing plant alone saves us $350 million in terms of import substitution.
But you're as good as a politician, you know this, you're as good as your performance in your last term,
yes,
right? His last term ended in 2016, and that last term didn't end well.
And
that's what people will remember.
Term. But I'm saying that last term is better than the current term. His inflation is better than today. His deficit is better than today. His track record when it comes to payment of coupons and debt servicing is better than today. Debt to GDP is better than today. Exchange rate is better than today. Every macro indicator that you take, if the last term is the standard, is better than today. The cedi is depreciated by about 53%. When President Mahama was living, inflation had come down to about 15%. Today we are talking of food inflation of about 60%. President Mahama, throughout his tenure, never defaulted on bond payments. Our pensioners today do not even know their future. So I would prefer that kind of leadership than what we are witnessing today. If last terms are the standards of measure, look at where we are today. 0.5 months of import cover. Is that what you want? This country is bankrupt. That is a fact. We've even suspended repayment or debt servicing.
Yeah, the 600 million is in. So,
please, when we went for the IMF program, we never suspended repayment of coupons on our debt obligations. See where we are today. This country is in a hopeless state. To the extent that, look, without this IMF bill, I would have just crashed out. So clearly, if you want us to use last terms, we will be very, very happy. If you want us to use whatever figure, let's deal with absolute, measurable, quantifiable data.
So you're going to be, in your next year, you're going to be comparing Mahama's last term versus...
No, you brought it. I didn't. Okay. You said his last term.
In elections are won on records, right?
Yeah,
so you're saying
that is fine.
Okay.
But then people also assess the current situation. That's a fact.
Let me bring you to a point. Dr. Should, that dynamic is going to be interesting. How would that, influence the outcome next year? And if you look at the John Mahama factor, he's obviously the overwhelming winner in the NDC primary, but he has a very obvious track record that he's going to go into next year with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the point is that there is a resurgent NDC, right? The NDC of 2016 is not necessarily the NDC of 2023. Even when you look at some of the policy posturing and the announcement, if you look at some of the statements President Mahama has been making at different international and local fora, I am getting a bit more depth and I'm getting a bit more detail around that. But the other point is, and where I disagree with Richard, is that both of the parties, at least on the economic front, have a serious issue with credibility on the macro front, right? In the last term, 2016, we know what happened, Doomso and all the other related issues. Now we're talking about the, third restructuring, domestic exchange, and the ripple effect of that, and an IMF program as well. And this time around, it's also affecting, importantly, the middle class. It's not just people down, but your typical middle class folks that traditionally may gravitate even towards, let's say, an MPP than an NDC. Many of them have been hit hard by this current, crisis. So I don't think that the debate or the substantive issues is about employment as Richard sought to portray. There are deeper issues around the economy, the cost of living, the crisis that we all find ourselves in, and the way many of the citizens would assess really is what is going to change fundamentally this time around in terms of your offering, in terms of your policies, and in terms of the substance, right, behind it. It's no longer enough just to make, promises, but people are going to be pinning you to the wall in terms of the substance underpinning those promises and whether there's actually even the fiscal space to contain it. So remember, we're still going to be in an IMF program until 2026. So anybody drafting a manifesto, anybody working on party, document, we need to factor all these things in the,
You raised such an important point. In other words, the IMF has already given a template for the two parties' manifestos going
There's a
into the
limit to
2021.
what they both can do, but they all have a serious issue of credibility that they need to address. It's not just an NDC issue, the MPP equally, and even in most recent memory, a lot of people, those that are like youth looking for jobs, yes, we get that. But the middle class, importantly, have seen significant losses on their investments, on their livelihood, particularly in the last 2 years. And that's something that for me, cannot be discounted.
And Ms. Ahiagba, your response to that?
So, Evans, I was saying that, John didn't answer the question. The question you asked was specific about credibility. And I was trying to demonstrate to you that the former president promising that he would create jobs, in his acceptance speech, he mentioned some 13 items that he was going to work around. And that his credibility on that subject specifically cannot be trusted because of the things he said and done in the past. But John didn't answer that. Going back and talk about comparing the economy, that's a macro comparison that we can do. We're looking specifically at the candidacy of the former president and whether or not, your question, whether or not he can be trusted. So it's a specific analysis that we're doing. And so he didn't obviously answer the question. But what I'm trying to say is that the former president has to go through this hurdle of being trusted on the matter. The issues that are at play now, for which he's going to be campaigning, when he talks about the economy, yes, we can look at the economy. What was his position? What was his offering? And what was the outcome? And how does he explain that? Now, if you just look at what is happening today, which Dr. Tia Champon is canvassing, and I think John particularly is relying on, the current situation, I was trying to draw your attention earlier to say that if John is talking about the current situation we're in, then you need to text it for him properly. The context in which we are talking now is vastly different from what existed when the NDC recorded a 15.4% inflation that it's talking about, right? So if you have that conversation, we are not going to be absent in the conversation, right? We're going to be present. And we're going to remind Ghanaians that, look, what era he's talking about, these were the realities. And this era that he's comparing that era to, these are the circumstances, so that people will appreciate the two dynamics or the two environments vis-a-vis what obtained. There wasn't any COVID then. They tried to minimize it. There wasn't any Russia-Ukraine. And those are significant global happenings. And if you see how the IMF put it, talks about major external shock. So those major consequential external shock has the capacity of trumping any conditions that you had. In fact, if there were no...
Just a quick one, Richard. In 2014-15, you also had a slowdown in China, no? Didn't we have global commodity prices also dropping? I mean, I'm just throwing it into the conversation.
Yeah, but Dr. Theo, that has always been the situation because
so the big argument is that the external shocks would always be there. And in fact, it's going to even get much more worse in the years.
Exactly. So that's my point.
Right.
The point you are making about commodity prices falling, that threat is always going to be there and actually is still there.
Okay. I'll come to you. I just have less than 2 minutes. Just a second. Yes. Richard, go ahead. Just a minute to wrap up so that I can give my minute here to wrap up. So.
Okay, thank you. So the point I'm making to Dr. Theo's point is that yes, those external shocks will be there, but global shock in the nature that is reported in this report it's never been there. COVID has never been there. The direct effect of Russia-Ukraine has never been there. Even if you want to argue about Russia-Ukraine, you can argue about it. But I'm telling you that the catastrophic effect of COVID has never been there. So on top of the pre-existing global shocks that will come up and down, part of the economic cycle existed. Everybody had to work within that.
Yeah.
But here and now, you are talking about a serious extenuating circumstance being COVID-19 that you can control for and see that the MPP's performance compared to the NDC is nowhere comparable.
Okay. Richard, thank you very much. You have a minute. Sorry, Richard, thank you. 1 minute. You have a minute. Yes.
This is why government is investing as much as it is investing to try and provide our people with the skills that they need to enter the world of work.
So this is the Ghana web
He
story.
added, if you sit at home and you don't take advantage of the opportunities, money is not going to magically appear in your pocket. So what government is doing is investing to create the situation so that as many of our people can take the opportunity as possible, and we are doing this in all sectors. This is verbatim. And Richie comes to sit here and say that he says that he's not a magician. Such blatant falsehood against the person of President Mahama. And that is what the NDC ought to watch going into this election, where people take President Mahama's otherwise well-intended statement, twist it, and blatantly misrepresent it. In any case, finally, employment. Your trump card is NAPCO. Richie, is that not your trump card? He said NAPCO is unprecedented. It would employ 100,000 people every year. It has collapsed. And let me just quote the IMF document. Large external shocks have exacerbated, and this is the operative word, pre-existing fiscal and debt vulnerabilities.
Okay.
Please, read these documents.
Thank you very much, Jinapo. Thank you, Richard Ayagba. Thank you, Dr. Tue Champon, and to all of you who watched us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
MTN.
Everywhere you go.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
Star Assurance, your solid partner. Ghana's most useful app. Hubtel is everything for you.
Visit the St. Thomas Eye Hospital and get advice on which treatment works best for you.
Fernart Ghana. Think wood. Think Fernart.
Hello and welcome to the Executive Lounge with me, Jerry Ajololo, where we get talking with C-suite executives to find out from them what it takes to achieve set targets for all their stakeholders. Today we come to you from Volkswagen Ghana, the first auto company to be licensed after the operationalization of the Ghana Automotive Development Policy and Program. We want to find out from them what's been the experience so far, what the brand really stands for, and its impact on our economy. So join me as we get talking on their Executive Lounge. I'm joined by Martina Bendier, Managing Director and Chairperson of Volkswagen Africa, together with Jeffrey Pripra, CEO of Volkswagen Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you, and thank you for inviting me to your Executive Lounge.
Thanks
what
very
has
much.
taken you so long to come to Ghana? But thanks to the Ghana Automotive Development Policy, you are finally here. Tell me, what have been the inducing factors to come to Ghana?
So we think that we kind of moved as fast as we could, also now in being finally established here. The journey started in 2018. The first meetings with government officials happened, and it was and Ghana was very much thinking ahead of how do we attract an automotive industry in the country. So Ghana was probably one of the first countries really thinking in terms of getting automotive to the country, and we were the first ones engaging with the Ghanaian government to then soon sign a memorandum of understanding, an MOU as we call it, to move forward and move fast. We set up with our UML partner back then an SKD facility, a semi-knockdown facility, to kind of really move fast and quickly, and now a bit interrupted by COVID. Unfortunately, we're very proud that we have opened now our fully fledged own Volkswagen assembly facility, which happened yesterday, to be now here established as Volkswagen Ghana.
Lovely. So Jeffrey, let me come to you. Let's go back to August 2020 when the president unveiled the first set of assembled vehicles by VW in Ghana. Share with us what's been the experience from then till now.
Well, thank you for the question. I mean, with our establishment back in 2020 in August, I must say it has been a great journey up to today. Ghanaian public also show a very great appetite for our products, which I must really recommend the Ghanaian public, because with the post-COVID coming out from a pandemic, you know, people pockets are dry, people were complaining, but I must say for the first 5 months there was a great patronage of our vehicle, and where people did not really believe we can assemble same cars that we have in Germany or in other worlds, but the quality was the same, everything was the same. So this also changed the perception of the market about the locally assembly vehicles. So to put it in short, we have really received a very good positive feedback on what we are doing, and it has been a great journey till today.
Okay, let's talk about numbers. How many have you sold so far? Which kind of markets have you sold to?
In total, what we have assembly or having our we have worked on, we had approximately 1,300 units, which we have also sold most in locally here to the market, and we recently also tried to test the export, which has been also our vision, that we're not here only for Ghanaian market, but we are focusing on also Ghana and beyond. That is, we're talking about the West Sub-Saharan Africa. So we've started exporting also to Ivory Coast, Senegal, and we're still looking to other markets who will prepare for our products. Okay. So from what we have done, we've got almost about 20% already moved to the west coast of Africa. Okay. Yeah.
Martina, as an investor, let me ask, what do you find intriguing about or interesting about automotive development policy? What have been the challenges? What are the prospects? What can we do to make it better or enabling?
So as I said, the Ghanaian automotive policy was thinking very much ahead in terms of how to enable local industry, how to enable assembly facilities and go further. There is some steps which now need to kind of be followed up on. One is to put a tax on imported vehicles. So that's about to be gazetted. As far as I know, it's the 35% import tax to really protect locally manufactured and locally assembled vehicles. Also, we would need a ban of used cars. That's always like old used cars, sure, to increase new car demand, because for the next steps of getting more local content, of next steps of assembly in Ghana, be it us or be it others, we need to increase now the new car demand and the new car volume. Another thing to work on is, as always, is vehicle asset financing, to provide financing to make new cars affordable, because we are tapping into a used car market currently. And what also would help, and Ghana has done the first very important steps, is improving fuel quality. Because with improved fuel quality, we are able to bring more models, more engines into the country, and yeah, with that we can also help to increase the new car demand, we think.
You talk about vehicle finance. You come from a very established market. Share with us what's been the experience in your market. What are the best practices you think we can, imbibe to make ours better?
It's not rocket science. Okay. So it's just like you need a good finance offer. You need a lease scheme. Also helps in terms of corporate customers. But there's also like different options countries really could look at, and we are even in South Africa also looking and exploring new ways of just like bringing costs of new car vehicles down, which is not cash payment. But it's not rocket science. It's just like a variety of finance offers for corporate customers, for fleet customers, for private customers.
Okay, Jeffrey, you are on the ground. Share with us what's been the attitude in terms of financing. How have the banks also cooperated to make that easy for you?
No, from our finance market here, especially for auto financing,
it's quite been a challenge for us because we see that the car park of Ghana in total for new cars there's about 12,000, and what we see is most of them, over 70%, are paid cash, which is really a hard time for people in Ghana. But we see the banks, we got a high interest rate on this loan financing or car financing for the individuals or the corporates. So we have been engaging government and then also other stakeholders that how do we get this somehow subsidized or somehow also reduced. So there has been a lot of engagements going on, which government is really fully on top of these topics, that we need to look at it to have auto financing, car financing at a very low rate, which will boost the volume that we need. Because as Martina was talking about, in our advanced countries, this is there, and it's not a rocket science. I think there must be a collaboration between financing and then also government coming in to make some policies around that, because that too, whereby it can probably also subsidize the high rate down. So it's something that is going on. We've got a government also hand in it, and they are really promising that we will get this thing also ticked off.
Okay. Interesting. Let's talk about the numbers. You have done about 1,300. You, as a matter of fact, are the president of the Automotive Assembly, Association. Share with us, how do you intend to leverage on this market, Ghana, as a hub, and reach out to the rest of the continent, particularly the sub-region?
Good. From that case, what we've been looking at, actually, we first wrap up the guys. Let's get together as an association, because with a common voice, we think we can engage government properly. We can, and also other stakeholders. So what we have been looking at is everybody, or all the institutions, the OEMs or the partners that we have here, we work together to improve the standards. And now, thanks to the policy, which is also really a very good policy, which is also preparing Ghana as a hub for the West Africa here. So what we have been doing is engaging the stakeholders, the government. I mean, thanks to the AFTA also, which is in, we know that with these policies that government have put in place will help us to prepare these vehicles as also as a very attractive competitive cost, where other countries, our neighboring countries, could also buy from us here at a very good rate, because considering logistics and all things is something that we still need to work on. Of course, we are engaging government about it, because even sending something from Ghana to Ivory Coast by road, it becomes a challenge. So these are also topics that we still engaging the government that these member states have to look at it, and then on top of what AFTA is also doing, will help us to grow and Ghana to become what we want to see as a hub of the auto industry.
Okay.
If I may add, from an African business perspective, like total of African business perspective, we've got now a great tool with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and in general that should be followed, and that's what's currently going on in many states with automotive policies, using the terms and conditions of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the possibilities. And our vision as Volkswagen Group Africa, if I may put it like that, in the long term is really that we've got supply out of a Western African hub to all of Africa. That would be Ghana. We've got Kenya as currently our East African hub to all of Africa, and we've got South Africa as our Southern African hub to all of Africa. That of course should be accompanied by hopefully logistics which enables really free movement of goods within Africa. In the interim, we work with this hub and spoke concept as Ghana supplying West Africa, as Kenya supplying East Africa, and South Africa will still try to supply all of Africa. What is quite crucial is that within the different, let's say, hub and spokes find win-win situations for the different countries. So let's say Ghana now moves to, we supply passenger cars to Ivory Coast, something must be in for Ivory Coast. So Ivory Coast might be the ones doing trucks and buses. So these kind of bilaterals or bigger region agreements is very important that those happen, that there's really win-win facilitated with this African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And that's where we're currently working on a political level, also together with the AAAM now, the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, to really help to grow an automotive industry within Africa.
Lovely. I see a lot of synergy in there. Let's talk about your recent takeover of responsibility from your local assembly partner, Universal Motors. What does this move mean for the brand VW Ghana?
No, this move is also a transition. I would say also a replacement from what we started in 2022. That our commitment to Ghana government was, we as the OEM, Volkswagen, we will have a full establishment in Ghana. So this is one part of it. And then the second part of it is moving also into to upscale the assembling or the operation in Ghana. So we are in a transitional move. That's where we are now. That's what you saw also yesterday. We launched our new facility owned by Ghana, VW Ghana itself. It's also some sort of a bold statement to reaffirm to the government that what we have promised to commit our investment here, this was to also lock ourselves into the investment plans that we have committed to Ghana. Yeah.
Okay, Martina, the same question. We should leave it to Ghana to.
No, that's. I mean, that's important that we as OEM also kind of state our presence in the countries, and for us it was a very important move. And to now have our own facility. We were working closely together with UML Motors, so that the equipment, for example, which was there was because we knew that this move is going to happen, was already bought by us. So now we kind of finalize what we've promised also in the original MOU, that we kind of as an OEM take responsibility in Ghana for manufacturing, for employing people. So that's what happened now, and. Yeah, as soon as new car demand is increasing, we might even grow.
Talking about growth, let's talk about sustainability. The world seems to be going towards net zero, but Africa seems to be the new market for combustion engines. How does this sit within your sustainability plan?
So first of all, for us, it's really important that sustainability does not only cover the vehicle itself, but that we, in all areas of our business, try to become sustainable. So we, for example, also in our factories, we're working on zero impact factories. That includes measures like rainwater harvesting, which is a big thing in South Africa because we are facing water shortages. That includes also putting measures in place like solar panels to kind of go to renewable energy. So we're looking really at a full set of becoming sustainable in all areas of our business. Waste reduction when it comes to packaging. And also the transition to EV will play an important role, of course, for us in Africa. What we see currently is that there's many countries in terms of source of power still relying a lot on fossil fuels, which then takes away emissions from a vehicle if you move to an electric vehicle. But unfortunately then in the power generation it causes sometimes more CO2 than a combustion engine vehicle would do. So how I see it transitioning in Africa is first, and we'll work together with the different countries, the kind of transition into renewable energies, which is important, and all the sources are here. I mean, there's solar, or there's sun, there's for many countries hydropower, so that would be important. Starting to import electric vehicles, because currently they are still at a very high price level. And even Volkswagen, we as a group have introduced the show car of the ID.2 yesterday. That is our smallest electric vehicle. And then we target a price below 25,000 euros. but that is still not kind of a mass market African affordable electric vehicle. So we're looking into kind of the global electric vehicle from a Volkswagen perspective, to kind of then really reach the masses, or have meet a price point which is then also, as I said, affordable in Africa. But it's a very important transition. We need to grow the infrastructure, so it starts all with import first, and then you kind of create appetite to also work on the charging infrastructure. We're looking also in some African countries into the part of energy storage. Energy storage solutions, which, for example, again for us in South Africa is quite important because we face power outage quite often. So you could probably combine charging infrastructure with energy storage, which is a very interesting point. In Africa, currently we are working on 3 lighthouse projects, because there's 3 countries already having a very advanced policy in terms of moving to renewables, in terms of subsidizing electric vehicles, in terms of changing their car park. That's Cape Verde, Mauritius and Rwanda. We've got our first electric vehicles in Rwanda as e-golf test fleet, to really also kind of see how the electric vehicles behave in an African context. And we want to move forward with this sustainability policy. I see us manufacturing electric vehicles as Volkswagen in Africa probably mid of next decade, by 2035. And in the meantime, really grow the market, grow the infrastructure, and not help, but kind of facilitate the switch to renewable energies.
Okay. Enough said about sustainability. Let's go to the economic impact. Apart from the creation of jobs, transfer of skills, what does VW, Ghana's presence, really bode for the economy?
Absolutely, it's going to give a positive impact for the economy. Of course, we talk about also creating jobs, where we're taking even over a full responsibility of our own assembly. Definitely, we're going to engage more young men and women into also they will acquire skill, which is a very important thing that we think the market also need. So with this, beside creating jobs, a skill which is also going to be uplifted, because to get also people to have a more knowledge about vehicles that are now we're going to have in our country. And then as well as also to engage other things like people also getting much more well-paid qualified jobs. Is it something, because it is VW is also our policy, so that we pay people what they deserve to be as an employee. So it is a part of also human rights that we also take care of people. Okay. So this is all going to be a good impact for economy. Let's also know that something that we are looking at, that the automotive coming to Ghana as well. We know that the government is also a part of the policy that component manufacturing is also coming on top of that. And with that component of manufacturing, we're really going to double up also employment numbers in the country, because if you look at the vehicle, the number of components that is used for a full vehicle, you can think about a lot of jobs that we're going to create. And with that, you will see that people are gaining, earning much more good money that can also pay taxes, and then these taxes can be also used for economical initiatives, which will be a full scale of economic upgrade. So I think our establishment in here with the policy, and of course also with the other OEMs which are coming on board, this is a game changer, and it's really a groundbreaker for Ghana per se.
Lovely. Soon to wrap up, let me just ask you my last question. Working at VW, what's the experience so far? Let's talk about local content. How many Ghanaians are in management? How many, give us an overview of the workforce.
This is really a great story that we're talking about. It's also a change of mindset.
Okay.
Back out, the story behind this, there's actually, at the moment, we have only one expert for VW. What we have all are local people, because we believe in local content, and then that is what we also have to do to help young men and women to upskill themselves. But this comes back in a story when we started assembling here, and then pandemic came. So all our engineers that are training people had to go back to Europe, had to go back to where they came from. So then it came an idea that we need to continue our training through internet, where it was really also a transformation from technology. So we had Skypes, and we have also all the Zoom calls. These were used to train our local technicians, which I must say it was a very a good initiative that we took. And with this, we saw a great improvement. We saw also a good performance from these local men, that we could even train them online to achieve these skills to build, assembly a car. And with that, for me, it didn't really come to my mind to go and discuss about bringing more experts here. So this proves that we have more talented people, that we can train them wherever they are. So VW, our mission is we want to improve on local content, and then we will also continue to use local people.
Congratulations, you didn't waste a good crisis. Martina, you have the last word. Why should I buy a VW made by VW Ghana?
Because you get a loved brand, the best product, good quality, German engineering, Ghanaian passion in manufacturing, and simply the best.
Simply the best. It's the people's car all over the world, now present in Ghana, thanks to the Ghana Automotive Development Policy. And thank you, VW, for accepting the challenge and responding with such speed and enthusiasm. It means a lot to us. We want to say a big thank you to Martina Bina, Managing Director and Chairperson for Volkswagen Africa, and to you, Mr. Jeffrey Prepra, CEO, Volkswagen Ghana. We say thank you for allowing us into your executive lounge. And to you all watching us, make sure you buy a vehicle and make sure it is VW made right here in Ghana. My name is Jerry Ajololo, and until I come your way again, I say thanks for watching.
Without an assurance from Ghana's external creditors, it may be impossible to get the $3 billion bailout package from the IMF. Hello, my name is Isaac Ofeje, and welcome to Talking Numbers. For Ghana to obtain that much anticipated support from the International Monetary Fund, it first of all must meet certain crucial conditions. And the most pressing has to do with debt restructuring at both external and domestic levels. For domestic restructuring, it's a bingo. Government has managed to restructure about 98 billion cedis of domestic bonds with participation rate of 85%. The next hurdle to cross has been restructuring at the external level. About 72% of external debt will be eligible for restructuring, meaning out of the $22 billion, $1.6 billion belonging to non-residents who bought domestic bonds have already been restructured. $14.6 billion is owed to commercial creditors, including Eurobond creditors, while $5.4 billion belongs to bilateral creditors, with China and the Paris Club heavily involved. For most of the developing economies, the IMF World Bank spring meeting has been an opportunity to exert final pressure on talks, and Ghana has left no stone unturned. 9 lawmakers joined a delegation led by the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Ernest Addison to convince external creditors to come to the negotiation table. Now, during the spring meetings, there were a series of calls from different angles urging creditors to fast-track debt operation talks, especially for developing economies. Zambia remains a test case for most countries attempting a debt operation exercise, with China being a significant bilateral creditor. The country's debt talks have stalled due to a standoff between China and the West in the form of restructuring, and the magnitude of losses each side is willing to accommodate. Now, according to the IMF, Zambia will have access to about 188 million, which is the first tranche of the total package of $1.3 billion in financing once the review is approved by the fund. To remove any hurdles to the timely completion of the review, the IMF has told Zambia it needs its official creditors to move forward and reach agreement on the debt treatment in line with financing assurance they provided in July 2022. Now, Ghana's situation is synonymous with that of Zambia, where China appears to be the missing piece at the collective negotiation table. But while the picture still remains gloomy, Mr. Oforiate's recent tweet offered some glimpse of hope. Now, according to him, Ghana had productive restructuring talks with the International Monetary Fund, which is the IMF, the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, among others. As Ghana awaits an IMF Executive Board approval, some of its economic indicators have begun seeing significant improvement. Inflation dropped for the third consecutive time in March after reaching a more than two-decade high of 54.1% in December 2022. Now, however, Ghana's growth rate has been truncated by the World Bank to 1.6%, lower than what government actually estimated. Worryingly, the debt to GDP ratio is projected to touch 99%. Now, any support from the West in this whole debt restructuring exercise should not be seen as Father Christmas move, as the US is increasingly becoming militant in their calls for countries to pick side in the competition with China. The kind of concession Ghana and Zambia have to make to get a debt relief will be subject to what they consider pragmatic in their long-term future and how to manage future concessions with Chinese infrastructure investment will remain a headache. In all, Ghana must have a game plan.
Fana in Ghana literally means the bank of a river. But as to how the name has been associated with the community is yet to be uncovered. The community has been trapped by the Sakumo Lagoon, that is to the north, and to the south is the Gulf of Guinea. The community is accessible by a paddled canoe, which takes between 20 to 30 minutes from Wiaboma to Fana.
In this story, I will highlight the pressing challenges encountered by the people of Fana and why residents here have lived several decades in this situation where they have limited or no resources to basic social amenities.
In 2011, it was estimated by research that the population was between 800 and 1,200. Presently, the population has diminished to about 300 and 400, including men, women, and children.
While the men engage in commercial fishing, the women work as fishmongers and provide other retail services such as selling of food, cooking, washing, and providing other domestic assistance to their families. Agbesi Jojegbe is the chief of the community. According to him, the occupants of the island migrated from the Volta region. Additionally, Ni Aite Mose, one of the custodians of the land, shed more light on the origin of the inhabitants of the island.
Kama maye nururu dogo manemi ho afimi teje ruru ene kpola kama joko kaga furara na miunto le ba do mai ko mi afufu nyi hu la mi o la mi hu la mi bo hu o wa ku mi abo ya so mi orara kama yu aga wobi eni oje amaje keta ke ba tutuwe himbe jimba hishilepo aka me fon agbe na mata wo hebuni wo ene hani oni me fangbe tete jeme na ma na aka wo gbeme ne ntuni ye jeme show na me ka o ni tuni e bi ene ni na lo ne mo wo ma ele hun lo eje ni ana ni show na eje wo won sumo ko ni wo kenyi aba ni ba tuni ni ha o bia me ni amechen me je ka ba amba kwa ma dan me ni ba kwa ma amekelele je ketake ba fana si amekelele je Abidjan meje ni amete gbe apodo ye jeme wo Abidjan ameje ni ameba menyo lenje keta na ameba me kumelenje adan akramanya len ameba wo gbo ni wo ke yo mami ne kabashi mene shin watane ameno ame oje wo bi eni ofa na ke ganyen wo mi amena to mafia pe ye mami si ye wo che mami la na fe afia pe wo enyu amato fa na dani amawu anwata na meba wo ke anabe na ka hu anwata na ba na ta agi gbesie aba na afi bini nchone.
Sweto Jojegbe is a brother to the chief. He adds that the people of Fana are mostly fishermen.
Mia fofo klo mi ba fiare dona e kenya ro koklota ite mi va fiado e va no fia mi po be e da pawu son ye ala ba mi ba dona ma e da na ro he na regota ala ba nyo mo plana kona ya shime no play awi na fi kona ya shime.
Women on this island go through an abyss of stress supporting their families by providing water. They cover long distances crossing the Sakumo Lagoon to buy water from Wiaboman, the neighboring community with a hired canoe. Edem Kumeko Jifa is a mother of 3. Her last born is teething. She often has to leave her daughter in the care of someone in the neighborhood whenever she goes out looking for water. Days when the women are unable to get water for their families, the men resort to bathing in the sea and going to bed with sticky skins.
Mi un suola nyagble ko be nyo furora ko nyebe mi gboto futana na ma ro mi akpochiale aka me no me na ma ore gachi fi de pela rali de mo nya furora na mi ma ro chafu chi ko wele na ko avo aso mlo nyi mo kata nya furora la fia na mi.
Since fishing is the only profession on the island, They spend every minute of their time hunting for fish. As fish stock continues to deplete across the globe, the fisher folks of this island are also affected. There are days they do not make any catch at all when they go for fishing. Days when harvest is poor, families resort to collecting these seashells called bunte from the lagoon. Like this little girl, she collects as many as she can, after which she splashes some water on the shells to keep them alive. She seeks the assistance of someone to help carry the pan full of bunte. At home, the shells are boiled several hours under intense heat and its content is extracted for food. Education is a big challenge on the island since most of the children have to cover long distances crossing lagoons to school. The children have to wait long hours to be picked by a hired canoe. Days when the canoe delays, the children are tempted to cross the lagoon by themselves, which is quite dangerous. Anytime it rains and the tides are up, most of the children do not go to school for fear of drowning. Alberta Atipo is a 17-year-old student of Chokomek School. She tells me some of the challenges they face as children in the community.
And when we are going to school, we can't find boats to take, so we cross the river sometimes. We took the small children to cross the river so that they will also go to school. Sometimes when we didn't find boats, we come back home. So we call our teachers to ask permission from them. The reason why we are not in school on that day. Sometimes when the rains come, or we can stay in the school for the ending of the rain, or if we know some people there, like our family members, we stay with them.
Yamba no so muko school no so ano so sa ayi epuni so solia na wafa boat ne dia akọ na nkola mu ye dede omu hu nyina ba fo ijama nkola no ma bi mu omu ntumi nko school no nti omu ti fie school dia omu ntumi nko efa nsuo ni hu nti
no super bonu ifu ya kwo ya amajige na afia okwo ko ye no ga gbona mega okwu ga ko ogbe akala sisala moji alaka fanye furere no gbona awokata na pochi marona be obu marola fa fi o la ga fia kro we
na mi zo yeba ne be amaku ye be ma vakabaro o varo tonu na ma o ha afuma ba odurum ko o kwona be ato ai o tansui aka ma vana ma na ma be no yina a ko trona tanuma anya vovonde e vo fi kemi le anya vovonde ganre na mi ala gwegwe baru wana na ba a na inu yina ma ko mi ba a ro mi wa isu ala ba o to hiana mi to.
According to the chief, though they barely encounter children being drowned in the lagoon or the sea, they always try to stop the children anytime they find them playing close to the sea or the lagoon. Some of the adults, on the other hand, find it quite easy crossing the river, either nude or half clothed, to the neighboring community if there is no canoe available. In September 2015, the United Nations formally adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of a new global education goal, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. How can these goals be achieved if children on this island go through these dangerous and unsafe conditions of life? It is morning and time for school. The driver picks the children up. Those who couldn't catch the canoe early wait patiently for their turn. Without any life jackets, these children comfortably enjoy the 30 minutes ride from the shoreline of Fana to the other side of the lagoon, where they continue to school. The school compound is flooded due to the poor drainage outlets and its waterlogged nature. This makes it very difficult for the children to have any source of recreation in school. On this deprived island, one will assume that the commonest recreation for the children will be swimming. Nevertheless, the children resort to football while others play in the sand. The adults, on the other hand, engage in a lottery game that stimulates their mind. The island is deprived of almost all forms of basic social infrastructure, such as electricity, potable drinking water, waste disposal sites, clinic and markets. Residents assess these structures daily at Botiano and beyond. Worst of all, both men and women openly and jointly use the seashore as a place of convenience. With this revelation, it is quite common to predict some of the health challenges the island is likely to face. Malaria is barely reported here due to the airy nature of the island, but parents agreed that the most prevalent sickness is diarrhea and acute fever.
Blood dormant, blood 4G, cholera dormant, Havana fear.
Yale fever. Ani yam yale. Kakrebi pamusi omuyam no metu ka toilet. Mu ko toilet na mbe hwana ma omayemle. Na atamodi omako hospital.
Obale ntokuchogbo to le na o. Rana fever pa. Alaba ekona we na koji.
Fana abounds with myths and superstition. On this island, it is a taboo to give birth. Dying here is forbidden.
Ofana shupon mla ke gbejanoto ni yen maji won ba ni na ngbe ni nkwata sen no ni ke ko je ne agbo ye mami afo ye je me ke yo te twan se e ya Fana okugbo ye mami benuele wa na wo lomo ni sakumo kusuni sana ba tu e je me na aba chigbe ke ochi enyu alo nyun ko mi achi akake je na gamuji e je me na kanji mlani yo mami
yen wo wa ha yen wusu wa ha na se yale ball serious pa o se omuntru lo mu fa o she boot na mu fa onko hospital ana se omudu ba ko okrum so ukọ na se nyame ye wadoma uti ase a ende ye bede nyame ase ba se nyame anye wadona se wanti ase de ende no ano no
ofia mo javina ra pojo atsake mo javina ra pojo aka fi fia mo javina ri ta na kula ma aja bo ra po afi fina jevi
yasro ze daro mi to mi ze dofia mi kogere koja dara fu ma ku to toy abia ko yire koje nu ka tanya furere na ku ya la gogo.
And when any of these taboos is broken, sacrifices have to be made to appease the gods. A ram is usually killed and royalties paid to the custodians of the land.
Yes, obi yale wa ha na se obi ewu wa ha o. On ma no motu me ka ba. No ma be gina. Mate se. Na wo so nhu si de obeye. No ma se o ma ka se to dwan. Ana se to se. Wo be to wo to sanya mana. No o man ka so makwedi. O mo fa nya hwe aha se. No mo edi. Mo agiska ne de account. No mo akọ. No mo agya wo ho. E je se o mo bu kosia.
Amaro kuna wa zagora afia kaka. Yepepo ka okobo no chogbo ko ovana chogbo re anyi gbaji ko obo
ato ala mi abo fia wura ma manchi na machi mako na o me onya aroba na nagbo aro uko na saro kplo mi ko ba kada mi godogo ko ja fi o ba wo na mfan ma tani mi tem godogo ko o ba kami nagbo ko imi agbo nage ya no nyo ba wo de ko no ko ka eyin agbo atera.
These islanders have to pay a percentage of their yield to the owners of the land when they have a bumper harvest.
Wabua wohi nuke wanashika ngocho rulo mu wakabe fe tash ni balake shi oshuo boye mami wo take you to mo 2 weeks ogafio na kusungu bena fe ko ni jama wo ni yo mami ame yache ni amekemea nshi mami nichumo na chumo nichumo hu aye emu ntu nichumo adumushi ka fe na ka jima wo mi fun ka atu na ana lo ye
didi omu ye no mimi nti ase omu ya de no na mu ji esika na mu ji omu sole omu si ye nti asase sika na mu abeji omu asanam na mu de akọ bra ye bra no sa na ye bre omu nka hwe so ye nkire se ni si na yesu ne atu ye na.
The occupants of this island attested that it is common to come across dead bodies being washed to their shores. When this happens, they are taxed to pay some monies for cleansing the land.
Obi kum obi di shensuo edi tunsuo na se obepie wa ha ye bre ya nkasa na ye buabua ye ho ansa na yakope obi na wa besie nipa no owo nsuo na echi tema hadwi ye sie so a omo wo asasira no omu sole ana ma begina se omu jiska
ameji amaro ma o pogbo na mi e ba riri na da bana la fuata amu fofo gata mu ga fuata vago e ga dogo ameko na ya togodo ya na o.
Paying these monies to the so-called custodians is done often during their annual Homowo festival.
Ojeno sene ini fe ni wake wontao na kwa tuma ni amebuo otwe ni amefio obi an waka amebe gidigidi ko aka ame ya alo ameyishi simla fe mla waka maka o mene nyi shi abi o wa fe ne ke amebuo otwe wo fe o ke o mo kwa shi bi ane.
Whenever there's a time for Homo, they will ask them to vacate the island 2 weeks before they will come back. That 2 weeks that they will leave their house, but I think they will come back. Their animals, their properties will be stolen. They cannot even make police case about the stolen items. I asked them why. There wasn't any reason for me. They haven't been able to give any reason why they cannot make a complaint.
Despite these challenges, the people of Fana still vote. However, it appears that after the ballot boxes are filled and taken away to be counted, the elected officials totally forget that such a community of vulnerable people exists who remain trapped in poverty between the sea and the lagoon.
Voting day, the Bena vote war. One arm, I'm going to few meetings. Tell what do you vote to one? I'm a tone woman say.
When I went there, I started going there. The consultations I did all that. None of the previous MPs stepped there. So they only heard their names and the parties here and there. But as for party hierarchies or MP, no MP listed before. I realized that apart from me, they had no experience seeing an MP on that particular island. I went there late. I think when it left 2 or 3 weeks for election, that I started going there.
You say, "No, what I'm a meeting. I can far a bango. Now I'm a bar. I'm a camel like a monk with a Germany fan. Well, I'm about torchlight. I'm going to buy wow. Then I feel Kuni wanna defend this track and Bawa walk take me wa of you. Kabashibiane, I'm a forward.
Come kina ba na koda yiruku ye bana no koda mka tutumi akoda mna tanuma wonye ko nyufa fana mi ala gbegbe manya so aro manya ko ikata jiruwa ni dama ko ni.
Research by Apienin Ado revealed that the coastal erosion in Fana is as a result of the dam constructed over the Densu River and the Kokrobite irrigation scheme.
Afio bangu to ha. Ina onye be fima moy. Preso be mi toji yina. Mi ro dada ha mi toji yina. Aka obene yo nwe na ebe cha dogodo ma vo yo wana be etuga. Aka va sere gba ha. Acha vo do aka mo ba tu izama fia. Ma fia enye nula mi aji fia be mi be aka izama na manyo. Never be all mila. Have you child in a rook? I'm your budget on a premium.
Ni number energy match him. Last match a more play me. Number any new back. Ni Yenny was 2 okay, but Yano knew I will in Wabaga. A match of fire, Jemmy. I'm back here. She punch a mago. Be a yo. No one sumokoni. Okanyata shikoni fane wajie enabu koni nuna nyaya alo ka wo fie ngbagie ni ko fie ndey le gba nyina ameka wota shinaka
we jato kata fie o vatura zura aruchi ke ratu o gido kata ko fie o vatura zura robo jirunu na ba unane adari ko ikebana chia baganye chizai ko fie ba unmo pe suba manya wona wo nebe ole ha wo tansurum over river ikebe ado bridge atototoji haben na chana no nye shiai anu yimero fo me shiai maganye chizai kugoku na china regbo fi banu mo wo ma rafu na mi ku ya la gbogbo fare mo to ba ye mi to we ngu to male pa go ma.
He added that the coastal erosion has been a major problem to settlements along the coast, and in places such as Fana, these problems are seasonal and intensified during periods of high tides between July and August. During this period, not only are the areas characterized by displacement of settlements, but also affects the major economic activity of the people through the flooding of the natural fishing landing sites.
Sawan, ajo he so to son na ba he olu ejeme. Kaswa e so to. Wo nekeni ne bede bale wo menye ba ma mi ni amba he lu don lo ngo ko ya hu gege lele bibi won ta mi e abudu
insoni de o ma ya sunwe o ma ye titi ye twa nsoni so ya de abi o ha ya ye nim si de ye twa nsoni de etumi came with you are not Obimu here, no my ye did answer no my bechi.
And you will Mokatala, the queer game at Tampuku, Malafma. I love my tank the Megilla Mapodon, not to Don, and I got here. Don't have no mafia, another government and she meet the road, never go tafia. I'm one plan. I'm also going to plan Dunia San, Conajune, or we were a Valanamaco. I'm going to zoom up what you have done. Bagavat Tanchi Malo.
Apienin Ado has indicated that the historic rate of erosion along the coast of Accra is 1.13 plus or minus 0.17 miles per year. However, the specific rate of erosion at Fana is about 1.30 plus or minus 0.17 miles per year. This implies that the coastal erosion at Fana may be severe in the future and that the sandbar that separates the sea from the Sakumo wetlands will be breached between 2052 and 2082. Inasmuch as it's a painful development for government and planners, it is advisable that strategic measures are taken to retreat the people of these shorelines in our coast.
Hello and welcome to the Joy News Room. The news is live on the Joy News channel and also on DSTV channel 421. My name is Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Coming up, 3 persons burnt to death in a road crash near Bono-Manso, a town on the Techiman-Kintampo Highway in the Bono East region. One person has been killed in a reprisal attack in the Young Dapameyele chieftaincy dispute with 3 houses torched. We'll hear from our correspondent and the assemblyman for the area. Also, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, urges Ghanaian and Ivorian residents living in the border community of Grand Bassam in Côte d'Ivoire to do their part in securing the boundaries of the 2 countries by reporting any violations of the Western Maritime Boundary. Also, 3 persons are reported to have burnt to ashes in an accident Friday near Bono-Manso, and we'll be back with details. I am Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Now to our first story. 3 persons are reported to have burnt to ashes in an accident Friday night near Bono-Manso, a town on the Techiman-Kintampo Highway in the Bono East region. A speeding passenger bus heading towards Techiman from the Kintampo end is said to have caught fire soon after crashing head-on with a trailer carrying alcoholic beverages and headed in the opposite direction. Correspondent Anas Sabe joins us on the line for more on this accident. Anas, if you can hear me, what's the latest you can report? And we are yet to get to Anas. As you can see on your screen, an accident scene and some persons injured, 1 person on the forehead, and you see his arms and legs in bandages, soiled in blood in a hospital facility. We don't know where yet, but this is an accident where 3 persons are reported to have been burnt to ashes. And we have our correspondent Anas Sabit on the line with us now. Anas, if you can hear me, I mean, we are looking currently at the injured persons on our screen, but what's the latest you can report on this particular accident?
What we are gathering is that the number of persons involved in the accident exceeds 40. I mean, looking at around 45, 46. As we speak now, we can confirm that 3 persons have been found dead. 40 others have serious degrees of injury, and we have some of them, being taken care of by the Holy Family Hospital in Discharge. These are still on admission at the Holy Family Hospital. We fear that some 2 others cannot be accounted for. We don't know if they got them completely, but 3 patients and 3 for sure can be committed take from the regional fire command, AC level 1 Emmanuel Inco. 3 persons are finished, 40 others serious injuries. These are currently on admission at the Holy Family Hospital as we speak. The death toll will have beyond going for the 3
All right, Anas, we're grateful for your time here on Joy Newsroom, and I'm sure you'll be bringing us the latest on that. And you had Anas Sabit, our correspondent in the Bono East region. Now, 1 person has been killed in a reprisal attack in Yong Dakwema, Yele Chieftaincy dispute. 3 houses have been torched, according to community members. There was a gun battle for an hour Saturday dawn in the community. The police intervened in restoring calm, but barely 48 hours, there has been renewed gun battle between the feuding factions. The 2 groups are fighting over the power to rule as chief of the area. Join us via phone line now is Northern Regional Correspondent Martina Bugri. Martina, what more do we know about this violence that has resulted in the death of 1 person?
So it started on Thursday night, where there were gunshots in the community. At the end of the gunshots, 2 people were injured. And people in the community believe this one is a reprisal attack of the other one that took place on Thursday. And we are told that at dawn, before dawn prayers, they started firing gunshots in the community, and that lasted to close to an hour before it stopped. And when they broke and they were told that 1 person had died. They also torched some houses in the community. Community members who were in the community were calling out to relatives who are outside the area to seek help because they needed the security to be in the community.
So as we speak, what is the current state of the community? Are there security officers on ground manning the situation, or
yes.
what can you report?
Yes, we are told that there is security presence as we speak now in the community. But the community members are hoping that they stay longer than what happened on Thursday.
Have there been any arrest of those who were engaged in this, gun battle?
At the time at coming on, there had not been any arrest yet from my sources.
Right. We're grateful for your time here, Martina Bugri. Also joining us is the assemblyman for the area, Abdul Wahab Dauda. If you can hear me, Mr. Dauda, we know of 1 death. What is the briefing you're getting on this matter, at least the preliminary investigation into this? Unfortunately, we do not have him on the line, but we'll go to him for more information in subsequent bulletins. Now, government is assuring there will be no freeze on employment in the public sector despite a demand by the International Monetary Fund on government to limit wage increases. Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, says there were a couple of conditions that guaranteed approval of the deal, but a freeze on public sector employment was not one of them. He spoke on Newsfile.
Look at the document and all the negotiations we have done. There is nowhere there is a statement that there is a freeze in employment. We are not going to do that. But this is not also different from what we have been doing. For the past 2 years, recruitment in the government side have focused on the security agencies and teachers and then also nurses, etc., etc. And these are critical institutions, and the job they do also very critical to our development efforts. And you know that the recruitments are backed by financial clearance. That is when government is able to finance their wages, then the clearance is given. And so that will continue as and when we are able to do that. But there's no explicit decision that there will be a freeze in employment. And so to the extent that we are able to manage this recruitment and also the clearance, we should be able to contain the wage bill. Also, if you monitor over the last 2 years, recruitments into these sectors that I mentioned have been massive, have been unprecedented. Whether you are talking about security agencies or you are talking about the health professionals and nurses and teachers, more than 2 million people have been recruited into these areas. And therefore, even if you are not able to recruit sooner, you should have the numbers that will be able to support these institutions and the development efforts of our country.
But Member of Parliament for Yape Kusogu in the Savannah region, John Jinabo, insists there will be limited employment in the public sector.
Reality is that workers are going to struggle. Living conditions are going to be tough. And so let's not play around it and say it's the usual thing. It's not the usual thing. If you read the document very well, it's quantitative. It says 0.5% of GDP. So it's a target that you ought to meet. Capital expenditure, 0.9%. It's providing around 0.9% of GDP of savings. Rationalization, goods and services spending, 0.3% of GDP. So these are quantitative targets that the IMF will be measuring. And the statement goes further to say that when you do not meet it, in the mid-year review, you must take steps to reflect those variances in order to come back. So let nobody present it to us as if it's the normal way of doing things. And I've been hearing these 2 million jobs, 2 million jobs. I don't know what that means. I have the budget here. And the budget for me is the most authentic document for me. If you go to page 230, Appendix 7, 2023, total government budget ceiling, staff strength 804,000. It is there. It is in the budget. It's not a political statement. And the budget is debated and adopted. This is what both sides of the House, the entire House, adopted. 804,000 total staff strength. I don't know where this 2 million is coming from. 2 million of what? Is it gross figures? Is it current employment? Is it what? The current total staff strength, the ceiling, that's the 2023 ceiling. Government says that even if it employs so much, it has to end at 804,000. So look, let's not create this impression as if this IMF program is going to lessen so much of a burden. Rather, we have to take some tough, difficult decisions for the next 3 years. The question is, how do we navigate this very difficult path? I think that should be the narrative, that should be the discussion.
However, economist with the University of Ghana, Dr. Priscilla Chomesi Bafo, wants government to focus on employing to key areas of the economy.
I think that this conditionality is not new. It's always been under almost all our IMF programs. The reason being that the wage bill takes a significant chunk of government resources. And so for that matter, whenever we are able to control the rate of growth in the wage bill, then possibly some resources can be saved. But for me, like you rightly said, most of the times exceptions need to be made, particularly in critical areas such as health and education. You would want to make exception to replace, for example, retiring labor, to make sure that there are no deficits created in critical sectors. And I think that that is something that is done under usually most IMF programs, but you would not find a wholesale employment into the security services and others when we are under a program, because you need to contain the wage bill. And you do that by either containing salaries that people are taking or by reducing the number that is being
I know you're smiling, so I was wondering, I mean,
yes,
it will affect you,
I know, essentially I am, because we are also dealing with the situation of high inflation. So you see, in essence,
how do you balance that?
Exactly. Labor, it's really in a precarious position, in a sense that as prices are increasing, your real wage, at the end of the day, how much your salary affords you now is just about a half of what it used to do. And I understand why labor union would be up in arms in trying to find out the clear position of government. But the reality is that, yes, I mean, IMF programs have always come with a lot of negative impact on the ordinary Ghanaian, the ordinary worker and all that. And for me, my position is that that is what we need to learn, important lessons, so that periodically we do not find ourselves back here.
Away from the IMF, let's settle on some security issues. Now, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, is urging Ghanaian and Ivorian residents living in the border community of Grand Bassam in Côte d'Ivoire to do their part in securing the boundaries of the two countries by reporting violations of the Western Maritime Boundary. He spoke during a sensitization program for the residents living close to the Western Maritime Boundary. Ghana's Western Maritime Boundary with Côte d'Ivoire became prominent after the discovery of oil and the subsequent maritime dispute with the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea ruled in favor of Ghana in 2017. ITLO said Ghana has not violated Côte d'Ivoire's sovereign rights with its oil exploration in the disputed basin. Now, Maxwell Agbaba has more from Côte d'Ivoire.
The Ghana Boundary Commission regularly organizes awareness programs in border communities to educate residents on their role in helping to secure the boundaries of the country. The Ghanaian and Ivorian residents of Grand Bassam live very close to the maritime boundary. A joint inspection by the Ghana Boundary Commission, the Navy, and other state institutions in April revealed there is no violation of Ghana's Western Maritime Boundary as ruled by ITLOS in 2017. Present at the sensitization program were chiefs, residents, and opinion leaders. Speaking at the event, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, said the residents have a role to play in safeguarding Ghana's Western Maritime Boundary with Côte d'Ivoire. He wants them to report any violations to the Boundary Commission of Ghana or Côte d'Ivoire.
We want to use this opportunity to advise you to be very alert so far as our boundaries are concerned. Make sure there are any violations from any side. Because you are living at this side, you report to the National Boundary Commission of Côte d'Ivoire, or if you find yourself on the other side, you report. We think that in maintaining the sanctity of the international boundary line, we really protect our various territorial sovereignties. It's also very important for you to understand that there was some small dispute that you are all aware. However, the International Tribunal has ruled on the case, and both Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire are respecting the decision of the court. What we are now doing is to implement the decision of the ITLOS decision, ITLOS ruling that was given by the court. And in that case, we and the National Boundary Commission of Côte d'Ivoire, we are working together to manage a number of issues. One, inspection, joint inspection of the maritime boundary, so that we see that there are no violations on the maritime line.
He says the Ghana Boundary Commission has been discussing various initiatives with its Ivorian counterpart on how the two countries can improve cross-border cooperation.
The second thing is that we also will be taking activities to help people living along the shores of the maritime boundary so far as cross-boundary cooperation is concerned. And in doing so, we have been meeting over the period to discuss various initiatives in which we can adopt to be able to support cross-boundary cooperation, rules and regulations of the country that you are, and to also respect the rules that govern crossing of international boundaries so far as both the international maritime boundary and the land boundaries are concerned. You know, most of you are involved in fishing. Make sure that you obey the regulations and don't veer into places that you are not supposed to go to so far as the international maritime boundary is concerned.
The chief of the Ghanaian residents in Grand Bassam said he's excited about the sensitization program. He says they will help to safeguard Ghana's western maritime boundary. The program was very helpful, and as you can see, my people are excited about the education we had. We come from Ghana, and it's our civic responsibility, he said.
Okay, I'm Robert Ajololu.
Another resident, a fisherman, Robert Ajololu, said we had heard of the maritime dispute and the ITLOS decision, but did not know they had any role to play in the enforcement of the decision. He says they will report any violations.
Maxwell Agbagba filed that report. Now, bird experts and enthusiasts are worried about the alarming decline of Ghana's migratory bird population. The loss of wetlands and vital habitats for these birds have been cited as a major contributing factor to this worrisome trend. Now, this came to light during a bird walk event on Global Big Day in Accra. Michael Ashali has more.
A pied kingfisher sits comfortably on the branch. It is a captivating bird known for its distinctive black and white plumage and impressive fishing skills. Its distinctive rattling call and graceful flight make it a beloved sight for bird watchers and nature enthusiasts in Ghana. And so it was for bird watchers who participated in this year's Global Big Day event.
It's not in breeding, the color, the bill is still yellow or pink, and the juvenile has a black bill.
With binoculars in hand and in the company of ornithologist David Damani, they embarked on an adventure of discovery, unlocking the secrets of Ghana's winged wonders, one feathered marvel at a time.
See, this is the northern red bishop. Yeah. This is the fire crown. It used to be called fire crown.
The yellow crowned bishop is a striking bird with its vibrant yellow crown and intricate black plumage. In the colorful tapestry of bishop birds, the black-winged red bishop emerges as a fiery masterpiece, its ebony wings and crimson plumage painting a vibrant portrait of avian brilliance. Like a vision from an artist's brush, the western reef heron graces the wetlands with its ethereal presence, adorned in a cloak of slate gray plumage that embodies elegance and tranquility. Perched gracefully on the ground, the collared pratinco exudes an air of serenity, embracing its surroundings with a relaxed demeanor that invites admiration for its poise and beauty. The loss of wetlands, the once cherished homes to countless migratory birds, poses a grave concern as these vital habitats diminish, threatening the vibrant melodies and survival of these winged travelers. Joseph Afrifa is with the Ghana Wildlife Society.
There are a lot of benefits we get from every species on Earth. So, and then there's that thing we call the food chain and food cycle. So somebody feeds on somebody, somebody feeds on somebody. So the snake feeds on the frog feeds on probably other things, and then that cycle goes on. The birds feed on the snake, somebody feeds on the bird, and that. So if you take one thing out of the equation, that means you've distorted the balance. So the numbers going down means that the ecosystem functioning is being tempered with.
For participants, their hearts were filled with gratitude.
I like this
I mean, I've studied birds a little.
Okay.
I never took the pain to actually look at the details of what the names were, the features, and today I got to learn. So I believe that if I follow through with the monthly bird watching, I'll be a good and an experienced watcher here.
From the resplendent colors of the bishops to the majestic flight of kingfishers, bird walking shows the magnificence and fragility of Ghana's feathered inhabitants. Until we meet again, happy birding. For Joy News, Michael Ashale.
The Economic Community of West African States says its long-term vision is to build the sub-region into an economic powerhouse capable of addressing all energy and infrastructural needs for all its citizens. Already a strategic meeting is underway with the hope of developing key performance indicators that can be measured over the next 4 years. There's more in the following report.
The Strategic Planning and Development Assessment Workshop brought together officials of the Economic Community of West African States and other international partners. The 5-day assessment workshop is seeking to enable constructive engagement between the Strategic Planning Directorate and other departments as well as directorates of ECOWAS to ensure a common understanding of the 4x4 strategic objectives of the current ECOWAS Commission management and to develop key performance indicators that can be measured over the next 4 years. Speaking on the sidelines of the event, Ambassador Baba Ghana Wakil, the resident representative of ECOWAS to Ghana, underscored that strategic planning is crucial to the success of ECOWAS.
Which I believe is what is very, very necessary for any organization, any regional organization such as our own, to move to the next level. We are a commodity superpower, and the only thing that is standing on our way to be at par with the Middle East and some countries in Asia is to get our digital and energy infrastructure on a sound footing, because those are the enablers. Once you get those right, then you will be able to get other things right. That is the purpose of our gathering, is to connect the dots. Let everybody be here under one roof to make their contributions. I believe we have experts from all over, including some consultants and resource persons who are ready to brainstorm on this issue.
Deliberations at this year's meeting focused on the mines infrastructure and digital economy.
So we are here today with all the directorates. We are focusing on energy, mines, infrastructure, and digital economy to look at the 4x4 critically and then develop key performance indicators for the 4x4, which can be used to measure the performance of this current management of the ECOWAS Commission. So we're here to come up with indicators, how we measure it, who and who is involved, what are the programs and the projects that will lead to the achievement of all the priority actions being identified by the current management.
So how would this feed into the Vision 2050?
Yes, it will feed in time over time, because this is, we can say, is a medium term.
The regional economic body ECOWAS says it is hoping to align the common strategic framework and the 4x4 strategic objectives and key performance indicators defined during the finalized common strategic framework.
Now, danger looms at Kaneshi Bishop 1 and 2 basic schools in the Okaigwe South municipality of the Greater Accra region, where live electric wires run through a tree on the compound, exposing pupils to danger. Apart from that, the situation is adversely impacting teaching and learning, as parts of the roof of the school structure have been ripped off by the branches of a huge tree. Pupils and residents are thus calling on the Electricity Company of Ghana Municipal Assembly and the Department of Parks and Gardens to immediately intervene. My colleague Carlos Coloni has the rest of the story.
It's break time here at Kaneshi Bishop 1 and 2 basic schools at Bubuashi in the Okaigwe South municipality of the Greater Accra region. The over 1,000 school pupils have been let loose to play under many trees here, including this one, which has live electrical wires running through its branches, exposing them to possible electrocution. Even though school authorities have cordoned off the place to prevent school kids from getting closer to the tree, chances of electrocution remains high as the place is still accessible. Here are some of the school children sharing their concerns with JoyNews.
There's a wire here which is making us afraid of coming to school when it rains. If the rain falls and we see the wire on the trees like that, we become scared.
We are afraid that if the rain falls and we touch the tree, it might shock us. So we play under the sun.
One of our first, when it rains, some of them doesn't come to school.
Branches of the tree have also ripped off part of the roof of the school structure and that of residents nearby. Students here say the situation is adversely impacting on teaching and learning.
When it rains, there are some holes in our roofing sheet, so the rains leaks through the roofing sheet and some of the drops falls on our head and our boots become wet.
When it rains, it does not really come to the class, but there are some holes in the ceiling that falls. When the rain falls, it passes through.
Meanwhile, a resident, Educhum Doku, who shares a wall with the school, says he lives in constant fear as a result.
I'm really scared. Sometimes when it rains and it gets so heavily and the tenders just run through, I can touch the wall and then it will electrify me because of the electricity wires running through the trees.
Attempts made to speak with the school authorities have not been successful. Meanwhile, students and residents tell JoyNews they expect the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, or the Parks and Gardens to immediately intervene.
We want the ECG to move the electrical wires here so that they put it to another place.
I'm looking at two options now. Either Electricity Company of Ghana should come and just redirect the wires because it runs through my roof, and when it rains heavily and it's fell on the roof, everything is going to be scattered. Or we will go in for Parks and Gardens to come and just check the tree. It is too big, so that they will trim the tree to the extent that it will not have effect on the children.
From Kaneshie, Bishop 1 and 2 basic schools here in Accra, my name is Carlos Kaloni for JoyNews.
Now, JoyNews gets results as engineers are currently on site working on the 12-unit classroom block at the Zenu cluster of schools in the Kponkatamanso municipality of the Greater Accra region in a bid to fortify the structure for effective academic work. This follows JoyNews' earlier reportage on the state of the structure that forced hundreds of school pupils to study under trees. My colleague Carlos Kaloni once again visited the site and reports.
When we visited the Zeno cluster of schools last week, 8th of May 2023, we saw school children studying under trees. According to pupils and teachers of the school, some strong movement were intermittently felt in the building during lessons. Following a JoyNews report, the Municipal Director of Education, Harry Evans Arthur, assured his office will move swiftly to fortify the building within a month. A follow-up to the school Thursday, May 18, 2023 revealed that work had started in earnest, with contractor excavating the ground floor of all the classrooms. It is the hope of the Education Directorate that works will be completed as scheduled in order to uphold the right of both pupils and teachers to study in a decent and conducive atmosphere.
What is happening at the moment is that the Assembly has been able to send engineers to the ground. As I speak to you now, work is in progress. They are working so hard to make sure that work is done in less than a month so that students can go back and use the classroom.
The Kponkatamanso Municipal Education Directorate has meanwhile launched the Teacher Prize on its 10th anniversary to celebrate the work of teachers and the achievements of the last decade. Commending the municipality for this initiative, Deputy Director General of the Ghana Education Service in charge of quality and access, Dr. Kobina Bempa Tando, noted that as part of government overall education reform in the country, the GES is introducing reforms for teachers' professional development.
It is important to know that quality education, as we are implementing it now, is drawn from the Education Strategic Plan of 2018 to 2030. There are a number of things, including reform of teachers or teacher reforms, as we talk about it, which looks at how we can ensure that our teachers, as well as non-teaching staff, continue to have high level of professionalism in the work that we do. We have worked with the Ministry of Education to implement a number of things. Number one being the 2019 implementation of the Continuous Professional Development Allowance for Teachers to support teachers in their own professional development as they deem necessary and see fit.
The launch also witnessed the unveiling of anniversary cloth. Speaking to Joy News, some teachers believe the move would go a long way to enhance academic performance in the municipality.
The overall academic performance, you see, when teachers are appreciated, they give off their best. And if when teachers are giving off their best, then definitely the academic performance is also going to be improved.
With this, I tell you, our next result is going to be different.
From Katamanso Municipality, my name is Carlos Caloni for Joy News.
Now, Member of Parliament for the Wa constituency, Superintendent retired Peter Lanchini Tobu, has described as the inhumane and unconducive learning environment that pupils of Kantu Primary School in the Wa West District are being subjected to. JoyNews, in a report by Georgia Kobina aired on Tuesday, told the challenges that the authorities and pupils of Kantu Primary School grapple with on a daily basis in their bid to have access to education. Though he's worried about the plight of the pupils, he's however parried the blame on government that has failed to complete an ongoing classroom block started some years ago. He told JoyNews Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam that although it is unacceptable and shameful, he's working to change the tide.
The documentary, that was one on JoyNews about Kantu, where, you know, the pupils and then the teachers are struggling at teach because the basic facilities are not there, including a chalkboard.
That is quite interesting. I got the news and I was shocked. You know, a structure that we put up somewhere in 2016 that we couldn't complete is still hanging on there. 7 years down the line. It's just like the Dormo Senior High School E-Block. 7 years down the line, that vision has not been accomplished. And the people are asking, what is the essence of governance? Is it Kantu's case? I heard the DC's talk. I spoke with the district education director, and all of us are putting our heads together to make sure that the future of these children is not bastardized. We have a duty to ensure that we produce the best that will lead us as we get old. Because if the future belongs to the youth, and we are not taking good care of the youth to develop enough skills to lead us, when we are old, we will suffer from the incompetence of the young ones who will be taken over. And that is something all of us must watch. For me, I think that Kantu's story is a sad story, but together we'll make it happen.
Anything immediate to do for them?
Well, I have spoken to the district education director, and we are putting one or two things in place. For me, I'm always very practical, but these things are menial stuff. We want that block to be completed. But what the teachers require, I have asked and pleaded with the DC and the district education director, go there and see what can we do, what can the MP contribute, so that at least we will support these children. All of us are willing to support them. So it's not a big case at all.
We'll be right back after this break with more stories.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Hi there, my name is Evans Mensah. I would like to tell you about the Joy News Impact Makers Awards and why you should be excited about it. Because you see, there are people who dedicate themselves to a cause they care deeply about. These are everyday people who go the extra mile to make their communities better. I'm talking about the people making real impact on humanity. The JoyNews Impact Award is about these individuals. Many of you have nominated that person you feel truly deserves to be celebrated as a JoyNews Impact Maker. Our panel of judges is receiving the entries. In May, 10 of these amazing and outstanding people will be selected at an event that would celebrate their remarkable dedication and service to humanity. This is the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, where we celebrate ordinary people who are making extraordinary impact. Join JoyNews and the Multimedia Group to recognize, honor, and support dedicated people and their inspiring work. JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. It's time to celebrate greatness.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
You're welcome back. Now, one challenge farmers in Ghana face is the lack of scientific data on soil fertility variations within specific local contexts. As a result, the mass application of inorganic fertilizers has not yielded desired outcomes. Against this background, Tropembos Ghana, together with Friends of the Nation and the Faculty of Renewable Natural Resources at KNUST, is implementing the EU-funded Research for Development and Innovation, Agriculture and a Learning project in Ghana to address this challenge. Explaining the details of the project, a lecturer at the Faculty of Renewable Natural Resources, KNUST, Professor Boateng, stated that the project sought to generate scientific data on specific soil nutrient deficiencies within target landscapes to enable farmers make informed decisions on soil amendments for improving soil fertility and crop yield.
This project, which is funded by the EU, is designed to help farmers overcome some of the major hurdles that they face in trying to grow certain crops in the country. And the crops are basically maize, rice, and then legumes, either soybean or cowpea. And the hurdles that we are trying to help them overcome include one, low soil fertility, and then also after harvesting, how to trash the crops so that they can remove the grains from the residue. And then we also have a situation in which farmers have a lot of complaints, but they are unable to make their voices heard by the right authorities, whether these are local authorities or they are national authorities. So we provide a platform where farmers can dialogue alongside other stakeholders in the agricultural value chain to make sure that their concerns are heard by the relevant people, and hopefully through that they can get support or help from whoever has to deal with that particular problem. In the tropics, soils are generally poor because of one, in the way in which they have been formed. These are very old soils, so they are heavily leached. And nature actually replenishes soil nutrients in the tropics through what we call nutrient recycling. And so when you look at forests, for instance, they look very nice, big trees growing very fast, but in actual fact, their soils are very poor. and they depend on nutrient cycling, efficient nutrient cycling to maintain plant productivity. And the same thing translates into farms, because farms are simply man-made ecosystems. So they face similar problems. And once you remove the vegetation, then the fertility declines with time. So anytime you harvest from your field, you have actually mined out some nutrients and taken them away. So with time, the nutrient levels drops to a level where it can no longer, the soil can no longer support very productive high levels of crop production.
He says the project that has reached several farmers across Ghana is helping them to focus on the use of organic matter to replenish the nutrient levels of cultivated lands.
First, we all fall on chemical fertilizers to supplement what is available in the soil, and that is the convention. But we also know that you can use some traditional methods, which is falling back on organic matter through nutrient cycling to also replenish the soil nutrients. So this project actually is focusing on that second aspect of falling on nutrient cycling, which is what nature does to replenish soil nutrients, which are removed through cropping. The impact in terms of the number of people that we have been able to reach is quite high. We are working in 5 major agricultural districts in the country, and through that we are able to reach a lot of people. In terms of the technology transfer, a lot of farmers have also benefited from what we are doing, but the next challenge is how to sustain what we've been able to do, and that is why we are here today. That whatever that we are doing, whatever result that we have generated, we should be able to anchor it in the national policy and programs so that they can be taken up by even farmers that we are not working with at the moment.
The Chief of Army Staff, Major General Thomas Opon-Pepra, says Ghana's participation in global peace support operations will move to another level following the acquisition of a UN certificate by the Army Peace Operations Training School at Bondase. The school, which has been training since 2021, trains troops from Ghana for peacekeeping operations in Africa and the rest of the globe. Presenting the certificate to the school at a ceremony at Bondase, the Chief of Army Staff said the recognition by the UN will further propel the Ghana Armed Forces in contributing to global peace and the defense of the entire sub-region. JoyNews' Parkwesi Shandov was at the event and has this report.
Since its establishment in June 2021, the Army Peace Operations Training School of the Ghana Armed Forces at Bondase has been instrumental in churning out troops for peace support operations in countries like South Sudan, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, Mali, and Liberia. However, the absence of a certificate from the UN meant that the school was not yet up to international standards. This hurdle has now been removed following the school's acquisition of the much-needed UN training certificate to upgrade its status. Presenting the certificates to the school, the Chief of the Army Staff, Major Thomas Opon-Pepra, was full of gratitude for the feat chalked by the school.
When you have showers in the morning before a function like this, then it tells you that indeed these are showers of blessing. We are gathered here today to witness another chalked milestone by the Ghana Army. The Ghana Army, in its efforts towards ensuring effective participation in peace support operations, led to the establishment of the Army Peace Operations Training School.
As the brain behind the establishment of the school, he further expressed optimism about the future prospects of the training facility.
UN Training Recognition Certificate automatically upgrades the standard of Army Peace Operations Training School internationally. It further affirms that efforts as is shortly called, training content is comparable to any other UN accredited institution worldwide. This makes APOS the first of its kind in the West African region. Furthermore, APOS has become the enviable institution that will soon commence training partnership with sister countries in the region. It will additionally conduct short-duration tactical courses in the areas of peace support operations.
On his part, the commander of the school, Colonel C.K. Dingane, added that apart from the training of military troops, the school is also opened to equipping interested persons in the dynamics of peacekeeping.
We have already developed a number of short courses, 2 weeks, 3 weeks courses, military observer courses, staff officers courses, peacekeeping intelligence courses, training on UAVs, and then many other courses that we have already established, getting to about 6 or 7 courses that we have developed. And then courses that we are also training with our partners, with the Americans who are also coming in, with the British, with the Canadians, with other peace-loving countries that want to enhance peacekeeping in the international arena. So it has exposed that to these other partners that they have confidence that this institution is not just a localized one, it is something that is international, that they could run the same courses that they will be doing maybe in Germany or in UK or in US, can do the same courses in Ghana, and the certificate that will be presented to the participant will have the same level of recognition anywhere anyone finds himself.
He also highlighted some challenges facing the school.
For every new institution, there will be basic challenges, especially certain areas that you need to have them. You eventually have them, but immediately you will not have everything in place. So first, we have to look at the infrastructure, which maybe we might not have enough as is expected. But once it is being taken place, the buildings and all those things are taking place, we don't call it too much a challenge because it's an issue that could be solved in the near future. Then we are also looking at the number of personnel that should be available to conduct the training. As time goes on, those people will be posted in to ensure that we get the number of personnel.
The ceremony also saw the commissioning of 3 new projects at the school in Bundase. The projects included the Bundase Spring Water Production Site, a facility for producing water for the school, a regimental aid post, which is to serve as a clinical facility for the school, as well as a social center. The Chief of the Army Staff also held a durbar with personnel from the Ghana Armed Forces amidst a parade and armed drills during the event. From Bundase, Pakwesi Shandoff for JoyNews.
Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Development Authority, lawyer Sule Sambian, has stated that despite challenges faced by the government, it is delivering on its promises to the people. Using the NDA to his case, he said 78 projects have been initiated and awarded to contractors, 29 of which have been completed. Lawyer Sambian made the statement during a tour of operational areas where he commissioned some projects funded by the NDA and also attended the stakeholders engagement meeting on the medium-term development strategy document. JoyNews Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam was part of the tour.
The core mandate of the NDA is in twofold. First is to implement government flagship projects and to coordinate development activities in the 5 regions in the northern Gulf of the country. At a stakeholders engagement on the medium-term development strategy at Demango, capital of the Savannah region, Chief Executive Officer of NDA, Lawyer Sule Sambian, noted that the medium development strategy document, if validated, will guide the future operations of the authority. He rolled out the main objectives penciled on the 5-year medium-term development strategy document.
It will accelerate human development in northern Ghana through access to quality social services by 2027. Thirdly, to promote private sector actions capable of delivering broad-based and inclusive economic growth in the northern Savannah ecological zone by 2027.
Director in charge of Corporate Affairs and International Relations, Sam then say threw more light on the medium-term strategy document.
That we are not actually existing in silos. We are existing in a social context that is intertwined into a very large extent that is actually integrated. So the 5 regions within the NDA zone, to a very large extent, need to work together as a whole to actually make sure that we actually push poverty out of the system and create jobs and then also increase income levels.
Savannah Regional Minister Saeed Jibril Mwazu urged the participants to take the engagement seriously and make good inputs in order to better the lives of the people.
The Northern Development Authority Chief Executive Officer also used the opportunity to commission some projects undertaken by the authority.
The NDA has initiated and awarded contracts for 78 projects. 29 of those projects have been completed and ready for use. One of them is the 435,500 Ghana cedis office complex for the Savannah Region's National Ambulance Service. Savannah Regional Director of the National Ambulance Service, Karim Musa Tachi, recalled the hell they used to go through sharing an office with the Ghana National Fire Service.
It was a tug of war working with the Ghana National Fire Service over there. We're only given one room to manage everybody. And when this came, in fact, he has been very instrumental, the regional minister by then, the MCE for Damango, and I've been on him, and today this is a reality.
Now the story making the news. Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has announced his intention to lead the New Patriotic Party for the 2024 elections. He told the chiefs and people of Setre in the Setre-Kumeu district he'll pick forms when nominations are opened for the flag bearership race. His comments followed a question from the chief of Setre, Nanase Kwabna Oninipobi II. My colleague Ahimin Terry has more on the following report.
The New Patriotic Party is battling to contain the threat posed by independent parliamentary candidates in the upcoming parliamentary by-election at Kumeu. But there was little Dr. Bawumia could do when the question of his presidential ambition was posed. Dr. Bawumia is in the area to support MPP's campaign in a bid to win the parliamentary seat, which became vacant following the death of the MP for the area, Philip Baswa. The chief of Setre, Nanase Kwabna Oninipobi II, wanted to know from the vice president if rumors of his supposed intention to vie for the flag bearership was true.
It's being rumored the vice president wants to contest the NPP flag bearership. Could this be true? If yes, then he should be rest assured that it shall come to pass.
The vice president, flanked by his wife, Samira Bawumia, MPP's parliamentary candidate for Kumeu, Ernest Yao Enim, majority leader Oseche Mensabunsu and others, then let the cat out.
Regarding the question of whether I will contest the flag bearership, I have thought over this, prayed and conferred with the Lord on this. I have come to the conclusion that I will pick nomination forms once nominations are open for flag bearership race. But that's not what brought me here today. I am here because of our upcoming by-election.
Meanwhile, Dr. Bawumia has been asking electors in Kumeu to vote massively for MPP's parliamentary candidates, whilst addressing them during a hostile stop at Setre. Dadiase, Raso, Ananenya and Bodomase, he insisted NSNM is the surest bet of the people.
NSTL would lead all the developmental projects. He can best do this when voted into office as MP.
Former President John Dramani Mahama, who led the NDC's campaign in the area, has also called on the electors to consider the NDC's track record of providing the developmental needs of the people and vote for the NDC. He mentioned the Kumawu Water Project, Kumawu Drobonso and Kumawu Agogo Roads, among others.
The Kumawu Drobonso Road was constructed by the NDC. NDC also constructed the Kumawu Agogo Road. It was the NDC that brought us wholesome drinking water. When hospitals were being allocated, we considered Kumawu.
Meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo will on Sunday join the MPP's campaign rally in the area. From Kumawu for Joy News, Oimintewia reporting.
And that's all for this package here on Joy Newsroom. I'm Amesi Nyamiche Thompson. There's more news on myjoyonline.com and all our social media platforms. Thanks for choosing us.
Well, I have been a dog girl because I haven't been having a lot of fun. That is why we are here at the Hits Tertiary Radio Show where all the fun is happening, okay? It's happening at the Blue Crest University College. And I can tell you that there are a lot of things planned out for you today. We have sports, we have a lot of things. We have playing, we have karaoke, we have ludo, we have Orware. Oh, spin the bottle, flip it, if you like, throw it away. I'm about to have too much fun because you guys know that I like to dance, okay? I'm your favorite girl, Lois Shola Adeyemi. You know me, I'm your loyal favorite girl. I'm your loyal just girl. Come with me, let's go inside, let's go have fun, okay? Because what is Lois without fun? And what is you without fun? Come along, let's go.
So, if you know how to sing, if you're a good singer, you're a good dancer, get ready because you're going to get some prize up today. Yo, Michael, you ready? Go. Shoot. Getting the paper, moving the Louder, I can't get you. Okay. Fucking with the second block. I'm scared now. I'm
the excitement is because we are here at the maiden episode of the Hits Radio Show. Hits Tertiary Radio Show. I am your girl, Loishala Demi, and today I have brought you to the place. Come and enjoy. I won't waste your time. Let's talk to someone who is here. I'm not talking to just anybody. I'm talking to the SRC president of Blue Crest. Hi. What's your name?
My name is Emmanuel April.
Okay, Emmanuel, we are here in your school. How do you feel being the first school on this show?
Very excited, and I'm overwhelmed that you guys came here for us to be the first school for this program. And I'm very excited, and I know that the students and everyone are overwhelmed and happy that you guys came on board.
I told you guys that this place is only excitement. If you see the entertainment and enjoyment, stop. Can you give me a little, or just tell me the program lineup, the things you had on your itinerary today?
So it's a Hits Tertiary Radio. So today we had competitive competitions, yes. So we had lime and spoon, flip the bottle, rapping, dancing, singing competitions, and various prizes were shared for the people who won first, second, and third. Yes, so all the students were excited. Somebody got a speaker, banners, a whole lot. I can't mention all.
You know, when we talk about universities, we have a lot of competition among universities. So now that you are the first school, do you think you will beat the other schools?
Oh, for sure, yes. I know that the other schools are even afraid, because when they see this go out, they will know that Blue Crest, we are the best school here.
Other schools, have you heard? Yeah. Blue Crest is coming for you.
Blue Crest is the best school, yeah.
I've seen a lot of people dancing. Can you show me dance skills?
Oh, I don't dance. I'm a fashion designer,
so give us a little 360.
360, okay.
You guys, I'm afraid Emmanuel's drip is over dripping. But aside that, I want to ask, what was the motive behind this initiative?
Okay, so bringing students together with the funk, let them enjoy and have fun. Yes.
Would you say that the show has lived up to its expectations?
Yes, it has lived up to its expectation. Very, very 100 plus. Yes. So.
Finally, what do you have to say to our sponsors, the sponsors of this?
God bless everyone who sponsored. Access Bank did really the best, and everybody who came on board. God bless everyone. Yes.
Please tell our people to keep sitting down and enjoy.
No, please have fun and stay tuned and enjoy the program. Thank you very much.
Because Blue Crest is here for you. That's what they are telling you. Thank you for speaking to me, Mano. You heard it here, right here. We are enjoying ourselves. We are going to look for more students, and then we'll come back and chat. I'll see you guys.
Sing. Say what?
I told you guys that we are at Blue Crest and we are having so much fun. I have three beautiful ladies beside me. What's your name?
My name is Balakisa. Come on.
And you?
Deborah.
Mira. You guys, the energy in the school, I can't even comprehend. Did you see? Drip on drip.
Everything is going.
No, let me hide there because people are over dripping than me. Anyways, how has today been for you guys?
Today was fun. Today has been fun. We need more again to be coming to our campus.
You know that this school is the first school that has done this show today. Do you think you beat the other schools?
We are on top. Number one top school university in this Ghana.
I see. So we should continue doing this, right?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of the things you guys did here today?
Oh, okay. We did flip the bottle, Oware, we played Ludo. We did so many things.
And the dark, the bottle flip, and the water race, and the snooker, everything. And
please, did any of you dance today?
Yeah.
You want to show me a few?
One of my friends and I danced.
Oh, do you want to show me a few dance? Oh, show me a few dance moves. Let's go. I'm waiting for you. Let's go.
I can't do it.
Just one move. Hey. All right, thank you guys for speaking to me. I told you we are having fun here at Blue Crest. We are looking for more students. Come with me.
Yo, let's go, let's go.
here? Can I hide here? Can I hide here? Hi. But just turn so we can see you. No, you look too nice. You have to show yourself. What's your name, my love?
Alexia.
Alexa, how are you enjoying the show?
Oh, it's going on well.
Were you expecting this?
Yes. And I know my students too.
So Alexa, you know this is the first episode of the show. And you think your school is winning?
Oh, we are winning. Blue Crest is winning. Hey, my students are hot.
Did you hear? Her students are hot, just like herself. Do you want to give us 360? Okay, Alexa, we see you. Now, Alexa, you know that a lot of activities have gone on here today. Which one have you done?
Okay, I did the Scrabble and I did the Monopoly. I don't know. I was thinking I would get to do the flip the bottle because I learned there's pizza.
Yeah, there's more pizza for you. You know, hits didn't show you fake. They brought pizzas for the people. Okay, so what do you have to tell our sponsors? What do you have to tell Hits?
We thank you all for making this thing a success. We are really happy here and we want to say next time we still want to see you here.
And then finally, you know other schools will join. Do you think you have won?
We've won. ATTC was here, but I think we've won. Blue Crest all the way.
Hey, Blue Crest all the way. Thank you for speaking to me. We are still looking for more people to talk to because more people are having fun. Hello. Let me stand in between you. My dear, don't remove your eyes, so I'm talking to you. What's your name, my love? What's your name?
Mary.
What's your name?
I'm Abigail.
So you know this is the first episode of Hits FM's show. How do you guys feel about it?
Very great. Interesting and happy. I'm feeling great now. Yes.
And you, my love?
It's fun, it's entertaining. There's a saying that all work and no play. So you get it. This whole semester has been studies. So this is the first entertainment program. And
you heard her.
Amazing.
You heard her. All work and no play. You guys know that you are the first school to do the Hits show today. Do you think you guys have won? Because other schools will join.
Yes, we have really won. Yeah, we are taking the prize.
No competitor. Like we had a
no Blue Crest, no other school. Yeah.
You know that there's been a lot of activities here today. Which one did you participate in?
I participated in the AMPE and I think
So if we play AMPE, you win. If you and I play AMPE, you win. Hey, I'm afraid though. Hey, relax. There are lots of activities going on here today. Which one did you participate?
Unfortunately, only AMPE.
So if you and I play AMPE, you win. Hey, you guys, this part, they are serious.
You can't defeat me.
So what do you have to tell our sponsors, Hits, any message for us?
Okay, so I want to tell them that thank you very much for bringing such an interesting program to this campus. Like, we love it. God bless you all. We love you all. Mwah.
We really want to say a big thank you to our sponsors and God richly bless them for making this program happen live at Blue Crest College. Thank you.
Hey, you heard them. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So we are here to do all the fun stuff. Hello. You know what we call drip too hard? I'm here with someone who has dripped too hard. My Lord, do you want to give us a 360? Because, okay, girl. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Chi.
Okay, Chi. We see you. Chi, who put together your outfit?
My roommates at Skinny Dotty.
Okay. Yep. Are you a fashion student here?
Yeah, I'm a fashion student, semester 5.
What level are you?
300. First semester.
So did you enjoy yourself at the show today?
Yep, very well. It was so exciting.
You know there's been a number of activities here. Which one did you participate in?
Best outfit.
Okay. Do you model? In the process, do you want to give us a little walk? A little walk? Okay. Period. Do you want to show me? Should we go together? No. What? not model. If you see me, call me model or Shalademi, okay? Anyways, you know that the show will continue, and Lucas is the first school to join the show. So, do you think you guys have won?
Obviously. Obviously.
Obviously.
Yes, we won.
What do you have to tell our sponsors?
I want to say thank you to them. Thank you for bringing the joy to Bluecrest. This semester was a bit dull because it's like the beginning of the year. Everybody wants to focus on studies and stuff like that. But they brought the joy to joy. The joy, Prime brought joy to Bluecrest. So
Prime brought joy here. Okay, we see you. Thank you for talking to me.
Just back.
Yes, release it. You release it.
Just one.
Yes, I told you guys. Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you guys now? You guys relax. So you guys know that this is the first episode of the show. Do you think we've done ourselves well? Okay, and you guys know that other schools will join. Do you think Bluecrest has won?
Oh yeah, we have already won.
Then you have done yourselves. I'm saying to Odogu. Odogu, do you think Bluecrest has won?
Yeah, we have.
If Odogu says it, everybody, we have won. Okay, so you know we are working with sponsors, yeah? What do you guys have to say to our sponsors?
Okay, so first of all, we say a big thank you to the Almighty God. He has done a lot for us, bringing to this day to a very nice end. Okay, so a big thank you to Access Bank for being a part of this show. We will say big ups, thank you very much, and see you another time.
Yay! Let's go back to having more fun. Are you guys ready to have more fun? Let's go ahead. But before I go, there's been a lot of activities here today. Which activity?
I took part in the Sip with Lime, where you were blindfolded, and then this is what I want.
Which activity did you participate in?
I didn't participate in, but I really liked it. I really enjoyed it.
Okay. You guys are... Let's go. Hello. I can see that you guys are hot. I can see you guys are hot. Okay. So what are we playing here?
We are playing Casper.
Are you know, today this is the first episode of this program. How do you guys feel about it?
It's going great. Real great. We are really enjoying ourselves over here. Everybody's having fun, by the way.
It feels exciting. I just won myself this.
Oh yeah, we are really enjoying it. Oh yeah, we are having a lot of fun. Very fantastic. You know, I'm enjoying myself.
Me dance. You guys want to show me any dance move? I My dear. Okay, so as I said, you are the first school to do this competition. Yes. Do you think that the other schools can beat you? They don't stand a chance, eh? No. So what do you guys feel about this initiative, this program? Should we continue?
It's really interesting. More than fun. More than fun. Can you come next month?
Okay, we've got you. Thank you guys for talking to me. You guys, so much energy. The funk, the music, the games, name it. I have more people to talk to. I can see people playing with bottles. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Alhaji for real.
Alhaji for real, period. And you?
I'm David Vincent.
You guys, I can see. You guys are funking it up. Do you want to give me a 360? Give me a little 360. Okay, Alhaji for real. And you too, a little 360. Hey. You guys know that this is the first episode of this program. How do you guys feel about it?
Oh, well, it's nice. I feel excited about this.
What are some of the activities you guys have done here today?
Sorry, you said?
What are some of the activities you guys have done here today?
I came late, so maybe I didn't get to say anything. But I played the snooker over here. Yeah.
And you, my love?
All right. Firstly, I feel very excited about this program. Since I'm the type that right after lectures, I'll just move back to my hostel. But this is the first time I'm getting to socialize with my friends, getting to know each other. Even my friend here, I've never spoken to her, but this is my first time. And so I feel very happy about it. And I wish to see more and more of it. And secondly, since I came, I've participated in many games. I was on stage, I danced. I'm here playing this. I played Lude and a lot of games.
So you can dance. You want to show me one dance move? Yeah, show me one dance move. What? I see. Finally, what are you expecting from us? You know, as I said, you know that this show, it won't only be your school. There are a number of schools coming. What do you think? Do you think you've beat the schools, the other schools?
Lucas has killed it, and that's on period.
Okay, we are going back. There's more going on behind us, so come with us and let's go and see what's happening. I know you guys enjoyed that performance. Did you see the fire? Come. Let's talk to these people. Hi! You guys, you heard the place. All the place is hot. I can't even breathe. Can you guys even breathe? Hey! It's getting tensions in here. Woo! Please, what's the name of your group?
Okay, we are the famous players from ATTC.
From where?
ATTC.
Hey, the star boy is here. The star boy is here. Hi. You guys, you shook the whole place. Yeah, the whole place dancing. Me, I was giving skills. Oh, then let me show you. Okay, so this is the third show. Yeah. So how do you feel about it?
Actually, it's nice how the audience respond to us dancing. It's incredible.
Wasn't expecting this as well.
This is not the only one. We'll continue doing it. So will you guys keep showing up?
Yes. Since you are just there, we'll be showing up every day.
Hey, we see you. You guys want to show me? You guys should show me some of the dance moves. Let's go. Take it easy. I don't have to dance for like.
Let's go.
This one. What? Hey yo, I told you this place we are having too much fun. I'm here with a turn up General, make we quit.
Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. We're turning up. You know what it is. Right about now, Hits is taking over the campuses. We're here at Blue Crest University. We are in the building.
Now you know that wherever you are, it's a turn up. So what should we expect here today?
I mean, you know what it is. You know the call sign is turn up. So we're about to turn up. I see amazing people. I see, look at the people out there, man. Amazing people. So we're just going to turn it up. You know how we do.
And then finally, will this continue? We know that this is the maiden episode and we don't want to see you only in this one. So will you be coming for the subsequent one?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we're here for the campuses. We're here for the universities. Of course, we know they love us and we love them too. So watch out for more.
Hey, you heard it from him. We are about to have fun. We are still having fun and we'll continue having fun.
Louder, louder. That's right. Hey, hey, hey. Which arm is it? Hey. Are you ready? 1, 2.
You guys, I told you, too much energy, too much fire, too much dancing, too much games, from Owari to Ludo, to chess. You guys name it all. And I had fun. I know you had fun. You know what? The best part of the show for me was the dancing. So watch me sign off with a dance by myself. Until we meet again. I'm your girl, Loishala Adeyemi, your favorite just girl, your favorite lover girl, your favorite dance girl. I'll see you guys. Bye.
I am Dr. Sabi Ohene. I'm a psychiatrist of the University of Ghana Medical School. Suicide is the act of deliberately killing oneself. And unfortunately, it is a worldwide problem which we all have to deal with. The WHO estimates that close to 800,000 people commit suicide every year. And although it can occur in virtually all age groups who are old enough to take decisions by themselves, it is the peak, the largest cause of death globally in the age group 15 to 29 years. It is the single largest cause of death in men below 50 years. In Ghana, the suicide rate is not known exactly, but reported cases are more than 370 currently in a year. We must understand that this is probably a gross underestimation for various reasons. Suicide is considered a taboo in most Ghanaian cultures, and therefore families are very reluctant to talk about it or to accept that family members have died of suicide. There are various risk factors for suicide, including depression. When somebody is suffering from clinical depression, especially when they are feeling hopeless and they are talking of wanting to die, a few things that we also need to bear in mind that apart from these disorders, there are various psychosocial issues that may drive people to suicide. Sometimes poverty, where the person is struggling to make ends meet and nothing seems to work, or even when they face reverses in relationships, some people may actually attempt suicide or successfully commit suicide because of a relationship gone bad. What are some of the things that one can do to prevent suicide? It's really difficult unless you are aware of what the problem is. But when people start talking of wanting to take their lives, we should always take them seriously. Sometimes they say they were only joking, but anybody who talks of suicide perhaps needs to be assessed. In Ghana, many people, for cultural and religious reasons, do not like to talk openly about suicidal ideas that they have. They may simply say they are having bad thoughts, but unless they are encouraged to, they would not open up to talk about suicidal ideation. So whenever you hear anybody, especially when they appear depressed, talk about having bad thoughts, try to find out what these thoughts are. And if they express any ideas of wanting to die or wanting to take their lives, it's important that we simply don't tell them to forget it, as some are wont to do, but instead to encourage them to quickly see a doctor. Suicide is a real problem, a clear and present danger that we must all be aware of.
Without an assurance from Ghana's external creditors, it may be impossible to get the $3 billion bailout package from the IMF. Hello, my name is Isaac Ofeje and welcome to Talking Numbers. For Ghana to obtain that much anticipated support from the International Monetary Fund, it first of all must meet certain crucial conditions. And the most pressing has to do with debt restructuring at both external and domestic levels. For domestic restructuring, it's a bingo. Government has managed to restructure about 98 billion cedis of domestic bonds with participation rate of 85%. The next hurdle to cross has been restructuring at the external level. About 72% of external debt will be eligible for restructuring, meaning out of the $22 billion, $1.6 billion belonging to non-residents who bought domestic bonds have already been restructured. $14.6 billion is owed to commercial creditors, including Eurobond creditors, while $5.4 billion belongs to bilateral creditors with China and the Paris Club heavily involved. For most of the developing economies, the IMF World Bank spring meeting has been an opportunity to exert final pressure on talks and Ghana has left no stone unturned. 9 lawmakers joined a delegation led by the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Ernest Addison to convince external creditors to come to the negotiation table. Now, during the spring meetings, there were a series of calls from different angles urging creditors to fast-track debt operation talks, especially for developing economies. Zambia remains a test case for most countries attempting a debt operation exercise, with China being a significant bilateral creditor. The country's debt talks have stalled due to a standoff between China and the West in the form of restructuring and the magnitude of losses each side is willing to accommodate. Now, according to the IMF, Zambia will have access to about 188 million, which is the first tranche of the total package of $1.3 billion in financing once the review is approved by the fund. To remove any hurdles to the timely completion of the review, the IMF has told Zambia it needs its official creditors to move forward and reach agreement on the debt treatment in line with financing assurance they provided in July 2022. Now, Ghana's situation is synonymous with that of Zambia, where China appears to be the missing piece at the collective negotiation table. But while the picture still remains gloomy, Mr. Ofori-Atta's recent tweet offered some glimpse of hope. Now, according to him, Ghana had productive restructuring talks with the International Monetary Fund, which is the IMF, the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, among others. As Ghana awaits an IMF Executive Board approval, some of its economic indicators have begun seeing significant improvement. Inflation dropped for the third consecutive time in March after reaching a more than 2-decade high of 54.1% in December 2022. Now, however, Ghana's growth rate has been truncated by the World Bank to 1.6%, lower than what government actually estimated. Worryingly, the debt to GDP ratio is projected to touch 99%. Now, any support from the West in this whole debt restructuring exercise should not be seen as Father Christmas move, as the US is increasingly becoming militant in their calls for countries to pick side in the competition with China. The kind of concession Ghana and Zambia have to make to get a debt relief will be subject to what they consider pragmatic in their long-term future and how to manage future concessions with Chinese infrastructure investments will remain a headache. In all, Ghana must have a game plan.
The woman, inarguably the most complex and wonderful being on earth. Graceful and yet determined and resilient. Grace, with the amazing ability to form life within her, brings into the world a gift to the joy of many. While the process through pregnancy and childbirth may look simple and spontaneous, it's not a giving, and certainly a period of prolonged waxing and waning distress. The experience ends in unpredictable outcome that ranges from healthy mother or baby, life-threatening to mother and or baby, and even fatality. Conditions associated with high blood pressure during pregnancy are among the leading causes of life-threatening and or fatal outcomes for the mothers and their babies. Meet Ajua, Hannah, Araba, and Philippa, the brave women, ambassadors of preeclampsia, who have decided to share their stories with the world to impact, inform, and encourage all women dealing with preeclampsia, knowingly or unknowingly.
I'm 35 years of age. I'm a businesswoman. I have 3 lovely children, 2 girls and a boy. And I'm a survivor of preeclampsia.
am 32 years old and I work with Electricity Company of Ghana. I am 36 years old. I'm a geologist.
I'm 33 years old. I'm a midwife. I'm married. I have 2 sons. I was working at first as a community health nurse for 10 years now before I went to school.
In terms of my health, I've always been prone to high blood pressure due to family history.
I have very healthy pregnancies because I'm not a type who throw up. I don't do anything until my delivery time.
It was a very joyful journey to know that after 5 years of being pregnant, I think I was so excited.
I was always going to work. Everything was okay.
So for the first child, my BP was high at 40 weeks. The second one, it was at 38 weeks. 2 years after, I got pregnant again. And it was the normal healthy pregnancy. I wasn't sick, nothing.
I went to work one day, feeling all tired. I could see, I think everything was so dark. I had been having issues with getting pregnant. And then I had a case of hormonal imbalances, which was causing polycystic ovaries. I had about 3 losses before my firstborn. With my firstborn, for most of the time, I was on medication throughout, and I was really being monitored closely.
So when I was 7 months pregnant, I realized that anytime I was going to work, even before I wake up, I'm already tired.
But at some point of the pregnancy, I realized that I wasn't well. So we went to one hospital. We met the doctor and the nurse. They checked again. I saw that it was high, but they still insisted I needed to rest.
I got to the hospital. They didn't really say anything much. They gave me some fluids and referred me to the main hospital, which was Colibri. Now, with my second pregnancy, it was going pretty well. And then sometime in July, I got COVID.
So it was like I stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. The doctor realized that the proteins in the urine were not going down. So he said, let's monitor you till 38.
And then I realized that I had foamy urine. So I started reading about it.
It never occurred to me that at 28 weeks, I'll be admitted in the hospital all the way to 32 weeks. On the 30th week, I wasn't really feeling my baby. So they rushed me to labor ward to do a scan. I was so sad seeing other people come to the ward, have their children, and go home. He ran the test and he checked, and by then my protein was now ++. So he said, you know what, Nidra, I'm going to admit you.
So he came and then I complained of epigastric pains, and then immediately they prepared me for emergency cesarean section. And that was how I got my firstborn.
Nobody told me about preeclampsia. So I was admitted on Thursday until Sunday dawn. A doctor comes in around 1 a.m. and asks, where is the lady with the severe preeclampsia? And the nurse pointed at me. So that's when I realized what was actually wrong with me. I was wheeled to the theater, and I was delivered of my baby. And she was the most beautiful thing I could see.
It happened again. I started having the BPs, and then this time around there was edema too. So the doctor told me, look, you know what's happening to you already, so you have to really help yourself while we also help you. So 37 weeks, they did another cesarean session for me.
And then here comes my doctor on the 26th of September around 11, and then he goes like, so after looking at this, your vitals were improving, your protein went down, but then we saw a reverse trend, so we are coming to take baby out. I was like, what? Just checking the heartbeat of the baby, they told me they couldn't feel anything. I didn't believe the scan they told me that the baby was lost. I told them my baby wasn't dead. I still didn't believe that at 32 weeks I could just lose the baby, whilst in the morning I could feel this baby moving So the next day, that was when it hit me. So I told myself I would never ever get pregnant. During COVID, I conceived again. So this time around, knowing all the high dangers and everything, I took all the necessary precautions.
Now, if there's a lot more education out there, especially for those that are not very educated, doing it in our local dialects, the doctors giving more information out there, aside from those of us who like to read and even call our colleagues or our friends who are doctors and nurses to ask questions, it would really help.
If I just go and tell you +1, you never understand them.
I had 2 children already, and I had never heard anything about preeclampsia.
As a patient organization whose founding was inspired by a 4-time survivor of HDP, APEC Ghana endeavors to educate, inform, and advise the public, especially pregnant women, about the prevalence, nature, and risk of hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, notably preeclampsia. APEC Ghana, saving precious lives.
Hello everyone, welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete. In this episode, we discuss allergies and their triggers. Do you have any allergy and how do you manage it?
It's very hectic when you are dealing with allergies, especially with mine. When I take oily foods, I get acne, pimples, and treating it, I've bought a whole lot of medicine. People have recommended a lot to me.
I thought I had allergy. I don't take pig, but I realized it was my own perception. I ate it and nothing happened to me, so I don't think I have any allergy.
So what brings about allergies? Allergies occur when your immune system reacts to a foreign substance and treats it as harmful. It then produces antibodies which release chemicals on exposure to the allergen, causing the symptoms associated with allergies. A bit technical, I know, but it becomes clearer as we go along. Children, asthmatics, and people with a family history of asthma are more at risk of allergies. Some triggers are insect stings and bites, example from a bee or wasp, medications, particularly penicillin or penicillin-based antibiotics, contact from latex or other substances which can cause allergic skin reactions, airborne allergens such as pollen, dust mites, and mold. Certain foods, particularly peanuts, wheat, soy, fish, shellfish, eggs, and milk. Some allergic symptoms are sneezing, runny and stuffy nose, swollen lips and mouth, and sometimes the whole body. Some people also have itch, a rash, and many more. In some, it may be life-threatening and may need immediate medical attention. Prevention of allergies include knowing your triggers and trying to avoid them. If you have asthma or any allergic condition and on regular medication, always carry your medications with you. Remember, allergens vary from person to person, so know your specific triggers to help you in the management. So the next episode of Health and Vitality, I am Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, and it's bye for now.
We are the voice of the voiceless. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what you expect of us.
This then begs the question,
Where is your Dom Kwabenya MP Sarajo?
I won't discuss her.
But you can call it a tiebreaker.
In
but
this instance, it is.
I become a member of the House once I leave the seat.
But you admit that at least the fairness in interpreting the rules that makes it absurd.
No, it doesn't.
It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. Hello, welcome to PM Express. My name is Evans Mensah.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
broadcast reporters in every part of the country.
Telling you about the communities they live in.
The people and their unique stories.
We enjoy doing stories that evoke optimism and love.
Above all, we do not just tell you what is happening around you.
We also tell you how it matters to you.
Because for a journalist, bearing witness is not just an instinct.
It is a responsibility.
We want to know your opinion.
This is JoyNews.
Independent, fearless,
and credible.
Hello everyone, welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete. In this episode, we discuss allergies and their triggers. Do you have any allergy and how do you manage it?
It's very hectic when you are dealing with allergies, especially with mine. When I take oily foods, I get acne, pimples, and treating it, I've bought a whole lot of medicine. People have recommended a lot to me.
I thought I had allergy. I don't take pig, but I realized it was my own perception. I ate it and nothing happened to me, so I don't think I have any allergy.
So what brings about allergies? Allergies occur when your immune system reacts to a foreign substance and treats it as harmful. It then produces antibodies which release chemicals on exposure to the allergen, causing the symptoms associated with allergies. A bit technical, I know, but it becomes clearer as we go along. Children, asthmatics, and people with a family history of asthma are more at risk of allergies. Some triggers are insect stings and bites, example from a bee or wasp, medications, particularly penicillin or penicillin-based antibiotics, contact from latex or other substances which can cause allergic skin reactions, airborne allergens such as pollen, dust mites, and mold. Certain foods, particularly peanuts, wheat, soy, fish, shellfish, eggs, and milk. Some allergic symptoms are sneezing, runny and stuffy nose, swollen lips and mouth, and sometimes the whole body. Some people also have itch, a rash, and many more. In some, it may be life-threatening and may need immediate medical attention. Prevention of allergies include knowing your triggers and trying to avoid them. If you have asthma or any allergic condition and on regular medication, always carry your medications with you. Remember, allergens vary from person to person, so know your specific triggers to help you in the management. So the next episode of Health and Vitality, I am Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, and it's bye for now.
So we keep hearing that there are many financiers, Ghanaian financiers. Do you tend to get people attempting to influence you in your work? Do you get phone calls asking you to perhaps drop a prosecution of somebody that you are pursuing?
Yes. I mean, we get such representations all the time, such offers of inducement and even threats on our lives. I can show you many on my phone. It's not just galamsey or financial offenses, but even murder. Some cases I've actually had to report under security and for my security to be reviewed and all. I'm the kind that has a tendency not to rely on security or so much security, but on certain occasions I've had to have a review of my security, and we get such threats and offers of inducement all the time, but we resist them because some of us have to act in accordance with the mandate that has been given to us under the law and the Constitution of Ghana. And so.
One other case in which you have intervened is when this Australian mining company, Cassius took
mining.
Ghana to The Hague for arbitration. And you intervened with the argument that they have no jurisdiction.
Yes, it is.
How did that turn out?
Yes, and I believe in that because really it's a company incorporated in Ghana. It's owned by Australians. It's owned by an Australian mining firm. They undertook some operation in Ghana relying on a prospecting license that they had. The prospecting license was terminated, and they took Ghana to international arbitration. And my view was that no, I mean the agreement required recourse to arbitration in accordance with the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of Ghana, the local arbitration processes. And indeed, they had filed one earlier on in 2018, which they seem to be unwilling to prosecute. And rightly, the tribunal agreed with me and said, except as the parties agree, they cannot proceed. And so we're happy with that. This morning I received an email, so interestingly, from their lawyers desperately trying to force international arbitration. They resorted to another international arbitration tribunal, asking us to appoint an arbitrator. I will resist it on the same basis. And it's a very important case because they're claiming about $300 million in all. And I think that it's important that we marshal our resources as possible to resist such a claim. I think they have no basis at all. And it's not only that one, but we have many international arbitrations that we are fighting, or we have succeeded in fighting successfully. I think earlier this year too, succeeded in fighting off an arbitration by Beijing everywhere, some Chinese firm and all. And so this shows that the office is now doing well. And so again, it answers the critics who think that whenever the government of Ghana wins cases locally, it's as a result of manipulation of the court. These international arbitrations that we've won this year, about 3 of them so far, would they make such an allegation that we manipulated the international arbitration tribunals? They are quiet on that one. Yes, so.
We're having a conversation with the Attorney General, Godfred Dame. And we've been talking about Galamsey so far, but that's not the only thing his office concerns itself with. When we come back, we'll ask about the advice he gave to Parliament on their Anti-LGBTQ Bill. We'll also find out the latest in the Gregory Afoko saga. What does he say to those who suggest that his continued prosecution of Mr. Afoko is now bordering on human rights abuse? When we come back. You're welcome back. Our conversation with the Attorney General continues. We've had a lot to learn about Galamsey and his office's role in the fight against it. But that's not all they get up to. Let's learn a little bit more about what you do on a daily basis. One big difference I've noticed since you assumed office is that we don't hear that confounded term judgment debt as often as we used to. What exactly what's the secret here? How have you managed to keep judgment debts relatively low?
I think first and foremost, it's important to indicate that if the Constitution designates you as a defendant in all civil actions against the government of Ghana, it imposes an onerous duty. It imposes a duty to be efficient, a duty to monitor strictly cases that are going on, and of course apply or bring to the conduct of the cases as much diligence as possible. And that is what, in all humility, I've sought to do. I've kept a keen eye on these international arbitrations because they constitute a major source of judgment debt. All the cases that we just discussed today, some $300 million, some about $80 million, some even with $30 million is quite a lot. And it constitutes a big drain on the taxpayer or the public purse. So that is what we've been doing, making sure that we do not get to be at the wrong end of decisions in those cases. And so far, we've been remarkably successful. even the international cases in Norway and all that, we won each step of the way to the Supreme Court and all. So it's all about supervision and monitoring of the conduct, and of course ensuring that we apply the rules as much as possible. If a party invokes international arbitration and the person has no jurisdiction, yes, it has no jurisdiction. And we raise objections promptly, and usually they are upheld because we are right in that regard, and all. And so I think perhaps that would be the difference. Apart from the international arbitrations locally, we have also fought off many, many huge judgment debts. The Supreme Court of Ghana recently gave a judgment in a matter involving $1 billion and 400 million Ghana cedis. One case against the government of Ghana, a case that was pursued by a company called China-Taiwan or so. The judgment was given by the High Court in Kumasi once again, but we got it set aside. We set aside the relevant orders for the payment of the money by the government of Ghana, because it raised all the various objections to the violations and all. And so that is it.
Does this lend credence to the suggestion in the past that previous attorney generals who didn't have such an impressive record of quashing judgment debts might have been allowing create, loot and share?
Well, I think that expression, of course, was in the SWA NDC administration. And of course, we see that since the NDMP took office in 2017, in the time of my predecessor, Madame Kufu, and of course, subsequently, in my time, there has not been any such ridiculous judgment debt. So that shows the difference between the two administrations when it comes to good governance. At least in the field of good governance, we can say confidently that the MPP government delivers better for the people. And that should be a reason for us breaking the 8 and coming back. If you want a repetition of the Woyomes, the sweater and socks and other strange judgment debts, of course, you can vote for the alternative. But I think even one area that we have improved dramatically is even the representation of this office. Most of these international arbitrations are conducted by the government of Ghana, by the Office of Attention directly. All these Beijing Everyway, Cassius Mining, and we conducted it here. There was no recourse to foreign representation, and that is a huge feather in the cap of the Office of Attention. And it's a departure from the past whereby we just have recourse to. So apart from even saving the state judgment debt, we have also saved the state enormously when it comes to payment for a service of foreign lawyers. Many a time I sit here, I look at all the cases 1 a.m. and I sit with my Solicitor General and we review all the matters and you find out well, these are things that reasonably can be handled by the office, raise the relevant objections within the appropriate time, and most of the time is upheld. Of course, it's not all the cases that we conduct ourselves. In some of the ones that perhaps tax matters, especially tax and even the E&I matter, yes, we rely on foreign counsel, not just foreign counsel alone, but ourselves. We do it together with them.
Right.
And by and large, we've been quite successful by the grace of God.
Have you been able to put a number to it? How many judgment debts you have quashed? Is there a numerical value?
I think that would be a story to be told one day, because really it's quite a lot. Even this year, if you take the one that judgment was set aside by the Supreme Court a few months ago, $1 billion I indicated to you, when just right after I assumed office as Attorney General, indeed I started it when I was Deputy Attorney General, the NDK judgment debt, that was quite publicized. We had set aside, I think it involved about 750 million, it's a 1 point something dollars. It was about 1.2 billion Ghana cedis, the NDK judgment debt. And that resulted in my resolve to submit to Parliament a proposal for an amendment to the Contract Act of Ghana. Because really the NDK judgment debt was a situation whereby an amount as little as 260 Okay, so that's a copy of the bill. The NDK judgment debt arose out of a situation where the original sum of just about 260,000 Ghana cedis has shot up to over 1.2 billion Ghana cedis, even after the government had already paid about 89 million Ghana cedis. So the company was still dragging the government to court for 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. And that's just because of the manner of computation of the interest. Many a time, public servants enter into agreements with third parties and stipulate as a rate of interest, compound interest. Sometimes they do not even look at the provisions of the contract that they are signing. The rate of interest is compound interest. So I thought that the nation's public purse, the nation's purse will be grossly affected if there was no legislation to prohibit the award of compound interest in transactions involving the government. For that matter, I presented to Parliament a bill to that effect.
Right. Let's talk about a few other topical matters that your office has been dealing with.
So this contract amendment bill seeks to sorry, before you proceed.
No, certainly.
Seeks to amend the provisions of the Ghana Contracts Act to specifically prohibit a public officer from entering into any transaction in which the rate of interest is stipulated as compound interest. Right. And so if such a contract is entered into by the public officer, such contract is rendered null and void. And I can it's a very short law. It says this act applies to a contract or transaction entered into on behalf of the government of Ghana as it applies to any other contract or transaction. And then it says that where a person specified under subsection 2, that is a minister or a person authorized by the minister, enters into a contract or transaction on behalf of the government of Ghana, the payment of interest on any sum of money due under the contract shall be calculated as simple interest. And then further provides that a person shall not enter into a contract or a transaction on behalf of the Republic in which the payment of interest on a sum of money is calculated at compound interest. And a contract entered into contrary to subsection 4, that is entering the contract stipulating as a rate of interest, compound interest, is declared null and void. Is there. So I think it will go a long way to preventing such huge judgment debt.
Saving us even more money.
Yes.
All right. Let's get a quick update on a few other topical issues your office has been dealing with. Someone has sued you. Mr. Paul Boamasefa, a farmer in the Ashanti region, has sued you and the Speaker of Parliament for not adding a financial impact assessment bill to the Anti-LGBTQ Bill, the members-sponsored bill that is making its way through Parliament. You're aware of this?
Yes, I'm aware of it. I heard about it on radio. Indeed, yesterday I was asked a question about it. It has still not been served on me, but now it's been served on me, served on the office of the Attorney General. So I'm aware of the pendency of such a matter.
Okay. I mean, what advice did you give Parliament on this, and did it cover this issue that this person is raising?
Yes, it covered such an issue because it's something that came to my attention, and indeed I ought to place on record that the advice was given in context of the bill that was presented to me initially for review. At that time was designated as the Promotion of Proper Human Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill. I reviewed the bill in its entirety. I reviewed it from even the title right down to the very last provision. So I conducted a clause-by-clause analysis of the bill. And my view was that, yes, fundamental parts of the bill were not unconstitutional. Some fundamental parts too were unconstitutional. And I made three broad general observations. The fact that if you look at our Constitution, which is supposed to be the yardstick against which the bill is to be measured, three major provisions stand out and constitute, in my view, the cornerstone of the assessment of any law. That is Article 12, Clause 2, which says that every person is entitled to the enjoyment of human rights and freedom set out in the Chapter 5. But of course, the enjoyment of such rights is also subject to respect for the freedoms and rights of others and the public interest. So that for me is the standard, that the enjoyment of your right is subject to the enjoyment of the rights and freedoms of others and also the public interest. So any law which seeks to unnecessarily curtail the enjoyment of rights by other persons will be unconstitutional, except as such law is in the public interest. So it is not just the mere curtailment of my right which will be unconstitutional, but if the curtailment of the right is in the public interest, then it's right. Then the law will not be unconstitutional. Then I also made the observation that the bill, for me, imposed certain duties on the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, as well as on all persons, specifically relating to the setting up of prisons and treatment of persons suffering from, and for that matter, will constitute a charge on public purse. If it constitutes a charge on public funds, in accordance with Article 108 of the Constitution, such a bill will have to be initiated at the instance of the President or a person on behalf of the President. Then I proceeded to then conduct the clause-by-clause analysis. And if you look at the current bill, even the title has been changed. Pursuant to my observation in the opinion, which is to the effect that you cannot have a bill which is described as promotion of, because promotion, every bill, every law, inherently promotes the values in the bill. So it is really improper to say promotion of so and so. And then again, it says promotion of proper human rights. Proper is also inappropriate because proper connotes subjectivity. So I recommended the deletion of promotion, deletion of proper, and then also Ghanaian family values. I said there ought not to be any such thing as Ghanaian family value because really every bill applies to all Ghanaians and all persons in Ghana. And therefore, if a person living in Ghana who is not Ghanaian is supposed to promote Ghanaian family values, is a little bit unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional because if you look at Article 26 of the Constitution, every person is entitled to enjoy any culture or to manifest any culture or religion. But there is no duty to promote such culture or religion.
No legal duty.
You have an entitlement to enjoy and maintain or profess culture or religion, but you don't have a duty to promote. They are two different things. In fact, markedly opposite. Right. So I am entitled to enjoy means I'm free to enjoy and manifest and promote and profess and whatever. But it doesn't confer on me a duty. Indeed, the duties of a Ghanaian under Article 41 of the Constitution do not include a duty to promote culture. You have a right to enjoy. It's not a duty. So I think that the bill should have been refined to take that out. And indeed, they sought to refine it and take parts of it out. But they've still retained some part of that duty to promote and all. I think it will suffer from the same difficulties.
If I may ask, there was another aspect of the original bill that suggested that not just those who might be found engaging in LGBTQ activity, but those who might promote or support those who engage in it. So for instance, if somebody were to say on a public forum that, oh, I don't think LGBT is a crime, that person would have fallen foul of this new law if the bill became a law. Yeah. Did you advise on that as well?
Yes, I did. I advised on every part of it. I remember advising that any bill which seeks to criminalize essentially a person's thinking may be in contravention of Article 21, which borders on ideology, right for a person to hold ideology and whatever. But again, I also advise that the parts of the bill which sought to prohibit a person from publicly promoting LGBTQ is not unconstitutional. It means that if I were to go on radio advocating that there should be LGBTQ and whatever, and there is a law which is to prohibit that, in my view, it is not unconstitutional. Because you cannot go on radio and, of course, openly advocate the commission of crime or something that has been banned or prohibited criminally.
Let me, if you don't mind, let me ask, for example, if today I were to go on radio and say that I think marijuana should be legalized, would I be committing an offense by making that utterance?
No, so if you look at my opinion, and I think my opinion has to be looked at very critically. Very critically because it deals with various situations. There were parts of the bill which sought to criminalize such a thing as you indicated. And I said that no, that would really infringe on the right to freedom of speech, expression, thought, conscience, and belief. But there were also parts of the bill, certain provisions in the bill, which sought to criminalize the advocacy, the open advocacy for the bill, and then even promotion of advocacy for LGBTQ and promotion of LGBTQ to children. And I felt that the parts that related to promotion of and advocacy for LGBTQ to children, for me, were not unconstitutional, because Article 26 makes provision for such a situation. Article 17 actually talks about nothing preventing Parliament from enacting laws which regulate family matters, adoption, marriage, barrier, devolution of property, intestacy, and whatever. And again, if you look at the standard in Article 12, Clause 2, which also sets out public interest as a very important factor to be taken into account in the enjoyment of rights. It tells you that if it's recognized that it's on the public interest, it can be curtailed. So rights are not absolute. And I refer to Supreme Court decision in the Ghana Independent Broadcasting Association against the Attenjera, which established that point.
So I actually noticed that there are a number of aspects of the bill that you found to be completely fine, not unconstitutional. For example, the bill's intent to outlaw sexual intercourse that is unnatural carnal knowledge. You felt that was not unconstitutional.
Yes, because really, even presently, it's been
already
outlawed.
Yeah.
Yes, just that the extent of it criminalization is a little bit lends itself to ambiguity and is a little bit vague as well, because really it is linked with penetration. Is the provision of the Criminal Offences Act says that where carnal knowledge is concerned, it shall be established upon proof of the least degree of penetration, suggesting that sexual relations between two females may not necessarily be prohibited criminally. And this bill sought to broaden, and I think that if you seek to broaden it and to make it uniform in its application, it's not unconstitutional.
Then there was also the bit about adoption. They are seeking to prohibit adoption by
gay people.
Yes, and you said that is not unconstitutional.
Yes. Again, too, because Article 17, Clause 4 says nothing in this Constitution or any other law shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws relating to adoption or regulating adoption, family matters as I indicated, divorce, barrier, and whatever. And even presently, the Children's Act, in its section 86K, prohibits adoption by persons of the same sex. So it cannot be unconstitutional for Parliament to enact a law which seeks to prohibit adoption.
Okay. The actual suit that has been brought against you and the
the Speaker of Parliament.
Speaker of Parliament. It has to do with some sort of financial assessment document that the plaintiff says was not included in the process. Is he correct? Was it not included?
Well, I'll come to that. I think I expressed a view of it, and for me, my honest and sincere view, which is public, is that any law which imposes a charge on the public purse must emanate from the president or a person acts on behalf of the president. That is the clear dictate of Article 108 of the Constitution. And the courts are bound to apply such a provision. So let's see how the courts will rule. It will be dependent on the facts of the case. I indicated that they've taken out certain parts which infringe Article 108, but I still recognize that there are some parts of it which are there. It lends itself to constitutional interpretation. But this specific action in the High Court is not really on the basis of Article 108. It is on the basis of Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act, which enjoins the submission of financial analysis in relation to any bill. That was not done. Some may argue that has not been done in relation to other bills. But the fact that has not been done in relation to other bills before does not necessarily mean that if you have not done it, then what you have done is lawful. Again, it depends on the court. Let's go on it. So I'm a party to it, so we defend the action.
You defend the action?
Yeah, 100. We are obliged to defend every action that we are said with. We will defend it, we will dispute it. And it's in the interest of democracy. We advance to arguments, plaintiff or the applicant and the respondent, and then the court rule.
I mean, I don't want you to go into merits. You can't do that.
Yes.
I'm just curious, bearing in mind that any defense, would kind of walk the fine line of your view of did you say Article 108?
108, yes, as well as Section 100.
Yes, which you are quite clear in your mind, means that this bill, being a member-sponsored bill in itself, is a flaw that might flaw it, if you will, might bring it to a halt.
Yes.
So I wonder how you are going to navigate this strange path.
So every lawyer owes a duty in the spirit of intellectual honesty to assist the court and to give a view that the lawyer honestly or sincerely holds. And yes, I'll look at the action. As I said, I just got notice of the fact that it's been served on us. And then I will adopt a view that will be in accord with what genuinely represents the safety of the law. If it amounts to, I don't know. So it depends on how the action is formulated. The action may even be improperly constituted before the court. Regardless of the merit, I can raise an objection to the action if it's not properly constituted. And so even the merits may not be necessary at all. So I think that I would want to wait for a proper examination of the action by me, and I'll deliver what is right, having regard to what I told you, intellectual honesty on the part of every lawyer, and all that.
Interesting. Well, I can't wait to see that unfold. Maybe some quick updates on the other.
Also, I think a very important part of the bill, which also touched on gay marriages in Ghana. Clearly, we again said that that bill is not unconstitutional in that regard. I mean, that gay marriages can be prohibited. But the current state of Ghana law implicitly prevents gay marriages from taking place because of the references to man and wife, man and woman, wife and husband, widow and widower, bride and bridegroom, and all that. There is no clear prohibition by the Marriages Act of Ghana. We think that if this law seeks to make it express and to prohibit clearly gay marriages, then it's not unconstitutional. And indeed, this constitutes the position of government. I think the government of Ghana has been quite clear. The president has been quite clear so far in saying that not under his watch will any gay marriages take place or homosexuality be legalized.
So let's the last question on this. If putting aside the court case, let's assume that gets dealt with, and this bill makes its way through Parliament. It comes to the end of it, and it passes through, and the president now has to assent to it. Bearing in mind that it has financial implications on the government, will you advise him to assent to it?
Yeah, but I mean, if it still has financial implications, my advice clearly will be that the Constitution must be respected, and Parliament's attention will have to be drawn to the fact that there are these financial implications for the taxpayer and for the consolidated fund. and for that matter, parents have to take a second look at it. That is what Article 106 on the process of enacting legislation require. That if it comes up to that point that the president has any view of it, he can refer it back to Parliament to take a second look at it.
But that would essentially undo all their work.
No, it's not. It's still. So Article 106 does not take away from Parliament the power to pass laws. The president's prerogative in assenting to bills actually only presents a limited way of contributing to a process of passing laws, which is that if it comes to that process, the president is mandated to draw Parliament's attention to parts of the bill that he considers that Parliament ought to take a second look at. Parliament reserves the right to reconsider, or even Parliament can compel the assent through a vote set out in Article 106.
So you would advise him not to assent?
No, I'm saying that I think that you're trying to force a certain response.
Oh, no. I'd like you to choose your own response.
So the response, as I indicated, is that yes, I had either to draw the president's attention, the Parliament's attention to this aspect of the bill. Parliament has proceeded to take out some of the things that directly constituted a burden on the taxpayer, which is setting up prisons and medical treatment and whatever. But there is still, I recognize that there is still present the fact that the legislature, the executive, and all persons in Ghana are enjoined to promote the values of the bill. So this clearly will have a tendency to impose a charge on the constituted fund. Parliament's process is not exhausted. At the second reading, I think it's now the second reading or so, it will be debated. It will be subjected to under clause-by-clause review. I may even go to Parliament and make representations, as I've done before. And Parliament may undo it. Again, the courts of Ghana have been invoked for an interpretation of Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act. So it's a judicial review. It has the same effect, similar. I'm saying the Section 100 has a similar effect as Article 108, but they're not entirely the same. The processes of the court will have a direct bearing on what happens. And then we'll see. So I would not want to prejudice the process by answering yes or no.
Okay.
Yes, but of course, that's what the Constitution, it is not for nothing that the Constitution reserved the power for the president to indicate to Parliament certain parts of the bill to take account of. It's very important because this will not be the first time that a bill has been challenged or an act of Parliament even has been challenged in court. Presently, I'm actually applying for a review of a decision of the Supreme Court given about a year ago, declaring an act of Parliament as unconstitutional. I think the Supreme Court was, in my respective view, wrong. That is in the case of the Narcotic Control Commission's bill, where Parliament struck down amendment by effecting on the floor of Parliament. The court struck it down, Supreme Court struck it down as unconstitutional. And I think that no, the Supreme Court got it wrong by a 3-2 decision. I'm applying for a review of it. It tells you that this is not the first time an act of Parliament or a bill will be challenged in the courts of Ghana. It has happened before many times, and even last year it happened. The Supreme Court struck down a law as unconstitutional. So again, it shows that the Attorney General usually defends the work of Parliament, contrary to what some people earlier were thinking that I'm always putting clocks in the wheel of Parliament. On the contrary, I assist Parliament, I defend them in the Supreme Court, and on this occasion I gave an advice to prevent such a suit. They ignored it and went ahead. Somebody has sued. We will defend it, and we'll see how the court will rule.
Okay. Let's get very quick updates on a few other topical cases. Opuni,
right.
His matter is they've hit the reset button, if you will, in court. How do you feel about that?
I think the ruling was, with all respect to the learned judge, a little bit regressive because it did not take account of modern trends in justice delivery. Even apart from that, there is nothing on the statute books of Ghana requiring a trial, criminal trial, to start de novo, just on account of the transfer or removal of a judge from the matter, or even the death or resignation of the judge. Clearly, a judge is supposed to exercise his discretion reasonably, having regard to the peculiar circumstances of the matter. And I take the view that having regard to the peculiar circumstances of this particular matter, an order for the adoption of evidence was wrong and inequitable and unfair to the prosecution. Because it's a trial that had gone on for about 6 years. Even if we're supposed to summon the same witnesses to give evidence, their recollection of the event would have changed. It's a trial being conducted on account of matters that occurred in the public sector. Some of the key witnesses have retired from public service. They are unwilling to, they are under no duty to cooperate with the state and all that. The trial that one witness was in the box for 2 years, and therefore if there's an order for us to start, clearly, inadvertently, the court will be condoning the attitude and the tactics of the defense. The clear record shows that the tactics of the defense had just one object, which is to frustrate the prosecution. And I think that is even unfair. That we are all equal before the law. Equality before the law implies that if you commit a crime, you must be prosecuted. And therefore, it doesn't really inspire prosecution of cases to order that such a trial should be conducted afresh. For that matter, I have appealed to the Court of Appeal. I'm sure the appeal will be heard in no time and a ruling given.
On the other hand, with the Gregory Afoko case, it's your office that is hitting the reset button,
right?
Because mistrial was declared in his case.
Right.
The person who was charged as his accomplice was sentenced.
Right.
Was found guilty and sentenced, but Gregory's case ended in a mistrial.
Yeah.
There are some who suggest that extending this matter once again is an infringement on his human rights, bearing in mind that you face the same problems. The witnesses, 8 years ago this matter began, if not more than that. The witnesses might not have the same recollection, they might not be in the same place. It really is a very difficult task to try a case after such a long time. So the suggestion is if a jury were not able to find him guilty, send him home.
So the question is that the law? That is not a law at all. And indeed, as I indicated earlier on, the enjoyment of all rights is subject to such restrictions as will be imposed by law. If you look at Article 21 of the Constitution, all fundamental human rights set out in the provision are or can be curtailed in accordance with law. And the Criminal Procedural Code of Ghana has clearly specified that where the verdict of the jury in a murder matter is not unanimous, there ought to be a retrial. So it is not the prosecution asking for a retrial. It is a dictate of the law. And it's not only in Ghana. That is why I say sometimes in Ghana we take rights to absurd levels. This is a case where, without trying to prejudice the matter, the evidence that we had led at the trial shows that the person was killed through acid poured on him and all, and the acid was found on the Fuku that you mentioned, his trousers and all that. Of course, it's up to a jury to come to whatever conclusion that it considers right, but the jury trial itself has inherently a lot of flaws, and that is why the law recognizes and says that if there is lack of unanimity in the verdict, there ought to be a retrial. And as I said, it is not the first time, it's not Ghana, it's not the only country who has such a law. You go to the United States of America, England and all, there are various instances of jury trials recommence because there has been a declaration of a mistrial. Sometimes the jury is composed about 3, 4, 5 times the trial goes on 5-6 times endlessly and what have you. I'm not saying that this is going to be an endless trial. I'm saying that on clear details of our laws of Ghana, which of course are the same as applies in the States and United States and England, we are supposed to conduct a retrial. It will actually be a failure of justice if a retrial is not conducted in the matter just because the jury has come to a conclusion once, which was not unanimous. And indeed, we saw the fundamental flaws in the verdict, whereby 2 persons have been charged on the count of conspiracy to commit murder. The jury finds the second accused. I'm not sure you don't know the name of the second accused. No. Because the only name you know is Afoko. It's as if everybody cares only about Afoko. There's a second accused that the jury found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. And the charge sheet shows that we allege that he conspired with the first accused. So how can the jury find second accused guilty of conspiracy by himself and exclude the first accused? If you find one person guilty of conspiracy and the charge sheet shows that he conspired with the other, then you must find the other one necessarily guilty.
Do you think the jury...
The reverse is also the same.
Do you think the jury didn't understand the assignment?
Well,
or do you think they were influenced?
I have read the direction by the judge. I think the direction was properly given, but I do not want to impute any influence or inducement on the part of the jury. I mean, I think it's up to them and their God. The God Almighty is always judging us, and I think that there's an opportunity for redress to the law. The law enjoins a trial again, and we'll have recourse to that. There's no discretion on the part of the Attorney General in this matter. And it's very important that the public supports the effort of the state to ensure that justice is brought or delivered in this matter. There must be an unraveling of the killers of the former chairman of the MPP.
God and the president willing, your tenure will wrap up
Yes.
at the end of the president's term. What are you hoping your legacy will be?
I think my legacy, by the grace of God, should be a very zealous defense of the interests of the state in terms of effectively defending judgment debt cases, as we mentioned, also strenuously defending constitutional actions that have been brought against the government, and also effectively prosecuting crime in this country. I would want an Office of Attorney General whose capacity has been effectively built and well harnessed to defend the interests of the state in all matters, both home and abroad. I would want to, with all respect, be an Attorney General who inspired the staff, who inspired the state attorneys to conduct matters ably in court, both locally and abroad. And I think that's what is most important. People should see the Office of Attorney General as the best law department in the country. We ought to, by the grace of God, be an institution which is a star example of success, of excellence in the Republic. There ought not to be a private legal practitioner whose brief is better than that of the Attorney General. The Attorney General's brief in court ought to be the best, and that is what I see to aspire.
You've managed to implement some reforms in your time, and there are others on your table
yes.
that you are working on. Do you think those will help to cement this legacy?
I think so. I just made reference to the Contract Amendment Bill, which seeks to prohibit the award of compound interest in transactions. That is one very good for the civil aspect of our work. Criminally, I have before, in fact, it's almost ready. The executive drafting department reviewed it with me yesterday. It is a bill which seeks to amend very fundamental aspects of the criminal procedure rules in this country. So we seek to even amend or reform the jury trial system. We're going to introduce what we call alternate jurors, so that the trial is not held up simply because of the absence of one juror or the death of one juror. So alternate jurors, about 3 of them will be appointed for each case, and they will sit with the substantive jurors so that if there's a need for replacement, they are replaced. And then also, I seek to limit the kind of cases that will be subject to jury trials. So I have proposed an amendment to Section 2 of the Criminal Procedure Code and to make jury trials only mandatory in cases involving death and life imprisonment. In cases where the penalty is death or life imprisonment. We cannot do anything about it because that is constitutional. Article 19, Clause 2 enjoins such trials to be by a jury. So we have no basis at all to touch that unless we go to process of constitutional amendment. And because an entrenched provision has to be subject to referendum and whatever. In the interim, we'll restrict the kind of cases that subject to jury trial so that other offenses like rape, armed robbery, and whatever will be subject to the determination of the attenderer. And I think that's fine. We also seek to speed up the trial of criminal cases. We think that, yes, it is unwarranted for trials to be held up by interlocutory appeals and whatever. I do not seek to take away from defense counsel the right to appeal, but interlocutory appeals will be reserved for after submission of no case. But that is very important. And I speak from my own example in private practice. When I was conducting these high-profile cases for the MPP opposition, I can cite Republic versus Equation CJ, a case where the then DPP called 70 witnesses, was concluded within about 8 months, the trial, and never on one occasion filed a single interlocutory appeal. Because I believed in the strength of my case, the strength of my cross-examination. Witness after witness, 70 witnesses, we dealt with, disposed with all of them. And then, after disposing of all the 70 witnesses, we made a submission of no case. It was at that stage that I felt the need to challenge the ruling of the judge. And that ruling, so the trial judge held that 6 counts should be dismissed, and the former foreign minister should open his defense on 2. I felt I felt that he had no basis at all, because that was actually the one that the evidence was so clear. We appealed against the court for appeal. The court for appeal appealed the appeal, and then ended the trial. So throughout the conduct of that case, from the trial, from the time his plea was taken, up to the time the court for appeal determined that there was no case at all for him to answer, it was just about 15 months. You find trial lawyers now thinking that the way to defend criminal cases is by delaying the prosecution. I find that most unwarranted. If you have a case, contest the matter. Get the witnesses done. If indeed, after the close of the prosecution's case, you find any matter worthy of an appeal, you bring all. So we will reserve the right of appeal, interlocutory appeal, to only after close of submission of no case.
This might hit private practitioners in the pocket.
Well, I've taken cognizance of the fact that the bar may not necessarily be amused. I've engaged the bar, and it seems to be a little bit acceptable. I'll actually convene a meeting with the bar, some representatives of the bar next week, but that's the way to go. I mean, you go to Britain, there's no criminal trial which lasts for more than 2 years. The trial of George Floyd, how long did it last? George Floyd's trial that we all witnessed on TV, you said less than 2 months was done. It's the same that, indeed, this Afoko matter that people are concerned about a retrial. If there's commitment on the part of both defense and prosecution, the evidence can be adduced and everything concluded within about 6 to 7 months. So there will be no case of undue delay. I think there's a way to go. It shows a lack of advancement of our democracy, where criminal cases last for 6-7 years. Summary trials.
Yeah. In the last 1 minute or so that we have, I'm going to ask a question that I've always wanted to ask an attorney general. So, of course, sometimes your client is the government or some organ of the government. Sometimes your client is the people of Ghana, especially when you're doing prosecutions and so forth. Which of them is your favorite client?
I think I like representing the people. I've been one who has always been doing these public interest cases even when I was in private practice. And really the motivation was just the assurance that what I was doing was for the general interest of the people, even with the political party, for the general interest of the political party. Sometimes I did a lot of cases for the media, some small private, big newspapers, daily guides, small, all kinds of media entities. I mean, so really, I've always been one for the people. But I think that, again, to the opportunity of public service through a position you hold in government offers a broader opportunity to deliver service to the people. So giving advice to the government is a way of also serving the people. So it's a fine blend that we can strike. The advice I gave on the domestic debt exchange program inured to the people, benefits to the people. The government liked it. The foreign ministry, finance ministry was never averse to the opinion, and that is it. And the president that I respectfully serve and advise is also one of the people. He likes doing things in the public interest. Indeed, many matters that I've discussed with him, his view is always like that of a defense attorney. So he's not one who is just prosecution-minded. He's always defense-minded. So what about the defense? This matter, that kind of thing. And he gives very constructive opinions and suggestions because, of course, he was an attorney general, and before he was an attorney general, an eminent lawyer in that regard. So
I want to say a big thank you. You've spent so much time with us. We can't thank you enough for your patience. Godfred Dame is Ghana's Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Supernatural Empowerment Summits 2023. Meet the revivalists, the heads of global denominations, and the kingmakers. This year, in Archbishop Charles Ojenosari's 40th year in a miracle ministry and the 10th Supernatural Empowerment Summit, expect life-changing insights for ministry and impartation for the next level. Host and speaker, Archbishop Charles Ojenosari. Other speakers from Ghana, Dr. Robert Ampia Kofi, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, Reverend Dr. Stephen Wengam, and also Bishop Joseph Imakando, Zambia, Bishop Joseph Matera, USA, Apostle Yves Castano, Congo, Apostle Abraham Gaji, Côte d'Ivoire. Date, Monday 22nd to Friday 26th May 2023. Time, evening session, 5:30 p.m. daily. Morning session, 8:30 a.m. daily start on Tuesday. Venue, Perez Dome, Jolu Junction, Accra, Ghana. Contact, +233 548 633 650 or www.scsummits.org. Supernatural Empowerment Summit 2023.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
We have begun the One Village, One Dam initiative, and you here in Bogo can see for yourself. 570 are being built.
One village, one dam. After the fanfare, we go back to Ayopia in the Bongo district of the Upper East region, where it all started.
Somebody should be answering the questions. Why? What happened? We need to hold people accountable. We can't just say it has failed, therefore that be it.
How much is the average cost of the dam?
It's from between 230 to 250,000. The highest is the 250,000.
But how much was really spent? Thirsty Dams, a JoyNews hotline documentary by Jojo Kobina. Coming soon.
You're welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah Satete. When was the last time you visited a spa or had a massage? Well, join me after the break to find out why you should. You're welcome back. A massage is a general term for rubbing, pressing and manipulating the skin, muscles, tendons and ligaments. There are different forms of a massage, and it ranges from application of light strokes to the application of deep pressure. Today, I'm joined by Dora of the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and she's going to take us through the different forms of a massage, take me through a wonderful massage session, and then we convince you to have a massage. Hello, Dora.
Hello, Dora. Welcome to the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us. So tell me, what are the different forms of massages people come for?
People normally come for deep tissue massage, aromatherapy massage, hot stone, stress away, and then spirit revival massage.
Wow, very interesting names you have there. Spirit revival massage. Wow. So which one am I getting today?
Today we are doing aromatherapy massage.
Okay.
With hot stone blend.
So what are the health benefits of the aromatherapy?
It relaxes you. It lowers blood pressure. It gives you a good sleep.
Yeah. So we are
not having specific areas you would love me to concentrate.
A very good afternoon to you, our cherished and discerning listeners. It's another beautiful and blessed Wednesday, and we here at Joy Business are happy to bring you another exciting edition of your favorite business development program on radio, Masterclass. Masterclass is powered by Joy Business and brought to us by Goyle. Goyle, good energy. Goyle, Yenara, Yedia. Masterclass today is also brought to us by GCB. GCB, your bank for life. My name, as always, is Yabanafo, and I'm excited to bring you today's edition of Masterclass. In the last couple of weeks here on the show, we've been doing what we call the Startup Reality Dialogue Series. Essentially, what that is that we go out into the field and find out the realities of businessmen and entrepreneurs in today's world. And like I always say here on the show, sometimes we share principles of business, theories of business, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, things that you would otherwise have studied or paid for to learn in a classroom. But we bring it to you here free on Masterclass Pro Bono, if you like. But after having done that, we're also interested in your business, because if your business does well, Ghana does well, and we all do well. And therefore, we like to come to you every now and again and find out, after having learned all the theories, after having applied all the principles, after having done all that the situation requires, how do you stand? How do you manage your business? How do you deal with the pressures? Getting to the end of the month, the bank is going to call. Your repayments are falling due. Your insurance payments are falling due. Your staff expect to be paid. You've got sales made out, but it's on credit, and people are not paying up. How do you manage the realities of setting up a business in Ghana and running it? The other reason why we share these stories also is that sometimes in sharing the stories, it also serves to motivate the rest of us. Have you noticed how sometimes when you go for some of these sessions on forums on counseling and you find out that someone else is going through the same problem you're going through, at some point in your conversation you go like, aha. So we're looking for that aha moment in this conversation where you say, I'm not the only one going through this. I'm not the only one, who's going through this pain. If you're looking to quit, you're looking to stop at some point, we're going to be listening to stories here on the Startup Related Dialogue series to help you to know that you're not alone in your fight. Today we have a guest. I'll be introducing him shortly. We've had other guests here on the show. Also, we've had Lloyd Kusi from Penta Foods. He shared his story with us. He essentially is an entrepreneur in Ghana and produces yogurt on the go. We've also had here on the show Kojo Sheldon. Last week, he also spent some time here with us. And he also talked to us. He's a social media influencer. Before him also, we had Sewa Jemfi Duku, who is also the CEO, the founder of Chop Shop. And she also shared her stories with us. I was actually going to read out to you the resume of my guest this afternoon, but I'll let his story tell us who he is. He's a young Ghanaian entrepreneur, started his own business, went through the challenges that every young business goes through, and he's a CEO and founder of a company called Zako. Zako, you probably have heard about it or have not, but essentially just to give you an insight into what they do, he processes coconut waste to produce energy for households and for businesses. That's impressive. That speaks to sustainability. That speaks to energy efficiency. That speaks to where the world is going. And to find out that a young Ghanaian who's starting out business with all the uncertainties that come with it ventures into such a high impact area, it's commendable. My guest for the show today is Sule Amin Abubakar. Sule, you're welcome to today's conversation.
Thank you so much.
I'm already excited. You can tell the excitement in my voice. I was going to read your resume. Very impressive. I mean, Sule is unassuming, but he has a repertoire of experience in education as well. I'm sure you're going to tell us. So maybe in a few seconds, tell my listeners who you are, what you've done educationally, your background, where you've come from. Just sort of set the foundation, if you like, for our conversation going forward.
Okay.
Yes.
My name, as you just rightly mentioned, Sule Amin Abubakar. Born and raised in Fadama. Spent most of my years in Sunyani, the Afro region then. Back to Accra. Went to University for Development Studies, WA.
UDS, right?
UDS, WA campus. Then back home in Accra, did national service, and then that's where real life started. So I think after whilst even doing the national service, I started reading LLB to be a lawyer. And I think in between I was doing a lot of research.
Whilst doing your national service, you started reading LLB to become a lawyer.
Yeah.
And I always like to pause and hit on the learning points.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are saying, oh, I finished school, I don't have a job, I don't have anything to do. The onset of COVID was one of those catalysts which got a lot of young Ghanaians to start doing things for themselves. Kudos to those who started. If you haven't started, let's start now. Let's do something. While he was doing national service, he started studying for his LLB. What are you doing while you are waiting to get that job? Let's put the time to use. Double effort doesn't spoil anything. Let's continue.
Okay. So I really enjoyed reading law because it was one of the most challenging things I'd ever undertaken. It's so totally like a world on its own. Reading cases, case studies.
Tell me about it. Good afternoon to all my lawyer friends. I have tried many times to do law, but
a lot of my mates are now already past the bar and they're already practicing. But here I am still selling charcoal, and it's been an interesting journey for me because what I am doing now is totally different from whatever I really wanted to be. Growing up, yes, I grew up with my grandma, and she was into petty trading. I really got a lot of inspiration from her at the time because this is someone with very little formal education, but was doing so much, petty trading, such that you had a lot of educated people like soldiers, police, that would come even borrow money from her and even buy things from her on credit. So I grew up seeing the kind of freedom that comes with running your own thing, especially financially, since, I mean, she doesn't have a degree, but people with degree will come borrow things from her. And it comes with so much freedom. So I fell for that freedom. But it really wasn't something I honestly wanted to do.
Let me ask you this quickly.
Yeah.
When you were in school, growing up, formative years and all of that,
Yeah.
what was your ambition? What did you want to become?
I always wanted to be a DJ.
You always wanted to be a DJ. Shout out to Lexus Bill this afternoon. My good friend Lexus.
I always wanted to be a DJ, but besides being a DJ, like profession-wise, I actually wanted to be like. I still DJ, honestly.
Lexus
I
is
still
now looking at you somewhere.
I mean, I still DJ. I had 2 hours in my house before coming here.
So you do it?
I still do it. I love to DJ. It's especially in the kind of situation or business or environment I'm in now. DJing is actually the best. I'm not someone who goes out a lot, so I don't really have a lot of social activities that I do. But once I have my own turntable, I just turn them on and then just have fun with them.
Apart from DJing, what did you want to do?
So apart from DJing, I wanted to be like a UN diplomat. I loved growing up and watching these Hotel Rwanda movies, and then you see these guys with UNDP or Red Cross, like they're the real heroes coming to save the day. So I always wanted to be a development guy, and that's actually what influenced my decision to go to UDS to read development studies. So even though I was born and raised in Accra and Sunyani, it was the first time I actually opted to go somewhere I'd never been. That was in the northern regions then, just to study development studies so I could work in the UN. So it's what I always aspired to be, but always a DJ on the side.
But you have had some, based on the work that you've done.
Yeah.
And I read this up in your resume, and I'm sure we'll get there. You tell us a bit more about it.
Yeah.
But you have had some kind of interface with the United Nations anyway, haven't you?
Yeah, some way.
So in some way, you've sort of achieved what you wanted to do. You wanted to help people. You wanted to come in as a knight in shining armor, riding on a big horse and with a big sword and save lives.
Definitely.
But what you're doing is sustainability.
Yeah.
So you're saving lives.
Yeah.
So would you say that you've sort of achieved your childhood ambition?
Yeah, somehow, yes. We're saving trees, we're saving lives, we're saving the planet. So fast forward to ZACO. Look, whilst I was reading law, I actually started with Zenith College, that was around the trade fair, but subsequently transferred to a private school in the Osu area called Empire Law School. So I was commuting from Fadama to the Empire School campus all the time. And then, I mean, Empire is in Osu. From Dankwa Circle all the way to Papaya and even beyond, every junction there was somebody selling coconut. And there still is. These guys are all over the place. I mean, these guys are selling coconuts. They're generating
I think at some point in Ghana's history, just the health and the medical industry did a good job at telling Ghanaians that it was good to exercise and eat fruits. So if you take all of our bridges, footbridges, every morning, keep fit clubs, people are running up and down, and they're eating a lot of mangoes and pineapple these days.
I think they should keep
up. Along with that came the coconut thing you're talking about.
They should keep up with the education because it's providing us with raw materials.
And I'm farming the coconut as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Farming the fruits.
Having been doing ZACO for some time, I've actually been asking myself why we never took coconut serious.
Let me take you a step back. ZACO, how did you come by that name?
So honestly, I had already started producing what I was producing before I came up with a name.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm extremely curious, right? So I read about things that has nothing to do with my real background.
Are you the kind of child, or were you the kind of child that when they buy a toy gun for you, instead of playing with it, you take it apart?
I still do it. There's this new technology for DJing called Face that it's mind-blowing how it works. The first time I got mine, I actually opened to see how it works. Like, it's witchcraft, how science works. So I still do all these things. And out of curiosity, with all these coconut guys selling so much coconut on the street, I mean, subconsciously, I kept asking myself, wait, can't we do anything with this waste? These guys are generating so much.
What drew your attention to coconut?
I don't even know.
Do you like coconut?
I'm not really a big fan, honestly. I'm not really a big fan. Like, it was just seeing these guys on the Oxford Street on my way to class every day.
Right.
And just buying coconut and ask the guy, Charlie, what do you do with this thing? Where do you even dispose of it?
Some people fill potholes with them.
Exactly. And these guys will all tell me, they either push it to the beach or they pay waste companies to pick it up.
Yeah.
So for me, the idea initially was, okay, why don't I also get these tricycles, this aboboya, Wherever these guys are charging them 10 cedis, I may charge them 5 cedis to bring me the coconut. But then what would I do with it? Because it's not anything I was really looking at. And then one day we went to buy a kenke where I lived in Fadama. And we saw the kenke seller.
Shout out to all the guys in Fadama this afternoon. Your boys on there.
Yeah. Shout out to Siddiq.
Yeah,
the three music guy.
Okay.
He's a brother. So this kenke seller, we realized she was actually cooking the kenke with the coconut waste, the coconut husks.
In the fire. Made the fire with the waste.
Instead of firewood, this is what she was using. So for me, that was my eureka moment.
Right.
That was it. So instead of firewood, this woman is using this thing. And this is something I've actually been thinking of for some time. So
at this point, you hadn't researched it.
Nothing.
You didn't know what the impact of the fumes was on the atmosphere.
Nothing.
But it was just creative that
just curiosity.
Instead of charcoal, they were using.
Yeah, she was using this thing.
Right.
So firewood basically is the raw material for charcoal, and this woman is using coconut. Does it mean we could use this same coconut for charcoal? So because I went to school in the north, and whilst I was in WA, I actually worked with GBC Radio as a DJ. So I knew a lot of the locals that were into the charcoal trade. I just engaged a few of them and they asked me to come see how they do it. I went around and saw how it was done with a lot of smoke, fumes here and there. So once I came back home to Fadama, I just wanted to experiment with the coconut to see if it was going to work. We did the first trials. Well, it did turn out with a small tomato can, which really worked very well, but it was very small. So basically you put in a lot of wood and then you get small charcoal because it shrinks and then chars itself into charcoal. So from this tomato experience, and at the time I was on vacation, done with exams, so I had time. So this is what I wanted to use my time for. It worked from a tomato can. We moved to a bucket.
So what exactly were you testing?
I was just trying to make charcoal like I had seen in the north.
Out of the husks?
Out of the husk.
So you would burn it and then at some point it becomes
charcoal.
Charcoal.
It becomes coconut husk, now turned into charcoal, which worked perfectly. So now I have coconut husk, that's charcoal. I gave it to my auntie to cook with it. It ran out so quickly. So there's this guy that lived directly opposite my house, and then he was so intrigued by what I was doing. Zach, very good guy. Zach came around and was so intrigued by what I was doing and said, this thing, Seth, what if we compress it? Instead of just using it raw like that, if we compress it, it could last longer. We didn't have any idea how to compress. So straight we went to one of these shops. I don't know if I can mention Malcolm. Yeah, we bought these ice cube molds. We mixed these things with water and then we pressed them in the ice cube molds. We dried and then it comes out like ice cubes. So this, instead of ice cubes, we have charcoal cubes. Now my auntie used them to cook, and this time it lasts much longer because of the compression. So it was denser than just using raw coconut charcoal. Now the result is out.
Was it producing a lot of smoke?
No, it didn't produce any smoke at all. All right, and one thing she actually drew our attention to was that the under of her saucepan had not turned black, unlike. I mean, there was no black soot.
Exactly, it was not creating soot.
It wasn't creating that black soot compared to the other charcoal or woody materials out there. So she drew our attention to that, and it really caught her attention. Like, yeah, Charlie, this thing could be good. So just like that, I would just go DJ. At the time, I was still DJing with Foresight TV as the official DJ. So just go DJ, get small.
It's not minor.
I love it. I still do it. I mean,
I'll have a word with Lexus so that
I still do it. Yeah, I still do it. I do it major. So I go DJ, get some small money, come in, and then we'll go and buy some barrel just to make more charcoal. Go back. So gradually,
how are you storing it?
It was just at home. Like, I mean, we started in a very primitive, very manual way. Very manual. Like once we bend them into charcoal, we put it in sacks and then we hit it with sticks to kind of crush it to powder so we can mix with our hands and then put them in those ice cube molds. Very manual process. And I had not heard this thing being done anywhere in the world. For us, it was curiosity. And we're just experimenting and playing around.
So when you crush them to powder, what happens?
Yeah.
You mix it with water?
We mix it with water and then we push them into these ice cube
and when
molds.
It starts to bend, it doesn't
disintegrate.
Anyway.
No. It just holds its shape and it holds its heat. And it really stays for a much longer time. So, I mean, fast forward, we were enjoying what we're doing so much. Now you're giving your school fees for the next academic year, and then, I mean, you need some barrel here, you don't have money. Okay, let me use some small 100 cedis from the fees and buy some barrel.
Had you started to sell?
No. I was just giving it out for people, neighbors to use for free. So for me, turning this whole thing into a business was based on users' feedback.
How long did you give it out for free?
For almost a year.
And how long have you been for the business? How long has it been running?
So it's been running since 2016.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's been running since 2016. And currently,
we're in the 7th year now.
Yeah, currently we have quite a significant production capacity, probably one of the biggest on the continent.
We'll come to that. But I suppose the learning point for me here is that it's important to build your network.
Yeah.
And sometimes you've got to give things out for free. He was just giving them out for free. It's the same story that Ikwi Asante shared with us here on the show. When she started making bisap, she was making bisap for her family and people, visitors who were coming in. And at some point somebody says, you can commercialize this thing. Same thing you were doing. But you see, what that does is that it creates a network for you. And then when you finally have created a dependency amongst your network, when they've acquired the taste of the bisap or the convenience of the charcoal you produce, now they can't do without it. And you say, okay, I'm going to give you more charcoal, but now you have to give me a fee for it. That's how you build your network. So it's an advice to all of the people out there who are trying to start a business. When you start, don't immediately be looking for people to pay for it. Something has got to go, and at some point it will come back to you in manifolds.
Exactly.
Impressive.
Yeah. With my background from UDS, where basically my course was based on research, community development, or development-related activities, I loved research, and with my curiosity too.
Tell me about Zach. And in telling me about Zach, tell me about the structure of the company when you decided to be formal about it.
Okay.
How you set it up.
Yeah.
Who were the partners?
Okay.
And what happened? Your first sort of funding, where did it come from?
Okay.
First customers, first steps, first sale.
Okay.
Let's just have a bit of insight into.
Okay. So Zach was just this guy who lived directly opposite my house, and then he saw me gathering tomato cans and then barrels to burn charcoal.
Is he still in your team, Zach?
Yeah, he's still around.
Okay, so good afternoon to you, Zach. When we get interactive, if you're listening, we'd like for you to give us a call.
Yeah.
And also tell us a bit of the story from your perspective as a co-founder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for me, my first source of funding actually came from my school fees. All right, because I had been given this money, and then I was still in the experimentation phase. So let's go buy this barrel from Abubloshi. You drive around, and then one is 150. Before you realize you've taken some 200 cedis, 300 cedis from your fees, I'll get it and put it back next time. So small, before you realize school had reopened, fees had gone into experimentation to make this thing. People were using it for free. Now they were asking for so much. And most of the people I was giving these things to were people already selling charcoal in Abeka, Fadama area. So I'll give it to them to use for free. They will give me their feedback. Because I knew from the early stages that if anybody would listen to a lecture on charcoal, they would not want to hear that from me. They want to hear from the woman that's been in the trade for years. So these people were the ones I dealt with. So when I first wanted to make a sale, they were the ones that requested for it. So I remember at the time.
It's another learning point right there. Yeah. I didn't mean to stop you. And because I want us to pick the lessons as we are going along. You've made a very profound statement. Yeah. If anybody was going to listen to a lesson on charcoal, they were not going to listen to it from a newbie.
No,
they were going to listen to charcoal sellers.
No.
Same thing that there's someone who came on the show.
Yeah.
I think it was Lloyd, who said that when he decided to make yogurt, guess where he went? He said he went to Nima to find out from the guys who make the local yogurt.
Oh, okay.
The lesson here is that whenever you want to do something, someone has done it before. Okay. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. Find out from those who are already doing it, and there's one or two things they can show you, and then you can put your innovation to it. Brilliant stuff that you went to the charcoal sellers.
Yeah.
And once you plugged into them, they not only became your advisors and feedback, they also became part of your network.
Exactly.
And your stakeholders.
Exactly. So
Please
there's
continue.
this woman that I will always appreciate, Anti-LGBTQ in Abeka. So
is she still there?
Yeah, she's still around.
Okay, so Anti-LGBTQ in Abeka, if you're listening to us, Sule is on the show now. He's very grateful for the help that you gave him, and today he's doing wonders.
She loved the product such that at the time we were putting them in, I think we were the first to package charcoal and put a brand name on it. At the time, we did not even have a name. So we put it in brown paper bags and we put some ribbons as handles for them and take it to Antiata. Antiata told me, no, baby, your turn was high price we are in your turn to see. And like she gave us a lot of like wisdom because she understood her people, and we did it based on her advice, and it really turned out well. So eventually you go to an theater and you see she has opened the bag. So when the customer comes, she's able to show them this is how it looks inside the bag. Now you have normal charcoal where it's already put in this tomato can. So when you make a purchase, she now pours it into a plastic bag for the customer. This is already packaged in a paper bag. So Antiata is saving on the plastic bag. Now she's not getting herself dirty because now she doesn't need to bring down all the charcoal from the sack to now put in the plastic bag. So it's easy for Antiata to sell our product than even sell the local product. And she really helped us. So you go to her and she's already having like a whole forum telling people about our product. And it grew with her. She also put us in touch with other charcoal sellers in the neighborhood. So we moved from one Antiata to another Antiata and several others. And I remember there was a time whilst I was with Foresight TV, we were having a conversation. I don't know if Jay Foley and the guys around will remember, where those days where they had this Tavern 2131, we're having a chat, and one of the graphic designers made a statement. A friend made a comment that there are no jobs, and one of the guys responded that, that really hit me. It really, really hit me. Like, wait, a Tombidi or ShopRite? I just left there, got on a trotro straight to ShopRite and asked around, and truly, they had charcoal. They were importing charcoal for sale.
When you were making charcoal,
when I was making charcoal here in Fadama, and at the time when I was selling my charcoal for like 1 CD, 2 CD, ShopRite was selling charcoal for 60 CDs. Then we were up to something big. So eventually from ShopRite we went to Game, Marina Mall, and realized they are all importing these charcoal from all over the world and selling it at a much higher price. Then now the focus shifted. Like, we can really do this big, and there's a market out there. Then I started reading more about charcoal industry, reading about this whole biomass industry, reading about clean energy, the fumes from the normal way of burning charcoal to the advantages of what we had. Now reading, researching, watching videos on YouTube and learning how other people were even doing it in Asia, and they were doing it so well. So now I got so much contacts in Asia that I was even learning from. And I'm still in touch with most of these people. So we're able to get a product that people really want at a very early stage, even though we knew nothing about that industry.
What's the size of your operation? How many people do you employ?
Currently we have about 20 people.
20 people?
Yeah, 20 people, even though we have an automated system in Dodoa.
Did you say automated system?
Yeah, it's quite significant, yeah.
You've automated the process now?
Oh, yeah. It's.
Okay. Tell me about your team first, then you tell me about the automation.
Yeah, so, I got an uncle who I chased for over 3 years just to get him understand that this thing is actually a gold mine. There's a lot of money to be made here. Besides all the environmental features we're looking at, let's put in some money. We can really make some gains here. Took him some years, but finally he came along, and then we decided to grow with it. Because I would go to a lot of pitch events trying to tell like my story about what we have created. But then, we are in a fast-paced world where people would rather buy into technology ideas. Imagine somebody's pitching a whole fintech, and then shows up with charcoal. Nobody sees the charcoal guy. Their attention goes to the fintech guy. So that's how it's been. So I had to restructure my thinking, got family involved. Let us validate that this thing is actually doable. And then eventually we just built a better factory. I had a smaller one that I was able to build by getting some funding from the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, the Skills Development Fund, some guys from InnoHub.
So now people are pitching in?
Yeah, so I was getting some piece of funding here and there, and that's what I built my first major factory from home, like a proper factory in Dodoa. And then eventually we decided to scale up. When my uncle came in, we actually blew everything away. And technology has actually been a blessing for us. We've never spent a dime on marketing. So from the early days, curiosity days, we were just posting what we were doing online. People were really paying attention to it. Social media really helped us. And our biggest blessing has come from this guy called Wodemaya on YouTube. So just as elusive I have been with multimedia or other media platforms, Wodemaya actually came through. We actually wanted to do a video about our journey and our processes. He's a YouTuber that I had also been following for some time. He came in, that was during the pandemic. And then Wodemaya did a video on our operations. And in the video, he said he needed his followers to buy 10,000 bags. To be very honest, in less than a week, we sold more than those 10,000 bags.
No way.
Yeah. And look, the kind of export market Wodemaya opened for us, I don't think any amount of money could pay for it. To date, we are still doing most of the exports we do or about to do. It's all coming from Wodemaya.
So 6 years starting a new business and you're already exporting.
Oh, we've been exporting like for the past 2-3 years.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
It actually hasn't been as exciting as I'm trying to make it be. Look, there's been so many tears.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufichre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede, HD Plus, the Feely experience.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Ghana is in a debt crisis. The country's debt has now crossed $500 billion cedis.
Historically, we always hit a roadblock where we just have to go and beg our creditors to forgive us.
We thought that we could borrow our way through debt, and here we are today as though we needed another epic like yesterday.
The non-payment resulted in more borrowing, but we carried fiscal indiscipline to sovereign bond markets. You can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment.
Every time that we have been out of an IMF program, it has been our hope that we will not be in a position to return to the fund.
A nation that begs, coming soon on JoyNews.
Our passion is to inform, empower, entertain, and inspire. JoyNews. Independent, fearless, credible.
They call me the girl and baddest boy now. Say give it to them. I know you want to go find another, but baby slow, baby. Girl, you know send me another like another. My baby slow. She said she want to go America. She want to fly away. My baby Erica. She want to fly away. She said she want to go America. My baby Erika, she want to fly away. Girl, your love they on top of my head, oh. No leave me run away, oh. Girl, your love they on top of my head, oh. No leave me run away, oh. Oh, no. Say what's up, be one of my lonely. When him say when he made it, what you me why me under? Say what's up, be one of my lonely. When him say when he made it, what you
Welcome aboard. I am Ike and this is 321 Live, your most exciting music video BTS show right here on this beautiful channel. Now today I sit at the comfort of Tiger Creative Studios and I'm about to chat to one gentleman who has been doing it over the years. Now he has 30 music videos to his credit. Bro, sister, it's not easy. 30 music videos, that should let you know the number of artists actually work with 30 artists. And he made certain beautiful revelations that I would like to share with you right here today on 321 Live. If you can stay with me, I'll be right back.
Sugar daddy, check it out, Mr. Romantic, Mr. Lover, baby, would you treat me like a brother? When you want one end to your come. Oh, I'm so into you. So would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? Body on my body, your loving sweet past by me. I just wanna day by your side. I just want the whole world to know you be mine. I just wanna day by your side. I just want the whole world to know you be mine. Body on my body, would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? A blessing, oh. Body on my body, would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? A blessing, oh. If I no fit carry, I no go ask for number, baby. Me, I don't want you to go and sit on cucumber. Angela, don't sit on cucumber.
Many a times you wonder how they do it, wonder how they're able to put a lot of ideas together to get you that seductive shot in music videos. Now, these gentlemen go the length and breadth to bring the ideas that they have so that you can actually sit at the back of your house or go on the streaming platforms and watch these music videos. Today on 321 Live, I am Ike and I'm seated with one gentleman I've gotten to know. He has about 30 music videos to his credit. He's done 30 music videos and he happened to be that guy who was holding the camera, shooting, going up and down, making sure that the artist is actually looking nice on screen and on camera and after shooting the music video. Okay, this is 321 Live right here on this channel and I'm seated with Mac Joe. Mac Joe is a big guy. Trust me, he's a big guy. When you come to Tiger Creative Studio, you mention Mac Joe is the go-to person when it comes to you putting all those ideas together when it comes to shooting music videos. Mac Joe, how are you doing?
I'm fine, boss.
Oh, why, boss?
I mean, you're my senior.
Oh, check, cool down. I beg you.
You're my boss for the industry.
Yeah, no, when it comes to this
respect.
level, yeah, you apply a lot of work. I mean, Mac Joe, how has it been for you shooting music videos?
It hasn't been easy when I started this, but by His grace, we are still on the hustle, trying to put things out there for people to enjoy.
I see. So where did it start from you? Where did it start from? If you can just narrow us through walk us through how you started.
I started I think 2 years ago, but I wasn't into music video. I was into television production, live streaming. Yeah, then I came to work at Taiwan for grand opening of Taiwan. Then I saw Richie and he was like, "Oh, you are good. I want you to come and work here." And he was like, "Yeah, then let me try." So I came. Then within 2-3 months, he was like, can you shoot a music video? And I was, oh yeah, I can shoot.
So right after that, you decided to shoot music video. What was the very first music video that you shot?
So I shot Hajia Police.
Wow.
Don't Rush. Yeah,
that was the very first. And how was that?
That was my very first.
How was that challenging for you?
It was a bit difficult because that's my first music video production, and I wasn't comfortable with certain things. I didn't know how certain things are being done on the music video set, so it was very, very.
But who was the director around that time?
Taiwan.
Oh, okay, I see.
So with Taiwan, the whole Taiwan is the director.
I see.
Yeah. Although we have DOP, lights, gaffers, and everything, but Taiwan directs.
So apart from the Hajia woman you shot for, what will you say? Which artist will you say that you actually worked for? You like, look, now I can say that I've come into the game.
So I would say Verosky and Mona.
Okay.
So I shot Mona Appreciate. It was Mona featuring Fancy Gadam and Verosky Body to Body featuring Kidid and Camido.
Okay.
Then I have this one, Verosky Change Your Style with Saint and yeah.
King Kong.
Yeah. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce.
Outside, what you say? Less than working.
Wanna bounce to the beat. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce to the beat.
DJ Verosky learn on Kiddy Change Your Style. Now, are you ready?
Change your style. Change your style. Be like that. Change your style. Change your style. Change your style. Be like that. Be like that.
Change your style. When I can't obey, can't be like that. Can't change your style.
It was very great.
I see. So for now, looking at the industry that you find yourself, meeting other directors on set as a cinematographer, how are you able to liaise with them? How is that call to action like?
Okay, so with Taiwan, we have a content creator who brings the idea of how the music video should be.
Okay.
So when he does the
treatment,
the music video treatment, then the team sit for a quick pre-production meeting. Okay, this is how the artists want the shot. What can we do to make this a better shot, to make it look good on screen?
Okay.
Then the gaffers will say, oh nah, I think with this kind of scene, you should go for a mood lighting, a hard lighting. So the whole team comes together to make that great videos.
I see.
See out there.
So personally, as a cinematographer, after all of this thing is said and done, you've done your pre-productions, and before you're about to go on production, what do you personally do?
Oh, I watch videos a lot.
I see.
I watch.
So that's where you get your inspirations from?
Yeah, very. I think all the time I watch videos.
I see. What was that music video you watched that challenged you and told yourself that I'm going to shoot this kind of music video one day?
Mostly all videos by TJ Omori.
Okay.
See, the guy is very creative, so I take
a lot of
inspiration from his videos. Then.
Okay. But when it comes to Ghana, which director will you say that you would love to work with, or you've even worked with that you go like, look, this is the guy?
I would love to work with Nikosi, David Nikosi. Yeah.
What about him?
I watch his videos and like comparing his videos to the Opti videos we see. I
think that is there.
You see, music video is all about lighting. Then looking at his kind of lighting for his music video, I would love to be on set with
With
him
him.
so that I can learn
One
little
or two
bit.
things together. What do you think is our biggest challenge as a music video sector in Ghana? Like, if you look at the music video industry, we have a lot of people that are coming out these days. Now, people go on YouTube, they pick ideas from there, they call themselves directors. You watch it on the screen, you go like, what sort of whack music video is that? Now, what do you think is our biggest challenge as an industry?
I think with Ghana, one person wants to do everything.
Almost
That's
everything.
that's the challenge I'm having with Ghanaians. You are the director, you are the DOP, you are the light person. No, you have to give opportunity to people so that they also bring their creative ideas on board to make the scene or the shooting very nice on screen.
But a lot of people think that because of the money involved, so probably you cannot hire a bigger sector, a bigger space for you to shoot.
When it comes to music video, although money matters, like for a great music video, money matters. But you can go for a low budget music video, but still the direction and the production must be on point. No matter how cheap the video was, you need to achieve certain looks that will make someone recommend you for.
So within between 1 to 10, would you say that our music video directors in Ghana are doing well?
Oh, they are
compared to what we see elsewhere, basically Nigeria or probably South Africa.
We are really doing very.
And you think we can actually match up with the likes of the big names that are in the industry? Really?
Very soon.
I see.
We'll get there.
I see. Okay, two major directors that we have in this country that have actually realized they shoot most of their stuff from Taiwan. So we have X-Bills, we've got Rex. These two directors, a lot of people say that they are doing so well when it comes to their pictures and even their grading. Have you ever worked with any of them?
Not personally, but I've been on set with them.
You've been on set with them?
You see, Taiwan, we do set design, so we've built set for X-Bills, we've built set for Rex, who have been around when shooting.
Do you think, as a cinematographer personally, this is quite a very personal question, do you think that our angles are always the same based on the fact that we don't have necessary resources to be able to achieve certain angles that we want?
Oh, with the angles, it depends on the DOP, so I wouldn't say it's almost the same. So if this is what I want, then I'm getting what I want. So I wouldn't say our angles are basically the same. You see, when you compare our music video to maybe, let's say, Nigeria, mostly their angles are really like,
there's a bit of a speed in that.
Yeah, because
there's an attacking
most of the BTS
shot.
I've been watching from Nigeria, I think almost their music video they use Steadicam.
Yes.
But in Ghana, we find it difficult to get some
of those resources, meaning that we don't really have the cash to buy those ones, or what is really the bigger challenge? Because
I don't know. I think Ghanaians feel it's expensive. So when you book me for a production and I want this kind of video, the person used Steadicam and you are saying you want the same movement and everything, then you have to rent a Steadicam for me, which when you give the budget to the person, you'll be like, it's very expensive. Let's go the normal way. You get it. So Ghanaians, plenty people they talk budget.
I remember the very day when this video came out, the video with Kiss Daniel and Techno, that song that actually became a hit, Buga, and the video came out. A lot of Ghanaian music directors were actually, and I mean cinematographers or DOPs were under attack that we are not shooting the right kind of videos. We are not shooting the right kind of videos.
So you saw the movement, everything.
And I think I told somebody that, do you realize they're using focus pullers? Because if you look at the movement from one angle to the other, the speed in it, if we want to achieve that, it's either the other way around or we get a focus puller. I mean, so I kind of feel to understand where you're coming from. But in the space where somebody comes to you, Mark Joe, I want you to shoot a music video for me, and this is my budget. I have a budget of about 20,000, but I still want to get the seductive shot. I want to see things happen, different kinds of shots. And you know personally well that you will not be able to get those shots Even with, I mean, really looking at the money that is involved, what would be the best advice you give to the artist?
I would just tell the artist, if you really want this effect on your video, then you need to provide the necessary equipment so that your video will reach the expectation you want. Yeah, you get it. So I wouldn't keep the money and we're like, yo, we can do it. Then the video will come out, then you know they'll be like, how you want them? No, nah, that one day I wouldn't advise that.
Have you been attacked by any artist before that, oh, Charlie, this work there, you know, try, you know, do you just do something?
No.
If not,
no go fear attack me.
Okay, amongst the 30 music videos that you've done, give me your top 5 of them.
Top 5?
Yes.
Wow.
In no particular order.
So then I will choose Body to Body, Hajia, Appreciate, and Holy Father by St. Lennon. Then I will choose Charge.
You're welcome to the world of Vyroski.
Shake your bum bum, change your star with flex. Your bum bum, change your star with flex.
Many people say that they are changing me, but me, I don't change.
King Kong.
Yeah. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce to the beat. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce to the beat. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce to the beat. Zaga this, zaga that. Everybody wanna bounce to the beat. Change your style, change your style. Be like that. Change your style, change your style, change your style. Be like that. Be like that. We are bad. 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 Sugar daddy. We are bad.
Demo to dance, any get change your style. When I can so can be like that. Can change your style. Hey, change your style. Can be like that. Take me, mom, yes, so this.
Change your style. Change your style. Be like that. Change your style. Change your style. Change your style. Be like that.
Alright, okay, so we are back. We're still chatting with Mac Joe, a very professional cinematographer right here at Tiger Creative Studios. Mac Joe, I mean, you've done tremendously well. I mean, if I look at the list of music videos that you showed me, it tells me the number of videos that you've done. Which of the Ghanaian artists would you say that working with them on set, it was difficult and also it was okay?
Okay, with difficulty, I don't think I've experienced that yet, because all the artists I've worked with now, they are all cool, like super cool. Like I think, you see, when you are not close to them, you think, oh, artists with or Michelle or the but when you get close to them, you just know that they are very, 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 very cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't experienced that yet.
Where do you see our music video industry in the next 5 years?
Oh, be shooting outside Ghana.
Wow.
I think the artists will fly, come shoot for Ghana. We go there. We go shoot for them.
Oh, I see. So which foreign artist would you love as a cinematographer? Which foreign artist would you love to work with?
I think Burna Boy.
Burna Boy?
Yeah.
Why?
Odogu.
Why?
Odogu. Like, I feel his vibe. Like, okay, so I'll take Burna Boy and Ashake. Like, the way they vibe with camera movement and all that, I think I'll go for those two people.
I see. And in Ghana?
In Ghana,
the people you've not worked for before and you want to work with?
Yeah, I think one guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see. That's my very last question. Does cinematography pay?
Oh, really?
What has been the biggest amount of money you've made in cinematography?
Right there. I don't know if you see. Oh, but cinematography really they pay for Ghana.
I see.
Just that people don't really understand. But when you get someone that understands the business, you'll be heavily paid.
Oh, okay. Have you been down paid before?
Oh, very, very. Like, you see, I wouldn't say down pay because I'm the one who said, oh, give me this amount. Yeah, you get it.
Is it based on passion or is it based on you looking at the fact that, oh, it's okay, give me something, let me go?
When you are starting things afresh, you can't just go in for money because one, you are now going to work with the person for the person to see your first project. So you can't just go with money, bring that, so yeah, that one there.
But for now, you don't do that anymore?
Oh, no.
Now
you watch the works, then you'll be like, oh yeah, I will just sign.
I see.
Yeah, you get it.
All right.
Yeah.
Magjo, you are doing well.
Thank you.
And we're asking that you do more so that at least more young guys. But what would be your best message ever if you look into the camera that you want to give to young cinematographers that want to come to this field?
I would say they should, if they want to join this industry, then they should really focus on what they want to do. And I believe each cinematographer has his or her style. So you shouldn't copy someone's own and be like you. Like, you should create your own style so that you will stand out.
Okay. Personally, Magjo, I mean, this is actually a personal question to you. How much do you charge on a music video? I'm not talking about the number of days of music video.
Yeah, sure.
If I call you, Magjo, I want you to come and shoot a music video for my artist, how much will you charge?
Not less than 7K.
Not less than 7,000 cedis. So it means that if you're going to spend like 2 days, that's about 14,000.
You get it.
Magjo, you are rich.
Amen.
Okay. Magjo, what's your social media handle, Magjo?
Okay, I'm only on IG, like underscore Magjo. Yeah.
Right, okay.
The Magjo is MAKJOE. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Do you have anything you want to say to somebody?
I would love to thank one man who made me who I am today, which is Mr. Ejri of GH Media, C-Man. The man is really, really helpful to students. You know, I went to GH Media, then the man is really, really good. He helps students and he really helped me. So he's the main reason I'm one of the best cinematographers in Ghana now.
Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Ejri C-Man.
Wow.
Thank you very much. May God really bless you.
All right. That brings us to the end of 321 Live today. I told you that today we're going to chat with some of the cinematographers that we have in Ghana, and today I did it with Magjo. Check his music videos out. His videos are just amazing. I don't know how he does it when it comes to the seductive shots. I don't know how this guy does it, but he has his own unique way of addressing visuals when it comes to cinematography. My name is Ike and this is 321 Live. Follow us on our social media platforms and we'll see you next week.
We no play every time for it's on your one, we no play no. So we tap up on top, we no play a little die. Every day, we banging all night until the morning comes on. Every day, our song is playing all night until the morning comes on. Charlie Bonabi, boys Petro, and they video Bonabi, boys Petro. I saw me tell another Batman there, Charlie Bonabi, boys Petro, and they video Bonabi, boys Petro. I saw me tell another Batman there, Charlie Bonabi, boys Petro, and they video Bonabi, boys Petro. I saw me tell another Batman there, Charlie Bonabi, boys Petro, and they video Bonabi, boys Petro. I saw me tell another Batman there.
Ghana is in a debt crisis. The country's debt has now crossed half a trillion cedis.
Historically, we always hit a roadblock where we just have to go and beg our creditors to forgive us.
We thought that we could borrow our way through debt, and here we are today as though we needed another epic like yesterday.
The non-payment resulted in more borrowing and more borrowing. But we carried fiscal indiscipline to sovereign bond markets. You can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment.
Every time that we have been out of an IMF program, it has been our hope that we will not be in a position to return to the fund.
A nation that begs, coming soon on JoyNews. Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio, may I say?
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
I am Martina Bugrin Tamale, and this is JoyNews. Independent, fearless, and
My name is Sorry, and the name is Edwin Odisian. I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Hello there, and welcome to From Our Correspondent. We are coming to you from our studios here in Kokomlemle in Accra. My name is Richard Kwejenya. I can be my guest in this 1 hour package. Stay with me.
My name is Albert Sorry, and the name is Edwin Odisian. I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Supernatural Empowerment Summits 2023. Meet the revivalists, the heads of global denominations, and the kingmakers. This year, in Archbishop Charles Ogenasari's 40th year in a miracle ministry and the 10th Supernatural Empowerment Summit, expect life-changing insights for ministry and impartation for the next level. Host and speaker, Archbishop Charles Ogenasari. Other speakers from Ghana, Dr. Robert Ampia Kofi, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, Reverend Dr. Stephen Wengam, and also Bishop Joseph Imakando, Zambia, Bishop Joseph Matera, USA, Apostle Yves Castano, Congo, Apostle Abraham Gaji, Cote d'Ivoire, Date, Monday 22nd to Friday 26th May 2023. Time, evening session, 5:30 p.m. daily. Morning session, 8:30 a.m. daily start on Tuesday. Venue, Perez Dome, Jomlu Junction, Accra, Ghana. Contact, +233 548 633 650 or www.scsummits.org. Supernatural Empowerment Summit 2023.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronoede HD Plus, the Feely experience.
My name is Albert Sorry in the Inditi region, and the name is Edwin Okisian. I am Rafik Salami Wa.
In our first story, the Member of Parliament for Nalerugu Gambaga, Alhaji Baba Seidu Yusuf, has expressed confidence in winning the 2024 parliamentary elections for the NDC. The MP says he believes he has given his constituents a worthy representation in Parliament, for which reason he would be rewarded with victory in 2024. Alhaji Baba Seidu was speaking after he was re-elected as the NDC parliamentary candidate in the just-ended primaries of the party. Correspondent Ilyasu Tanko has more in the following reports.
The Member of Parliament won the election by an overwhelming margin at the end of the process, pulling a total of 1,095 delegate votes out of 1,527 valid votes. The election was held on the premises of the Nalerugu Senior High School and was nearly marred by violence as rival supporters clashed with offensive objects, resulting in some injuries being recorded. The timely intervention of security forces, including soldiers, however, brought the situation under control as voting continued peacefully and ended successfully. The Member of Parliament, who is from Nalerugu, faced a sole contender in the person of Mr. Adam Imoro, a native of Gambaga and former DCE for the area for 7 years. His vigorous campaigns across the constituency ahead of the elections, especially in villages within the Gambaga zone, had led or misled many to tip him to cause an upset by unseating the incumbent MP as the parliamentary candidate. However, at the end of the process on Saturday, Mr. Imoro managed to garner only 432 votes as he was heavily defeated. Speaking in a JoyNews interview, the Member of Parliament said his victory didn't come as a surprise because he knew he was winning.
The tough contest was staged. It was staged because I knew very well that I will win. I knew very well that I have done a lot of work here in a position. And the people, they see everything. You get a point. I didn't want to make noise. People were making noise, but that was not what I was come out to do. My interest was just to make sure that I do the needful, get back to the branches, get connected with them, and get them to know that, look, it's all about development, it's all about the party, it's not about me in person. And that is what worked for us yesterday. I appreciate that, and I give gratitude to my campaign teams. My campaign teams, I had close to 14 campaign teams. You can't believe that. They were all working from all corners of the constituency. So people did a good job, and we are rewarded for it, and I appreciate that.
Hundreds of party supporters and sympathizers of the Member of Parliament from across the constituency thronged his residence to congratulate him on his victory. Alhaji Baba Seidu snatched the seat in 2020 from the MPP's Hajia Ali Mabahama, who was then a cabinet minister. The Nalerugu Gambaga constituency has largely been a safe seat for the NDC since 1992, with the MPP winning only twice in 2004 and 2016 respectively. According to Allergy Baba Seidu Yusuf, he believes the constituents are satisfied with his performance as their Member of Parliament and therefore is confident of his re-election to Parliament in 2024.
I trust that I will be rewarded with victory. I trust that because both NDC and MPP can attest to my leadership style. They can attest to what I do for them. They can attest to my connectivity, what I bring to the constituency. They can attest to that. It's not going to be about personalities alone. It's going to be about what you have done for them. And I have a lot to show. And I'm sure you have gone around to see what I do. I've given them a worthy representation in Parliament. I've given them a worthy representation in Parliament. I represent them very well. And I think they appreciate that and they retain me.
The Member of Parliament has appealed for support from all members of the party to help him and the party retain the seat to consolidate the developmental gains made under his administration.
Well, I can say that I need all of them on board. I love them. I want them to come on board for us to build together. At any point in time, somebody has to lead. There were leaders before me. A time will come that I also move for somebody to come in. So I've opened my arms very wide, and I want them to come in to support me to build this constituency. That is what I can say. So they're all welcome. I need them on board, so they should come on and join me, and let's build the party together.
From Nalirugu, Elias Sotanko reporting for Joy News.
Now move to the Upper West region, where the Wild West Member of Parliament, Superintendent retired Peter Lanchene-Tobo, has admonished the National Democratic Congress Party to choose working branch executives than voting executives. He averred that politics is about building relationship and that the soul of the party is the branch executive. Superintendent Lanchene-Tobo spoke to Joy News' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam.
I've just done 2 years, and everybody can see that this is the beginning of greater things to come. So I wasn't going to doubt my winning. We were looking at 1,000 votes, but we got 892. That is quite impressive. It's an improvement upon the last one that I had. In 2019, I had 755. 4 years down the line, it's moved to 892. I think we are making progress.
Superintendent retired Peter Lanchene-Tobo may have gotten a massive endorsement from delegates in the West NDC parliamentary primary, but is deeply worried to the marrow about the people who represent the party at the branch level. Though he is of the firm belief that as a member of the party, you can work for the party from anywhere, but as a branch executive, you must stay and live with members of the community in order to deliver victory for the party in the 2024 general election.
NDC as a party, you should begin to look for working executives and not voting executives. You are not an executive just to come and vote. You are an executive to make the party popular. You are an executive to make the party attractive in your community, in your branch. The branch is the solid brand that can transform NDC into victory. So if the branches are not working, and all of us are outside our branches, only to come back to come and vote, who is there to work on the party to get victory for you to come and enjoy? So going forward, people who are not sure of staying in the communities should allow those who are living in the community to be branch executives so that the party can progress day and night. Sometimes it's not just about the campaign. Politics is relationship. Somebody has a funeral, you are there. Even at the graveyard when they are digging, you are there. Somebody's mother is sick in the night, you are there to help. This is part of politics, but you are not home. The only time you come is to come and vote. And if that is the case, I don't think that we can develop.
On the issue of whether he has doled out monies to the delegates before he was retained, he conceded that lots of the delegates came to him, but he told them that he didn't have money and only depended on his ideas of developing the constituency to win.
People are demanding here and there, and what is quite, probably let me say quite annoying, is the fact that somebody is a branch executive, and for the 4 years down the line, he's been branch executive, he's not been home. And all of a sudden he calls you and says, I need 400 Ghana cedis to come home and come and vote. And after voting, he comes back to you and says, I need another 400 cedis to go back. You are taking 800 Ghana cedis. And who knows, he probably have done that to all the other aspirants. So he's made a lot of money out of that.
Though the 2024 general election is some 19 months away, his heart is not the least palpitating about it, stating that it is already a done deal for him and NDC's John Dramani Mahama.
Well, for MPP, we don't talk about them now because their party is totally condemned. His Excellency the President himself knows, as a matter of fact, that he's destroyed MPP, and his attempt to destroy Ghana is what we are preventing. How can I have children that are yet unborn and they are owing so much? That is not leadership. A leader is somebody who drives the country that in your absence, people will still be mentioning your name about the good things you've left behind. You are leaving behind such a huge debt. He's destroyed his own party. So whoever is interested in contesting for Wawes as a parliamentary candidate can go ahead. But as for the MPship, the people of Wawes will tell you this particular seat is for the great National Democratic Congress. And whoever comes from any other party, You give a try, but you cannot. Very particularly MPP in 2024. The elephant is gone to the bush already. It's just the soul that is left, and we'll clear it off on the 7th of December 2024.
Superintendent retired Peter Lanchene Tubu joined 7 other incumbent members of parliament who were retained in the party. The closest contest was in the Dafima Bure Issa constituency, which incumbent Dr. Sebastian Sandare won by the hair of his teeth. He defeated former Deputy Apostle Minister Abu Kabiembata Kansangabata, popularly known as Abu KK, by paltry 8 votes. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Now, the only female member of parliament in the 11 Bono East constituencies, Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, has expressed worry about the low number of female representations in Ghana's parliament. The legislator who won the just-ended NDC parliamentary primaries with 80% of the total valid votes says there is a need for political parties to come up with strategies capable of encouraging more women to take up leadership roles, considering the fact that women comprise the majority of the country's population and play a crucial role in society as co-creators of good governance and decision-making at the family and societal levels. Anna Sabit has more in this report.
My name is Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari. I am the daughter of Honorable IKJ Mensah.
Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari is currently the only female member of parliament in the 11 Bono East constituencies. In her first attempt, she defeated the former Bono East regional minister in the 2020 general elections to win the Techiman North seat. In parliament, she is currently a member of the Health Committee and also a member of the Appointments Committee. The legislator who overwhelmingly won the just-ended parliamentary primaries, securing 80% of the total votes cast, is confident that until she is willing to leave the political terrain, no individual within the constituency has what it takes to unseat her.
The day I'll finish my work, I will bow out respectfully. Nobody can take me off the seat in a contest. Nobody. Nobody. Because I came and said, with God, I have come. You will see that from all I do, it is just a calling from God. But when I know that I have served my people well enough, and I've finished doing what I want to do for them, I will thank them and bow out. Until then, forget it.
With the 275-member 8th Parliament having only 40 female MPs representing 14.5%, lawyer Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari is expressing worry at the female representation, considering the fact that we have more women in the country than men.
As we speak now, not only am I the only female MP in Bono East, I'm still the only NDC MP in Bono East, Bono and Ahafo. It's a shame. It is a big, big shame. Because if you look at the population of women in Ghana and our representation in parliament, I think it's a big shame.
She adds that there is the need for political parties to create a room for more women who are willing and able to enable them represent their people in parliament.
I think it is just fair and right for women to be given the opportunity to also catch up. Not every woman has a thick skin like my own, but there are women who are intelligent, super smart, who can be good legislators. But when it comes to competition, they can't stand the insult. They can't stand the propaganda. And so I think that they can't stand the harsh competition. So it will not be out of place for women who are willing and able, I'll add that, willing and able to be given the opportunity to contest.
She further emphasized that the welfare of women and children is much more assured when more women make it to the House of Parliament.
Research have shown that when we have a lot of women parliamentarians, legislation concerning women, children, and general welfare of the people is always assured, because women from both political divide will come together to make sure that there are good legislation for women, children, and the welfare of people. I think that generally we have gotten some women in parliament who have distinguished themselves, and so it will not be out of place for us to encourage more women to come.
Even though women's representation in Ghana's parliament rose marginally from 13.4% in the year 2017 to 14.5% in 2021. This figure is still below the Africa average of 24% and global average of 23%, and more needs to be done to close the gap. Anna Sabit, Joy News, Chobodom.
Now, an NDC parliamentary aspirant in the Volta region, John Adanu, has questioned the decision by the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress to declare Edem Agbana the legitimate winner of the Ketu North parliamentary primaries. He said he does not understand why the council identified 3 unstamped ballots as valid on the premise that they had corresponding serial numbers. Addressing the press, Mr. Adanu entreated the party's hierarchy to take a critical look at the NDC's constitution and guidelines for internal elections. After 3 rounds of counting, both aspirants polled 358 votes after the Electoral Commission officials identified 3 unstamped ballots, 2 in favor of Edem Agbana and 1 in favor of John Adanu. However, Mr. Agbana earlier insisted that he had won the primaries with 360 votes against his opponent's 359 votes.
The key point in this determination is that the serial numbers on the ballots in question are from the booklet used in the constituency election. And since there is no overvoting, these ballots cannot be said to be foreign materials. This means, as far as our internal elections are concerned, stamping of ballot papers are irrelevant, given no overvoting and the correspondence of serial numbers to the booklet. If these ballots were removed during sorting, will we be here? Or the fact that they were taken out after recount and not even after EC declaration make them valid? Can our members accept this if it occurs to us in the national elections? This really worries me. This concern notwithstanding, I remain positive about the course of the party for victory 2024. My prayer is that this does not come to haunt us in the future, and I pray that one day this precedent will be corrected, no matter how long it takes. Before that future comes, I will make myself available to contribute to such an effort. Meanwhile, I wish to appeal to the leadership of the party to look at our constitution and future guidelines for elections. The common man or woman in NDC must feel relevant irrespective of their position and affiliation to the party. To my team and supporters, I understand your disappointment and the temptation to express this in ways that may affect the unity of the party.
Now, the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, says he is impressed with the progress of work so far at the BK Adama Multi-Purpose Youth Resource Center in Wa. As part of his Whistle Stop Day official visit to Wa, he commended the consultant and contractor HAPK Enterprise Limited for beautifully executing the project. The project is in 2 phases. The first phase is complete, while the second phase is 98% complete. JoyNews' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam has more in this report.
Vice President Dr. Allergy Mahmoud Bawumia made a whistle-stop visit to the Upper West Regional Youth Multipurpose Resource Center. Upon arrival at Wa, inspect ongoing works at the Resource Center, renamed after former Defense Minister in the Busia administration, BK Adama. The BK Adama Multipurpose Youth Resource Center is among 9 others awarded by the government for construction in the former traditional 10 regions. He was met on arrival by the managing director of HAPK Enterprise Limited, Alhaji Hadi Bin Sali, whose construction firm has been contracted by the government to execute the multi-million-dollar project. Present were placard-holding loyalists of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who sampled Need a Walker's song. I have decided to follow Jesus, which elicited some hand gestures from the Vice President, pointing to the air. He was given a brief profile of the job and the percentage successfully executed by the surveyor, engineer surveyor Ridwan Kasim.
Volleyball, netball, basketball, an IT center, counseling unit, and then a restaurant. Yeah. And then the project is in 2 phases. We have the phase 1 and then the phase 2. The phase 1 is actually 100% complete. Wonderful. We are currently on the phase 2. Okay. The phase 2 consists of the external drainage works, the walls, and then the car parks. Okay. The phase 2 is also at 98% complete. Wow. And we are very hopeful that in the next 2 months, the project will be 100% complete. Sir.
What is left is ramming, just coming to put the tantan track here, you understand me? And also for the parking lot, you understand me? You know the graveling is done, but we have to put the bitumen there. That's what is left now. Those are the outstanding issues. Yes, and that one too, you know, like I know, that with tarring of a place, 2 days they can use it once the place is properly treated. That is it.
Vice President Dr. Bawumia described the work done at the facility and the performance of the contractor and the consultants as fantastic.
This is fantastic. I must congratulate you and your team. I must congratulate the contractor for an excellent work done. I think that this is very much needed in the Upper West region and in Wa. It will be put to good use. It's a multi-purpose facility, different sports and you know, rooms for changing and all of that, you know, and so it's very, very good to enhance sports in this country, in this region, and in Wa in particular.
He was later conducted around the facility to have a closer view and feel of it. He went as far as sitting at the VIP, sandwiched by members of his entourage and his loyal supporters. Vice President Dr. Bawumia, again, was impressed with what he saw.
Whenever you come to a project inspection and you have finished with phase 1, as of now, if we have to play a football match here tomorrow, we can play. Because phase 1 is complete, phase 2 is 98% complete, and what the quality of the work I've seen done, I'm happy and I'm pleased with what has been accomplished.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafiq. Thank you.
Beyond the inspection of the project was the MPP party politics, with lots rooting for him to lead the MPP in the 2024 polls. Leading the charge is a former Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, Anton Iyo Abefakabu.
I think so far he's acquitted himself quite well as a vice president and as a loyal supporter of our tradition and our party. Sacrificed so much, and he's done that in the footsteps of those who have come before him. The Abaifa Kabos, the Dombos, the BK Adamas, the Chato Kaleos, the Momoni Dumbies, the Yakubu Talis, the J. Brimas. You know, all these people have always taking public service as a calling to actually serve our people. And I think His Excellency, the Vice President, is, for me, amongst the best. And that will be the best foot for the New Patriotic Party going into 2024 elections.
There are others in the region who also felt same.
When you take the Constitution of Ghana, there's no spelled out rule for the Vice President, aside being the head of the Police Council. But he has proven he has taken digitalization for our economy, and it's going to be a boost for the economy in years to come.
That is first. If you look at the inflation rate, for the past 3 months now, inflation rate is now coming down. The tactics Bawumia is now implementing, reducing the inflation. They are all things that we want Bawumia to continue. So the inflation will reduce to a digital, a single figure.
The Vice President earlier had a private meeting with the overlord of the Walla traditional area, Nafuseni City for the 4th, before he left Wa for the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga. He had a close meeting with some executives and elders of the MPP in the Upper West region. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam. Wa.
We still stay with politics, but this time in the Ashanti region, where the Secretary Afram Plains constituency has been one of the safe seats for the National Democratic Congress in the Ashanti region since its creation in 2010. For the 3 consecutive times, the seat has been won by Dr. Alex Adumaku-Mensah, a brother of Dr. Kwabena Dufour. But the MP faced a stiff opposition from his nephew, Dr. Kwabena Dufour Jr., and 2 other candidates in the just-ended NDC primaries. Interestingly, both were defeated by the not-so-popular businesswoman, Hajia Nasira Afra. In this report, Emmanuel Bright Kweku interrogates the possible cause of defeat that has befallen the House of the Dufours.
The Seche Afram Plains constituency was carved out of the Seche Kumewu constituency in 2010. Since its first general elections in 2012, the Dufour family, led by Dr. Alex Adumaku-Mensah, has wielded power in the constituency. Their contributions to the creation of the constituency, which was nearly cut off from the regional capital, Kumasi, cannot be underwritten. It is not surprising when incumbent MP Dr. Alex Adumaku-Mensah touts his achievements, claiming he made the district capital Drobonso.
Whoever stands somewhere making any allegation is wrong. I've made this district. When I came here, people would testify it. I've done a lot. If we come to just the Bonsu here and look at the Bonsu, go to interior, what I've done. It's most of the job are for the government. Road is not for the member of parliament. Electricity is not member of parliament. All that I can do is to lobby to get it. And the first 4 years when our government was in power, I did a lot.
Coming into the NDC presidential and parliamentary primaries, many had thought it was another win for the family until Dr. Adumaku-Mensah allegedly broke his allegiance to the family by not supporting his cousin, Dr. Kwabena Dufour's bid to lead the NDC. This consequently saw his nephew, Dr. Kwabena Dufour Jr., readying himself to unseat him.
I came to support my son, that's all.
You came to support your son, but are you confident that he's going to win?
He will win, hands down.
Hands down. Incumbent has done a lot for the constituency and that he would win, and we know that he's your brother too. So what do you have seen about that?
My son will win.
The family feud, many believe, severed the camp of the Dufours.
I'm so overwhelmed, I don't even know what to say.
Almost written off, Hajia Afra Nasira, a young businesswoman believed to be in her 30s, took the family by surprise, defeating Dr. Alex Adumaku-Mensah and his nephew.
It's the will of Allah. And this is a win for all of us. It's a win for Seche Afram Plains.
A defeat that has taken Ghanaians aback as she ends the 12-year reign of the family in the area. Despite the ostensible upset left with some delegates, Dr. Kwabena Dufour Jr. managed 203 votes, 8 votes difference behind the winner. For a section of the delegates, Dr. Kwabena Dufour's absence in the constituency let down their hopes in him.
Father like son. Signal he has given us does not show that he can help us. You have your constituency, you never sit with them, you never visit your branch, so how do you emerge us? That kind of, how do you go into the competition without your branch and your constituency people? We want somebody to be like us in such a different place. You know, we are farming communities. It means that when we vote for him, we may not see him maybe 4 years to come. And he's a businessman and he's interested in his business, and not in the interest in the development of such a different place.
For other constituents, underdevelopment in the area was reason enough to bring in a new phase.
Adumaku hasn't done anything for us for 12 years now. He has helped us, but they weren't enough. Our secondary school hasn't been commissioned yet. See our road. It's deplorable.
We mean it already, that we are going to do change. So this one is not surprise. The people need it and they are doing it, so they are very happy.
Majority of constituents and delegates are certain of developments in the constituency as they tout Nasira's affability and hard work.
Afra is humble. She has done a lot for us. She is hardworking. We are glad she has been elected. I am hoping she would provide support for teenage mothers and single parents here.
The talk in town has, however, been whether the family would reclaim its place in the constituency or it's an end for the Dufwo family. For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
My name is Albert Sorry, in the Injeti region, and the name is Edwin Odisian. I am Rafik Salami Wa. My name is My name is Albert Sorry, in the Injeti region, and the name is Edwin Odisian. I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Now, welcome back from the break. We still stay with politics and the aspiring member of parliament in the Buem constituency in the just ended NDC primary says he lost narrowly to incumbent Kofi Eddie Adams because of monetary inducement. Ibrahim Adams Mumuni lost by 13 votes to Kofi Adams. Although he admitted to have spent some amount of money on delegates, he suggests the highest bidder won the day. Oti regional correspondent Peter Seno caught up with him and he has been sharing his experiences.
Born in Jasikan, a native of Buem for that matter, and a businessman. I do farming and of course real estate and land acquisition business. Yeah. Okay, the official vote difference is 13. Confirmed by the narrator of EC here in Jasikan this morning, and then by virtue of what I saw from my agent, I can officially say that the difference is 13, 444 and 431.
So how did you do that?
Interesting. Well, I think that first and foremost, it was the message. I had a message. And the message was couched out of the research we carried out ahead of the elections and the personal experiences we've also had with delegates across the constituency. And so we visited almost all the towns and villages in Buem, and we were able to identify the challenges that are there for in those areas. And so quickly we have to find a way of getting to solve these problems. And let me also say that this is my first time, this is my second time actually contesting the seat. The last time was when Honorable Dana Ashama, our former member of parliament, was the MP, and Kofi was in the race and Kofi won. I think that on the day, something came up that we never anticipated. Of course, you know, African politics, where the money syndrome will play a role. I think that on my part, something that was doing happened to be what we call a transport, but before I could realize something bigger than what you were giving had come around, and of course it swayed a lot more of the delegates away. I couldn't match up to that, to what happened on the ground on that score, and I'm sure that might have swayed them, because given my background compared to the person I'm contesting, for me to have pulled this vote, and I tell you I projected 650 votes, and for me to have come down 431, it tells you that I wasn't pulling my weight when it comes to the resources. But of course, the message still sat well with them.
Now, the Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Minister, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, says the ministry is advocating a reform of the Chieftaincy Act to properly recognize and empower Queen Mothers to become active participants in the traditional councils. Speaking at the 3rd annual conference of the National Queen Mothers Platform in Sunyani, Mr. Asamoah Boateng says such reform will also enhance the powers and roles of Queen Mothers in the development of the nation at the local level. Precious Semevo has more in this report.
Traditional leaders in contemporary African governance have become complicated due to the clash of laws, authorities, and responsibilities. Because of this, the Conrad Adenwa stepped in partnership with the National Queen Mothers Platform and the Bono Regional Queen Mothers Association held the 3rd annual conference in Sunyani to explore ways to integrate traditional leaders into modern governance systems while still maintaining their cultural identity and authority. Nana Amponsa Dokua III is the paramount Queen Mother of the Osudoku traditional area and president of the Queen Mothers Platform.
We are not only seeking help, but we are also willing to contribute to the development of our communities, regions, and the country. We believe that with unity and support, we can make a rare difference, very rare difference in our country, Ghana.
Chairperson of the conference and Deputy Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Alfred Tuan Yeboah, besides suggesting a fund to support the development drive of chiefs, also called for a review of what he described as the discriminatory adjudicating process at the traditional councils.
Will it be wrong for us to have a special fund for chiefs, just like common fund for MPs? Because chiefs have since time immemorial been the conveyor belts when it comes to development. So it's not about the politician alone, it's not about the MP alone who must develop our area. When it comes to the administration of justice at the regions of chiefs, Nananum, Nanahema, you've not been part of the panel. And my thinking is that it is discriminatory. The Constitution can say anything that discriminates against a gender must be abhorred.
Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Minister Stephen Asamoah Boateng says the ministry is backing a reform of the Chieftaincy Act to enhance the powers and roles of Queen Mothers.
Until the colonial era, you were in charge of this country. And suddenly democracy seems to have caught up with us and we've abandoned everything. We need to fuse it together. Luckily, our constitution recognizes it. There's the need for us to improve on that. I recognize we need to do some work on the Chieftaincy Act and maybe specifically put the Queen Mothers in somewhere. The assumption is that the chiefs are synonymous to queens, but I can understand you feel left out. So we may need to find a way that legally is recognized. So we are looking at amendments. And AG will come to you, we're putting it together with my team, and then it will then end up in cabinet and hopefully back in parliament, and we'll see how we can fuse that together. We are looking at all these areas where we can make use of your powers in the palaces to help us develop the nation at the local level. So let's not confront our chiefs, but let's work with them.
The 3 days conference brought together Queen Mothers from across Ghana. Precious Semevo, Joy News, Sunyai.
Now, the National Pensions Regulatory Authority is prevailing on informal sector workers in the Cape Coast metropolis to enroll in pension schemes and save towards their retirement. The outreach program is part of the NPRA's request to improve informal pension coverage in Ghana by organizing an outreach program in the central region to create awareness on pensions. Chief Executive Officer of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, Hayford Atakrofi, says the move is to educate and sensitize both formal and informal sector workers on pension concerns. There is more in this report. The Chief Executive Officer of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, Hayford Atakrofi, in an interview says the Tier 3 pension scheme is for the informal sector, but the perception has been that the pension scheme is for the formal sector. The engagement with workers from the informal sector has provided the opportunity to sensitize them that the scheme is available for the informal sector during the time that they are in active employment. Mr. Atakrufi stated that the forum has given the NPRA a first-hand opportunity to engage with the real contributors.
As part of our education and sensitization program, to let the people of Central Region know what we have in terms of the opportunities to enroll in the pension scheme. You know, we have the Tier 3 pension scheme for the informal sector. But because the perception has always been that pension is only for the formal sector, that perception has really grown deep. And therefore, our engagement today has given us the opportunity to sensitize the people from the informal sector that pension is also available for them during the time that they are in productive employment, so that it has not become just the realm of the formal sector, but also for the informal sector.
He explained that for about 57 years since the inception of the pension scheme, there was no regulator and opportunity to educate and sensitize the informal sector on pensions. The new Pensions Act, he says, has opened up opportunities for people who are in the informal sector to join.
Well, basically, the issues are many and diverse. And sometimes it is to do with a little bit of a misunderstanding. But that is the reason why the National Pensions Regulatory Authority is there. In fact, an interaction like this gives us the first-hand opportunity to explain certain things so that if there are any issues for which reason some people have withdrawn from contribution, they will have the confidence and the assurance to continue to do the contribution. I think it has been a very useful engagement because it has given us a first-hand opportunity to engage with the real contributors, and the assurances that they need from us as regulators, we have also given it to them.
The Director for Standards and Compliance at the MPRA, John Mbro, urged them to resolve and build a resilient future by saving.
The reason is that you have people who will do some work and then they will lose job. The economic circumstances for individuals are also different. If you are not in employment, like you gainfully employed by the populous television, radio and television station. So our hope is that once people do their own work, even as you contribute and all your details are intact, and for one reason you are not able to continue, you don't have money or something like that, you are able also then to come back anytime and contribute. So your target should be your old age or capital formation, as in the case of informal sector, because you can actually put the money down for 5 years, maybe try and expand your business with it, but gradually you have to do it, because you are not going to be able to get 10,000 in a day or in a month or in 6 months or 1 year. So you start from somewhere, build capital and go. And then of course for your pension as well, if you want to actually also look ahead, you can actually put something down, though you are not employed by any government or any employer. You are doing your own job. You are getting something, you can put 100 cedis down, 200 cedis down, something like that.
The outreach program seeks to encourage informal sector workers to join and actively participate in pension schemes to help alleviate old age poverty. The outreach team visited and engaged workers at the Mfantsiman and Agona West municipalities, and the team will address members of the local council of churches, the Muslim communities, the traditional leaders, and informal sector groups, among others. Reporting for Joy News, Richard Kwejenyako. Now, community members at Imprasem in the KJB district have constructed a new maternity ward with offices to improve upon quality maternal health delivery in the area. According to them, it is a way to give back to society to support government effort at improving health delivery in the district. Otu regional correspondent Peter Seno was at the handing over ceremony and has more in the following report.
The construction, which started 5 years ago by Citizens Union, natives of Mimpiasem in the KJB district of the Otu region, both home and the diaspora, have made contributions in various forms to put up this maternity ward to improve health delivery at the CHIP zone. This is to relocate from the 40-year-old facility, which space does not meet the growing population in and around the area. Muntala Dauda is a member of the Mempasem Citizen Union. He spoke on behalf of the group. For them, it is an attempt to give back to society and complementing government's efforts.
Our sole aim is to give aid to the community, just to develop the community as part of giving back to the society, to show appreciation of what the community has done for us. In fact, most of us were giving birth in the old facility here, which, in fact, when we look at it now, considering the population growth in the community, and then also considering the surrounding communities in Dodimimpiasem who come to the facility to seek for health care delivery, in fact, we consider doing something for the community.
The DC for KJB district, Wilson Agbanyo, lauded the group for its generosity and asked for greater care to be taken of the facility.
Self-help initiatives serve as catalysts to accelerate development at the grassroots, and therefore it will complement the district assembly's effort to equitably distribute infrastructure projects. My administration will adopt the self-help approach to develop, where community members identify a need and mobilize resources to staff for the local assembly to assist with technical advice. The Mempasem has set the pace through this laudable initiative for other communities in Akan constituency to follow. Let's keep this place very new, very neat, because it is said that neatness is next to godliness. If a person is sick, he or she is coming for delivery here. If she sees this block very neat, that will give him or her some relief.
His office has also provided 4 street lights for the facility at night. The District Director for Health, Eric Techi, having lauded the group, is asking for support to furnish the facility.
The facility is there, but it's almost empty. We need some equipment and instruments to enable our staff to do the greater work. Delivery beds, we may need some. We may need BP apparatus, the machine we need to test whether you have BP or not, the blood pressure machine. We may need pulsometer, the machine to check your pulse to see whether you are breathing well or not. We may need drip stand, we may need bed sheets, cover sheets, and many more.
Judith Gatron is the midwife at the Mempiasem Chip Zone. She is also appealing for the necessary equipment to enable her team provide optimum health delivery in the area.
We need 2 delivery beds in addition. We have 1, but we need 2 in addition. We need suction machine. We need oxygen cylinder with the oxygen filled in it. We need autoclave machine so that we can be sterilizing our instruments. We need delivering sets, extra delivering sets, so that right now that we have 2 spacious room for us to attend to 1 or 2 labor case, we can do that.
Peter Sanu for JoyNews.
Now, a UK and Ghanaian-based NGO, EduSport, has launched a third of 4 Ignite training conferences to train their local volunteers at Elmina in the Central Region. The project aims to connect, train, and equip a network of local volunteers named Catalysts to create transformative literacy and STEM through 50 education spaces named sport across underserved communities in Ghana and Kenya, with a focus on female empowerment and environmental sustainability. The Ignite program is designed to further enhance the impact of their network of over 250 local volunteers who are a diverse mix of teachers, students, parents, and wider community members. There is more in this report. A key focus of the training is to ensure that all the sport volunteers have a strong understanding of child safeguarding and protection alongside their policies for ensuring everyone is safe while in the education space. The program will also see the launch of 3 exciting new strands of their work: the Ignite Girls, Educate, and Sport Ops. The Ignite Girls project aims to empower JHS girls with the skills, knowledge, and mindset to meet their own goals for education and wider life. EduSport's Catherine Davison explains the community-led initiatives the program is spearheading.
This conference in Elmina, which by the way is located in the new Elmina spot, which is an exciting new centre that brings together 4 of our previous spots in this area. We are bringing over 60 people here who are a mix of volunteers across the central and western regions. So we have people from Buzamadwe, from Elmina, of course, from Mpatano, from Asemko, from Cape 3 Point, even from Sanzule, as well as Kumfi, New Ataba, Nitakwa, and Gomo Manso. So you see, EduSports really are all across the country, and we love bringing people together to connect from very different regions so that they can gain ideas from different communities that they can take back home with them. We really hope that all the volunteers who come to this conference leave just feeling so inspired and empowered, believing in themselves and believing in the changes that they themselves can create as a community. So we help the communities to come together, bringing teams together of community members, teachers and students to understand their ideas and then move forwards together to create those solutions. So we hope that they will go home, they'll lead some of our community clubs and also come up with ideas that are their own, that we as a network will help them support them in driving forwards.
The project leader in Elmina, Benjamin Nana Aiken, says the project by EduSport has been a source of motivation for the young persons in the various communities.
From where we've started and where we've got into, we started in a small shop where we rented and were running the STEM programs and then literacy programs for the younger ages in Elmina. So at this point in time, our library is not commissioned yet, but we've still been using it. It's been amazing. EduSports has been really doing awesome job for the younger ones and also the adults, for the university students. We've gotten the opportunity to get more resources, the books, the computers and other stationaries to help them upgrade their education level. And it's been awesome. We've had an impact where students who have been using the sport have been able to graduate to the high schools and to the university level with good grades. I mean, we can boast for ourselves what we've been able.
One of the volunteers, Cynthia Mawena Kumasa, spoke to JoyNews.
Since I joined, I've been able to build myself, learn
strategies and then other ways of helping the children in my sport, which is postmodern sport, become better leaders. I have been able to help them in the areas of reading, in the areas of ecosystem, and other things that are helping build the future leaders of tomorrow. I believe that EduSports is a great learning ground for community-based learning, and I would encourage everyone to follow our work in any way you can.
Alongside catalyzing change relating to core literacy levels, the program is leading to significant advancement in over 10,000 students' engagement in education, confidence, and wider leadership skills, with 250 catalysts alongside wider community members empowered as active citizens and educational leaders. Now, from the central region, we move to the western region, where some 165 tertiary students have gained scholarships to pursue science, technology, engineering, and mathematics courses at various Ghanaian public institutions through the benevolence of Goldfields Ghana Foundation. There is more in this report by Natalia Kwansa.
The 163 beneficiaries, comprising of 84 males and 79 females, as well as 2 persons with disability, are brilliant but needy students carefully selected from the host communities of Takwa and Daman. Each beneficiary is expected to receive 7,000 cedis every academic year, which is subjected to withdrawal of the student who fails to perform. According to the Regional Community Relations Manager of Goldfields, Robert Siao, the initiative is the recognition of higher education and skilled youth to the economic development of the country.
The young generation are our future, and it is the state duty of all of us, including the youth themselves, to do whatever we can to encourage them to be the best of their opportunities. The contribution of higher education and skilled youth to economic development need not be overemphasized. No laudable development agenda will be successful without quality education and skillful population. That is why Goldfields, as a socially responsible company and committed to genuine sustainable development, has taken to the path of human development in the area which we operate. We are happy to award these scholarships to support the development of skilled manpower. We believe that for the huge unemployment challenge facing Ghana to be abated, we must support initiatives that makes education more relevant to the world of work.
The Executive Secretary of Goldfields Ghana Foundation, Abdul Razak Yakubu, noted the gesture is targeted at creating an employment pool. He further urged the beneficiaries to exhibit socially acceptable behaviors whilst on campus.
We encourage you to exhibit socially acceptable behavior on your various campuses. Some of our resource persons have already tagged on that. As a scholarship beneficiary, a Goldfields Ghana Foundation scholarship beneficiary, you have agreed to be an ambassador of Goldfields. If you don't accept the role, we've given you acceptance forms. You can choose not to sign it and return it to us. We will gladly accept it and pass the scholarship to somebody else from your own community who also qualifies. But if you sign the acceptance letter and return it to us, you have agreed to be an ambassador of Goldfields. And what does it mean to be an ambassador of Goldfields? It means you have agreed to live the Goldfields values. Key amongst them is respect. Key amongst them is respect, especially to authority. Back on campus, we will not want to hear of you meddling in issues that result on disrespect or putting up unhealthy attitudes.
Some beneficiaries shared how helpful the scholarship will be to their education.
My dad is not really that, well-to-do, so he actually took a loan to sponsor my first year education. So when you went to school, the school actually opened us up to some of the scholarships available, and then I decided to take some of them and then try it. And then I had the Goldfields scholarship, and I think it's one of the best around, and it will really help me.
I think this scholarship is going to help me a lot because the program that I'm reading, it requires a lot. If you look at the equipment that we are buying and all, we need laptops and all this, and it's really expensive. So like if I can't, my parents can afford, but not all that much. So I think this class is going to help me a lot in my studies.
I'm advising the parents to use or to invest more to help their wards to complete their education so that they can get the Go Force Foundation benefit as a scholarship.
In Athalia Kwansa, JoyNews, Takwa.
Now, the Deputy Head of Special Investigations at the Internal Audit Agency, Frank Amedume, says weaknesses in the financial control systems of state institutions need to be tackled head-on with the support of all stakeholders. Speaking at the inauguration of audit committees for the health sector institutions under the Ghana Health Service in Sunyani, Mr. Amedume urged members to offer sound financial systems to curb the weakness in the management of public finances at various institutions.
In the 2021 Auditor General's report, the majority of the over 1 million irregularities identified are on health institutions, a sign of weak internal control systems with consequences on national development. The formation of audit committees under the Public Financial Management Act 2016 is to improve control structures for the proper use of public resources. At the inauguration of 21 audit committees of the health sector institutions under the Ghana Health Service in the Bono East and Ahafo regions, Deputy Head of Special Investigations at the Internal Audit Agency, Frank Amedume, explained why the committee was restructured.
They used to have the audit committees established some 2 years ago, but it was not functioning. The reason being that they are being challenged with funds. So based on that, the committee has been restructured, where they have 2 or more facilities coming under one committee for effective and economic reasons. Once they come together, we believe strongly that they will be able to put resources or pull resources together in order to support the committee functionally.
He said public resources would be protected if committee members offer sound financial measures to curb the weak financial control systems.
As a committee, they need to pursue the head of entity to implement the recommendations contained in internal auditors' quarterly reports, auditor general reports, even decision from parliament, among others. So looking at the caliber of people that we have this time around the committee, we expect that they will advise management on sound financial systems so that the weaknesses in the control system of the various institutions, so far as the health facilities are concerned, will be a thing of the past. Once we have the audit committees, workable and of course in place, I think they will be on management to make sure that these lapses will be a thing of the past. They can't do this all alone. They need to bring on board management and all stakeholders.
Bono Regional Director of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Kofi Amukodie, expects the members to have a listening ear to ensure value for money.
The normal way of doing it is procuring and also getting disbursement of monies are sometimes not done the appropriate way. But with the inauguration of this committee, the service stands a chance of being guided and guarded in a way that they will be able to provide the maximum for the service and for the service to grow. They should be disciplined themselves.
It has been a traditional protein source long consumed by our great fathers, but mushroom consumption in Ghana has in recent times declined. In today's discussion on the food chain, we'll bring you some nutritional benefits of mushroom and how the neglected gold mine is providing a source of livelihood to some youth in Ghana. My name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku. I hope you enjoyed today's discussion.
Mama, good morning.
Morning.
Nampom to say.
Yes, Adumoso.
Nyame adom ho ye. Ma me pe imrato na bi wo.
Oh, me patron no pe me nya bianto. Dem bia ha ya ne ane bi wo.
Ebe na esi ada bibia.
Na wona di free from kitu mu ba no mo amfa bi ama.
Mama Janet is a mushroom seller at the Swami Market. Today, the bundles of mushrooms she normally ply along the busy market streets are missing.
Na kuafo na nya bi amre ya nto. Sometimes one na won kron kitu mu no. Omo na ya na di ba ma ya tobi. Ti anopa no sori na obedru na on nte cars no ho ana unya bi. Ene bi ama. Nti ama ne kura so de nipa si abebusa me fi se nka ne de nka yebeto kakra ma me nso me nya bi anto.
In Ghana, mushrooms are used in preparing local delicacies like stews, sauces and soups, especially one made from palm nuts. Unlike other proteins sourced from animals and plants, mushrooms are fungi that flourish in lawns, on plant surfaces and compost heaps. Mushroom queen at the Swami Market, Elizabeth Asari, has sold them for over 40 years now. She explains to me the different types of mushrooms grown in Ghana.
Domo, there was sassie ne de efifiri edua onyina ene nyankyere ne ehu ewu a ene efifiri hu no matu e de abreme ena ye wo domo no so ebi free onyina hu ene bi so free aba wo mato a mefa ne se wo mo ayi emu ensa na wie na apro no enu so na efree saa domo no ena chiarodo no nso ewo time a enu so ba enu nso ni season ni dru a baby a me fan say wo mu ebi free ho no ena efree e de ba enti bia am wo customer me fan say eba ye de breme emre no chiarodo de to tenten no enu de om de bi free du nkwa ena breme me wo customers a wo muso du nkwa ho a wo moto ye de ebuka mu ne de abreme na makoje na me so me de surprise ena me wo chiaro sibre no nso me wo mu a wo mu beto wo mu etoto no wo nkurase sibre no nso ebi wo kasapin elia ebi wo seshi ena ebi wo kumase mantem hanom nso umunya bi wa hase so e de ba ma me de eno nso e surprise e toma ena sase no nso ebi so tutu ane e de abrem.
Traditionally, mushrooms are cultivated in rural areas and transported to the urban center for sale. But its scarcity over the years have seen commercialized mushroom farming fast gaining popularity in Ghana's cities. As a crop with high profit potential, the new gold mine is changing the lives of its growers and vendors. Francis Brady, a student of the Kwadaso College of Agriculture, has been growing mushrooms for the past 2 years, a business he started back in his village at Seshi, and currently his source of financing for his diploma education.
There are lots of items on the farm that you could have looked at, but why mushroom?
It's because that was what I met first. That was what, and it was something I wanted to do. One of my classmates' dad was cultivating mushrooms in the house, so each and every day we would go and buy it. I was like, it's very stressful. Why are you buying this? So I'll go to Agri College, class 5. So during BEC, I went to do Agri at the SHS. And I came here. When I came here, even the time I didn't decide to even buy the farm. I was like, when I come, the first thing I'll do is mushrooms. So when I came here, I just started with it. And it's because I did a whole lot of research. It's like, although it's less capital intensive, but it produces capital very fast. I had my capital from a friend's sister, whom I'm even living with right now. So I discussed everything. We said, like, sister, this is what I want to do. I'm finding it difficult to pay my fees, and this the type of thing I want to do. So help me. So she sent me about 500 cedis, And I started buying the items from Kumasi, then I transferred it over there to start it over there. And they were the one who gave me the room, everything that I need. They gave me everything that I need because they wanted everything I want to come to pass. So they gave me everything, then I started from there.
There are concerns that commercialized mushroom farming hinges on chemical use. However, Francis says the materials involved in the production of such mushrooms are harmless.
In Ghana or Africa, we like this thing. It's artificial. It is artificial. But they don't look at the content, like what it's going to do for your health. They think for artificial product it's very harmless, it's very harmful to the body. That's what some people do, but it's not like that because a whole lot of things we do it artificially.
Yeah, are you not sure? Maybe some people are concerned with the influx of chemicals on our farms.
Yes. When you're going through the process, you see everything. What we use, the function of every ingredient that we don't use any chemical. We don't use any chemical in our production. Yeah, the lime that we use, lime is like a neutralizer, acid-based neutralizer. It can be used on our fields. If your field is too much acidity or it's having too much acidity or alkaline, you can use lime to neutralize so that you can grow your crops on it. So we can use it to put it on our field and grow crops in it, and we still consume it. So will you say it's a natural or artificial?
Okay.
You see, and we use the same thing for the mushroom. It has a function over there. So when we start that part, I will explain the functions too.
So going back to the pricing of mushrooms, you compare it to meat and let's say fish on the market. Now our meat is expensive, our fishes are also expensive. But don't you think maybe bringing in mushrooms can help complement or supplement some of the things we eat?
Yeah. Like I was saying, like my area, they consume mushrooms in a very large quantity. Yeah, they produce mushroom. You can't even meet the demand. You can never meet the demand. If you harvest I did some for one man in my area, and he harvested about 700 cedis of mushroom, packaged it very nicely. It was not even a long distance, a very short distance, and 700 cedis was finished. Not even the whole town, on the street. Okay. People started buying it because we are done with the market research. They know, and it has so many functions. They've tested it, and they've seen the function, the reason why they have reasons. That's why they are buying.
You are still watching The Food Chain on the JoyNews channel with me, Emmanuel Bright Kweku. Currently, I am at a site where Francis does all the bagging, where he bags the sawdust and then use it for the mushroom process. He'll be telling us how the process is like and what he does to his products that makes it different on the market.
The bagging is a part of the process, but you start by getting your sawdust. The sawdust, it has grades. You get the smooth one, as you can see over here. Yeah, you get this type of sawdust. You can get whether red sawdust or you can get some of the yellow sawdust. All the sawdust are okay. So from the sawdust, that's the media. From that you get your quicklime. This is the quicklime. Okay. And the function of the quicklime is a neutralizer. Quicklime is a neutralizer. It's because when you pick the tree or when you pick the sawdust, it comes from different types of trees. Some trees are high in acidity and some too high in alkalinity. The quicklime comes in to neutralize everything so that your growth will be very successful. Now you come to the quicklime, the rice bran rather. The rice bran, it gives the taste. It serves as a source of fertilizer, and we also added water. Whenever you are doing decomposing, you want everything to decompose, so you need water in the process, so that after everything you mix everything, and you need quantity. You can't just pour everything in it, because when you use too much quicklime, can lead to fruit browning. You say that it will start growing all right, but it will be browning. Irrespective of the condition you give it to, it will start browning because the quicklime is too much. Although you are using it to neutralize the acidity or the, but when it is too much, it will tend to the other way around. It will rather destroy the crop. And for quicklime to be too much, you should make rice bran to be too rice bran or wheat bran. If you don't have rice bran, you can get wheat bran. If you don't have quicklime too, you can use oyster shell, or you can use normal ash. Yeah, the normal ash to do it with a quantity. So when you are starting, when you're doing 500 bags, if you're a starter, you want to do 500 bags, you use 3.5 kg of quicklime. It's very small. 3.5 kg of quicklime and 70 kg, 35 kg of rice bran. You use 35 kg of rice bran to do your formulation.
So you made mention if you don't have the quicklime, you can actually use
oyster shell, the same quantity.
Can you mix the two? Let's say if you
no, you can't mix. You can't mix the two, and it's the main reason why we don't even use in our products. We don't use poultry manure. Some farmers use poultry manure. If you use poultry manure, you get very high yield. The mushroom will be growing very bigger, but the longevity,
it can easily just die off.
Yes, no, will be less. But if you go with this method, it will be very long, and the bagging as well too. So I was talking about the reason why our pricing, when you look at the bag, the size of the bag, the height and the width is more than 1 kg. So when you buy it, and fruiting, most farmers, their fruiting takes about 2 to 3 months, and it will be declining. But mine takes about 4 months, it will start growing. Because the more the sawdust, the longer the period, the rate at which you can harvest.
After bagging the compact sawdust, they undergo a high temperature steam known as the sterilization stage.
This is where we do the sterilization. And the reason why we do sterilization is to kill all microorganisms or any harmful organisms in the bags or in the compost that will hinder the growth of the mushrooms. So we bring them here, we arrange them in the tank, then we set a fire under it for it to spend about 3 to 4 hours. Okay, so after the sterilization, we bring it in here. This place can take about 2,000 bags. Then we make it cool down. Then we start doing the inoculation. To start the inoculation process, you need your cotton, you pour your sanitizer on it, then you need to clean all the equipment that you are going to use to prevent any microbial organisms from entering it. Then you open your bottle, you break the spawns. You don't break everything in the bottle, you break a little, then you pour it on your and for every bottle is used to spawn 15 bags. One bottle is used to spawn 15 bags. So after everything, use this one, the plastic caps, you put it on it this way. Then you put your cotton on it, the wrapper. Where is it? Then you put your cotton on it. After everything, you use your wrapper band. Then you are done.
Despite the efforts put in by farmers with hopes of scaling up, mushrooms are not an alternative protein source for a chunk of the Ghanaian population.
I eat, but it's not something I fancy that much, you know. If I get it, fine. And even if being part of the dish, I can choose to ignore it. Yeah, as compared to natural meat, red meat, chicken, fish.
I don't like the taste. It doesn't have any taste, so I don't like it.
Don't really like it?
I don't like it at all.
Because it's been so long since I ate mushroom. I remember when my mother was alive, I used to eat mushroom, but nowadays I don't eat it.
Oh, not quite long ago.
I ate some on campus, and it was very nutritious.
While some Ghanaians generally are not fond of consuming mushrooms, Mama Janet attributes recent low patronage to the exorbitant cost of the edible fungi.
Kilo no, ebia 60 cedis. Misia de menyano enso. Intini board din inti ama sometimes nipa ni bisa ne price na kra ontumi nto.
Research provides numerous nutritional benefits of mushrooms, including its cancer-suppressant properties and anti-hypertensive effects. Professor Felix Engman is with the Food Technology Department of the Kumasi Technical University.
You know, mushrooms, because they are coming from, it's a fungi, normally have low fat, it has high fiber, carbohydrates, good carbohydrates, as well as a good amount of protein, and then various minerals, and then vitamins. We have a lot of the B vitamins over the riboflavin, that is the B2. We have the niacin, that's the B3. We also have what we call folic acid, folate, also present, among different many other minerals like potassium, magnesium, copper, and the like. Nutritionally, you know, because for instance, those who are vegetarians, because of the good amount of protein that is in there, and which is well balanced as well in terms of the amino acid composition, it is very good for them. And so you'll notice that vegetarians mostly eat, if not soybeans, they would also include mushrooms in their diet because it contains the well-balanced amino acids, what we call the essential amino acids. And then because it's also high in fiber, it helps to check on one's weight. Yes, because the energy level is not that high, and so it helps with weight management. One other characteristic about the mushroom is it has what we call phytochemicals. That is chemicals which are not nutrients but rather help in terms of health. And so we have antioxidants which fight tumors like cancers. Yeah, it also helps with brain health, so it helps to prevent the Alzheimer's disease. Again, they help with our immune system. It helps to boost the immune system. It helps also with the reduction of blood sugar level, so it is hypoglycemic in nature. And so we encourage people to consume those also who are hypertensive, because it helps in the reduction of reduces the sodium level in the blood. A key thing about mushroom is that it gives what we call the umami taste. The umami taste is the taste that sodium glutamate imparts to food. So we say that it is a flavor enhancer. And that is why sodium glutamate has been included in what we call the bouillon cubes. I don't want to mention brands names here, but you know the cubes that our women use in cooking to enhance flavor. The challenge with the monosodium glutamate is the sodium in it, which increases blood pressure. So currently we are experiencing higher consumption of monosodium glutamate in our diet, and that may be contributing to high blood pressure. And because mushrooms have this umami taste and also helps to reduce sodium level in the blood, it is a very good substitute for these bouillon cubes that we use in cooking our food. So you will have the enhanced flavor, that is a taste, and then it also will help to reduce your sodium intake, thereby checking on your blood pressure. So that is one key thing. So we encourage our women to be using mushrooms in cooking, because they will have the taste. At the same time, it is going to improve, give or maintain very good blood pressure. And for those who are suffering from high blood pressure, it's good for them because it's going to reduce the level of sodium in their blood and therefore managing their blood pressure.
I'm still particular about the taste actually. We know they use some types of mushrooms for, let's say, pizza, and then even some for soups and stews. So yours, which are the types people use normally?
That's the oyster.
Okay.
The differences come from the sizes and the taste. When your mushrooms are bigger, it depends on how you did your formulation. So the size and the shape is everything about oyster, the taste, the size, everything starts from your process, and then the amount of ingredients we are going to use.
Okay.
That will depend. That will bring out the size and the taste.
Okay.
Not only are they dying out of the market, but mushrooms as seasonal crops have become elusive in rural farms. Naturally sourced mushrooms are endangered by some farming practices, including the use of pesticides and the changing climate.
We know mushrooms, they grow in the wild, and the spores are delicate, and bushfires, the use of chemicals in farming had actually have a great impact. So picking them from the wild is not common nowadays. There are some few farmers, mushroom farmers around, but basically they produce for specific people, so you don't find them majorly on the market. Yeah, so it is quite seasonal, and even when it is in season, you don't really find them as we used to. So I think we should encourage more mushroom farming, knowing the health benefits as well as the nutritional benefits that we will obtain from the consumption of mushrooms.
Although scientists are ensuring mushrooms do not go extinct by keeping the various spores, Professor Engman fears they may not be easily found in the coming years.
So we have the spores there, which they are keeping. So for us, it is not going to go extinct. However, it is not going to be widespread for our people, particularly those in the rural areas where they used to pick it. It is very common. Even in our homes, it used to be quite prevalent. The moment we enter the rainy season, it is all over the place, but currently it is not. But as I said earlier, we now have a unit that is keeping the spores and actually growing more of that, and then making that available to those who are interested in farming mushrooms. Yeah.
Is that not a worry, since we are now keeping them instead of them growing naturally?
It is a great worry, and all of us would have to be environmentally conscious and to protect the environment. The same case applies to snails. The bad farming practices that we are having, the bushfires, and many other factors, and that also led to now snail farming. So the way to go is now to grow them commercially. Yes, that is how we will be able to sustain them, and then also to market them properly, using their nutritional and health benefits as the key marketing tools.
It's exciting, the nutritional content and benefits of mushroom, right? When next you visit the market, do purchase yourself and the family some mushrooms. Catch us same time here on the JoyNews channel on another exciting episode of The Food Chain. My name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku.
Supernatural Empowerment Summits 2023. Meet the revivalists, the heads of global denominations, and the kingmakers. This year, in Archbishop Charles Ojenosari's 40th year in a miracle ministry and the 10th Supernatural Empowerment Summit, expect life-changing insights for ministry and impartation for the next level. Host and speaker, Archbishop Charles Ojenosari. Other speakers from Ghana, Dr. Robert Ampia Kofi, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, Reverend Dr. Stephen Wengam, and also Bishop Joseph Imakando, Zambia, Bishop Joseph Matera, USA, Apostle Yves Castanu, Congo, Apostle Abraham Gaji, Côte d'Ivoire. Date, Monday 22nd to Friday 26th May 2023. Time, evening session, 5:30 p.m. daily. Morning session, 8:30 a.m. daily start on Tuesday. Venue, Perez Dome, Jolu Junction, Accra, Ghana. Contact, +233 548 633 650 or www.scsummits.org. Supernatural Empowerment Summit 2023.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
My name is Ruth Oswentry. I'm a psychiatrist and I work with Komfanoche Teaching Hospital in Kumasi. This year's World Mental Health Day celebration is under the theme Suicide Prevention. In line with this theme, I want to appeal to the policy makers in the country. The Section 57 of our law says that people who attempt suicide commit a misdemeanor. It means that as it stands in our laws in this country, attempting to die by suicide and failing to die is a criminal offense. And I think that this is a law that should be taken out and repealed. We should rather see people who attempt suicide as people who have ongoing mental illness or some difficulties, and therefore there is no need to punish them in addition. Rather, the laws should be such that such people will get help. If we keep this law, it means that if somebody attempts to die by suicide, they must make sure that they are successful and they die from the suicide. Otherwise, if they fail, then they have the law to face.
Hooray! GCB is 70 years old. From Bank of the Gold Coast to Ghana Commercial Bank, and now GCB Bank. Today, GCB Bank has over 186 branches across the nation. With GCB, our customers are priority, right from SMEs, salaried workers to large institutions.
We are Kairos Corporate Communication, congratulating every staff of GCB Bank PLC across the country. Through you, countless opportunities have been created, dreams have been made to come alive and true. We must say we are super privileged to be associated with GCB Bank PLC and its wonderful people. We wish you greatness in the years ahead as you continue impacting generations. Happy Platinum Anniversary, GCB Bank PLC.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate GCB on its 70th anniversary. I wish continued success in the years to come.
We pray that GCB Bank will continue to
grow in leaps and bounds, continue to provide excellent financial services to their numerous customers. Here is wishing you many more years of growth, many more years of industry leadership. Happy 70th anniversary.
And I'm taking this opportunity to congratulate the management of GCB for their 70th anniversary. But I still believe that there are more potential within the market which they are yet to explore. So they need to do more. And I take the opportunity to say AICO for everything that they are doing for their customers.
GCB is a leading bank. I feel very secure. They are very proactive. I like working with GCB.
It's a bank that has been in the system for a long time. So celebrating 70 years means 70 years of trust, 70 years of reliability. So it is very safe for me to save and continue to work with GCB.
On the events of their 70th anniversary, as we go along, I wish them the very best, and I hope that on their way to dominance as they keep soaring, we'll reach there together.
Happy 70th anniversary. Hip, 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 hooray! GCB Bank, your bank for life.
This afternoon, we happen to be in the office of the CDS, who happens to be Vice Admiral Seth Amwama. His office, for some time now, has been engaging with a special block of the Nsaon prisons. They've been taking care of the inmates for some time now. But one may want to find out how come such an important office has come to be associated with a special block of the Nsaon prisons. This afternoon, we are here to have some small interactions with him and how he came to be associated with such a project. How are you doing?
I'm good, Frank. I'm very excited to welcome you to our newly commissioned office. As you know, the office was commissioned last week by the President. And I happily welcome you to the office and for this interview.
Sir, your office has been involved with the Garrison Methodist Presbyterian Church, with the special block of the Nsaon prison. How did all this begin?
I am a member of that church, Garrison Methodist Presbyterian Church, and I know that the men's fellowship of the church has been involved in this prisons ministry with the collaboration of other institutions and organizations, including the armed forces. And so when I took over as Chief of Defense Staff, my predecessor was also involved earlier on teaming up with the Men's Fellowship. So it was very natural that I belong to the church. Also, I've taken over from CDS, who was collaborating with the church, and so I stepped in, and we've been working together.
Somebody would want to find out from you that why the special block and not any other unit within the Nsaon prisons, but you've chosen to concentrate on the special block in particular.
Yes, if you go to Nsaon prisons, there are all categories of prisoners. You have those who are remand prisoners for a short period, those who are serving minor sentences, those serving long custodial sentences, and the extreme end are the condemned prisons, those on death row. Those on death row in Ghana, I don't think we have had execution for a long time. And so they are there. They have lost hope in life. And these are people that need to be given some glimmer of hope. And so that is what the men's ministry, purports to do, to bring hope to those prisoners who have lost hope in life. And since the ministry started visiting them, you can imagine the last time I went with them and we held a Christmas carol with them, people who are condemned on death row, and they were exciting, So that brings me joy that at least we are able to bring hope to people who are on death row and they have lost all hopes in life.
Initially, when you joined hands with the Men's Fellowship of the Garrison Methodist Presby Church, when you visited the place, how's the condition like, the inmates? What can you tell us a bit about their living conditions?
The living conditions were very bad. In fact, the work of the ministry is also inspired by a member of the fellowship who is a graduate from the condemned cell. For some reason or the other, he found himself in the condemned cell, and he knew that that was the end of life. But through some miraculous intervention, he was, discharged, and he has come to live his normal life. And he tells the very sordid condition that he went through, and he inspired the Men's Fellowship to go into that ministry. But I can tell you that the conditions there are very, very bad. The congestion, and it's now that there seem to be a little bit improvement, but conditions are very bad.
Expose us to some of the assistance that your office, in conjunction with the Men's Fellowship of the Garrison Methodist Presby, some of the interventions that you've been able to, avail to these inmates to alleviate their suffering.
The first visit to the Nsawam prisons by the Men's Fellowship occurred on 5th December 2018. That was the very first visit. At that visit, they donated 3 television sets, and also installed 40 wall electric fans to the condemned cells. They also repaired some electrical fixtures, switches, lamp holders, bulbs, and things like that. And then they fitted them with meals, gave them some meals. All this to motivate them and then bring them hope. That is not the end.
From your estimations,
yes. That was the first visit. Then subsequent visits, and so at one time they painted the condemned block. Condemned block, I see in Phoebe, not paint in whom be that, but almost painty block. Then showers in the bathrooms were done. The toilet bowls, which were all damaged, they were replaced, and a number of other things. Subsequent visit, they donated electronic organ, and musical instruments, and then presented some canopies where they can come out and fellowship. And the last visit in Christmas, we also supported them with 2 industrial sewing machines to assist them in learning some trades, some skills with the industrial sewing machine. So a lot of things have been done to improve their lot.
One aspect of the conversation goes that I've been condemned to death. I may never come out of the place again. What is my use? And why should a CDS office, yourself, be collaborating with the Men's Fellowship of the Garrison Methodist Presby to come to the aid of these people? These people have hurt other people in society.
I think visit to prisoners is also part of the commission for Christians, because Jesus says that when he comes in his glory and he sits upon his throne, surrounded by angels, people will come before him, and then he will separate the sheep from the goats, the sheep being the righteous. And he will tell them, the righteous come and inherit the kingdom, because when I was sick, you visited me. When I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was a stranger, you gave me shelter. When I was in prison, you visited me. Then the righteous said, "Oh Lord, when did we visit you in prison?" I said, "No. Once you did for your fellow men, you have done for me." So this is part of Bible commission, that people are sick, visit them. People are hungry, give them food. People are in prison, visit them, give them hope. And as we are doing for them, we are doing for Christ.
You spoke some few minutes ago about introducing them to industrial machines to learn some skills. One would also still want to find out that whilst they are in there, what is their use? I mean, should such things be introduced to them? From your perspective, we are adding to people who may never come out to join society. So that aspect, what informed that particular decision to assist them with those industrial machines?
Good. Anytime I visit the prison, the thought that comes into mind is it could be anyone, just that they find themselves there. It could have been me. I would have also found myself in prison, maybe due to various circumstances. Your upbringing, where you find yourself, or the circumstances in which you find yourself at a certain time, at a certain place. You can end up in prison. You can end up as a condemned, person on death row. When you are there, as I said, we are moving towards abolishing the death sentence. And so we are introducing people to have faith in Christ. You never know, your death sentence will be committed to life imprisonment, and you may be pardoned. Just like our colleague who went on death row and had experience was pardoned. And so if you are pardoned and you come, you must not be a destitute. You must learn a trade, a skill, so that one day you come out, you have a living. You will not become a destitute, no hope in life, and then you would be forced to even go and commit more offense and go back. So we want to give them skills.